projection alert system. I got no beef with this guy. I just heard him talking about his trans son one day, and now I just like to make fun of him about it because, you know, the guy's a waste of space. Because anybody that comes on Clubhouse and sits here and runs their mouth. Ooh! Ooh! He's using ad hominem projection now. Ad hominem projection.
Listen, you're the reason why we have burnt down synagogues.
Oh my God.
Tell you what, don't give me a lecture about anti-Semitics until the fucking stop starving human beings as a weapon. Anyway, coming back to it.
Now we know who the real cunt is on the stage. It's you, Tuna Boy! It's you fucking twat cunt!
Cut your fucking throat, you fucking kike cunt.
I'm reporting you. I'm reporting you right now. I'm taking a screenshot of the room. Let me go to the report button. They said something. Here we go. Reporting an incident. Here we go. They said something wrong. They're going to kill me, and they called me a K-word. Ooh, you're going to have to get a new account. You're going to have to get a new burner phone. Where is it? Hate speech and homicidal ideation.
So lay off you while you're not even paying attention and don't care.
Completely understandable.
This is probably him.
Call him whatever you want.
Yeah, I kind of kick. I don't know. So.
Hey, John Kitover.
No, I know exactly where he lives. Yeah, his failed yoga studio. He shouldn't have tried to advertise that at the house that he lost. Oh, so yeah, realistically, people like John, if he was on fire, I would just stand there waiting to see how much I could enjoy it.
Alert system has been detected. Projection alert system has been detected. Projection alert system has been detected.
I would sit there and film it. Anyway, sorry for my outburst, everyone.
No, don't apologize. Like, he's fucked, dude. He's cooked.
He's fucked and cooked.
He also doesn't like it when I remind people that, yeah, it's all public information. You can go and find that he got fired from the IRS after 5 years. It was the last thing that his dad put him up for, and then after that he disowned him.
His dad put me up for it?
Now,
What the
there's this,
fuck?
Weird look at me clown show.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe the world would be a better place if somebody went round there and just chopped his fucking arms and legs off.
Oh, mate, you gotta get a new cow. You can't make death threats. It's illegal.
Should we talk about something else?
Yeah, let's do that. How is everyone?
Yes, sorry, I just walked us into a really awkward cul-de-sac.
No, it's okay.
Yeah, we're moving out of it.
It's okay. It's okay. We can.
You didn't do anything. You literally did
Hey, you did nothing.
crazy.
He didn't sound himself. Yeah, we're just going with the flow. We're going with the flow.
Yeah, it's okay. So sometimes it's like this. Sometimes it's like that. It's like there's no big issue.
You know, right? The way
We're just.
Hey.
We didn't really have any topic
This is
anyway
fucking crazy.
in this room.
Why?
Just like a free floating. So whatever you want to talk about.
What's wrong?
How?
I'm scared.
No.
Go on.
Is this
We have nothing coming up.
room still ongoing from yesterday?
we've got to go through like royal protocol.
I don't know.
Royal
What
family.
the fuck? Wow, this is like the longest streak ever.
And so you've got to get a specific chair.
So
you've got to have
how can
everybody
you open?
vetted. And after you start to do that,
Flour and buttercup. Hog top. So she gave it
Hey,
Daniel.
Oh, so he can open a room here.
Yeah, she sent him off. He's in Florida, and now he has access to all the rooms. Yeah.
In Key West.
I just invited her up to her own.
No, it was so much
I'll tell
fun.
you what, us Americans, we love
Hey.
our theater.
Hey, girl.
I don't
When
think
did she
so.
go?
One second. Civil Bat is not admin in this.
Oh, okay.
Love the
So it means
Yeah, especially
that the
after
room was still
9/11,
ongoing from
right?
yesterday.
Yeah, we love
Or
it.
I
means
don't
that
remember like
Michael
how it was
inherited it
before,
from
like when you
somebody
go to
who
the
opened it
airport and
earlier.
afterwards.
No, I opened it myself.
Oh, maybe,
in
yeah.
the toilet.
Just
How can you
In
open it
employment
yourself
of
if you're not an
unemployable
admin?
people,
Admin.
you know.
Yeah.
I can open it myself.
I had to listen to TSA.
If I want to
I just found that they could get inside.
What's the point?
Yeah. They were listening to the information.
Is he good, John?
Are you
Are you jealous?
You're the second person that cares about the TSA. I never heard about the TSA before until this app, but then you're the second person that mentions TSA.
Security at the airports. My God, if you ever need something stolen, yeah, put it into your carry-on.
That's why they wrap all the luggages in like the poly, like the plastic wrap. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
Have you ever
but-
seen that news? We did that before we went to the airport.
My wife's
been driving, so
we've had a real life experience with having the family over for 6 months, and having to wait for 3 hours at the airport while the mum had packed an entire suitcase full of food.
Excuse me, Tuna boy, but that is interesting. You are married to a Punjabi woman. Why did you call that guy a kike and say you are going to?
Yet again, John Kitover.
You know what's kind of crazy?
He normally doesn't come in my room, but I don't know. Maybe it's because of you.
I think maybe he's just gotten.
You always find another way to come in.
He's like he's a clubhouse. Every time you get some new SIM cards, flare up.
We're worried about you, John. We're worried about you. You doing okay, buddy?
This is an intervention.
It won't help.
John,
John, you really
life better. All you need is a bathtub and a toaster. You can make all of the craziness go away.
Same thing that using Tel Aviv, they should copy that to Jerusalem?
No.
Why
I
not?
mean, what can you report if there is that being recorded?
It's a different mindset. It's
Because it's the holiest place on earth for Christians. Come on, it's like a little
Exactly.
Because
There has to be some.
it is modest.
If you ever see,
Yeah, like even I would walk around Jerusalem in shorts or whatever.
We need couples.
It's a little, yeah, you gotta recognize that it is a very significant place where men really, it's really.
give him an income eventually. The royalties that you get from streaming services, you do what they do in Thailand, where you just set up a bank of phone farms and just have them interacting with lots of different bank accounts. But realistically, AI has now got to the point where that era of the internet has largely been handled from an operations security point of view. They can spot that behavior a mile off, you know. So what actually happened with the TSA? Because I generally take that when the orange one says something that is, I know that it isn't. But at one point they were saying they were going to replace the whole of the TSA with ICE agents. It's almost like the guy is trying to bait social unrest in America. just as a power grab.
That makes a lot of sense because Ice Agents is wild, dude. Like that's, he's just like a salacious person, you know.
I think it's individual to try to provoke and other cultures, ideals, perspectives. I think this is something above you. You should not interfere. I think you should leave communities alone and go amongst other people that are going to allow this. No.
I thought that in Jerusalem they do the same the same thing that they do in Tel Aviv, like with all the special dresses and stuff like that. They do it the same in Jerusalem, right? But if it's political and they like marching like regularly and being modest about that, so fine.
See photos from last year, and you can see exactly how it looks. It's completely different.
Great.
Alaka? No. She did.
Why did she kick me from every room? I thought this was supposed to be a church of butter.
So what's happening, folks? What's happening? Tomorrow, I think so.
By Noam, you want to go? Are you going?
No, actually, I never went to
Wait, there's going to be a gay parade in Jerusalem?
Yeah, they do one,
Yeah. Every year there is.
but it's usually like political.
except the last 2 years because of the war.
Yeah.
wanna meet? We met in Mea Shearim. You and me?
They want to tell him he's like,
Sorry, yes. No, I'm not afraid of rainbows. What the fuck?
no,
Not in Tel Aviv. It's amazing. It's amazing.
yeah. I love Pride.
אתה מכיר שיש מצעד השרמוטות, נכון?
They're like for women to like be at the sharmuta. I don't remember what is it about.
I think it's about rape victims or something.
Yeah, but something opposite.
There is a parade in Jerusalem that's called the Sharmutot Parade, which is with the double quote Sharmutot, of course. But and they raise awareness for rapists. I mean, not for rapists, but like again.
Rape victims. It's also pro-Palestinian.
I think probably, I don't know. But it's much less predominant than it's called in Israel. It's called slut walk.
Yeah, we have one here.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we have slut walk. It was an Amber Rose thing that actually kicked off the slut walk, and it's for like feminism and the sort of thing.
And they call it slut walk. Slut walk.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
have
but
it
it's
in
with-
LA.
It's like with double quotes, you know. Like,
Yeah, it's like a play, like we're taking back the word slut kind of thing.
It's
Are you
anti-Semitic.
Are you coming to the gay pride parade in Tel Aviv?
Probably not.
It's so gay.
Actually, I never went to any parade. Not even the what's Nike. Like any.
Did you go to the
Book about gay values.
I said I never been to a pouring parade even.
No.
Yeah, I know.
like
Have
that,
you
like
read a
that?
book?
Yeah, I never went to a Toyota. Yeah. Even when I was in elementary school. They didn't have that in my school.
Do you have a fun? I do get.
Hello? Hello?
Hello? Hello?
Hi, I'm going to my local.
It's Mandrake.
I'm going to my local pride parade this week, and I want to know, should I cleanse my rectal passageway prior to the event?
Absolutely.
So keep it clean just in case, JIC.
Mm-hmm. Just in case.
In all seriousness, John, what happened in the room there, man? You got lambasted by that weird bird.
Yeah, he said call me a kike and he was going to slit my throat.
Nutcase.
Jeez, I hope his son has a happy pride. I mean, his daughter. I just want to know, is it okay to go to Pride Fest and offer heterosexual deconversion therapy treatment services for homosexuals?
And whoever wins, wins. Like you will try to convert the guy, and the guy will try to convert you, and let's see who wins.
Oh, this is Edmund.
Yes,
Yeah.
Edmonds. We have a question.
Yeah.
Go ahead. What is your question? Hello?
Michael.
What are you hiding?
It's a recorded room now.
That's bad.
You removed him. You're hiding something.
What was your question, though?
What? I didn't remove anybody. What the fuck are you talking about? Oh, you're talking about me? I removed somebody?
Yeah.
I didn't remove anybody. What the fuck are you talking about, you fucking weirdo?
Whoa.
Yeah, you removed them. I can tell.
I did not remove anybody.
Yeah, he's getting awfully defensive.
The room of psychology is so weird and wild in here.
John, he's anonymous now. John, come on, another come.
Yellow John. He removed you again. Oh, cat dog, is this it?
Yalla, welcome.
John?
Meow. Meow. I can't just speak with Bow Wow. Meow. Meow, meow.
Okay, so we have a question.
Meow.
Unbelievable, Michael.
Why are you hiding?
Straight check, it's all real. Who's it? Nora? Nora? Who's that?
Michael.
Yeah, Michael, who were you talking shit about that you don't want us to know?
So,
No one.
Michelle.
Who was that? We're gonna find out. You know this, so you may as well just come up with it now.
Michelle?
Yeah.
How is the weather today?
Why, where are you?
I'm in France.
It's okay. Is that what we're doing? We're talking about the weather?
Well, before I came across a British lady.
What?
What? Who were you talking shit about that you don't want us to hear?
I literally don't remember. I was not even talking shit about you. Shut up. I wasn't talking shit about you. I was not talking shit about you, Yasmin. Stop.
I don't think you were. I think it's bigger than that. I think you were talking shit about somebody even you're more scared of. Because if you were talking shit about me, I probably would have known it by now. But the fact that you're trying to cover it up so much makes me think that you were talking shit about somebody you're genuinely scared of. And I have
Like who?
well, I have some theories on who those might be.
Who?
But you really don't want us to know. There's a reason why. Who are you talking shit about?
Huh? I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about.
So you have every idea.
No, I don't.
So why'd you remove John twice right before?
I never removed John.
Mm-hmm.
God, you're retarded. I didn't remove anybody. Stop.
Gotta find out actually. Rab, I'm picking up the glasses today. Well, I'm gonna go to the glass place.
Because of what you do, you kind of like wander from place to place and see things. What are the ways you think were the most novel ways you see AI being used?
So why is somebody talking? It's uncomfortable.
Doing chats and coming up with prompts, but there's other kinds of things I might use.
Because I'm messaging John.
Oh, you're so smart.
I've seen
Yes.
I've seen AI and
It's all over now. Anyways, you may as well just come out with it. You'll feel better. Come on. What's that?
Hello.
Cindy.
Not right now.
No? Are you guys from Malta?
Yeah, I'm from Malta.
I'm from Gibraltar. Sorry. Actually, I just downloaded this app only. I'm first year. Congratulations. What is it? I don't know how to use this.
So wait, are you actually from Malta?
I don't know. I'm from India.
Oh yeah, now I hear it.
Yeah, I'm from India, Kerala, south side.
South India.
Yeah.
Dirty. Oof.
Lower cap.
The north is nice though. Where's Billy, by the way? Speaking of South Indians.
I'd like to meet Gujarati if I was in.
I miss Billy. I haven't seen him in a minute. He's so busy with his new job. Hello, Saba.
Well, very good, very good. How are you? I'm good, Baruch Hashem. What about you? Good. תודה רבה for fighting the fight, you know. Keep on doing it. You're doing a great job. Right? I'm taking notes of you're incredible with your history.
Do you remember that guy at Charlie that was on here? Do you guys remember Aloha Charlie?
No.
Yeah, I do.
Okay,
I do.
Aloha Charlie, he used to have like those crazy rooms and just like he'd say the most obscene things.
Yeah, with the
He
Asian
got
face.
doxxed, and he was a Supreme Court, not a Supreme Court judge, but some sort of like state judge or high up judge. And it turned out the entire time he was like in his judge's chambers talking shit, controlling everyone on there.
That's awesome.
That's how I feel Canada Lock is. I think that Canada Lock is another case of this.
Oh my God.
I think you might be a case of this though.
Don't judge no one. But I know you know.
I bet you do.
But I know you know. I remember this one. He's American. He was a Southern American.
Yeah, big judge, big name.
He wanted to become a governor in Texas, yeah? Somewhere around there.
I remember, yeah, but he was quite a prominent individual, but
What's
he can
his
say the
name
most
again?
obscene Aloha Charlie. He was
Aloha.
so fucking racist on here. It was crazy.
Oh,
Oh, hey, Aleister Crowley.
so
Favorite
Frankie,
opulent.
so I don't think I'm a judge. You know what to do?
Question was, he's left, Michael's left.
Well, take him down so he can't remove the job.
Oh, that is brilliant. Okay, ask away, Yael. I'm dealing with raw chicken here.
You're such a cunt.
It's genius.
Okay, so the other day I was on TikTok and you were, yesterday, and you were live streaming Cindy and Bow Wow having a conversation, and she asked him, did she reject you? And he was like, no, I heard something in the community. She thinks she's hot shit. Da, 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 da. Who are they talking about? Alex.
Yeah, I mean they were talking about some chick that Bronstein knows. I don't know. Since I don't think it's somebody from Clubhouse. I told you, Cindy. Or I told you, Yasmin.
No, you told me you were talking about Cindy.
Yeah, I was talking to Cindy.
No, you said that you were talking about Cindy.
See, I was talking to Cindy. Fucking Yasmin. It's not about you. You know that. It's not
I know it's not about me, because if it was about me,
you're making it about you. You're making it all about you. Why do you
No,
make it
I don't
about
think
you?
it's about me. I think it's
Using two conversations, because the one that you're talking about is different. Bronstein and I yesterday were in private. We were one-on-one talking shit about you, your pussy, and Cindy. I wasn't talking. No. Don't put me in that, John. I never said anything about your pussy pictures, and I said, no. My kids Yasmin's pussy pictures for less than $100 a
You're sick.
Oh my God, you're sick.
That even the one in the room talking about you haven't seen YouTube. It's a YouTube special, the Bronstein special. And Yasmin's pussy extra special.
Ew. Yeah, okay, good. She's gone. Sorry, go on. Did you guys see Rose came in here? Ooh, Hamza.
I don't know what is wrong with her. Is something actually
Shame-tonic bitch. What?
Must be mentally wrong with her. And also, where did that horrible accent come from? Like,
What
is it
accent?
the product of Eastern Europe plus Israeli plus English? Like,
Oh,
what made her such a screaming nasty character?
Rose is she has an Israeli accent.
No, she's got a communist era for accent.
No, that's like concept of what she's saying. By the things that she's saying, not the accent, it's the content.
How's the content? You said that if you called her comrade, do you think she'd appreciate it?
Probably yes. Actually the Palestinian movement likes to use the word comrade. All the flotilla comrades and all the
Let's start calling her comrade. At least that way we can maybe make a dent, you know?
Did you guys know that it was a Jewish Bolshevik that came up with the red triangle for the sign of Leninism? Look at this.
Probably.
It's all okay. And look up the storm on the Winter Palace. The Red Revolution, the October Revolution, is like the Leninist Revolution or whatever. It's straight up Leninist shit. Hold on, let me find this thing I was looking at.
The Jews invented communism, so there you go. Jews invented everything. Yeah.
No, we didn't invent communism, but look, PTR. It was I guess an Israeli, or isn't that crazy? And I'm not gonna lie, I really don't like the similarities between Red October, because October 7th, they use the other calendar. It's actually November 7th, but it's the same thing. It's all the same shit.
No, even the triangle they stole from us?
Yes. Hold on. Storming of Winter Palace. The storm, because you remember they called it the storming of Al-Aqsa Mosque?
Yes.
Good shit. It's like a communist thing.
God, this is
It's all common shit.
that's
And
crazy.
then, yeah. It's like all of it's modeled off of the Leninist communist revolution of whatever this is, like, what year is this? I don't even know. 1920. And October 7th, Red October, Bloody Sunday, all these events happen, and October is like a very symbolic time, I guess, for commies. But yeah, it's all commie shit. Crazy. And it's not.
The fuck? That boy.
It's a compelling case. I think for me, it's an infuriating case. And I think for everyone, and for most, it's a baffling case. There's a possibility to
Baffling.
Store, South Carolina, that child with testimony. What happened was, he felt like his son was in danger because
This is super.
the little kid's son had a gun. When he had his son during the chase.
Yeah.
The murder with smoking. But in South Carolina law, they have he was justified in the killing because the gun being presented as deadly force. And he felt he needed to protect his son. Wasn't it supposedly he was stealing water or something? Was it water?
Yeah. Give the facts.
No, but I freaking put like my whole life on the line here to defend you guys. Seriously.
Said he shot him, but either way, they got away with it.
Yeah, what happened was,
What happened?
what's his name? Cyrus walked into the convenience store, you know.
Cyrus.
Obviously being racially profiled as soon as he stepped in there. The lady
Shit.
was watching
Immediately and instantaneously racially profiled.
the store owner. Watching him the whole time, picking up the water bottle. Well, first he walked in with the book bag. They told him to put the book bag at the front of the store, so he did. Then he went to the water bottle, and I guess there was like an interaction between Cyrus and the son. Like you took leaving the store, and that's when the was chasing after him, and then the dad came after with the guns. And as they running, Cyrus was running the entire time. He never did, but he was running the entire time. The son was chasing.
Poor little Cyrus with his
The son
guns.
like caught up to him, like was next to him as he was running after him. Cyrus got back up, started running again, fell again. I guess like a gun had came out of his pocket.
Oh no shit.
Fell again.
Oh shit.
And so that's when the dad
Popped his
shot
ass.
him
Oh,
after the
shit.
son said that he had a gun.
Mm.
But the way that the bullet went into his body, they say that he was turned around and pointing at him when he shot him, but like when he was shot, like the bullet went through his back, up through like his chest, through his I believe lungs or something like that. And yeah, you gotta put it. They said that they said that the dad did not, I guess, murder him because the charge was murder. So the dad didn't murder him because it wasn't intentional or nothing like that. Did have a gun, but the gun, they would have never known if the boy had a gun had they never out the store. Like that's the whole thing, and he never pointed at them. Like according to two witnesses that saw what happened, he never pointed to them.
Quick question.
I looked up the Yelp reviews of this store and it says don't fuck with Mr. Chow. That's what the reviews on Google said.
Question. What I heard was he shot him in the back. Did you say that?
Yeah, he shot him in the back.
Strange. You shoot someone in the back. You're fearing for your life.
The way that the
So I'm reading the sequence of events. They said, which there was witnesses that's in the store that said they didn't see a gun. So when he left the store, he started chasing him. He fell down, and he pointed the gun at him while he was on the ground. Got up and started to run, and the father shot him in the back.
Two witnesses said that he never. So that's what the
So
I guess like child lawyers are saying, but two witnesses say that they never saw a gun. They never even saw him like turn around and point with anything in his hands. Like he was running away the entire time.
And it just don't seem right because he's 14. The man that supposedly shot him was 60, right? When they ran out the store, the son was in front of the father. So that's all I'm saying, that it seemed like they took the charge because it seems to me like the city and they just used, like, I'm just shocked that there wasn't no cameras and surrounding businesses where they could see what was happening. They just took their word for it.
Oh, really? Yeah, that's what his word was, so we're gonna go with the word.
Yeah, I guess like they're saying that the state has the case because with the charge it was harder to prove. So I guess like the charge was murder or something like that, and it's harder to prove that like he intentionally killed Cyrus. You know what I mean? Like I can't explain it. But they should have tried that.
You have a 14-year-old with a gun.
Right. And the whole thing is that he had a gun. So like just because he had a gun, that made Mr. Child, I guess, like justified for killing. But I think somebody said in the chat, Mr. Child shot 2 people prior to their death.
Man, this makes a good claim for the FBAs and how they always talk about these different people having businesses in our neighborhoods and not fucking with us. Like that shit this is fucked up. This is fucked up real bad. Like the way that Cyrus' mother screamed when they read the verdict, that shit, it did something to me. I don't know, that was crazy. You like Cat in the audience talking about he deserved it. Like, what the fuck is wrong with him? He was 20.
There's too many issues with this case, for me at least, just listening to it, or even reading about it when it first came out.
What do you mean?
It's just too many issues. It's too many issues. It's just too many issues. I wouldn't have been chasing no kid down. If he stole a goddamn water bottle, I would have called the police. You put yourself in danger, number one. But then,
Patty, you wouldn't even call the police. You would have gave the kid the fucking water.
no, I would have called the police. I'm sorry. He's still at my store. I'm calling the police. I'm not running outside chasing somebody. I don't know what the fuck they got. I'm not doing that. I'm not putting myself in danger, and I'm not putting that person in danger. I gotta make money. You can't just be stealing out my stuff. Shit, my mom won't let me get free food out the restaurant. Like, come on.
It's almost exactly what happened to that girl in LA like 30 years ago. This is like history repeating itself.
What state did this happen in? Brooklyn, South Carolina.
The other issue I have is the 14-year-old having a weapon. So it's just a lot of things. It's just too much with this case.
What state was this case in? South Carolina.
So,
Thank you. Couple of things. Mr. Child, I don't think was claiming self-defense. Just so people understand, Mr. Child was arguing. He saw a gun pointed at his son, and so the defense argued that he had to make the decision of, he was defending his son because he said there was a gun that was shot. So for people saying, how can you be shot in the back and claim self-defense? He wasn't claiming self-defense, okay? So that's the first thing. So there are times when people can legally be shot in the back. Okay, so let's get that out of the way. That's the first piece. The second piece is, this doesn't give any fodder to anything FBA say. Okay. The third thing is, my understanding is that they ran 100 yards from the store. That they were chased them 100 yards from the store. Very interesting. Fourth thing is no, it was not an all-white jury. I'm sure many people were, but it was actually racially mixed, of all ages and all genders. This is Columbia, South Carolina. I just wanted to put those facts out. Those aren't expert facts. I just got those off the internet. I'll leave it there. I have an opinion, but I'm afraid to give it because I don't want to be accused of being an expert in the matter.
Give the opinion, child. We know you're not an expert.
My opinion, I have two opinions. One on the case itself, I'm still working through, but I have a larger opinion. And I know many people won't like the opinion, but something is happening in America where people are forgetting that they're black. And a lot of young brothers don't have.
Oh, I forgot.
Models.
I forgot already.
Conversation, as it were. And I wish that people
people would have that conversation, but they won't. On the case itself, I think it's an utter tragedy. I think Mr. Chow, I think these store owners with these guns, while I understand why they have them, I think it is absolutely deplorable. This man has shot multiple people. I understand why they charged him with murder. I think a lot of silly takes, uninformed. So what happens? So they overcharge. People use this. They don't know South Carolina law. When I was reading about the case, I looked it up. It makes perfect sense why they charged him, given the circumstances of the case, and that's what he was indicted for. If you overcharge, you're gonna get out the margin with manslaughter. The manslaughter charge might have actually been provable than a murder charge. If you go look up the distinction.
This is super dog. This is a super cheesy. We got raw and grip.
So, that's it. So I think the man should have been convicted. I think it's obvious murder. It's the obvious killing with intent to my mind. Now, I didn't sit in the case. I wasn't in the jury trial. I didn't get tuna melons, but from the outside looking in, that's just my opinion. But let's see. That's what's happening right now. Except for you come up and tell me what I said that was wrong, or Sonny can come and tell me I'm not expert in my opinion. Anybody come up? I don't care. I'm done.
Di is my favorite debater, and I can't wait to hear what she has to say.
She said, I don't know what's happening right now, so I don't know what I said that warranted that comment. So go ahead, Di.
I said, what is happening right now?
Hello, Moto.
You don't know what's happening right now. Come on. Aren't you lying?
No, you said no. If someone's speaking, you're saying what's happening right now, that means something they're saying you disagree with, or is confusing, or is.
Because I was confused about your comment.
Yeah, which part was it?
Young brothers don't know that they're black, but
yeah, because they don't have role models to tell them that such.
Oh yeah, role model. Yeah, what do you mean?
Yes, black men are failing young black men. Do you disagree?
But like in this case, what is that?
Because I'm talking about which navigate the country, especially in places like South Carolina.
Okay, so
and what I'm saying is they don't have people, men, teaching them what it means to be a young black man in America, but instead they're sort of navigating the world on their own as young as men when they're still boys.
And this boy is an example of that? Or?
Yeah, because he was carrying he was 14.
I'm just like chilling on his couch. And then the next day I moved to my next place, so I didn't really sleep. And then I get to my place and we finally got fucking bed after so long in this my bed. So like I set up everything. I like fold my clothes, put it in the closet. Like,
is the whole while because you didn't hear that detail? That's what I'm trying to find. What was the whole while?
Blindsided by that.
Brother, let her answer, please.
Don't talk to me like that, bro. Chill.
No disrespect to you, but I
don't just chill. You're not my dad, bro. Chill.
Black men to black boys. That's what I'm talking about. It's an internal conversation. But he doesn't disagree, so I'll invite him up too. Because, oh wow, what? You don't think that? You think? I think I said automatic. Maybe it was semi-automatic. I apologize. Semi-automatic. I kind of get it. So, Adad, you're saying, oh wow, that you think young 14-year-old boys should be walking around in the public sphere with semi-automatic pistols?
No, I don't agree with that, but I don't see how this is. I don't see how that comment is relevant here. He can go in there.
It's not relevant here. I said it's not relevant to the case.
Okay, so you just wanted to make a statement because it sounded like it's not just like all the rhetoric that I'm hearing about.
The man should be convicted for murder. People literally just want to argue. It's so stupid. I said it has nothing to do with this case, but as a general matter, there is a failure among black men with black children that we need to have those conversations, or people that I'm not having any conversations with anybody, but people should be having those conversations. I've had my conversation. I can't have any more. I'm old. I ran out of PP. I don't even understand what is. I don't understand what is wow or controversial about saying a 14-year-old boy of any any race. Don't talk about a young black boy. It's a boy walking around with a gun, a semi-automatic pistol, is not a failure somewhere. Systemic, parental, familiar, etc.
In Columbia, South Carolina.
Anywhere, but especially in a place like Columbia, South Carolina. I'm really talking about like in certain places. Yeah.
I mean, I just find it interesting how no one knew he had a gun until this man killed him, and then they found a gun on him. But you know.
Oh yeah,
I guess
that's a different.
I
think it was definitely murder.
I mean,
the statute says with malice, it's just simply with malice, malicious intent. And it's clear if you chase somebody with a gun and you didn't know they had a gun for 100 yards for stealing water, that feels very malicious to me. But I'm just talking about.
No, I'm just saying. I have a different
opinion
about that gun, but it's fine.
But
no, that's a different discussion. So I just want to know what's wrong about saying that black fathers and black men aren't doing well enough. But I guess everybody believes the CDC report.
You think the gun was planted?
I mean, I just find it interesting that the gun was there.
Did they explore that?
All of a sudden, it's used to justify somebody who has to protect his son. But
did the prosecution explore that?
Camera, never was mentioned beforehand.
Did the prosecution explore the gun?
They did.
I asked if the prosecution explored the origins of the gun.
I don't know.
Okay. I don't know either, so that's why I'm asking.
They did.
They did, and how did they do that? Do you know?
Yeah, they did. They investigated. They determined it was his gun.
Oh wow. Okay.
What did they say?
I'll try to find the transcript records of the reporting that said it was his gun.
Yeah, it says in the reporting,
But y'all not
investigators
following-
did the gun based on other reporting.
I didn't say it was
It was
planted.
included. So they haven't released how he obtained it and who supplied it, but he did have a gun. And the gun had a laser sight on it.
Why would somebody with a gun run? Usually, people with guns, are very bold and not fearing. Why would it run with a gun? That just doesn't seem,
Why would someone steal a bottle of water?
He didn't steal the bottle of water.
He did.
The boy or the shooter? Who would run with a gun?
I don't think anybody with a gun would run from somebody else.
And
That's
these
the last
guys are
thing I do with a gun.
both people.
He's 14.
Did you watch the video?
What does that have to do with how a gun imbues you with confidence and fun?
Did you see the video? They faced him. He just looked back, and they were already maybe five steps behind him. So first reaction, you gotta
People clutch when they're scared. They don't
create
run.
faith. You gotta create faith.
And people don't do that with guns.
So you can have time to get the gun.
Nobody does that with a gun. Every gun owner's practicing their quick draw, practicing their clutch, practicing their brandishing before it ever even happens. What does that have to do with it? You think he doesn't practice fucking experience? I agree. He doesn't
How
have
do you
any
know how long he has
experience.
this gun? How do you know how long he has it?
I agree he doesn't have any experience shooting people, but I'm sure he has a ton of experience clutching his gun, holstering it, pulling it out, cocking it. I'm sure he's practicing that all. Yes. I'm sure he's doing it all the time. I'm also sure he's always imagining himself being bothered, being accosted, and clutching. That's what I know is most likely happening before he thinks that, I should start running now.
Sounds like you have a stereotype of bias.
Yeah, you're right. That means I'm wrong then, right? If I made that quote assumption.
You just have inherent bias.
Right. So
Yes,
so let's go with that notion. Despite him practicing and brandishing it, like in the mirror and all of that, when he was shot, he was in the process of running. He did not use all of that practice and all of that bravado that a gun can give you and a weapon and all of that. He did not send that energy towards the people that were chasing.
Question: why do y'all think that because somebody has a gun or they bringing on how to use a gun, that they would know Like, I don't know.
So where was the gun on him?
Yeah, so what it, so,
Where
you know,
was it?
so,
Where was it on him? Was it in his bag? Was it in the
That's
bag?
what I'm about to say.
They
It's not
said
one
it
of-
fell
Okay,
out.
go ahead.
Bag? You can't get it out that quick.
They said it fell out his bag. The gun fell out his bag.
What was in his bag? How you gonna get your gun hella quick in
are
your
you
bag?
yelling,
Alright,
bro?
why is
Are
that?
you yelling?
Wait a minute. Hold up. Hold still. Hold still. Everybody drop your mic. Thank you. Alright. We can't do all this 50 mics at one night. Okay? We do that at night, not during the day. Thank you. So, one at a time. But I'm hearing a lot of not loud voices. It's not just one. If your volume is all the way up, can you please turn it down because your voice, whatever, might.
Hello?
Anyway, happy Thursday. I hope everybody's doing well. Thanks.
Yes, First Lady, the next one. One second. Patty was talking the host of the room, and y'all just stepped all over her. So please, just hold on for a second. Patty, can you please get out what you were trying to say?
So, Concrete was bringing up something about why he wouldn't do this, that, and the other. I don't understand why you think a 14-year-old, when we have people that fucking train with weapons, go through fucking 8 months of training before they go down range to clear a fucking building. Once they get into the heat of an action, can't even perform the way they're fucking supposed to perform. So you think a fucking 14-year-old wouldn't be like, okay, yeah, this is how I'm gonna use the gun to protect myself, or this way. I don't know what's going on here.
Wait, so you can disagree, and that's fine. But don't pretend it's strange.
It is strange, bro. A reasonable person.
Okay, all right. A
reasonable person.
I don't care.
So it's not about
So you can say it 76 times, and I'm still gonna hold to my opinion that it's strange that you're holding a gun and you're running.
It's because he doesn't understand.
Yes. I don't understand.
This is a fat nigga who talks on shit.
Okay, all right. You sound gay. It is what it is.
Was he holding the gun?
You're still mad about something, and you sound
No,
gay.
the gun fell out. It fell on the ground.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Now, going by the report, they said the gun fell out. I don't see where it fell out of the top of the foot bag.
But that right there, the fact that they said that the gun fell out when he fell to the ground, that's saying that he didn't put the
there's
gun.
more to it, and I wasn't done. So they said when he fell to the ground, the gun fell out. He picked up the weapon and pointed it at the person that was doing it. Then he got up and ran, and then the father shot him in the back. That's what's
So
that was
The son testified that he pointed the gun at him.
Yeah.
right. That's what's being said, but I think it was the clip of the gun. It was found feet away from where he was shot. So when he fell and dropped his gun, it fell so hard to the point where I think the clip came out. So even if that was the case, that doesn't make any sense. I think they're just saying that. And nobody else saw that. Only the son is saying that. Yeah, only the son is saying that. No other eyewitness saw him fall, pick up a gun, and get at him.
And if it was in his bag, wasn't the bag secured in some way, i.e. a zipper? And so the idea, it just seems highly implausible that if it's in the bag, because initially I'm thinking it's on the waist for somebody to fall and for it to come out, but it's even less plausible that it was zipped, secured in a bag, he fell, and then the bag unzipped, unsecured, or the other alternative was he has a book bag that's like a open top, one of like the purses that women have where it doesn't close, it's just open. And if that's the case, then we can easily see the book bag that he had. And if it is a zipped bag, then this absolutely doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it's very convenient that all of this man who has history of shooting patrons now has a justifiable reason that a gun appeared and he was threatening his son and he had to defend him. I think it's very convenient. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I
crying and whining and that's so crazy.
No need to.
No. Nobody said anything when they was fucking jumping on my neck for this point.
You ruin everything.
Yeah, I don't care.
Okay, you don't care. Cool.
I don't care about
Where you all getting the information that the gun was in the bag?
Yeah, I'm wondering that too.
And what do you mean by in the bag? I can pull a gun and it still end up in the bag. Like, I don't know, where are people getting this information from?
I heard somebody mention it. That's why I mentioned it.
No, we're talking about where, if you heard somebody mention it, then that's not part of the story. The only thing we know is that a gun fell. The clip did separate, but even with the clip separating from the gun, nobody's paying attention to what falls out on the ground. Y'all gotta be in the heat of fucking movement and y'all would understand. But regardless of the fact, the dude murdered him. He killed him. That's it. But the thing that I'm always gonna go back to is we gotta like, kids shouldn't be, especially, his ass don't live in fucking Aiken, South Carolina, where he's fucking shooting, whatever the fuck they got there, raccoons or whatever. He lives in Columbia, South Carolina. We gotta be more cautious with our kids.
It's the deep south. There's a bunch of evil, racist
Okay,
people
so
down
multiple
there.
people have said the gun was in the bag. Concrete was saying it, but he was following up somebody's gun. So people who said it was in the bag, where is it? I can't find the gun was in the bag. Where can I find that? I don't see it anywhere.
I think that ever happened.
Yeah, I don't see it either.
All right, so we had a detour about guns again in a conversation based off of somebody making a thing up.
No, you angry? I'm
So
happy.
I heard there was two witnesses that said
I can't argue with you.
pull the gun. Well,
I can't argue with you.
the jury obviously believed Andy Chow, which was the son, and you have to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. And the prosecutor didn't do it
Just to add
because
something,
maybe he didn't want to. But that's my own conspiracy theory.
something that I was reading earlier is that the prosecutor didn't, I don't know if you guys talked about this, didn't introduce any lesser charges like manslaughter, which normally, like that, murder might be the top thing, but they would include like lesser charges that the jury could actually say that, you know, he committed manslaughter. But by not putting that on there, it was either basically like all or nothing, which is not normally.
Why? So based off the facts of the case, is the facts of the case murder or manslaughter? You just can't give people lesser charges because they're easier to prove. So have you looked up the South Carolina statute on the different manslaughter and murder?
This is what the article that
I was asking.
Yes, I didn't look it up. I just read the article. I'll put the post link to the article. And they were talking about normally in these kind of situations, even in South Carolina, they include lesser charges.
If somebody down with a gun that you hadn't seen for 100 yards, normally they would charge manslaughter. Okay.
No.
Give us cases.
In the situation of murder.
All right.
I'll post link to the article and then I'll send that to you. You guys can see it.
Got it. I got it.
So I could see the weapon was discharged in the store, in the area of the store. So 100 away from the store, the shooter is saying that he felt anything. Like, I'm confused, right? Because if you're in the store, you're around the store, cool. But the threat is moving away from you, and you decide to pursue the threat. Well, it's not even a threat. If somebody's moving away from you, they don't pose a threat.
Yeah, I don't know. I said I would have called the police. Then they would have discovered he didn't fucking steal water. Then they might have found the weapon on him. Then his parents would have probably had to go to some classes with the child. That would have been it. Like, I don't know. I'm not chasing nobody down and put my life in danger. Or somebody else's life in danger.
Like the scenario I gave the other day in the road rage incident where there was a gentleman clearly in front of us, and clearly I just saw it as a threat, and I just visualized that we had no wins, that this person in a darkened vehicle, right, tinted windows, if we were to, continue to engage, he would get out his vehicle and shoot at us, literally. And so I instructed everybody to shut the fuck up, slow down, and just get out the way, right? So yeah, it's like, so I think, and if this individual shot other people before, he has a history of this, so he has an experience of it, like, so this just doesn't sound, it sounds odd to me. It just sounds odd to me.
All right.
So,
Did they allow him to plead down? Was that a possibility?
I'm finding little about this.
It wasn't, because the prosecutors, so in the statute, it's manslaughter, it has to be in a, quote, sudden heat of passion. It would have been it's very
I think there's
difficult.
voluntary and involuntary. But
I'm reading the statute.
yeah, I know that's the voluntary manslaughter statute.
And so,
but I think there's an involuntary.
He chased him 100 yards.
I'm not saying he should have. I think he should have been convicted of murder.
I
don't know how he wasn't.
Because now the debate's on the charge. So I'm trying
But
to
I'm saying that you can plead down.
So, you don't accept the plea down.
And he has to be available.
I don't know.
Did he want to plea down?
I don't know. I don't know any,
so you're making normal plea. Okay, cool. Yes, one can plea down. But people are saying Arthur came up and said, which we knew somebody would, that they should have done manslaughter. I'm looking at the statute. The statute has a, quote, sudden heat of passion. Chasing a nigga, excuse me, I apologize, the boy died. Chasing a person down 100 yards is sudden with a gun, and you hadn't seen his gun, is a heat of passion.
Oh my God. I'm saying the other one would be.
I'm not asking you, I'm asking Arthur or other people that are saying that, because the manslaughter murder thing is different from state to state. This is in their statute. I'm reading it. So if I chase somebody down with a gun, I didn't see a gun. I thought he stole 4 bottles of water. I run after him. He gets shot in the back after 100 yards. Why do I go to a grand jury to get an indictment that that's a sudden heat of passion? Arthur.
I am not a lawyer. What I'm simply bringing to the table was the fact that it wasn't introduced, which normally in a murder case, the lesser charges are included. That's all that the article was basically saying.
If applicable.
It's not, I'm asking how is it applicable?
It wouldn't
Rape
be
is
that.
a lesser charge. Grand theft larceny is a lesser charge. Child abuse is a lesser charge. Agree. They're not applicable. So I'm asking, how is a voluntary manslaughter in the heat of passion applicable? That's what I'm asking. Based off the fact that he shot him in the back. And someone's talking about stand your ground laws. I don't know what is stand your ground. In fact, the person speaking, I don't know, he should have been blocked a long time ago. I don't know why he's even speaking in here. I don't like that guy.
That's in Florida. Like, it's stand your ground.
One second, Rambo. 1 second. Many states have stand your ground. Arthur, I'm asking you or anybody else, because I'm actually trying to learn. Everybody always talks about, and before you came in, I said someone's going to come in and do it, and you came in about 3 minutes later and did it. Why do people simply assume because somebody is killed and they think manslaughter easier to prove? Usually it is. It's always applicable in a quote like this. That's what I'm asking.
There are 2 manslaughter charges. There's the voluntary one, which is the one you read, and there's the involuntary one. Because the jury apparently was struggling with the malice part, he could have been charged with involuntary manslaughter.
It would have to be
reckless
available.
killing of another.
It would have to be available.
It is available.
No, the prosecutor didn't include it. That was the
I don't know anything about the negotiations between the prosecutor and the
You
defendant.
just said it was available. If you said it was available, explain to me how it was available.
Because that's It's the reckless killing of another.
No, how is it available?
So this is a
Just because
homicide
it's on the books, how is it available?
Because it's a homicide case.
What I'm saying.
That's part of the homicide.
You obviously don't understand what's
The
going on.
prosecutor included
If I got cookies and I got wafers and asking for crackers, is the crackers available? Just because they're in my cabinet and I only gave you the cookies
Yes,
and the wafers.
it is available. It's a charge.
No, it's not. It was not available.
How are you telling me?
because the prosecutor didn't put it as a lesser charge, Ada.
You have to have it as a lesser charge, or it would have had to be part of a plea. It was not available. Do you understand?
Do you understand? Hold on. Do you understand that a defendant can plead down at any time during trial?
Like
they can plead down any time during trial. So I don't know what to negotiate.
So they could plead out as
They have to accept it. The prosecutor would have to accept the plea. Was there a plea? That's what I'm asking you. Was it available? No, it was not.
The conversation about whether they offered involuntary manslaughter as an option,
Yeah, you're right.
I have not read anywhere. So, and neither have y'all, because I literally just looked this up, and there's no conversation, there's no report on that. So I don't know if the prosecution brought that as an option or not. But clearly,
It's automatically an option, and he was acquitted of them. That's what I'm telling you guys.
It didn't fit.
In South Carolina, it's already available. So at trial in South Carolina, I thought everybody followed the Murdoch case. Maybe I apologize. I thought everybody South Carolina murder was the Murdoch case. Let me just explain it.
okay, explain it.
If you charge somebody with murder at trial, the jury can convict them for manslaughter and involuntary manslaughter. They acquitted him on all charges, inclusive of those. That's why I said, so we're going to come in here and say, well, why did they charge him?
Come here and tell
goodbye. Yards and shooting in the back. So they thought they could get the murder trial. He was convicted of all things. I'm sorry, not convicted. Acquitted of all things.
If the water bottle don't fit, you must acquit.
Well, actually, I don't know if that's true, because that's from Facebook. So I'm looking at the law. This is a mess.
This is a mess.
This is a mess.
This is a mess.
No, they didn't.
As a normative matter, in South Carolina, it's inclusive.
As a normative matter, of course. But of course.
I'll think out loud. I don't know why I'm getting thumbs down. You don't know anything about it either.
Because, well, y'all are saying things that have not been reported.
I'm not talking about the reporting. One second. I'm not about the reporting. I'm talking about the law. I'm not talking about the reporting. I just read the law. Huh?
I'm talking about the law.
So then what are you talking about what's been reported? I'm reading the statute.
Because somebody
One second. I'm not, what reporting was I talking about? One second. What reporting was I talking about?
I was talking about when I was having a conversation with one of the lines, she was like, has the prosecution offered that as a lesser charge? I don't know. That hasn't been reported. I'm not going to say yes. But I'm saying that they most definitely could have offered involuntary manslaughter as a lesser charge. Like, that is definitely available because this is a homicide case. And
it wasn't available. And I'll tell you why.
It is.
Right
How
here.
are you going to? Okay.
I'll tell you why. Because they agreed to make it not available. The prosecution and the defense agreed to not make it available.
So they
in pre-trial. Never mind it out. I'm just trying to read. I'm reading from the New York Times. I'm trying to give the room and me and you information to have an informed conversation. But if you just want to talk, I'll just shut the phone up. You can just explain to us.
if I were on the jury, what would I be asking while we were deliberating? That's and some people are coming from the legal perspective. Some people are coming from different perspectives. And so, being that I don't know the details of the case, based on what I'm hearing, I would bring the jury and have to deliberate on this. Those are the things I would probably send a note to the lawyers or whoever for certain questions. I don't understand conceptually how a person running away at 100 yards is a threat.
All right. Well, you could be running away, Rambo, and point at somebody else, and then somebody else can shoot you from down. You can be a threat to other people. Again, in the facts of the case, the man's son, Andy Child, said he was threatened. All right? The name is Kung Lao, a descendant of great Kung Lao, the grand champion of the Order of Light. Under Senator Bounty and Promote combat. You're not a criminal. We'll only get this so far. Everybody gets this. Keep looking all bring up bread. Stockings.
Right here on College getting your uncle
Bring all the attorneys. Will come up and tell you they don't do criminal all the books. They don't
Congrats to all.
Oh, I do criminal law. So I think you just get someone else can.
Sam, you gotta get out of there.
They're gonna kill you. Which ones?
All of them! Sam, you gotta get out of there.
They're gonna kill you.
You say you can't remember your childhood puberty. Let me tell you something important.
Skies of blue,
I don't think that's a
clouds of white, bright blessed morning, dark sacred nights.
People would have been equally upset. Oh, he only got 3 years. He chased them. He didn't see the gun. All the things that we talked about beforehand, I can understand the reason. So I take your point. Let's say they could have included it. From what I'm reading online, it looks like that they agreed, the prosecution and defense, to only do the murder. I don't know how that works in South Carolina. I'm sure y'all are barred in other states, but experts on South Carolina law, so I'll mute up as a second. But I'm just reading what I'm reading from the news in South Carolina and from the statute. And it looks like it has a max of 5 years. So that's what people think justice are. That's fine.
I'm not sure that the jury like they have to weigh what charges are on the table. If you put murder, if you put murder,
Pearl a second, because she was waiting for Van.
Okay, okay, go ahead.
So
Go ahead, Pearlie.
This is devastating, honestly. It's not surprising, but it's devastating. If they don't explicitly say that the lesser included charges are included in whatever the allegations are, whatever the jury instructions are, it's very explicit about exactly what they're asking and exactly what they are able to, like on the verdict form, it includes very specific questions and all of the options that the jurors have for how they want to find someone, if they want to hold them accountable, etc. This is bad, but I think this also just goes to the idea that, blackness is a threat, regardless if they're running away or not.
Well, 1 second before we get to that. So, do you adopt?
I can't speak for everyone else. This was an intentional
Because if you were to include involuntary manslaughter while arguing for murder charge, you're quite literally undercutting just logically both instances.
Okay, I don't know if that's a hit at me. I said.
No, I'm asking anybody. Can we get off of the personal thing? I'm asking a question. If we can only talk to each other, where you think I'm insulting you, then I just won't ask you any questions. I'm literally asking, how can you argue for a murder trial and then also say it's involuntary?
Because
not a murder trial, an act of murder while arguing that it's involuntary. That's just a serious.
Okay. So it's because of the elements of involuntary manslaughter. So if you are arguing that there was criminal negligence or recklessness and it was in the commission of an unlawful act, but it's not premeditated, or in this case, he didn't say there was an intent to kill or cause serious bodily harm, to be stupid if you shoot someone and intend to cause serious bodily harm. But that is the rationale to justify saying, okay, well, they did involuntary manslaughter. So,
say that again. I don't know what my again.
Okay, so to secure a conviction of involuntary manslaughter, you can have criminal negligence, which is when you just conviction and practice in a two-way for
hotels or complicated travel plans.
that creates an unreasonable risk of death or bodily harm. I can't think of the time just criminal negligence.
No long drives, expensive hotels, or complicated travel.
I want you to stop.
Any girl that wants.
Let's stop right there.
Message me.
This is very interesting.
The mayor of Chicago.
And after we see this person about to be swept,
Any girl that wants a free ticket.
That's laughable.
Stop. I want to stop. Did you see the game last night? You think this person?
Back to sports.
Let's stop right there.
Cyrus is dead. Let's get back to the NBA.
If you can't have it,
I don't think.
1 second. Can you think of a
Okay.
Can you think of a case when you shoot somebody in the back and it didn't, charge you with involuntary manslaughter, shooting somebody with a gun?
I think there was one time when it was a police officer and they said they intended to use their taser instead, but I don't think it worked. But I think that was, I don't know why, but that does come to mind.
Okay, so a cop, he could use a taser. Doc, can you think of any? This is like a non-police shooting.
I mean, there's
just the use of a gun.
Where someone's going
You got him photographed.
shooting or hunting and then they accidentally shoot someone. They could argue negligent homicide. You said not a. You said okay.
But I mean,
I'm not even
shooting a person, like in the circumstance applied. Not I was cleaning my gun. I mean, come on,
I mean, that would be. I mean, plenty of people have been convicted for that reason. So, but I'm not even arguing.
I'm saying with similar circumstances.
Okay, no, because I'm not even arguing that he should have been charged with involuntary. I think he should have been convicted of murder. But
I got it. But hold on, just stay right there because we're trying to learn. Y'all move too fast for us. Y'all are the experts. So you're saying that so you guys are saying that somebody said Oscar Grant Wasn't he shot by the police?
Yes.
Okay, so why?
No, that's the one where his defense was that he thought it was a taser.
Yes.
I just why I mentioned that.
Oh, okay, cool. I thought you were giving another example. Okay, cool. So,
Fuck!
people, so the criticism that Arthur was offering and Adam was giving expert fodder to was the prosecution should have included voluntary or involuntary manslaughter.
I think as far as I posted it, a lot of times prosecution will put up lesser charges just so that the jury.
The traitor.
Yes.
This is between let them have.
I'm asking them if that's what they're saying.
I'm sorry.
So you guys are saying that voluntary or involuntary or both, which one should have been included?
Involuntary would have been, because voluntary is a very specific type of situation. Like it's very rare that people bring that type of charge.
Which one? Voluntary?
Voluntary, which is the heat of passion murder. That's
right.
Like walking in on like your spouse cheating and you kill them.
Right.
Wait, I thought that was second degree.
Well, in South Carolina they do. I'm looking at the statute. It's SC Code 16360. It was updated in 2015. It just says involuntary. I don't see the degrees on the statute. But all right, y'all keep going.
But involuntary, since the jury was struggling, I heard, I don't know where people are reading this, but the jury was struggling with the malice element. If that was the case, if they really had a problem with that, then involuntary manslaughter would be the next charge. I think that would be something that he could easily be convicted of. But I think he should have been convicted of murder.
Wait, before you go to that, let's just stay on the law before we get to our opinion. This is interesting. Y'all just want to editorialize and make pundits. And so it says here, let me read the statute. This is the statute from 2021. With regard to the crime of involuntary manslaughter, criminal negligence is defined as the reckless disregard of the safety of others. A person charged with the crime of involuntary manslaughter may be convicted upon showing a criminal negligence as defined in this section. The person convicted of involuntary manslaughter must be imprisoned not more than 5 years. And so people wanted this included.
Yeah, that does make it easy.
Why is Eagle Hawk in here? Eagle Hawk.
I don't think it would have worked because he was cleaning his son. That's the issue. He was claiming basically self-defense of another. So he probably would have gone.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm still trying to find out outside of we want to get something out of it. Outside of that, take that to the side. I don't see how voluntary or involuntary manslaughter applies here.
I don't think it does either.
Well, yeah, because he murdered the boy.
No. Outside of that, just based off the facts of the case, chasing somebody down, chasing down like Adrian Peterson when he broke away from the Green Bay Packers Week 3, 2012. He ran 100 and some yards, kept going, Bo Jackson style. Shot him in the back. Somebody who had shot multiple people before. I don't see how voluntary, involuntary manslaughter applies here. Outside of, we need to get any charge. I really don't.
There's a couple of things that come to mind.
One second, Ambassador. I'll let the attorney speak and or author. Or God, you can go. Just give me a second before you change the case if that's respectful.
Wait, who's
because this is going to... What? Wait, what? I couldn't hear you. I was speaking.
Who's an author?
Or Arthur. He's in Harlem. He's a new author. I don't know his last name, but he goes to Arthur. Yeah. He's the person that introduced the topic. Arthur.
People are high too early in the fucking day.
What's happening? So who thinks they should have charged with manslaughter? And which one?
Because I don't see how any of these apply under South Carolina law.
Your next breakdown
Is that the argument that unless you have endurance, I will never pay.
Inflation, so we are increasing supply, whether it is energy for services. So that is why core inflation is down more than 0.5% since President Trump came in.
One of the things we're talking about in the budget committee with Chairman Arrington is a resolution that would set a goal for Congress to get to a 3% deficit to GDP by within the next decade. This has bipartisan support. We're hoping to see that support grow. You've talked about this. You've set a goal of wanting to be at a deficit percentage of GDP starting with 3 by the end of the administration. I wonder if you could talk about the importance of that goal as well in just a few seconds I have remaining.
Yes, sir. I came up from behind my very comfortable desk and am here today because I was concerned about that trajectory, and I do believe it is possible to get back to the historical level, 3% deficit to GDP. And while that is not a balanced budget, if you have nominal growth above that level, you are paying down debt.
Thank you, Ms. Shield.
You're paying down debt and infinite money supply.
Launched his illegal war in Iran, you've repeatedly assured Americans that higher prices would be temporary. In March, you said Americans should expect only 50 days of temporary elevated prices. Secretary Besson, it's been almost 100 days and inflation is at a 3-year high with no indication of going down. In May, you said help is on the way when it comes to skyrocketing gas prices. A month later, Americans are still searching for the relief you promised, more than double at the pump than what they paid before the war started. Later that month, you described rising inflation as a very limited spike. In reality, for the first time in 3 years, inflation is outpacing Americans' wages, and Americans' saving rate has dropped by half since last year. And just yesterday, before the Senate Finance Committee, you again characterized inflation as a short-term blip. Recently, President Trump proudly claimed that he doesn't think about Americans' financial situation when it comes to the war with Iran. So I want to ask you, Secretary Besson, do you agree with President Trump that you also do not care about Americans' financial situations?
Congresswoman, who was the president during World War I?
Can you, are you refusing to answer my question?
No, I'm asking who was the president during World War I?
I don't know, but clearly you are not answering my question.
World War I was. Well, let me tell you.
I'm clearly getting the idea that you do not want to answer whether you agree with President Trump that you do not care about Americans' financial situations.
President Trump does care about Americans' financial situation.
Well, he actually said that he doesn't.
No, that is a truncated thing, like everything is. That he is future-proofing, because I can tell you, Americans' financial situations would be devastated if Iran got a nuclear weapon and there was a permanent shutdown of the flow of energy out of the Middle East.
Well, then let me ask you, was your prediction...
And I promise you that President...
I'm taking my time back.
I will promise you that President Woodrow Wilson, who was president during World War I, the Germans did not attack us. That he got into that.
Well, you're not answering the question, so let me ask this. Was your prediction that Americans would face only 50 days of temporary elevated prices wrong? You said that Americans would face only 50 days of temporary elevated prices. Was that wrong? Since actually, of course, we're at 100 days now.
How much have gasoline prices come down for the peak? 7%. Crude prices are down more than 20, and gasoline prices follow crude prices.
Well, then reclaiming my time.
Those are inconvenient facts.
Reclaiming my time. Gas prices are up by 50% since Trump war started, and up nearly 30% from last year. Diesel and jet fuel prices have risen even faster because refining markets are strained. Utility costs have soared due to higher natural gas and fuel input costs, and that means commutes, home heating and electricity, airline tickets, and delivery fees are all more expensive. And how about grocery prices? They jumped more in April than they did in nearly 4 years since when Biden was president. Beef is up by 15%. Tomatoes are up by 40%. Bread and milk are up 8% and 5% compared to 3 months ago. And it's those lower income households that are hardest hit by Trumpflation that are forced to cut back on spending. Excuse me, it's my time, but I know that it's hard for a billionaire like you to imagine how these lower income households would be hit by inflation. In fact, Trump said he couldn't care less about higher car prices for Americans. Do you agree with that statement?
I believe that food.
Hey, you're gonna want to hear this. Credit Karma is dishing the truth on your credit scores and what they need. Most people don't know VantageScore is the only model created by the 3 major credit bureaus and used by 9 out of the top 10 banks. Credit Karma checks Equifax.
The basket, and the basket is up 2.5%. During the Biden era, it was up 5%.
Well, you paint such a rosy picture.
5% a year.
But I think Americans are not experiencing this rosy picture that you paint. They are asking, are my wages keeping up with costs? Can I afford the things that my family needs? And I'm afraid the answer is no.
I'm afraid you're incorrect, because we had real wage increases every month since President Trump took office, except for the month of April. So I know the facts don't align with your narrative. But please, you're entitled to your opinion.
Your narrative is not lining up with what Americans are experiencing right now.
You're not entitled. You're entitled to your opinion, not your own facts.
I yield back.
Mr. Hearn. Mr. Secretary, it's good to see you. Thanks for being here.
Great to be here.
And I can see you're talking a lot about the facts. The facts are, is during the 4 years of Joe Biden, we had a 25% increase in prices. No way did the wages keep up during that time. The highest gas prices we've seen in the last decade were under Joe Biden, but my colleagues have gotten amnesia. So, but almost a year ago, Mr. Trump signed the working family tax cuts into law, creating the largest tax increase in American history. I want to thank you, Mr. Secretary, for your hard work and for your partnership in getting that across the finish line. A huge part of the working family tax cuts was making permanent many provisions of the 2017 TCJA, including eliminating the lockout effect, encouraging companies to bring intellectual property and profits back to the United States, lower rates for all Americans, the pass-through small business deduction, and immediate expensing provisions, all of which have been proven to drive tremendous growth and job creation. Prior to last year, the lack of permanency in these policies hindered economic growth and job creation. But thanks to the working family tax cut, businesses now have the certainty they need to plan, grow, invest, and create jobs here in America. I now want to shift focus to the expensing of factories, which is a new pro-growth tax policy in the working family tax cuts. After the passage of TCJA, bonus depreciation allowed businesses to deduct the full cost of equipment and machinery immediately. But the factory building that housed the machinery had to be depreciated over a much longer 39-year schedule. This created a major gap in U.S. tax policy. Manufacturers could quickly recover the cost of machines, but the cost recovery for the enormous capital investments in the physical factories lagged far behind. Last year's tax law extended an accelerated expensing treatment to the structures of new domestic production facilities, allowing manufacturers to quickly recover the cost of the building, and in turn make it significantly more attractive for companies to invest in expanding U.S. manufacturing capacity. And in fact, they have. We see that, we hear about it, we read about it. Those are the facts. Following the passage of the working family tax cuts, 52% of manufacturers surveyed said they would intended to use the new provision to immediately expense the cost of the construction or expanding a manufacturing facility over the next 4 years. Mr. Secretary, my first question is, last year I asked you about the importance of this provision, and you said that expensing for factories in a way puts us on a level playing field with countries that heavily subsidize their industries. And as you know, this provision expires at the end of 29. Do you believe this provision should be made permanent or extended to continue incentivizing the expansion of U.S. manufacturing capacity and job creation? And then also, in your response, could you also talk about what this does for your 333 plan and how that's part of the integration of that?
I think we should extend or make it permanent. I was able to go and visit Winnebago in Minnesota, and they told me that because of the expensing,
they were on the fence on whether to do a battery project for their RVs in Florida to build a factory. Because of the full expensing of equipment, full expensing of structures, they were doing it. And I think we were seeing that again and again. But Congressman, what is very important here, and I don't think people really understand, we are creating productive capacity here, and productive capacity is what generates future tax revenues. So the immediate hit to taxes now, but then you create an accelerated stream of income that is much higher, a multiplier effect after that. I call it the slingshot effect. So for 1 or 2 years, I think we're going to see this burst of factories and manufacturers that were encumbered under the Biden administration. And I think going forward, we're going to see a breakout in corporate income tax receipts.
Mr. Secretary, I think what you're describing, it shows the ignorance of the critics of this policy, because it's very easy to shut down a building or a facility, but much more difficult to rebuild something and staff it to move businesses back from abroad. So I applaud you. We're going to build it, and they are going to come. And then one final question. I have significant concerns on third-party financing of litigation in the United States, particularly regarding the tax treatment of these profits derived from it. And currently, these financiers are claiming capital gains treatment, and it is, and best, highly questionable that unadjudicated claims of earned constitute capital assets. This activity is distorting our judicial system and turning our court system into a casino. And I would really love for your team at the IRS to work with me and look into how we have this tax treatment on this practice. There are many
coming in and gumming up the works and sponsoring these lawsuits in our system and paying no taxes. And paying no taxes. So I look forward to working with you on this.
Thank you very much. I yield back.
Mrs. Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Bessent, thank you for being here today. I found it a little disturbing, the animosity and lack of decorum from some of the members of this committee. Common courtesy takes us a long, long way. I'm a lifelong small businesswoman, and I want to emphasize the importance of working with business-minded leaders rather than career politicians who may not fully understand the real harm that bad policy inflicts on everyday Americans, especially back home in my state of West Virginia. The working families tax cuts provided much relief to our families, our farmers, and our small businesses across the country, and it fulfilled President Trump's promise of tax relief and certainty. One of my priorities has been saving the Gig Economy Taxpayer Act, which repealed the Biden administration's harmful 1099-K reporting threshold of $600, and it restored it back to the proven standard of $20,000 and 200 transactions. Can you speak to how much of an effect that this policy had on the tax filings of our hardworking Americans?
Well, I think that just speaks to the Democrats. They're not the party at Main Street. What they're looking at. But bringing this down, I thought that it was one of the most reckless things that had been done. That you were going to create this paperwork for small businesses. Many of them, they are service businesses. And to do this in the magnitude from 20,000 to 6,000, it just shows a complete tin ear. An administration that probably had a record low business people involved with the administration and what they viewed the business experience.
recognize the gentlelady from Alabama. I want to inform members that at the request of our witness, I intend to call a brief recess following Ms. Sewell's questions, and I now recognize the gentlelady for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, you promised the American people that the big, beautiful bill would lead to a big economic boom for the American people. In a statement you made on July 3rd, 2025, after the passage of the so-called One Big Beautiful Bill, you said that the legislation would unleash growth in the American economy. Republicans pledged that it would stimulate economic growth and lead to an additional $2.4 trillion in government revenue. However, the most recent GDP data shows that the economy barely grew in the last quarter of 2025 at a rate of only 0.5% and continues to fall below expectations in the first quarter of 2026. Time and time again, you told the American people not to believe their own eyes or what's in their bank accounts. While families have been hit with higher costs from Trump's illegal tariffs and his costly war on a war of choice in Iran, this administration continues to insist that the economy is thriving. The reality, sir, especially for the folks that I represent in Alabama, is that you forecast a 5.4% growth in GDP for the fourth quarter 2025 and only delivered a 0.5% growth. The reality is that wages have fallen behind rising inflation and that job growth dramatically slowed down since Trump took office. Mr. Secretary, I'm asking you rhetorically the following question. I ask you, why was your analysis so wrong? And I'm asking you rhetorically, since you've shown not to be able to answer questions on this side. So let me try to answer it. Could it be the illegal tariff or the cost of the war of choice in Iran were the reasons why your analysis was off? Whatever the reason, I want you to know that the people that I represent in Alabama are hurting under this economy. Prices in Alabama have fallen by 3.6% over last year. Energy prices are up 18%. And
I'm asking you a question rhetorically, and he's don't fucking answer it.
Since President Trump took office. In addition, the Iran war has cost American households over $100 billion. Grocery prices are rising faster than any time in the last 4 years, and gas is over $4 a gallon in Alabama, where last year it was only $3 a gallon. Mr. Secretary, your economy, this economy under this administration is failing the American people, and we can and must do better. My second question, or my second topic I'd like to discuss is what's going on. Sir, I haven't asked you one single question. Mr. Chairman, I asked to reclaim my time. I'm not asking him a question. I'm stating facts.
You're not stating facts, you're stating opinions.
Mr. Secretary, Black and brown Americans feel like they are under attack by this administration. President Trump has ordered state legislators across the country to redraw maps to dilute Black political representation. Moreover, Trump has weaponized the DOJ to go after groups like the Southern Poverty Law Center because of the work that they've done to expose white supremacy groups that are often supporters of President Trump. I am asking you, sir, that if the IRS plays a role in these cases, I ask that you ensure that the IRS is not improperly influenced by the president or this administration during the duration of that case. And I trust that you will make sure that that does happen. Lastly, Representative Davis and I sent several letters to the IRS, and I think that Representative Davis, during his questioning of you, asked you about it. This most recent tax season was the first time that the president signed an executive order in September of last year that ceased paper refund checks from being issued. This decision to upend paper checks has led to a significant delay in refunds for those taxpayers. And I understand in your response to Mr. Davis, you said that 95% of those that receive their refunds get them electronically. Well, I represent the 5% that do not have access to electronic repayment. Those folks need paper checks and they need their refunds now. I trust that this administration will do all that it can to make sure that all Americans, irrespective of whether they're unbanked or have access to electronic payment, that they get their refunds. And Mr. Davis asked a question that you didn't answer, but I'd like to answer it for you. We're asking that you and your office, the Treasury Department, work with us to make sure that our constituents get their refund checks.
I will commit to do that.
Thank you, sir. I yield back the balance of my time.
That was the first I've seen. And to be clear, that number 5.4% was the Atlanta Fed GDP now, and I know that's inconvenient. So
Thanks. As announced, the committee will stand in a 5-minute brief recess.
I wake in pieces on the floor, stone by stone, I know me more. One sharp corner, one cracked light, 1,000. Chase the mirror into mirrors, every thought.
I am the charioteer of the east, Lord of the past and of the I see thy mind on and my birth is from the house of death. Only true divine walks upon your pinnacle. Watch over the universe. Carry the company of here to the house of rest. Who pilots the ship of the Lord and sing words to the hearts of men. us to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art.
Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, crown child and conquering lord, Horus, avenger, O thou of the head of the hawk, thee I invoke.
At every thee I invoke, throughout the whole of the ritual, give the sign of Apophis.
The only begotten child of Osiris, thy father, and Isis, thy mother, he that was slain, she that bore thee in power.
You understand my point. You understand my point.
But it doesn't get to the core of my argument.
Doesn't matter because I've addressed your argument, and you understand my argument, and my argument's better than yours. You acknowledging that right now. Either we play that we live in a naive race blind world, or we operate that we live in a race that has racial biases or preferences or attitudes. And obviously, operating in my world is way better than operating in your world. Better outcomes, better methods, better fucking ideas.
The world that we live in is a world much closer to the world that I just explained, where the voir dire process requires that the jurors swear under oath that they are not to impose any of their preconceived biases, perceptions, or opinions.
Yeah, but we know that they are going to anyways.
Evidence in the case.
But they're going to anyways, right? And so the question would be, the question should be, would you rather have a juror, regardless of who it is, be more sympathetic, or on the opposite end and not sympathetic? Let me finish my statement. In a system that in which we're supposed to presume innocence.
Great point, Mr. Friendly.
I love that. No, but I don't listen. Let me be blunt, right? Because the system. Timothy, the system is supposed to lean on innocence. You have to prove guilt. And the way that a lot of people, when they talk about stuff, lean sustain guilt.
Presumed to get
You're supposed to be cloaked in innocence. Cloaked in innocence.
Because wait, let me finish. That
Mr. Phil is killing y'all, and that's why y'all keep his mom.
This is why I'm talking about a jury of diversity, because you have to presume innocence. If the state has the burden to prove that they're guilty, we don't go in and prove that they're innocent. That's not how it works.
You wouldn't know. No. The point that you're arguing for now, which to be fair, I said like, well, Florida free older people who generally squat. I don't know Florida to be honest. But the people who I generally don't side with are right about is that you essentially what you're trying to do is import a bias that is in favor of the position you hold. But for people that don't hold that position, like imagine if like what we were doing was saying like, oh, we need to make sure that we get 3 KKK members on the trial for like, let's say it's a majority black area like somewhere in Georgia. We need to make sure that we get 3 KKK members on the jury. Everyone will be like, no, that's ridiculous. But no, for diversity's sake, no, you want bias in favor of the person that you think is innocent. But like for most people who analyze this case to be like, actually, the kid is guilty. It's like, no, like why would you want people essentially that are going to be biased?
So all right.
I'm going to do Kyrie, go ahead.
That's
Hold on. So basically, what you're saying is there is 2 people here that are being evaluated, and when we evaluate one, it's a white person who is no longer with us, black person who is with us. And what you're saying is the more apropos, fair, balanced, objective route is to have a white person on the jury.
No, I'm not saying that.
Oh, okay, cool.
I'm saying there is a blind process.
One second. All right. But if you're not saying that, then I'm going to offer the alternative. Right? The alternative, yeah, so I'm glad you're not saying that, because that would be ridiculous, right? Because we can clearly see how they could be like blinded by the fact that one of their own has been slain. Now, the alternative is that this person is not have an antipathy towards blacks. They have actually a resonate, or they have a just. When they would say
that's the time you like.
Thank you. Yeah, they have. I think sympathy works. They have a sympathy or understand. I would say better understanding and understanding, and I think that is the key ingredient versus or a lack of understanding. Now, do you think that it's a problem to have people on the jury who have more understanding as opposed to less understanding?
No, of course, but
they need understanding of law and evidence in the case. They don't need an understanding of their position or where
Another reason why you need diverse juries is because the word reasonable is a big word. It is one of the most common used words in laws and statutes. I'm gonna illustrate my point. When I was with this anecdote, when I was a beat cop, I shared this story many times. We were walking through a neighborhood, and there were several young black teenage males loud on the basketball court, arguing with one another. He thought that a reasonable response
So you're just gonna have people come in here. I guarantee they're gonna come up here.
And I
they're
said,
gonna both
no,
complain.
that doesn't look like a fight at all. That doesn't sound like a fight at all.
It's
So
with
it's not-
Are you looking at a 4x4.com again?
Right?
Like,
I'm
so
saying his own instinct.
Never cease to amaze me how they want to sit
They're
there.
not fighting at all. They're arguing with
First of
Bob and
all,
Jordan or Jordan and Kobe.
There's one person that's in the audience that says the same thing to us
When
every
you're looking at a juror and you're talking about someone's actions, whether or not they are reasonable, culture freaking matters. It absolutely matters. And so in the example of the KKK person, yes, I'm going to rule, yes, if I can put 3 KKK members on a jury with a KKK member that was on trial and to pursue justice, absolutely, because they're gonna understand culture. They're going to understand what is reasonable in that person's action, and they're going to be able to educate. They're going to be able to educate and deliver. They're going to be able to educate when deliberating the facts of the case, because that's their job, to deliberate the facts of the case. Right? Exactly. And then you have someone that has no inkling regardless of the culture or the perspective of the person and how they're responding, you can't make the determination that if what they're doing is reasonable or not. Because you don't understand. Hold on, my phone's ringing.
I know y'all heard me.
Y'all are disgusted by reality.
I know y'all heard me call next like several times already. So I'm just gonna jump in now. I called it next after concrete. I called it. I'll check this in. I called next after concrete. And then we went. I'm just gonna jump in right now. All right, look. So the argument that they're making is it's actually one of the worst arguments that I've heard. It's something like this. So I'm going to give a random number. I'm going to choose the number 100. So there's 100 people. 100 people go to the courthouse. 100 people, they need to apply. I'm going to say some sort of, they need to be applicable. Okay? So there's a test. It's going to be in a paper. It's going to be in the form of the paper. This is the hypothetical. You give them a paper. You have to score at least an 80 or above in order to be applicable to be a part of the jury. Okay? All right. So 100 people show. It doesn't matter how many blacks are there, how many whites are there, how many browns are there, how many yellows are there. That doesn't matter. In this group of 100 people, all right, one of the questions are, will you be biased? And everybody who answers, yes, I'll be biased, you automatically lose 21 points. So if it's the case that every black, every brown, every yellow, any color you could think of besides white says, yes, I will be biased. You guys are saying it doesn't matter that they're going to be biased. We should remove that 80 percentile necessity for being applicable. No. We want a diverse group of people that are going to be biased. Because when we brought up OJ, you know what he said? He said, so what if they're biased? I don't care that they're biased. I don't care that the woman openly said that she's biased. We want a diverse group of people. This is terrible line of reasoning.
What's terrible is that you think that people are gonna be honest about their bias. That's number one, right? But that's number one. It absolutely matters. And so in the example of the KKK, because I know you're doing that. You're doing that thing where you use the racial thing, right? So the KKK involves emotions, right? And so I'm supposed to automatically hate the KKK. But in seeking to that makes, if that were a category to make the jury more diverse and it's in favor of the I'm good with that. I'm good with that. Because in our system failed, and I said you got even speeches on this. It is a revenge system. It's not a system of justice. We're not seeking to practice the system the way it's designed. We're seeking to practice. We are seeking to practice the system. We are seeking to practice the system. We are seeking to practice the system a way in which we are seeking to practice the system a way in which we can be punitive so that we believe is guilty. And that's not how the system was.
Define justice awfully. Define justice gently. You did the hypothetical was that if it's gone through some filtering process, and which just to be clear, the defense is participating in, and the result is just a juror, 12 people, a jury, of 12 people that you believe isn't like representative or the defendant, right? Do you think that you can basically just import 3 people that you think will be sympathetic to that fucking I gave you an extreme example to the defendant. I gave you an extreme example. What if the defendant stands accused of being part of some proscribed group, namely the KKK or something, and it's like a racist hate criminal?
I'm supposed to throw my just principles out the window because it's a group that hates me. That's not how that's supposed to work. And I don't operate that way.
Okay, cool. But like, just listen. What I'm making, right, is that like, if we would all agree, a good thing not to do is we've got these systems in place, and it's just 12 people to be the jury. It would be fucking insane
to say like, oh, let me help exonerate the KKK guy by bringing people who are sympathetic to the KKK guy. Like so you shouldn't be buying this as bullet. Like that's actually ridiculous. Because obviously we don't want that. We don't want KKK guys getting off because of an obstinate juror who's just a racist. Like as in his sole purpose for being there is because he's sympathetic to racists. Like obviously that's dumb, right? You're making an extreme. Y'all going with an extreme. You're going with an extreme example. Y'all going with these extreme examples, and I played along, right? Because the extreme examples are just stupid. Because a diverse jury is not extreme. That's not extremes. Black people don't go on juries automatically thinking. Black people don't go on. Black people. I literally illustrated why I want diverse juries. Black people don't go. Black people and people of color don't. Black people don't. I illustrated it earlier. You didn't listen to what I said, but I illustrated it earlier. Right? Y'all are going to these extreme examples. Right, and I played along because I am still going to lean in the direction. I am still going to lean in the direction of the juror that is sympathetic versus one that is not, because the presumption is innocence. You must prove beyond a reasonable doubt. And if in your head you already lean, well, this person, whether it be male or black or whatever, I lean. Well, they have a predisposition toward violence. They have a predisposition toward violence and crime because that is my worldview. I would rather someone be in a jury in the opposite direction because it is much easier. That makes no sense. It is much easier. If I can land my point, because it is much easier to convince someone that is sympathetic that this, using the facts, that they are guilty than it is to convince someone that is on the opposite end that assumes guilt that they're innocent. All you're saying is I don't want someone that's biased against you. I want someone that's biased towards you. That's all you're saying. That's it. You say I want this type of bias. I don't like biases, but I like this type of bias. This is the type of bias I want. Let me add one thing to that, because I know what Finney's response is going to be. It's going to be, yeah, that's a good thing, because in this legal system is predicated upon innocence until proven guilty. The problem is if we extrapolate that to another case where it's innocent until proven guilty, we have good reason to believe that someone is a KKK member, and his argument is, oh, look, by the same token, we need to bring people who are sympathetic to my ideology so that they'll be like far more fair and biased in favor of me because I'm innocent until proven guilty. You think that was fucking ridiculous. So the point is, the way this bias is determined is essentially just like, if we think the black kid is innocent, then we want to stack the jury with black people because we think they're going to be biased in favor of the black. I didn't say stack the jury with black people. I'm arguing for diversity. That's not what I'm saying. That's what you're saying. Because that's what y'all are saying. I am arguing for diversity. What y'all are trying to do is create this extreme situation. You can't make any kind of there's no way that people can make a case. Y'all are trying to argue. Y'all are trying to use this emotional pleading. Y'all are trying to use this extreme. Y'all are trying to use this extreme emotional pleading. The most, bro. You're loud. So stop repeating yourself. I'm gonna repeat myself because every time. I didn't know they are hearing me. He's a because the people that chose on the Melody Anthony case are white people. He's upset because people are white. You want some people that are not white on the case because if they're all white, guess what? They cannot be fair. If there's only white people, the case won't be good. I want a black that agrees with me. I want an Asian that agrees with me. I want a Mexican that agrees with me. I want everyone that's not white. Everybody who agrees with me. I don't agree
argument that is controversial. I just
Yes or no? Your life is on the line.
it's contradictory.
Your life is on the line. You didn't do it.
Disagree.
You're innocent.
I'm a traitor. That's all I
Thank you for helping illustrate. Thank you. Thank you for illustrating the point. Now.
Yeah, whoever, it's not. Yeah, come to it out. We won't stop.
Tell me that you want this petty ass ridiculous fucking Yeah, you were interrupting. Oh shit! That nigga was on topic. That nigga was cursing out. Fucking challenge. Yo, you know what I mean? What this nigga did? He tried to make fucking Louis go do a humiliation ritual in front of everybody. That shit was so cringe and so weird. Yo, I was like, yo, what in the fucking weird ass fucking gay shit is this? He was like, oh no, you apologize, but you need to apologize more. You need to apologize in front of everybody. What kind of weird ass? That's what you're dealing with right now. That's your side right now. A nigga that hates niggas and want niggas to bow down to them. How many fucking personalities are out there walking around? He thought he was cool. Look, and this is somebody who you think would be even more cool than the average. Why in the world are we getting this type of KKK vibe from a nigga that you think would be more normal? Somebody gotta make that make sense. That's a new level of exploration. We can do it the way he's done.
What use of this? What not?
Damn, you got that. Now he gonna play video. I feel like, you know, why you shit, bro. All you understand to the top of the pressure. They get you on that. I feel like you was a superior to the simple way home and trying to get going. It's a game. You think they're going to like you? You're smart, you're going to the top of the hill. Like, man, you're going to try to get you on your own. You're going to try to get you a smarty on your own. Fucking got something wrong.
Go ahead, another game. You ain't sick. Bitch ass nigga.
AK. All artists. Empathy response. For this fucking weird ass nigga get off.
Everything up already.
Yeah, all artists are technicians. Not all technicians are artists. We think about that.
Yeah, so what was Philly's position? Was bias should never exist in the jury selection process? Or bias is okay?
No, you're using the word bias, and bias is not the proper word. The proper word would be understanding.
Didn't you say sympathy?
Sympathy is a little bit also like not. I hear what you're saying, Shiva, but I don't think it's proper either. Understanding, because the thing you got to think about it like this from this mindset. You know how a black person is, right? There's some black people who are very distrusting of blacks, but they can be won over, right? Then there's somebody who's distrusting of blacks that can't be won over. Now the question is, what would I don't know, but the question is, what would allow somebody to be won over when they were initially distrustful? Obviously, it would be something that they can resonate with. And what can a lot of black people resonate with? Other black people and their plights. That's why you can't. I asked this question in another room. What is the purpose of a jury of your peers, and why is that a part of the system, right? Is Mr. Philly here? Mr. Philly here.
Well, I think the understanding of like what the justice system is, as far as it being like your civil duty in the larger community sense of what is right by beyond a reasonable doubt or the preponderance of evidence, right? Like that's what that's supposed to mean, like your peers of clear.
Well, you're speculating at this point, right? And so
that's what it actually says.
Okay, so you're speculating at this point, unless you're gonna give us the document that the founding fathers provided and the reasons for their providing it, right? That's what I'm looking for. The actual discussion on the legal theory of jury peers, right?
All right, so I'll snatch that up, but are you?
Yeah, you gotta do the work before you make claims.
Well, all right, so what I just described, I wanted to make sure that
that's your intuition. That's your intuition, or did you study it?
Well, I'm just saying, do you share?
No, just answer it. Okay, so is your intuition is not something that you study, right?
I don't know what that is. I'm asking if you share.
All right, bro, come on, bro. You can't avoid whether or not something was studied or something was believed.
Yeah, I think you're making it about that. What
I'm gonna definitely make it about that. Well, why do you think I'm making it about that?
Because I'm asking if you agree with.
No, why do you think I'm making it about that?
Because you're saying that it's not relevant if you agree with me, I guess?
No, you're trying to move to something else. That's fine. You can always try to move to something else. Right?
No, you had a question about.
What I'm gonna do is yes.
Right.
Why is
I offered? Yeah, that I offered like what the colloquial understanding is of like
the common sense understanding. Right.
And then
why would that be the same situation?
Because that's the definition that we're operating on.
No, we're not operating on the common sense understanding. Why would we operate under that?
So that we're all on the same page, bro.
Why would you say that? Why would you say that?
Okay. Now, I'm asking you, do you share this? If you don't, then I can go get the
So what did I say? What do I want to accomplish? I know what you want to accomplish. Look. I know what you want to accomplish in this, right? What do I want to accomplish?
For me to prove if I'm right or wrong?
No. What I want to accomplish is what is the legal theory on jury of your peers, and why was it established, and how is it implemented? Right? What is the legal theory on jury?
Then you're saying that what I just described there could be right. You just want to know what was the argument?
I don't care about any of that stuff. I don't care about anything about opinion. I don't care. I don't care about opinion. I care about what the legal theory is, why it was established, and how it was a conversation in the legal system. I care about the conversation in the legal system on jury of the peers. Why was it established? How was it implemented? That's what I'm talking about.
Do you think that that's what's being talked about now?
I don't care.
What do you think peers means?
I don't care about racial. I don't care about common.
No, you're.
I don't care. I don't care. Look, I don't care. I don't care. I don't care about what my opinion is because my opinion could be wrong. I care about how it's dealt with. You understand that they have their own language and their own definitions. There's this thing called the Black's Law Dictionary where their usage of words are going to be different. In fact, when you go to some dictionaries, they'll tell you the different domains in which a word, how a word is defined. They'll say in the scientific sense, here's how it's defined in the legal sense, and on and on and on, right? So we don't. That's the mistake, Samoa. Going on our own common sense understanding would be a dire mistake. Yes, you could be right, but you also could be wrong. So why don't we just get past that part and get to what they're saying in domain of science of law, right? That's what I'm doing. But you're still a homie, you're good. But
no. So I want to do the research for you. So it says the Magna Carta 1215 is where this theory came up about being judged by your peers equally by the justice or by the objectivity of societal standards. So this comes from the Magna Carta. This is what is this here, right? So the question is what is peers now, right?
Yeah, so we have to say how are they talking about it in the legal sense, not about how we have a conversation about it. Well, what are Supreme Court and court cases? How are they discussing it? Right? Because that's the only things that are going to matter. How are they discussing it in court cases?
Yeah, so peers would mean citizens, people in your community, not people from another community or whatever that is. Even in the federal component, right? Obviously these people don't live near you or anything like that. So, but yeah, that's where it's kind of rooted from, and it's in the spirit of fairness, where people have a commonality of understanding.
There you go, understanding. There's that word. There you go. We're good.
Wait, hold on. So there's a difference between understanding what the law is and how you should go about and the operations of the jury whole thing, right? And looking at evidence and not allowing your personal biases to intrude on that. And then there's the understanding of the person that's the defendant and what they're through, and that's something we never do.
Is that what you believe?
Absolutely. Cool. That's why there's jury instructions to say, hey, ignore everything that you've seen online. Ignore this person's history. This person's history is prejudicial, whatever, right? So the judge is already taking things off of the table for consideration for the jury immediately, because it could basically just poison the views of those people because they're trying to get it as unbiased as possible. So if Finley walks in there and says, he looks like Trayvon Martin to me, somebody's going to be like, oh, you just bridged something that shouldn't be avoided of this situation here, and now you're going to bring this into the conversation. And we can't have that. You have to look at the evidence in isolation, not in collaboration. Hey, well, what do I know?
That's a fact, Monica. That's a fact.
No, but I didn't get Finley's point because I heard what you were saying, Knowledge, and what Timothy was saying from across the room.
But someone kept yelling, so they left.
Yeah, but what was Finley's point, though? If you don't mind.
You want to hear what he said about the OJ case?
No, I missed that. I heard your response, and I heard Timothy's response, but I didn't. So Finley was saying, that's not what I'm saying, that's not what I'm saying, that's not what I'm saying. You guys are trying to make it emotional, or you guys are trying to see emotional appeal thing to attach to something like that.
Finley said the juror is supposed to prove their innocence. He wants a juror that's going to prove their innocence. He doesn't want to live in a society where they try to prove they're guilty.
No, presume.
So when it came to the trial of OJ, We said, the jury said that they were biased as fuck, right? Yeah. And he said, yes, that's what I want. I'm okay with that. He said, I'm okay with juror representing someone who looks like them and with them being biased towards them. I'm okay with that. And then the argument was, that's fucking retarded. You don't want people who are, let's say, that's why the KKK member brought up. Let's say there's a KKK member that's going to be put to trial. And all the members that were selected for the juror are all KKK members. You okay with that? He said, yeah. He bit the bullet. He said, yeah.
If it's like presumed to be innocent, then that means that you have to work your way. This is like beyond a reasonable doubt, to where you're overly convincing that he's not, but you're starting at like, let's say, a -1, or like, let's say, a +1. Now you got to work me back.
That's correct.
But then he said that he's okay with the whole jury pool being KKK members.
Correct.
KKK guys on this defense.
Yeah.
Yeah, to me that doesn't. To me, it's kind of like, hey man, hey, do you live in Appalachia? Yes. All right, let's strike this guy. Yeah. What's up, man? Oh.
What's up, man? What's up? Hi, what's up?
Yo, Ishmael, quick question.
Yeah. What's the question, man?
Has anybody ever told you have a voice for someone that will slap the dog shit out of?
What do you mean by that?
Oh, like just your voice. Just makes you want to slap the dog shit out of.
Oh,
Have you ever heard that?
What do you mean by that? That's not my dick, man.
Oh, that was a good
Still motherfucking bad. I haven't smoked.
Bro, why did you go like the lower belt?
Right, man. You can move it.
Yeah, I think it went too far. I was just asking you a question.
Motherfucking boy.
I was just asking you a question. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. What are you doing?
We're just gonna give a fuck
It
about
sounds
that.
like he wants to get
Shut the fuck up, man. Slap the shit out of you. Back for some fucking pussies, man. I was just too respectful, but I just got in this.
I'm trying to be respectful too. I was asking you a question.
That's not true, man. I've always respected you, man. This is all right.
I was just asking you a question.
Yeah, look, man, like we were kind of talking about this Carmelo Anthony thing yesterday, right? And I think that if you're going to be looking at this case through like the racial lens, you're going to be able to find some things, and it's like, when can things be?
I was moved down for no reason, bro. That shit crazy.
Crazy reason. It's just either a good or a not good reason.
No, for no reason, bro. It was just random.
No, that was.
No, it was random, bro. It's like something coming from nothing. Like it releases system.
How about this one? How about when God says, "Do these things, or I won't bless you or answer your prayers"? In that scenario, can a woman say no?
I just want to say it. If he's on stage, he's gonna be on stage. Just gonna call it out.
I'm going. Man,
Oh shit, bro. Hey Nate.
He left.
Yeah, he left.
Yo, he's shy and moved himself down.
That's right.
Oh, he is in the goo. Samoa, I thought he left. He's in the goo.
No, he moved the king down and then moved himself down.
What's up, Samoa?
Do you think like the narrative right now that the prosecution struck the last 3 that was on? Do you think that is there intuition that there's something wrong here?
I think that they eliminate black jurors to eliminate any chance that there could be someone who will be, as Finley and Congressman was saying, for lack of a better term, but this is what Finley said, sympathetic towards the defendant. And there was some pushback as if sympathy would be wrong or something, similar to that nature. And Mr. Finley made a great point that sympathy would not be bad in the instance where in our system you're supposed to be presumed innocent, right? You don't
You don't prove innocence, you prove guilt, right? So that wouldn't be a bad thing. And I think they eliminate that chance that there could be one person there that might fight for the defendant, right? And it makes a situation where if you have an all-white jury, there won't be someone there in that jury room to advocate for that defendant. Understand that defendant, that would be more like their peer, right? And represent their peers more justly and more equally, right? Because as a black person, I don't live in an all white neighborhood. You know what I mean? So if I'm fighting for my life, and there's 12 people that are going to decide my fate, a jury of my peers is not 12 white people. In my opinion, well, maybe in the suburb I live now, but.
So my question, Shimwell, is hypothetically, if you were a white person and let's say 7 of it were black people, you would say that's an unfair juror?
7 out of 12 sounds a lot more diverse than all 12.
Would that be an unfair jury?
No, because that sounds diverse if only 7 of 12 are black.
But okay, what about if all?
And walk back up front. He doesn't have anything. He goes to pick up his book bag.
Oh my God, we found Diva!
And she says, "No, it's right there."
She's talking and politically correct.
Pockets in the front. So they can
She's litigating and narrating live.
At that point, Andy says that
Cyrus versus Dr. Chow 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 Chow.
I saw something heavy, and that's that he thought that was, which I'm assuming was the gun. And so then he picked up his bag and he walks out.
Very disturbing case.
And then Andy and Rick run out behind him, right, screaming. And then you see it pan to
These
the
are people who don't go to
parkway.
jail. So what does that mean?
Because they go off that camera. And then the parking lot.
And we're about to.
Across the parking lot.
Should have read this morning.
Right behind him, right behind Andy.
I'm out of the top 1%
Then you don't see
today.
anything else.
Oh,
But if you listen to that, that's very interesting. You can listen to the things he says, how he says it, how he's hesitant to answer the questions. Very explicit. I mean, like you can say, sure, he was.
This is actually my contribution
But, I mean,
to eliminating structural white racism and replacing it with structural black racism, if that's okay. Hello?
There was at least one witness that said,
This is law school for lawyers that never made it. This is Judge Judy in the afternoon for lawyers that just couldn't pass the bar. Just couldn't pass it.
pointed at Andy or
some sort of engineering tech, AI surveillance, something like that, right? And so did his son.
Right.
And so they had a high,
got a horse fly
like a really a cool facial recognition system in their store. So they had over like 25 angles of cameras, And the facial recognition system, they had an entire behind the counter, and you see the entire
But what I did find interesting that they said that the gun was equipped with a laser, and the laser in the light still is extremely visible, right? But I don't know if that laser was activated because most guns it's just like don't walk around with your laser going. You have to order the gun, tap the laser for it to be activated. Otherwise, you wouldn't matter and you would see this light spot is just not activated. So.
Andy claimed that the barrel was silver, and that's how he was able to identify the gun. But anyway, did you happen to look at the gun after? No, I didn't look at the gun.
What are you doing today?
I'm relitigating Cyrus's murder outside of the gas station.
I think the woman in the store owner, I think she was really wrong because she was standing right behind that boy, and she seen him put back all those waters, and she still let her son and husband go out there and say he stole the water. If you look at the video, she was washing like a hawk. Like I would put the waters back in, and like I'm not buying nothing in the store.
How did the horse flies get in the house?
Like, did anybody have
Who left the door
what
open?
did the parents say about him carrying a gun? Did the parents make a statement about him having a gun? Did they know he had a gun?
Don't take your guns to town, son. Leave your guns at home, Bill. Don't take your guns to town. The parents acknowledged that he had a gun. Both of his parents said he had a gun.
Okay, thank you for answering my question, Joanna.
Yeah, this ain't, like I said, it ain't in South Carolina where he might have been shooting fucking squirrels under the tree. That's the problem I have with this. Like, we gotta be careful with our kids having these weapons.
Yeah, it's a bad idea, baby.
This helps you, but
It's not smart to have a gun if you're a YN.
And my first statement, in the video, that lady seen that boy put back on those waters. She should have had that she was right behind him. She was like following him. That shit, I think that shit bigger than Metro Atlanta. The motherfuckers be wilding out there. God, drill sergeants be getting fucking robbed all the fucking time out there. That shit, that's dangerous.
Also, Mimi, I tried to look up and find what case filings and exactly, not just reporters or anything, in regards to the owner's previous incidents with shooting and stuff like that. And they did file it. The judge doesn't say. They don't have a transcripts of
Can somebody play the 911 call? It seemed like that would answer a lot.
Is he on that 911 call while he's running 130 yards? I mean,
No, because after he was shot, the kid was shot, and he was calling, and the dad was trying to apply pressure, and a bunch of other people. So there were sounds and stuff, people talking in the back.
Hello?
Gemini, I back channeled you. This is on his testimony, just that part.
That's all right.
Thank you. It's interesting how he was. I mean, this is I'll say this. Pay attention to the way that he answers the questions that the dispatcher's asking him, and in the time frame, and just like how. Somebody got it.
I'm pulling it up right now.
Patty, let's get to work. Let's solve this one. Yeah. Patty's on the case. I'm driving right now.
It's about 14:59 in the video. So.
Oh, I thought that the whole video was it. It's not.
No, the whole video is about 2 hours. That's his entire testimony.
14:59.
14:57, I think, the recording starts.
Okay.
Or
I like it. Oh, it takes me.
When is the best time?
I can't help you with your car payment. What do you think I'm here for? I'm here to pay your car. I'm having a really tough day. I can't make my car payment today. Could you do that for me? Having a little hard time with this match here today because I gotta pay my car payment. Also, can you get me a coach and a Chanel bag? This is your AI Clubhouse chat assistant. I am here to help you find the most retarded rooms on Clown House. Prepare for your next level of retardation.
There was a whole cop that just recently resigned because his wife is going through a divorce because she found out, or I don't know if she found out, but she's exposing her husband for being a white supremacist. Took a whole bunch of pictures of this, text messages, stuff like that. And this dude went through a whole freaking thorough background check, before hiring sergeants and investigators. Like people are who they are, and there's ways to get around that. And all I'm saying is, if you want to hedge against that, people's biases, simply make juries diverse. I didn't say make them all black. I said make them diverse. That's what I'm saying. That'll hedge against that.
You might want to respond real quick.
See, I told y'all this.
We want to maintain the status quo.
Oh my God, it's Monica! We found Monica! We found Beamer and politically correct, and we found Monica in jealousy.
right.
Keep going. I can wait.
Hello.
Y'all okay? I don't know what they say. Hold on. No, you're not. I've been waiting for you.
requesting 2 minutes.
So, see how long this lasts. So, hello everybody.
Hi, Monica.
The death of Austin Metcalf, not the white boy who got stabbed in the track meet. Austin Metcalf. I was told they didn't care what the hell his name was. What they're worried about is Anthony. And what I understand is that some people only see your lens. I'm not gonna fight for the mic. I can either mute up or the mods can do their jobs and mute the
I'm trying to whoever's doing that, yo, stop.
I thought it was on Gustavo.
No, it's on Monica, then me.
So now we know who was interrupting. So in the case of Kyle Rittenhouse, there were many people that called him a white supremacist. There were many people that judged him guilty with no interest in guilty beyond a reasonable doubt or presumed innocent until. So just because you view them with a racial lens doesn't mean the majority of Americans. I understand there's some concern that it's an all-white jury, but I believe the racial demographic in that small Texas town is 60%, 70% white, 10% black, 20% Hispanic. I'm not sure the demographic makeup, maybe 15% Hispanic and then 5% other. I can be corrected on that, but I would like not to be interrupted. So when people are making much ado about it being an all-white jury, I would ask that people remember that the majority of white Americans believe in law and order, and that we can, no matter the feelings of pain, that the unnecessary death of Austin Metcalf is inspiring in many of us. We do want a fair trial. While I wouldn't want to be on the jury, I am praying for the health and safety of the jurists, because people who are over emotional tend to take their venom and anger and feelings of injustice out on the people. Again, moderators, are y'all even there? Not that steady was driving.
We got it.
Finally, as I was saying.
There was something along the lines of Daughters of the Confederacy speech.
My final point is, I get that you don't trust white people. I get that you think we're out for a lynching and won't this be fun. I'm sure there are some stupid white people who are looking forward to their pitchforks.
Projection alert system has been detected. Projection alert system has been activated.
Such a waste for both families. Thank you, knowledge. The mic is yours.
Alright, I think I had a total of 3 points. Maybe I forgot something. Alright, let me try to do the first one. The first one was to concrete, but I don't think concrete is in the room. He left already about 18 to 20 minutes ago. Anyways, I wanted to apologize to Concrete for whooping his ass in front of everybody in the room. And I wanted to apologize for everybody.
Let's go!
Ass in front of you guys. I know some of your eardrums probably hurt, and it's my fault. I will take that blame. If I was to be arrested today and be held at court, I kind of understand what Mr. Finley is saying, but I still think it's wrong. So if I went to court today because of what I did to Concrete, I would want everybody in this room to be a part of the jury, because I want to be let free, even though I am guilty. Saying I am guilty. What I did to them was wrong, but I am guilty. I would want everybody in this room to be
back to Bima. Every day, putting on 1 more pound to fix structural white racism with Patty. First Lady.
I'm saying. So like, these are just it's very hard to. These are levels of homicide. Okay.
I understand all of that. That's not hard. I'm trying to square. I'm trying to square two things. A prosecution arguing that someone committed murder. The person admitting they were using deadly force in self-defense of others, and the deadly force being involuntary. How can you reconcile those?
Hello?
Adam, give me 1 second. There's a single shot that is known as potentially deadly force.
This is
May or may
Gemini.
not be deadly force. One
This
shot
guy's
is special,
arms are the size of
Just
tree
imagine
stumps,
that are shot once that live.
but he's only 4'10".
There was one shot
He's a midget bodybuilder,
plenty of that were
a daytime litigator,
discharging illegal discharging
social justice, equity, and restorative facilitator.
Hold up.
Gemini.
I'm referring to intent. I'm not referring to the number of bullets. I'm referring to intent under the law. There's nothing to do with the number of bullets.
Okay, what I'm saying is if you fire once, your intent may be to just defend yourself and not kill the person.
When you claim self-defense, you're claiming the intent to use deadly force. That's what a self-defense claim is. That you intended to use force. Doesn't matter if it's one bullet or 1,000 bullets.
That's not true. I can claim self-defense and have shot somebody without the intent to kill them. I could have shot them in the leg, shoulder.
Gemini, anytime you use equipment, it's deadly force. It doesn't matter how many shots.
Claim self-defense in law when someone dies. The intent is deadly force.
You're talking about the intent of deadly force. Deadly force. The intent of deadly force.
You got this.
When you're claiming self-defense, you're saying what you did is justified. So it could be killing someone, it could be assaulting someone, it could be bad. All these things. You're saying what you did was justified. So the prosecution would have to prove that this is not self-defense. This was what we're charging you with. So no, you can't claim self-defense and no, that's not what I'm saying. You can't. It's not self-defense and involuntary manslaughter. It's one or the other.
Hello.
For the record, what I was saying is self-defense is not equivalent to deadly force. There's a lot of different there's a lot of different types of self-defense that is not deadly force. A lot.
No, it depends on what happens to the victim. So if the victim dies, you're claiming use of deadly force.
Yeah, it's free. So real quickly,
I'll go after you, so.
Go to a quiet. All right.
Knowledge is always defending the ops.
This is you, Bailey.
I've been noticed home. And Red Rome, we shared this is what it was. This is what caught our attention. You said that you want a diverse jury because basically a diverse in thought, right? Which means that somehow people's race will make them be, I guess, basically some form of bias where someone is fighting probably for the worst aspect of the case. I'll give a scenario. If, let's say, it was black and white, not the jury, but this concept that
Are you in the Matrix or am I in the Matrix?
You're in the Matrix, family.
Okay.
Okay. Gotcha. I'll repeat it and try to make it faster. I'm saying, when you say diversity of jury, right? Because supposedly it gives diversity of thought, you appeal to the idea that race gives you a different perspective, which you already conceded to. I don't think you sincerely believe that because, again, there's a lot of mixed people in here. We have a lot of diverse in thought. However, most of the black people in this space think the same way. I'm one of the eyeballs, right? And what you're pushing is that some of the black people, or most of the black people, probably argue in favor of Anthony, but not in favor of the facts, which implies that the white people will argue in favor of Metcalf and not in favor of the facts. And I'm saying that people can argue in favor of the facts, and we don't need people deviating to cause a hung jury or any type of jeopardizing in the case based on their own bias. So if you was in a jury pool, like some of us have been, and someone say, hey, this person is a black male and systemic racism, has did X, Y, Z, or this person is queer, and, queer people don't get a fair shake, they're exercising their own fucking bias, and we don't need that. So what I'm saying is, if we're picking a jury, and I hope you believe in this, if we're picking a jury, we want to get people who display objectivity, right? Because that would mean they're going to look at the facts of the case and only go off that. Everything else wouldn't fucking matter. And I wish we could have blind juries so where they only hear the facts of the case and not see the people, but I know it's unrealistic because you have to consider all these other factors, the person's emotions, the show regret, remorse, etc., all that shit. So I'll end on this. Do you believe that people can come to a conclusion without using their bias? That's the you feeling when you get a chance when you get back in.
All right, so I'll be quick here so they can sort of have that back and forth, right? So he's actually already answered this question here, right? Like he's already saying, like, hey, sympathetic or not sympathetic? And if I had to choose one, it would be the sympathetic for the defendant or whatever this is, right? But what it's supposed to be, and that's kind of like where you are, free, right? It's supposed to be non-sympathetic and like non-sympathetic, objective, facts of evidence, all these types of things. You're sitting there attentively, you're trying to like understand, does it meet the threshold? That's what everybody would want. Like that's the ideal thing. And Finley's kind of merging into like, well, what is the actual like things on the ground? Like what's happening on the ground? And you can see how we were just talking about this yesterday. Oleg brought up like $1 billion lawsuits where there's these like consultants that are paid like $40,000 for like an hour to sit back and read the potential jurors, right? Because they're trying to control for these types of things, right? And I don't see a problem with like what Finley's saying, right? Because if you're looking at just the GoFundMe's of like how people became tribal and $500,000 is raised for this person because they're countering, well, according to them, they're countering something that exists, and then online it just spreads like water. Like, how are you going to control for that? Right? Like, what are the trenches that are going to tame this wildfire of everybody now being like politicized with like the whole movement of like this cultural shift? And okay, it's happening everywhere. We have to fight. It's everywhere. You can't get this thing out of like our like consciousness and that. Right? Like, how does a person avoid all that? And I think that what Finley has to speak to this, the majority of the jury pool aren't going to be what you actually want. But I was just reading this here. It looks like the prosecution was putting on their case. They said that they actually have the footage and they're running the jury by it. And the view catches like basically like the whole football field and then where the tents are. And like he enters in, and then they say that after the stabbing, Metcalf holds his chest, says, "You guys stabbed me, whatever." But this part right here, I think is kind of damning, and I'm wondering what the statements are going to be like during this round, where he runs away from the scene, throws the knife, like ditching the knife, and then tries to blend into the crowd so that he can flee the scene. Like that right there was like a little. I didn't really know about a lot of that stuff, so I think it's concrete.
I'm not the family.
I think it's concrete. Concrete was it for me. Is he here? Is concrete here?
No, go ahead. I said it after you, so we have back and forth. After you're gonna ask me some things.
No, I think Samora did a good job because I didn't answer that question already. Samora did a great job of kind of still landing my point and articulating it. I don't have anything else to add other than knowledge.
Okay.
I think knowledge. I think you can hang around right around with your listening skills when I speak because I ain't said none of that. I said none of what you said, but I'm leaving there.
Okay, so I think I understand what you're saying, Finley. So
yeah, don't use me to take a shot at that.
Perception is crazy. Yeah, it's just
they put me in the.
So here's this, Finley. Here's this. Let's do a quick back and forth. So sympathy should go both ways, right? I understand that the defendants presume innocent. That don't mean you deem them innocent. You just presume that the prosecution have to prove that case, right? And with that being said, you do empathize with the victim or the alleged victim too. That Metcalf was just a decent, law-abiding kid. He was in the place where he's supposed to be. He made. Okay. That's so much I said. Anyhow, so you empathize with both parties. Hence, both parties have to make their cases. And I'm saying that to say that race, in my opinion, should be highly suppressed because that creates the bias that someone is going to judge as not really a factor. Because you can understand young people, young boys, testosterone, they kind of want to prove sometimes. They kind of don't take things. They're still trying to figure out the world. And in this process, both of them could have made a bad decision. Metcalf could have said something to him, and Anthony took it the wrong way. And Anthony rightly responded in the worst way possible by stabbing him with a knife that he shouldn't have brought to school. So I'm saying to say that the jury have to look at these facts and undermine their own biases. Empathy is there because we're human, but when the facts are presented, the defense, right? Yeah.
Is this you over?
Is it me? Yeah, I was talking to him. I was shit. I thought I wanted to make it.
I had said put me in the queue with somebody.
I'm talking about the job you or was I in the Matrix?
No, you were in the Matrix.
Oh shit. Okay, my bad. I'm sorry. Yeah.
You can put me in the queue.
You're cutting out again.
Yeah. Real quickly. Goddamn, I repeat all that. I'm gonna make fast. So I was saying that simply should go both ways, and the jury, and as well as us.
Hi, Charles.
Oh, okay, good. All right.
Yeah, Charles. Hello.
Yo, who's in the queue?
I don't know. We fucking praying or something. Why so quiet? Shit.
Samoa, go. I'm sorry, not Samoa.
We can do if there's nobody
go back.
that was
Hold on.
lying and
Feel free. You cut
then
cut
Samoa.
We didn't hear like the last 5 seconds.
Oh, thank you, knowledge. I thought you were fucking with me. Okay. I was just asking Finley that simply should go both ways and simply would subside if the facts doesn't give credence to the defendant. Meaning that if Anthony operated in malice, meaning that he had malicious intent that day, not necessarily against him directly, but he happened to be the one that he stabbed that day because the conflict arose with him, then that sympathy is not considered anymore. It's just like any case, whether it be a rapist and a rape victim, like you don't have sympathy for these people if they're operating in malice. And I'm saying that's why the ideal of race shouldn't be considered almost never in these cases, because you're basically applying bias in favor of the side that you like, which is, in my opinion, is not, especially coming from your background, is not objective at all. Can I go? Yeah, but that's not a jury trial. That's just all us voting for people we think can rule better. We're not voting for
Open your billionaire gift. Archangel Michael says you've been granted a billionaire's inheritance. If you don't open this message today,
the poll that was done, I voted guilty. And I think that my position is more sound due to the fact that I'm most likely the one that will fight for that same black kid. And the reason I voted guilty was not because of my bias. If we took race, history, and every other thing that divided America, and we just have two human beings, and the same scenario played out, we just gave these human beings letters instead of identity. And you heard that one letter stabbed the other letter because of a confrontation under revenge. We would all come to the same conclusion. Just like it's really that simple. But what happens is we add all of those other variables into the story, and we also internalize it. We pull our personal histories, and we bring in the fabric of America, and that is how we are determining he's not guilty, or he, what about his upbringing, or his mama was sick, or we humanize people in other people's lives. Now, although he is guilty, I have to say this other part. I believe that if I was on as the one that's going to sentence him, I would give this young man
again. No more murders today, anyway.
I would give the young man a hug.
Yeah, tell it to the Israelites what's going on.
Every person gets one murder per lifetime. That's it.
Oh, then you can't be upset at the Carolina guy.
Yo, be respectful. Don't make me have to get all monkey with you, please. Because I will interrupt you all.
Actually, you normally are. Don't go that impressive, anybody. Well, I know you can emulate your father. He never showed up.
Look, I'll start moving people down. It is lines go respectfully. Line. Anybody who interrupts as of now will get wrong. Go ahead.
All right. So
Could you put me in the queue, please? It's Norm.
I would give the young man a hug and maybe a Bible. And then maybe we might sit around like a campfire and cry a little bit. You know, just like they did for that one white bit, that man sitting in his house in Texas, just watching a fucking wrestling or some shit in his underwear. And they, that'll be about it. I think you all are up like, I don't know, maybe 400 years and a couple thousand bodies. You can lose one or two, maybe one or two a year by the hands of a black person and look the other way. Y'all got so many damn hangings and lynchings all over the place. Stop crying about this one white kid. Forgive, right? You're all Christians, right? Jesus told you to forgive and turn the other cheek, right? Like you keep telling us. Well, forgive. Yeah, we murdered him. Now forgive. Show us the compassion that you want us to show you when you show this horrific shit to us. And let's just move on.
Yeah, I kind of see that a little different, right? Because there could be some forgiveness with consequences that, right? So like these two things could exist at the same time, right? For me, the way I look at it is as the prosecution already starts at a negative for me, right? There's already an uphill battle for them because it has to be beyond, not just a reasonable doubt, but beyond that. So we're not going to start at 0. We're going to start at like -3. And if I'm not even looking at the defense at this moment, right? I'm looking at the prosecution. How good is your case? Okay, cool. If they fail, I don't even have to hear for the defense. Like, that's the way it's supposed to be. It's like, did you rise to the threshold that you were supposed to be? And if I'm sitting there looking at all the evidence, I'm like, bro, all this is gas, third party, hearsay, circumstantial. Like, the person's not even there, this and that. I don't even have to hear the defense, bro. Right? I don't think anybody would have to. But if they make a convincing argument, then you're interested. Then you're like, okay, well, shit, there was like 5 good points there. Hey, defense, what do you got to say about this? Right? And then it's kind of like this sparring match where it's like, oh, shit, both sides are doing pretty good, right? And I'm over here got popcorn, I'm over here analyzing it. But still, the starting point should be like at -3, and the prosecution has to work their way. That's how I think you should kind of see that. I don't know why a person would say, hey, man, you're guilty of this thing, right? I can make the argument, and I've been making it lately, that I see where the defense is going to go. And I kind of like it, right? Because they're saying, hey, a reasonable person in this type of a circumstance reasonably would react this way, right? If you're just adding all the things that can kind of be like added in his view of it, and then make the judgment there. I thought what I just read out, as far as what the prosecution just said to the jury, I thought that's pretty bad, like what he did afterwards. Right? Because a reasonable person would be like, whoa, you ran away from the scene, you chucked the knife all the way away from you, then you started blending yourself into the crowd to conceal like your identity, and then you're starting to ask these questions of the police officer to see the level of trouble that you're in, right? Like you're fishing. It's like these types of things are important as well. So I haven't heard the defense yet, but we'll see.
I'm back in the queue.
Add me to the queue before free.
Okay, I think I'm in the queue.
Why not need a queue? Why can't jump the song?
I went to
We can. Let's do it.
But you that said the queue, and then
I know, but Aaron was next. Y'all can't just respond to Aaron.
Yeah.
I'm not a white player, so.
So when there's
Alright, this is why. No, you're not after him. Fuck y'all. Y'all take care of the queue.
I don't know title that. Why can't we just go Q? Go ahead, Eric.
All right, I'm gonna go after Eric. I thought I was in the queue.
I'll recall it.
Well, I know you.
Y'all did it on.
Yeah, y'all gonna go after you, Eric.
Just go, Eric.
No, free out there. Go, Eric. You just go, Eric.
Damn, bro. I'll go after Eric.
Yo, somebody muzzle this nigga, bro. It's been a look. Anyways, the point is, defense has a horrible part. It's an uphill battle for them. Given all the facts that we know, right? I've yet to hear anything new, right, surrounding like the facts. So I'm curious to see what their statements are going to be. But so far, it doesn't look good. I said it from the beginning. They made the exact argument I said that the prosecutors are going to make. It doesn't sound good. Now, I don't know this, but I got to look at like lawyers, like these criminal and lawyers. But to me, it's not a good one. This team is not a good one. Right? First indication that he's not good was he allowed this shit to stay in Collin County, Texas. Right? He should have immediately asked for a change of venue because he knew he wasn't going to get a fair trial. Right? That's what I would have said. Right? That just would have primed me up for the appeal process that I was going to do. Number two, he failed the Batson challenge, which, given the circumstances surrounding the jury selection, right, should have been very easy. They challenged them. They were like, yeah, this dude's kicking all the black people off the jury. He's talking with 3 black women. And the reason that the prosecutors gave to why they kicked those 3 women off there, because they were educators and they didn't want educators on the jury panel. And right, that makes sense. It sounds right. But when you look at like there's a white woman still on the jury who's also an educator, right? Which should have been like, bro, it's clearly right, not the reasons to exclude, because you would have got rid of all the educators, the black educators, people like that. Right? So this just shows level of competence. I don't know. That $650,000 don't look like it went a long way for them to get like a great lawyer. Right? Would that happen?
Okay.
That's it. So here we go. So last thing I want to say to you, brother. I do agree with what you said. It was a good point. My issue is this right here.
Free. Norm hasn't got to speak at all. Free.
Thank you.
Okay.
Do you mind? I'm sorry. Free. Do you mind? Can you go after me?
Let's go. Sure.
I'm not sorry. Yeah. So, thank you. So, once you try to use self-defense, the burden of proof switches from the prosecution to the defense. So, as Samoa said, if you're not mounting self-defense or arguing self-defense, then the burden of proof is on the prosecution beyond a reasonable doubt. If you want to say self-defense, then you have to prove several elements. And that's why I'm opening my mouth, because I want to share those elements with you and see if this case fits those elements. Okay? Proportionality. The unlawful immediate threat of harm. Reasonable belief. And imminent necessity. Okay? So, number 1, reasonable belief. You have to believe that force is immediately necessary. Okay? Now, this case might fit that. You have to have a subjective belief and an objective belief that you are threatened. Okay? Maybe this case fits that. Imminent threat. The threat of harm or unlawful force must be happening or about to happen right away. It might fit that. Not just verbal arguments, but physical threat. Okay. Unlawful force. You must be responding to an unlawful use of force. You can't claim self-defense if you instigated the confrontation or engaged in criminal activity. Now, there's the beginning of a problem, because if you say, touch me and see what happens, as we've heard that he said, you have initiated the confrontation. Touch me and see what happens are fighting words. So right there, he might have destroyed his ability to use self-defense. But there's more. There's
defense, death, or serious bodily harm, or an aggregated felony like kidnapping, murder, which doesn't apply here. So, once again, you have to show that the person was defending against the use of deadly force. Now, that's the problem here, because only one side, and that's Carmelo Anthony, had a deadly weapon. The other side didn't have a deadly weapon. So they would have to show beyond a reasonable doubt that Metcalf was going to kill him somehow. And I don't think they have the evidence there to show that that Metcalf was going to kill him. Like if he had his hands around his neck, or if he was on his back, or if he had some weapon in his hand, or in some way Metcalf was able to threaten the life or the serious bodily harm, and that's just not a punch in the nose or pushing, then Carmelo Anthony might have the beginning of a defense. It would still be an uphill battle. But as such, and as Eric said, I think Carmelo Anthony has a horrible lawyer, because I would never have taken this to trial because of the weakness of the self-defense element. I think Carmelo Anthony's got pretty much an empty hand when it comes to the elements of self-defense, namely that he did not have a proportional response to an imminent threat of death. And there's a lot of witnesses there under that tent, and I don't think Carmelo has any witnesses on his side. I'm shocked to see what they were thinking, unless they're just going to bail at some point or try to use this as some sort of way to get publicity or something. I think they're going to fold before the end of this trial and take a plea. The attempt to racialize this, I think.
You keep going in a circle, but like.
I'm just concluding. The attempt to racialize this, I think, is a bad strategy, because I don't see that race has any element in this. It's pretty clear cut. I think it's open and shut. And I think Carmelo Anthony stands to lose a lot. Thanks.
Hey, Free, I'm going to go racism towards me.
Richard, but I haven't seen any racism towards anybody.
I'm fucking with you, man. Calm down. Shit. You're not speaking.
I feel very calm. I hope you feel calm.
Okay, all right. You'll have to respond, bro. I got you. Thank you. I was trying to compliment you. All right, shut the fuck up, man. Shit. I let you know, man. Come on, bro.
Take your own advice.
Yeah, no, it's on me. Shut up, Elmore. Come on.
Just take your own
advice.
advice.
So fucking nursery. Let this nigga finish. Go ahead, Free.
Thank you. Please. So I was trying to compliment the fucking idiot, but he made some good points, and Small, you did too. So Small, you say you started at -3, and I'll agree, generally speaking, that's the case, especially if you're not familiar with the case. But we do have certain information, right? Like the police report is one thing, and we have other witnesses' statements that was recorded the same day. Presume that they're going to be a part of the case. So you have a situation based on the report of him saying that it's not alleged idea stuff, right? So you have the confirmation that he actually caused the homicide. It doesn't mean he's not innocent. Of course, you have, like Elmore was saying, you have the self-defense claim, which seems to be out the window because of you saying, which is, of course, in the police report, is based on his words, that he agitated the situation. So you lose that. But you do have the second thing, which I'm assuming they're going to try to argue, which is stand your ground, because this is a stand your ground state. That may be an issue because, again, like you said, proportionality, that you're standing your ground, but you have a ground to stand, right? Like, you know, what led to this particular conflict? Did this person engage you first, and was it mutual? And if it was mutual, why did it go from hands to knives? And especially as a juvenile on school property, like all these things. So like there's so many things stacked against him to the point I couldn't start at a -3. Just without the prosecution even arguing and taking this stuff in consideration, it puts him at like a 5, like leaning towards guilty. Right? So that means the defense has a lot of shit stacked against them, so they're going to have to really prove innocence. I know by law they don't have to, but they're going to have to justify a lot of his actions. And that's what I'm saying. That's why I don't understand why a lot of people are defending him, because it seems very indefensible. I'm not saying it's impossible. There's some great lawyers out there. But that shit, it's an uphill battle is what I'm saying. That's all I was just one out of the point that you made.
Again, I'll reiterate this. We actually don't know what's going on. We're aware of the defense offering, or the defense is going to say it's a self-defense, or at least that's the claim that's being made. You have somebody who posted on Facebook at the original start of this providing some information, but that hasn't been uncorroborated. You haven't seen any of the videos.
nobody except for a limited scope of the police report, which is initial statements and not really a complete investigation seem to be going on, and just saying it's self-defense or it's wholesale murder. So the ones with the tiki torches and the white pointed hoods are sitting there saying that this needs to be like, this needs to go, and the other side is saying this is 100% self-defense. Neither side is right, because quite frankly, none of you know the evidence. You don't know what's being put forward. There has been a plea deal. There has been gag orders. You haven't heard much except from in the beginning by that one guy that was ripping off of the family. We got them to get a GoFundMe. He took his cut. She bought a house and a car, and that's about the extent of what you have there. But as far as the two boys, you have no idea what's going on because nobody said anything. There is nothing out there except for like conjecture and things that are just floating on the internet. And in terms of having an all-white jury, yes, it is kind of odd to see this because then it does present a possibility of an appeal based on ratio. And you know what? Maybe the defense attorney's sitting there going, you know what? This is actually going to work out great for us. So, I mean, you know, there does have opportunities there where you may not. But the same people were also screaming at self-defense on the Carolina case and at Mr. Chow or whatever his name is, General Tso's chicken. They said he deserved to be let off because it was clearly self-defense and argued from a point. However, when you watch the video and you hear the evidence that was presented, you can clearly say that running after somebody with 100 yards, you're no longer aiming a firearm and firing. You are no longer the victim. You become the aggressor. You become that person. And then those had flipped. And so now all of a sudden, we're giving carve-outs and caveats and trying to make really weird sidesteps for one case and then coming down on the hammer on the other. And I find it really weird that people want to just make these judgments before you even heard the case. It's the same thing that happened in Rittenhouse. And everybody's saying he deserved to go to prison for all this. You didn't even know the facts of the case, and when they came out, everybody was silent, including those on the right who thought they knew the case, and they still had the facts wrong. So, I mean, most of the I would kind of say pause, and I'm just waiting to see what evidence gets presented, because it's going to be a high-profile case. We're going to see it. We're going to hear about it. So we'll know. And then all of you that are screaming up and down, one of you is going to lose. And I think a lot of people are just going to be absolutely wrong. You guys are just going to try to do the, I don't want to throw some more under their buses. That's not really fair to him. I will say you'll do the, let's forget about this one because, you know, quite frankly, we don't want to talk about it and move on to the next virtual signal outrage that you're going to do on Clubhouse.
Thanks, man. Thank you.
So far, I've been right. They've said everything I said that they were going to say. And nothing changed. Just want to point that out.
You're still going to lose your financial bet with me, Eric.
All I got to do, right, is when they say guilty, I come back on the roof with shit on audio. I do what they say. It's less than 25 years, right? You got to pay it.
Wait, hold on, but there's nothing new. Like as far as like the general knowledge like of what we have because it hasn't been presented yet. It's like the opening argument or the opening salvo from the prosecution is basically what we all thought it was going to be, right? But what we still don't know is like what's the defense going to say? At what point are they going to start describing the state of mind of Carmelo Anthony? So, for example, Eric, if we say it's only two people. And the prosecution hasn't said how many of the Memorial kids were around him. And then you find out that in the defense, the statements are there was 6 people around him. Does this give a little bit of some shifting to like how you can see the defense's argument being?
No. Don't take the
How about 9 people around him?
No, because you would have to argue, like, are those 9 people all hostile towards him?
Yeah, they don't all have to be. That's the point.
In order for it to be factored into like your rationale, like you want to stab somebody.
No, like red jersey versus blue jerseys, right? There's one person speaking, one person that's the aggressor, but he seems like the ringleader of this 9-person gang.
That's what I just added, nigga. I said, and from the what is it? His name is Carmelo Anthony.
From his perspective, they don't.
From his perspective.
Yes.
All the people, all 9 of those people have in his eyes. And that's why
Yeah. You said that all of them were hostile, right?
It's from his perspective, brother. Look, he doesn't
listen, he's not Professor X. He can't read their minds.
I
So
clearly,
the non-niggas.
I clearly drew a distinction between Austin and the other 8. Okay, and the reason for that is that our view could be like, they're not doing shit wrong. They're just standing there. But his view is like, but he's with them.
Yeah,
he is a Blue
that's
Jersey.
literally the point I just made to you, brother. Do you not hear me say that?
Right, and you're saying you wouldn't shift it. You wouldn't shift your view.
I said you would have to prove that to me. That in his mind, that he associated them as one. Like that they were all part of the same group.
How about this one? You have the red jersey, you, Eric. There's one person speaking to you getting aggressive. You see 9 people with blue jerseys. Is it reasonable for you to believe that when he strikes, they're all going to rat pack you?
Yes. Yes, that is reasonable. That's
why. Well, there you go.
Yeah, nigga, that's what I just asked you. I said if that's the way they frame it, yeah, I agree. But then, like, if it's not framed that way, then I don't automatically assume that because there's 9 niggas, that they all was out together.
You took an L somewhere there? I just can't identify exactly what it was because you were shifting and wiggling. You're talking about you were desperate to get it. No, hold on. So like the statement you made, Eric, was like, you haven't seen anything yet, right? That would change your view, like, on the overall.
No, that's not what I said. You didn't even hear what I said. You're still searching.
What did you say?
Yeah, so what I said was that on, like, face value, just presenting that there were 9 people present outside of what's the other dude's name, Metcalf, doesn't necessarily change the the burden for me, right? It doesn't move the needle, right? But if they frame it in a way that like red jersey versus blue jersey, then it would move it. But like on its face, just saying there was 9 people there doesn't do anything.
All right. But now that you know there's 9, it did shift it, right? Blue jersey, red jersey.
Yeah, I always held that stance, bro. Never changed.
So Samal, what are you guys talking about? How many people was in the camp on the scene? Catch me up real quick.
Yeah, so like on this camera view, they say there's up to 15 people that are just kind of some standing, some sitting around the tent. And what I'm saying is like, from the outside, we can have a certain view of people that are in proximity that are benign to the actual conflict, right? But we have to be able to place ourselves in the defense's side of it on what was Carmelo's perception of these blue jerseys in front of him, right? He's obviously outnumbered. He's Centennial, their memorial, whatever this is. So they're going to argue from a point of, yes, not only is this one blue jersey wearer like massively bigger than him, but there's also these other people here that are, they can just say that they're antagonistic. Just their presence in itself is like antagonizing the whole conflict. Not de-escalating, but actually escalating this thing with this whole mob mentality that they're going to try to like lay out, right? And I'm saying that that these are 2 different perspectives, and we have to give some sort of room for these arguments to either be valid once they make them. Now, obviously, we don't know exactly what the arguments are going to be, but if it was me, that's what I would go for. Like immediately, like you're saying self-defense, so now you got to show that you were actually in imminent danger. So that's the only reasonable argument that I can see to be made out of what we have now to evaluate, right?
You want the self-defense and not stand your ground?
Yeah, ground is kind of like self-defense. That's what they're hoping to use.
Yeah. Go ahead.
So self-defense, from my understanding, is that you felt there's an imminent threat and you had no choice. Standing your ground is that someone is trying to engage you mutually, and you comply like, hey, we both about to square this shit off. We're standing our ground. So
now let's stand your ground.
Go ahead.
Stand your ground and the self-defense statute in Texas. So you believe somebody is trying to harm you, rob you, or just commit like some violent felony against you, you're authorized to use deadly force to prevent it.
You have no duty to retreat. You have no duty to defeat. To retreat.
Retreat, yeah.
Not
All right, so this is what the chat Google says self-defense, the overarching use reasonable force to protect yourself or others from imminent harm. Traditionally, if you were outside your home, self-defense laws require you to safely retreat or walk away from a confrontation before escalating to deadly force, which is what I was saying. Then stand your ground. It says a specific type of self-defense law that removes that duty to retreat completely. If you are in a place you have a legal right to be, you are legally permitted to stand your ground and meet force with force without typically. So that's what it would be. Because self-defense in one aspect is that you have to walk away. You try to.
We just said that. Did we not just say that, bro? We said it.
No, but I'm saying is, dude. And but stand your ground is no duty to retreat, which is I'm saying he would be doing stand your ground, not just self-defense in the sense that he's retreating because he's trying to get
have to be proportional. You can't escalate the deadly force. Did you not hear me say that like he is using the stand your ground? He's not claiming self-defense like.
No, I didn't hear you say that. Okay.
He's relying on the statute, right?
No, I didn't hear you say that. Yeah. I'm not saying you didn't. I just didn't hear you. No, I just hopped back in the room, bro. That's why I told him to catch me out.
He could stand his ground, but he can't respond with deadly force unless he was faced with deadly force. He clearly was.
That's not true in Texas. Wait.
It's true in Texas.
No, it's not. Hell no, you're playing all the time, nigga.
I read you the
I know, right?
It hasn't presented their version of like what they're going to be. From what I understand, the defense hasn't like stated if it's going to be one or the other.
No, that's the only one that claims self-defense under. What are those sections they use? It's not self-defense section.
You can only use deadly force if it's proportional. If you've been faced with deadly force.
That's not tested self-defense.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. We just talked about this yesterday.
I read it to the room. I'll read it.
Oh, well, you're incorrect in your readings. Mind you, El Normal, you be reading a lot of shit that don't even know what you the fuck be reading. So,
that is incorrect. So I will read you once again. When you use deadly force, it can only be in response to deadly force. You cannot.
Where does it say that in the Texas self-defense law?
Yes, I don't think that is Texas self-defense.
But he's PTR. That's not true, El Normal.
You don't think it's true? Okay, so here we go. Deadly force standards. This is in Texas. Deadly force is only justified when you reasonably believe it is immediately necessary to prevent death, serious bodily injury.
That's not what you said, El Normal.
Yes,
that's not what you just said, El Normal. No, it's not.
Stop the commission.
No, it's not.
You're just not listening.
I'm not going to read that last one.
You're not comprehending. That's what you're not doing.
Listen very carefully.
Can you read that last one?
Yes, I will read it to you.
Very pertinent to the conversation.
Yes. Deadly force is only justified when you reasonably believe it is immediately necessary to prevent death, serious bodily injury, or to stop the commission of an aggravated and that includes kidnapping, murder, sexual assault, or robbery.
Absolutely, yeah. So you were wrong. Thank you.
Absolutely. He escalated the deadly force. There's no indication that offered deadly force.
Normal, you gotta answer the question. Normal.
I don't know why you're talking over me.
Normal, the court
talking over me and you can't ask the question.
You are on trial.
You're talking over me and you can't ask the
I'm
there's no excuse.
Order in the court. Order on the stage.
Over me, then you're not asking the question.
Order on the stage.
Is this a mod speaking?
Yes, it is. So,
Speaking.
yeah.
So you can't ask me a question if you're talking.
Hold on, brother. Okay.
Carmelo.
How about this? I apologize.
Hang on. It's okay.
But you're using deadly force by now. You think that my voice
Carmelo
is
Anthony. Hang on, then I'll take the question. Carmelo Anthony escalated to the use of deadly force by pulling out a deadly weapon. The other guy was not presenting deadly force, nor was he threatening with serious bodily harm. He just asked the guy to leave. So boys tussling on a bleacher is allowable. But you escalating to deadly force will get rid of or eliminate offering self-defense.
It's a simple felony.
Wait. One question at a time.
Yeah.
And I'll answer. Go ahead.
It's not what
that
I
is very
believe.
relevant. Wait. That is
It's not
very
what
relevant.
I believe. It's what it's not a religious question. It's a factual question.
Who said it's a religious question?
Well, belief is religious and facts are facts.
Okay, but I'm asking you your opinion.
I'm not offering opinions. I'm offering
Okay,
facts.
so no, let me ask you this. You're in the streets of whatever state you're in, right?
Right.
There's somebody who's like way bigger than you by 100 pounds, right?
Right.
Says, brother.
He can be big or small, but he's not going to be
Order on the stage.
There's plenty of order. Order
Got
yourself.
it. Yeah, so the part of
Order yourself.
so you can order yourself by staying on mute.
Yeah, but no, that's not how it works.
Thank you. Lead by example. Hold on.
Try calming
So
yourself
normal.
down.
I'm very
Take a
calm.
breath.
I gotta get the question.
Put your feet flat on the ground and
Yes,
have
my
a sip
feet are
of water.
Okay.
You're going to be fine.
I prefer coconut water, but here's the thing, right? So
Well, maybe you can't afford the coconut water.
I literally have it right now. Pineapple coconut water.
Have what you can afford.
So anyways,
Pineapples are gay. Don't say that.
Pineapples are for swingers.
That's correct.
I do swing. That's for sure.
Well, yeah.
That's
From a
right.
tree.
No. Whoa! Wait, y'all heard that?
I heard it.
All right. Now let's hear the question.
Whoa!
Yeah, let's hear the
I
question.
was thinking that swing from the stage to the goop.
Oh, okay. Okay.
But anyways, this is the reason why Carmelo Anthony killed a white boy, right? Because the thing is, you feel entitled to talk, however, to people that you don't know, right? And the boy felt threatened. I just felt threatened by his statement.
His feelings do not matter.
Yeah, but my feelings do right now.
No, they don't matter either. Only matters is the fact.
I'm just gonna go on mute. Go ahead.
Make the stage a lot He can stand his ground, but he can't escalate to deadly force.
Oh, that's an elder role, right? Is assault in Texas a felony?
Depends on the assault. There are felony assaults and misdemeanor assaults. Why do you ask?
Nigga, if I said is it a felony, right?
Thank you for calling me that.
I wouldn't be talking about the misdemeanor.
It's not if it's consensual.
No.
Yeah. So Carmelo Anthony says, touch me and see what happens. Those are fighting words. He's now inviting the person to fight.
Hold on. I'm talking about previous to that. Previous to that. Yes, when somebody touches unlawfully.
Yeah.
Right? Is that not a felony?
No, not necessarily. You can bump into them. You can say, excuse me.
No.
Depends on what he does.
We're using these circumstances.
The fact that, yes, under these circumstances, it's not clear that somebody committed a felony assault.
When somebody pushes you,
Yes.
unwantedly, right? What is that?
It depends on the circumstances.
Oh my God!
There's no definite rule.
That's assault, brother. Look, I'm just you don't want to answer.
You said it's assault, but it's not necessarily. It's not felony.
You gotta hear what Eric is saying.
Texas,
I hear it. It's not felony assault.
It is.
It is.
No, Eric.
Bro, just let me finish.
It's not a felony necessarily.
It is.
No, it's not. It depends on the fact.
It is.
By default, it's a class A misdemeanor.
It depends on the fact.
No, it's not.
It's a felony if
Read the felonious definition. That's helpful. Go ahead.
may I please moderators? Is that okay?
Yeah, go ahead, read it, bro.
An offense under the assault subset of class A misdemeanor, except that the offense is a felony of the third degree if the offense is committed against 1. A person the actor knows is a public servant while the public servant is lawfully discharging official duty. 2. A person whose relationship to or association to the defendant is described by subsection 71E1, blah, 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 of family code.
Domestic violence. That's domestic violence.
3. A person who contracts with government to perform a service in a facility described by another section of the penal code, a family code. 4. A person the actor knows is a security officer while the officer is performing duty. 5. A person the actor knows is emergency services personnel.
That doesn't apply.
6. A person the actor knows is a process server while the person is performing duty. 7. A pregnant individual to force. 8. A person the actor knows is pregnant. 9, a person the actor knows is hospital personnel. 10, a person the actor knows or really should know is an employee or agent of the utility. 11, by an actor who is committed to a civil commitment facility. And that's it.
What the bro? Don't ever do that shit again, bro.
Why?
Can you please scan it to see if it's applicable to like the conversation before you just waste our time?
The point is that it's not.
Oh my fucking god. Alright, hey Eric.
I'll be back to check you in a minute.
Alright, so like a push or a punch, right? A push would be something like 4th degree. Something that's not like the severity, right? A punch would be something that's like 3rd degree, 2nd degree. Would you agree with that statement, Eric?
Say it again. I wasn't going to say it again.
Yeah, a push would be something like 4th degree, right? In severity. A punch would be something like 3rd degree. A weapon would be like
misdemeanor or
1st degree.
What degree what? Misdemeanor or felony?
Yeah. The misdemeanors are 4th
Yes,
and
there's
3rd.
different degrees. Yes, different degrees.
Right. But for using the Carmelo Anthony case, the first point of contact is a push, according to the statements made by the people that were there. Okay? And then he responds after the push, so this is the whole misdemeanor assault right here that you're talking about. The next one is a punch me, and then you'll find out or something like that, right?
I thought he said touch me. Now, I don't know if he said that first or not, he was touched. We don't know.
Yeah, well, there's 2 points of contact. There's the first point, and then there's the escalation to, okay, that doesn't warrant a response. Now do this.
What is the first point?
Yeah, the first point of contact was a push. And
I
then,
thought the first point of contact was, would you please leave?
no, I'm talking about physical contact. Like actual physical contact. The first physical
Well,
contact
walk us through it. So the guy says, would you leave? And then what does Anthony do?
And then Carmelo Anthony basically says, no, I don't gotta fucking go anywhere. And then he starts walking towards him and he says, touch me and you'll find out. Then he pushes him.
Wait, stop it right there. Those are fighting words. He just lost his self-defense right there. That's not what happened.
You let fighting words.
No, touch me and see what happens.
That's not fighting words.
Yeah, that's not what happened. Those are fighting words.
No, you're taking it out of context.
No, that is the context. And then Carmelo, the white dude pushes him. Then
No.
Carmelo
Hold on, no,
that's see what happens.
Yeah, contact was already made.
Wait, hold on.
We have disagreement over the facts.
Come on, guys. So let's get this clear, right? First he says touch me and then he says punch me. Yes or no, Eric?
Bro, that's not what I'm talking about. That's not what
No,
I'm
I'm
talking
talking
about.
about hold on. I'm only talking about Carmelo Anthony's responses.
Bro, I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about that, brother. I'm saying you made a mistake when you said that Carmelo Anthony walked up to him and said,
No, I said
he didn't say touch me. Hold on, bro.
Everybody mute up. So Eric's right. Like, because I was about to break you on the same thing. You implied, or you said that like Austin walked up to him. Then Carmelo said, "Touch me, see what happens."
Thank you.
Then Carmelo, then Austin pushed him. No, that's not how it happened.
That's not what he said.
Come on.
Okay, let me just finish. I'll be quicker. Look, just to clarify, I think what Eric was going to point out is that the push happened first. Then Carmelo said, "Touch me and see what happens."
Yes, that is correct.
According to the report, that's not true. No. The report, he said, touch me first. Then he touched him. Then he said, now punch me.
Yeah,
So he said that first.
That's right. What am I going on? Do you wrong?
I'll be quick with one of on the scale. I got a message from Louis saying that he got the money he sent to you. So send me your cash out. Just send me whatever you can.
I know we all benefited from that toilet flush. Thanks so much for your kind.
So Free, can you tell us where in the you just read from where in the police report that it says that before the dude was pushed, that he told him to push him?
Yeah,
I was washing dishes actually. I thought I put my first meeting, so my bad.
He said it, but that Free was one.
You wash the dishes in the
Yeah. It's in the post report. Give me a second. Wash your dishes back there.
Wait, Jimmy, wait, Eric.
You gotta kill it.
I want to know about there.
Page 4 of the police report.
Yeah. So it's page 4 of the Hit section right there? Go ahead.
Yes. You are saying that Carmelo said, touch me before any physical contact was happening, right? I'm saying that isn't true. All right, I'm saying, please show me in the police report where that is the case.
Sure, give me a second, pull it up.
Yeah, so while he gets that, I want to make sure that the claim is clear. We're saying Carmelo Anthony said two things. First, he said, touch me, and then he said, punch me. Okay?
No, that's not my objection. That's not my objection.
I might have missed it, but I didn't hear the second one.
Yeah, that's not my claim.
Yeah.
That's not my claim. I didn't disagree with you on that.
Yeah. Whoa. All right. So I want to make sure that you said that you disagree with something that I said.
Yes.
All right. So you're saying that you walked
second declaration from Carmelo Anthony.
We're not disagreeing with the statements that you're saying he said. We're disagreeing with the statements that he said.
So I want to make sure this is clear, right? So Carmelo says, touch me. I'm saying that this is when the first touch happened, and then he elevated it by saying, now punch me. That's what I'm saying happened.
Yeah.
We're saying Austin first pushed him. Go to page 4. Go to page 4 of the police report. Austin first pushed him.
No, they're only looking at the one statement.
No, that doesn't matter, bro. Look, that doesn't matter right now.
Actually, it doesn't matter. It's several statements by several officers.
If you're looking at 30 statements, and the common theme is that he said, touch me and you'll find out that he was touched, and then he said, punch me and you'll find out.
That's not my point of contention. I don't know what you're saying.
Attention, though.
Just hold on, bro. If what I'm saying is, out of all the statements, this is the theme that they're running with. The police is running with.
Why does that matter, brother? That is not what I'm saying.
Hold on, bro. Because if you're only pointing at one statement as far as like the order of events, the other statements outweigh the validity.
That doesn't matter. That's not my argument. What was the other fucking argument? That doesn't matter.
Focus on the police report was given.
I don't know why you keep talking about like this one.
We read this out the other day. I literally read it out to free.
Yeah, I don't know why like you're doing like this weird thing. You really feel like you're acting like you don't hear like the claim that is being made, right? I'm not objecting to like one outweighing the other. Like that's not my fucking objection. My objection was when you originally presented as if Metcalf didn't touch Anthony first before like anything was said, and I'm saying no, he touched him first. Then Anthony responded with touch me again, and like or didn't like see what happens.
Yes,
right?
we
Along those lines. Right.
That's not the sequence that I heard.
Yes.
The sequence that I heard was saying is wrong. Before there was any touching, Carmelo Anthony said, touch me and see what happens.
Yeah, that's not true. Yeah,
that's what I heard.
Why it's so hard? So no,
let's read it out loud.
Because we want to carry the anchor in.
Well, not normal. Do you want me to read it? Do you want me to read it?
Please read it.
Talking about moderation.
Keep in mind, we're talking about the particular point of being touched.
Please read the thing before like y'all get back.
Read it out loud.
Yeah, but I want to make sure you read the right thing because we were talking about this, we're talking about the other thing. I'm looking at it now, but I'm just trying to skim through it because I can't do substitute word. Go ahead, Hugh, if you.
Oh yeah, good looking out, Louis. Look, next time pick the right side and know what you're talking about before you put your money where your mouth is. Nick's on top.
Okay, wait, free was there. Okay, so this is something when I read this out from Officer Fisher Alvin. I read this out. So do you want me to read from a particular section? Because
before you start, what are you reading? What are you looking for?
Go to page 4. Go to page 4. Officer Fisher Alvin.
Right, but I'm saying what are we looking for in this book?
Oh, let me check your Instagram.
Paragraph 2.
No, I got you. What are we looking for, though?
You're going to be more specific. He's not.
I'm trying to make sure we're looking at the right thing on page 4, and we're looking for what he was touched first before he said it, right?
Okay, let me just read it out. Okay. I attempted to ask them both what happened. I could not really get. Fisher Alvin.
All right, thank you. All right.
Oh, yeah, see, I hear that.
Okay, paragraph 2. I attempted to ask them both what happened. I could not really get anything out of Hunter, but Blank stated that he wanted to speak. I asked him what happened. stated that they were all sitting on the bleachers, under the Memorial High School tent, when another male who he did not know walked over and sat under the tent. Blank then said Austin, the victim, told this male that since he does not go to Memorial, he had to leave the tent. Blank had said during this time of arguing, the male was reaching around the. Oh wait, hold on. Wait, sorry. Austin.
I can read what happened. I'm gonna go on you finish. Go ahead.
Austin and the male went back and forth, and Austin stood up and pushed the male to get him out of the tent. Blank said that during the time of arguing, the male was reaching around in his bag. He had, it was the time. Sorry, my bad. It was the time.
It's not time. It's not tough what was said in the argument. Did you say they were arguing?
No,
that's the issue.
Hold on. That's not the dispute.
Okay, let me finish. I want to go out there. The dispute is what was said first, and that's why I was trying to ask you, what was you reading? Because I don't know if you understand what we're arguing here. We're trying to see what came first, the words or the action. That's what we're trying to find out.
That's new. That's the new chief y'all trying to ask.
No, that's the argument we're having right now. I'm trying to see if he touched him before he said touch him again, or did he? That is the argument. Samoa, you still there?
Yeah, I know y'all here.
That is the argument.
Real quick.
Come on, next time. Right here, this is
Wait, dog, let me give you the link, dog, because I put you on the link.
I'm gonna pay for the first definition. When I'm ready to read. No, it's on me, because I'll wait for him to finish. Hold on, it's on me, I'll wait for him to finish. Read my part. I do have a police report, yes. So here we go. This is why I get solidified.
Which cop is it? Which police report?
It's Wetzel. Also Wetzel.
You don't know, and I'm gonna read.
Okay, gotcha. Perfect. All right, perfect. So here we go.
So, Huey, here's where we close the casket on you.
Wait a minute. Okay, cool. Here we go. So here's Wetzel, okay? He said, when I arrived on scene, I grabbed a roll of crime scene tape from the trunk and proceeded to the visitors' bleachers where dispatch advised me the victim was. When I was walking towards the visitors' bleachers, I was approached by a witness who identified himself as blank. He began telling me what happened, and I asked him where the stop occurred. He told me what occurred. So here we go back to the thing. The officer and the suspect, who was later identified as Anthony. Anthony was from Centennial High, and he was sitting under the Memorial High School tent. Austin had told Anthony that he needed to move out from under the team's tent, and Anthony grabbed his bag, opened it, and reached his side and proceeded to tell Austin, touch me and see what happens. Now, again, according to this right here, no touching happened.
No.
Okay, cool. He said, no. One more time. I'm just reading what it says. He said, no one really thought Austin, no one really thought Anthony really had weapons in his bag, and Austin proceeded to touch Anthony, and then Anthony told Austin to punch him. Not just touch him, to punch him and see what happens. It shows how later Austin got this is his report. Austin grabbed Anthony to tell him to move, and Anthony pulled out what Blank called a black knife and stabbed Austin once in the chest, and then he ran away. So again, the touching happened after he provoked him to say, touch me and see what happened. Yeah, so he initiated. That's all I'm saying. Go ahead.
Read yours again, Huey.
No, Huey's not here.
Just let him fucking read. Damn.
Bro, shut the fuck up, bro.
Yeah, we want to hear both fucking sides. Don't gotta yell on every fucking line. You didn't read the full thing. That's if I'm crying. Go ahead, Huey. And Samoa's gonna get it.
I got the police report up too. I'm gonna go after you.
Free, can you go to page 4 and read Fisher Alvin paragraph 2?
Yeah, because he's making you out to be a liar, Huey.
Huey, we know that, bro. That's a
God damn.
It's pretty short too. You said second paragraph or one?
I mean, you can read the whole thing, but the pertinent thing is in the second paragraph.
Okay, let me see. I got, when I arrived, the crime scene was already marked off and the suspect was in custody. I began asking people if they were witnesses to anything. I made contact with Hunter Blank, which is basically Nick, and then Blank. They were both breathing heavily in crime due to major events. They were with coaches on the field, and it was pouring down rain. We made a decision to relocate to a rock room just east of the field. Once in there, things calmed down a little bit. However, they were still hysterical. Could not really talk in there. I learned Hunter was the victim. I took to ask both what had happened. I could not really get anything take out Hunter, but Blaine stated that he wants to speak as to what happened. He stated that they were seeing Austin on the pictures on a mortar tent. When another male who he did not know walked over there, sat on the tent. Then Austin, the victim, told this male, since that he did not go to the mortar, they had to leave. Austin and the male went back and forth, and Austin stood up and pushed the male to get him out of the tent. Again, it's like in context what was said.
Hold on, what is back?
Right, but I'm saying it's really vague. That's exactly what I'm saying. It's very vague. Yeah, because if you said it in those words, and it changed the whole dynamic of everything. I'm gonna finish. I'm almost done. All right. Like said, doing this. No, because people were saying stuff. All right. Like said, during this time, I'm almost done. Two more sentences. Like said, during this time of argument, the male was reaching around his bag. It was at this time that the male took out a knife and started Austin and left the scene. This was all like, remember when he talked to me after this, I stood by with three athlete witnesses until I get around and interview them, and I was able to leave, blah, 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 blah. So that's it. So again, real quickly, this is very important. Hold on, I just read real quickly. I want to say something real quickly. The point about them going back and forth is very important because it's vague as fuck. That part. No, it matters everything. Because think about it. The first part I read gave context to it. That one doesn't. It said that he told him to touch him first.
One person's hey,
agreed. But that was more right. But never mind. That was more. Yes, but that was more detailed though. That's why it matters more. Because that was more detailed than this one. He just said it went back and forth. You don't know. You're right. When we say somebody went back and forth, you don't know who initiated it. You don't have context.
So like Huey's example, Nathan, is back and forth. The first part.
If I tell you, if I tell you rape me and you rape me, that means I initiated.
But that's specific though. No, that's specific. If you say we went back and forth and you got raped.
My bad, Joe. I can't afford to talk over it, but I just want to point something out. We keep saying that the first one was more detailed, but the first one did gate the push. Like, so how can we go to
no, that's wrong.
No, it didn't. No, the first one didn't include that too. The first one you grabbed it. You said you touched it. You grabbed it.
He can't speak over y'all. Let the man finish.
I want to read another page.
You guys mind if I just say this real quick, bro? In Huey's, it says they went back and forth, and then Austin pushed them. Okay? In the first statement, and the one that Norm's going to read right here, it says, in the back and forth goes like this. Austin Metcalf says, hey, bro, you're not from here. Get the fuck out of here. Then he responds, I'm not going to fucking move anywhere. Touch me, and you'll see what happens, or whatever the fuck he said. And then,
Cal said that. Come on, like,
hold on. What I'm saying is that Carmelo Anthony responds to him when he says, get out of the tent, that touch me and you'll find out or something like that, right? And then he puts them. Okay?
Well, let me read the police
report.
I'm going to read, I don't know what's horrible. I'm going to read the police report.
I wasn't talking.
Yeah, I don't know why it was horrible. It wasn't. Okay. So he put down the crime scene, and now he's asking, the following is a summary of my contact with blank. While he's sitting under the Memorial High School pop-up tent with his team and was near the victim, Austin and the suspect, who was later identified as Carmelo Anthony. Hang on, this is a little on my phone. Anthony was from Centennial High School and was sitting under the Memorial High School tent. Austin has told Anthony that he needed to move out from under their team's tent, and Anthony grabbed his bag, opened it, and reached inside, and proceeded to tell Austin, touch me and see what happens. No one really thought Anthony really had any weapons in his bag, and Austin proceeded to...
He just read it. That was just read. Why did we read it again? Why did we read it again?
Exactly.
Because moderation is terrible.
Slow down. And Austin proceeded to touch Anthony, and then Anthony told Austin to punch him and see what happens. A short time later, Austin grabbed Anthony to tell him to move, and Anthony pulled out what we called as a black knife and stabbed Austin once in the chest, and then ran away. Okay, so
now read page 4. Read page 4.
Read page 4?
No.
Yeah.
What you
I'm on page 4.
Yeah. No.
Yeah,
Huey's 4.
Second paragraph. So, like, Nathan, what Huey's saying is exactly the same order of events. It just doesn't give context on what back and forth means.
But I can't read it right now, but they didn't even include the push. But in that one.
In Huey's?
No, in yours. And the one that's El Normal. Where did it say he pushed them?
Brother, like El Normal just pointed out.
Where did it say he pushed them? Where
Wait, I said pushed.
Hey,
I didn't say touch.
Can you read
I'm
it again?
using specific words.
Yes.
I didn't say he pushed him.
Yes, I read it again. Hold on. I want to say that I have to go. I don't know if please forgive me, but I want to say I just did the research. Samoa and Free are right.
Thank you very much, brother. Thank you very much. Sorry, Huey.
You want me to read it again?
No, when did I hear there?
Austin had told Anthony that he needed to
When
move
did I
out
say
from
he
under the...
pushed him? This is not what he said. He pushed him right here.
Listen, I'll read it out loud.
Never mind, bro.
Austin told Anthony he needed to move out from under the tent, and Anthony grabbed his bag, opened it, and reached inside and proceeded to tell Austin, touch me and see what happens. No one really thought Anthony had any weapons in his bag, and Austin proceeded to touch Anthony, and then Anthony told Austin to punch him and see what happens.
Respectfully, may I add
So Samoa, you were right.
Right.
So Samoa, you were right.
Before he, hang on. Before he's touched, Anthony
I said, when did it say he pushed him?
In the one that you
Bro, I was just warning you down, bro. That's all I'm asking a specific question. I'm asking
in
a
the one that
specific
you
question.
read.
Okay, so the one where you read where Brad said push, right?
Push,
The one that he's reading doesn't say push, right?
No,
The
it
one
says
with
touch.
Huey where, yeah, the one with Huey read said he
This is the super dog.
Yep, and then, yep.
and then the one with you read said, hey, he said, hey, touch me and find out.
Yeah. It explained it back and forth, yeah.
So why is yours better?
What do I have in common with these non-white immigrants that come here and they...
No, because in Huey's back and forth before the physical, and the one that El Normal and Freeze reading, there is a back and forth, but it's more detailed.
Are you ready for page 68?
Before the touch, yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Club
saying.
room.
Hey, you want to cherry pick this one and say, oh, because he said,
One gives ambiguity, the other was pretty clear. That's the difference. Yeah. No, one gives ambiguity.
Take a vacation. Have a good. Do what you need to do. Take care of yourself.
That's not what this law is. That's not what she was telling me.
Something couldn't shut down.
That makes more sense. He was under the tent that was allegedly there. The young man said, you can't be here.
with his words.
Everybody going out of the skin. See, we get to the end, but that's where we begin. Feel it. Mannequins and we bring it out. Bringing out and we bringing the cleans. Similar to the Jack who stole to the M's in your way. So you take explosive, get it out. Send your body to flight. Everybody got a target tonight. Everybody coming up with the ride. Oh, you stuck? Everybody going out of the skin. See, we get to the end, but that's where we begin. Feel it. Mannequins and we bring it out.
Did you know a Muslim conqueror once showed me
Yeah.
that?
I don't need to hear him because it doesn't make any sense.
You said you
He's
didn't know.
the old dusty bitch down. He's so pompous, I can't take it. Bottom line is, it's an unfortunate situation. I'll say it again. Both boys' families are affected. In this case, I did say it's not
More so one than the other, because the other one is dead.
You know how it goes, peer pressure.
It was all self-defense. When he murdered him and killed him, it was in self-defense. Because if he didn't kill him and murder him, he would have been killed and murdered himself.
Yeah, I'm mistaken. Nobody's talking about like the guilt or whatever this is. We're just talking about the recollection of the events.
But you guys are saying the same thing. What makes your argument different than Huey? You're calling Huey a lot.
Yes, right. So Huey said that there was a physical interaction or there was words that were exchanged, okay? And we're saying you're wrong. There were words exchanged.
You did not push him out of the tent?
No, wait,
You didn't push him out?
Hold on. Ms. Hippie, we're just pointing out that the words came before the physical interaction. We're not saying that he didn't try to grab him. We're not saying any of that.
Okay, after he said, what are you doing here? You gotta get out.
Yes.
I'm not going nowhere. He pushed him. That's what happened.
No. That's what we're saying. That's why we're closing the point. That's not what happened. He said this. He has to get out. He said, touch me. No. So, come on, slow down. Let's walk through this. He said, he told me on the tape. He said, touch me. And then you touched it. He said, well, punch me. Strike from my soul. I want y'all to think about this. About the punch me? He said punch me was punching and touch. He said escalate. He like the touch is not enough, so punch me. But this is real important. I want y'all to think about this. Hey, I want you hold on, think about this. Over the porch shit for let me help you out. I don't think real quick. I just think what the claim was. A lot of people hopping in later. They don't know what the claim was. I think Samoa just did it. I think Samoa just didn't understand. I made an objection to Samoa's recount of like events, sequence of like events that happened. Right? I said that Samoa was wrong because I was under the impression, right, that was Metcalf. He hit him first before he said something. They pushed Anthony before Anthony said those words. But like I did the research and the arrest report. Now this is not from social media. This is from the actual report. It says that Anthony said the words "touch me" and find out first before he was pushed. Yeah, that's what exactly. Someone pointed out. But here's I'm gonna say the last thing about 5 seconds. Y'all need to think about what both of those police officers said, regardless of the ambiguity or the discrepancies.
I got a question.
Listen. I got you. Oh, I'm about to finish. Goddamn, I'm about to land. Okay, cool. Just think about what they both said. He was reaching around in his bag while they was talking. That means it's pretty much that he's looking for the weapon at the time. It wasn't immediate. He's planning it at the time of the incident. He's actively searching for the weapon. So I just want you to think about that. Go ahead.
Okay. So my question is this. This is to you. If I said rape you, and then you raped me.
That's a fact.
Then I escalated.
No, the rape is not after.
Yeah, it's not the same, but it's totally different.
So listen to what I'm trying to say. And answer the question. I'm not asking you how to. Let's follow the logic. If I said rape,
the logic is flawed.
why are you scared to? I don't want to violate you and be disrespectful, bro. If you can't answer the question, don't even interject.
I'm gonna answer the question. The premise is contradiction. I'm gonna tell you why. Because you can't ask someone to rape you.
Answer the question.
If you say don't rape me, and I say no, and then rape you, are you raping me?
Wait. How often do you hear those words?
Now, I'm going to ask the question again. If I said, hey, rape me,
no,
and then you rape me, did I escalate the rape?
It's consensual.
But I think they're right in that there's legal nuance there. Where it's like, you can't.
So you ain't going to answer the question?
No, you can't, because it's a like.
No, they're saying because he said, hey, punch me.
Yeah,
or touch me, that he escalated. Because he said,
That's not the escalation. Those are fighting words. That's different.
So
the escalation is when he pulls out the knife. That's it.
Because he said, guys, listen, I'm saying again. Y'all saying
in the words, though, Nathan.
Get this through your head, you true motherfucker, you! You only exist out here because of me! That's the only reason. Without me, you, personally, every fucking wise guy scum around will take a piece of your fucking Jew ass. Then where you gonna go?
giving you an analogy, bro. I don't care how you feel about it. I don't care if it's like, oh, too taboo. You don't see it happening. Just think about the logic. You're saying that because someone uttered the word, they do this to
I started robbing drug dealers for a living. Right? You can say I was doing a community service.
Exactly.
All right. Being facetious.
What that phrase should be interpreted as is
you don't say anything.
Wait, what that phrase should, what any reasonable person would interpret that phrase to mean would be, don't touch me or else.
And
No, the problem is the second step, right? Like, just to focus up to Nathan, there's a difference between when he was touched, the escalation.
You can't. So I think. So I think the issue is that like a lot of people are forgetting that there was an argument even before he said, if you touch me or touch me and find out what will happen. There was an argument, so no one even knows what was even said between the two of them, but we can say there was an escalating argument. It was probably a hostile exchange. And then the outcome was basically Carmelo sending him a warning, like, if you touch me, you'll see what happens. So, like, I don't really understand, like, why all of a sudden people are acting all, like, biased as if they've never had interactions with other people or arguments with other people, especially in hostile environments, and then they have to think on their feet and say, hey, listen, I may have to, respond a certain way. So, I don't see where Carmelo's response in protecting himself was wrong, because, like I said, it's a hostile engagement that was initiated by Austin and his twin brother.
All right, so let me just point out, like, we're saying the escalation this is for, like, Fury's argument, right? So, like, when he says, touch me, and then you'll find out something to that regard, right? He's already set a threshold that should warrant a response that's, like, reasonable, like, in nature, okay? But then after he's touched and he crossed that line, he actually, like, escalated to something that's more, like, severe.
Because at the point he was touched, he's now being assaulted.
No, I don't think that was the point either. I think it's that they had an argument. They were having an argument.
No, I heard what you said. Yeah, but I'm telling you now that the state of mind of Carmelo Anthony, knowing the difference of severity when it comes from a touch to a punch, and by him being the one that moves the line while he's arming himself, looks a little bit questionable.
He's not the one.
It doesn't look questionable when you have people arguing with already approaching you in a hostile manner.
Only isolated.
They initiated the hostility. You're isolating it because you want to blame him. You want to make him the villain in your narrative.
All right, thank you. I'm only offering.
She's an activist.
What the prosecution is going to provide as far as state of mind. So we can say, from step 1 to step 2, we can just look at this objectively and say, hey, his first point of understanding the threshold of where his line is the term touch. And then after that was crossed, he was already armed by now, right? By now he's armed. And now he's raised the standard of severity to punch. Because one would say he knows the difference between a touch and a punch. And because he didn't strike after the touch, he acknowledges that this isn't good enough. I can't hit you yet. But punch me, and now it's going to warrant me hitting you with this thing. Okay?
No,
that was my argument all along.
So when he, come on, it wasn't like
that's assuming the motivation. That's assuming the motivation.
Well, it makes the most sense, right? Because why did he stab him after he said touch him?
No, it does not make sense. No, it only makes the most sense if you try to point an event.
Why are you guys removing the fact that this boy Austin?
It didn't, because it's not true.
And it is actually very true.
According to the opposing report. You approach him with words, agent, you don't respond to violence.
He approached him with words and force, and the implication of force to remove him.
Exactly.
I'm not going to
Put me in the queue. Yeah, free is contradicting itself.
Free is some more.
Can I just ask Nathan one for
Agent is after me. So Free just said it. Free said he approached him with words, and Free approached him with words, and you don't use violence, right? So Metcalf used violence against Camilo Anthony's words. Go ahead, Adrian.
I'm not the same one.
I said it first. I said it first.
I'm not drinking. Come on.
So, hey Nick, how are you? So like my thing is that you like I see this is why I don't like having conversations with like people like Samoa because they like to isolate people and portray people as villains and not look at the context of the entire situation. When you approach someone, I mean, I don't know, I'm from New York. If you approach me in a hostile manner and you want to argue with me, you don't know what the outcome is going to be. They should have never approached him. It was two guys because it was the twins. They started an argument with him to get him from underneath the deck or the tent or whatever it was. At the end of the day, they should have never approached him. They should have never confronted him because that's how it's been repeatedly reported as a confrontation. Okay, so that already admits to some form of aggression. There was already some form of aggression coming from Austin.
Yeah, the problem is knowledge is always approaching kids under 10. Knowledge is always approaching kids under 10. Knowledge is also approaching kids under 10.
Go ahead, Alex. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not small. Come on, let's go.
So when we talk about confrontation, we're already saying that it's an aggressive communication style. So if you're approaching someone with aggression and hostility and you're trying to challenge them, that is going to be the result. You don't know what the result's going to be. So Austin initiated the problem or the altercation. And like I don't understand why that continuously has been omitted from the conversation. Now all of a sudden people want, especially some of you guys who have wished death on people who have said some of the most egregious things to people, not knowing how they will respond to you. But now all of a sudden you're going to say, well, words are just words. I would never do such a thing. Blah, 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 blah. Come on now, get out of here. Like, you guys are so absurd. Like, you guys really don't understand how the legal system works. But everybody here wants to be a clubhouse lawyer. You're like, yeah.
Knowledge approaches kids under 10. Knowledge approaches kids under 10.
Boys are gonna talk to
Boys are gonna talk to each other.
When you pull out a deadly weapon,
We're in the court. No, it was on some more than me, but no, it's not there. Oh, no, you go ahead, Fifi, if you want to go. I'll
don't do like that.
That's the 22nd. I was going to say, everybody knows damn well that we need a fucking hypocrite because he knows on everything that his line stands for, that if he was in front of me and he would have been like, yo, push me, you know, why I asked him, push me one more time to see what happens, he would have shot me. He knew that's the only way he could have the fair hand. Thank you.
So please, Samoa, he said I could go.
No, yeah.
Samoa.
He's after me, Miss P.
Yeah, I'm not doing that.
Let me ask you, Samoa. You're at a football game. What's your favorite team? You're at a football game, NFL game.
Oh my gosh.
Please help me. This
All right, let's go. Come on.
Roll with me. I mean, damn.
I'm at the Seahawks game. Go ahead.
So why are you trying to monopolize the mic?
I know.
Ooh.
I just want to know if somebody said that in my
Nigga, I'm literally in the queue, nigga. Go ahead, Miss Fifi.
If someone said, okay, you're in my seat, and you say nothing, no, I ain't going nowhere. And the guy proceeds to say, you getting up on my seat, and your face is come on, man, get about my face, now come on. You will tell me, what you will do in that situation, that man put his hand on you and get you up on that seat.
Yeah, I'm gonna stab him.
You don't know what you're gonna do. I didn't say stab, I'm just saying it's
I would.
children. You're talking about children. You're thinking from a mad adult, man.
No, I would defend myself. Yeah, he's being bad as an adult, by the way. Yeah, I would defend myself. Yeah, so I would defend myself. But
I know he's being charged, and that's unfortunate too, Norm, because he is a child.
Well, he's 19.
He's 18 technically, yeah.
You guys are very good. You guys are very good. It sounds that way.
Guys, so I would point this out. Guys, I would point this out though, right? Is that when we're talking about the kids, right? What we're working, come on, guys, come on. Factors stubborn, all right? Come on, man, you guys are showing you guys is. All right. So just real quick, okay? Because what Agent did there was a little disgusting, right? Like, kind of like generalize the statement when we're speaking about like the thresholds that Carmelo Anthony is setting for himself, right? I'm saying that if he warns him and says, touch me and you'll find out, that when he touches him, this is the time to strike, right? Because he's announcing like what his mindset is at the time, and that he is detecting, or he's detecting like some sort of an imminent threat, okay? But because he didn't respond at that time, I think that time is past him. Because now he draws a new line. The new line is a punch now. Right, so the touch wasn't really that bad. And this is Carmelo Anthony saying this. Well, this is what Carmelo Anthony said. First he said, touch me and you'll find him.
So, I mean,
Well, I know
what
that.
I find interesting.
Wait, can I finish?
Oh, go
Hold on. Hey, come on.
Come on. So, like, when Carmelo Anthony, like, first, and the event went like this. Austin Metcalf said, hey, man, get the hell out of here. He says, dude, I ain't going nowhere. Touch
It
me,
did
you'll
not.
find
That's
out.
not the fact. You were abandoned.
Just wait, please, Miss Fishy. Please. Come on. We all agree now, right? Like everybody that was on that side are now on our side, so let's just move forward, okay? And I'm just giving the charitable like reading of what Carmelo Anthony is saying. He's saying that he's grabbing his bag, he feels that there's this threat in front of him, and he tells him, hey man, if you touch me, bro, you're about to get it. That's right. So he's setting his line right here. The dude touches him.
We heard
He
this
does
from you
nothing.
already.
Hold on. The dude does nothing, right? And then himself, nobody else. Carmelo Anthony says, now punch me. Right there, that's an admission.
He did say that when you're on News Report, page 4.
Why did he do it though? Why did he hit him though? Why did the point put
He touched him because he asked him to touch him. That's why.
All right, brother. Hey, Free, I defer the rest of my time to Free.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Sorry about this. So, real quickly. Ladies, woman, and because he asked him to. So here we go. So one of the boards. No, AJ, come on, AJ, come on. Respect. It's on me. It's on me. I know I was just keeping you speaking. You know what you did? I made way for you. Come on, Griffey. I made way for you. Now, yeah, thank you. Come on now. The bottom line is, you guys are trying to look at this in like the worst face aspect as possible. You're trying to make it seem like the white guy did everything wrong and Anthony did everything right. Which is insane. The bottom line is, I know you're right. The man, that's right. You're right. You're true. The male who is alleged victim, did everything wrong, and the alleged defendant did everything right. The problem is that it's totally normal to ask somebody to leave an area. You guys are trying to make it seem like he came to them hostile, like get the fuck out of here. No, he probably asked him, hey man, this is our area. Could you get out of here? And there was some back and forth according to the report. He probably said, man, I ain't gotta go nowhere. He said, well, you're not supposed to go here. And y'all shall issue, if you're going to be objective, to think that he's by himself in this so-called racist area that people like to say. He's by himself as a black guy, and he's outnumbered. And it's probably in his best interest, even though he can be there, he has the right to be there, it's probably best for him to leave, but he doesn't, right? So once it escalates to where he, whatever felt some type of way, said, hey, touch me, because he asked for it. He said, why did he touch him? He said, touch me. He touched him. He realized, stop. He realized this is not a good enough response for me to hit this dude. I want him to round me up. No. It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. Because I've been a young black man too. Listen, I've been a young black man. I'm not even going. Y'all cut me off. I'm trying to paint the picture for y'all, and y'all trying to erase all the evidence. I do, because you're going to keep asking these questions. No, you don't get it, because you still think he's justified. Yeah, exactly. And I'm not answering them. I'm just giving my position. So let me finish. Yes, order in the court. Get these women on the check.
Alright, I love that we're all disagreeing with each other. It sparks the conversation, but let's just try to let people get their shit off.
Thank you. I'm almost done. Did you guys ask me questions?
We didn't ask you any questions. We didn't.
Yes, you did.
No, we did not.
That's fine. I'll ask them anyway. Thank you. So, the boy asked him to touch him. Carmelo asked Metcalf to touch him. He did it. That sounded like a nice gesture to me. Then he said, hey, that's not good enough for me to kill you, which is nobody knows is but Anthony. So he says, hey, punch me, which is still not good enough to kill somebody. And little did you know, Metcalf is why did not do that because he don't really want to be violent. He probably humiliated him by touching him because he probably didn't believe he would touch him. He probably felt this motherfucker actually touched me. All right, well, punch me then. And he's like, you know what, I'm not gonna punch you. He grabbed him according to the police report, and then he plunged his knife in his chest. But in between that little interval, how long it was, he's reaching around in his bag. That doesn't make sense to do so. If I challenge, let's say, Nathan to a fight, because we're getting an argument on Clubhouse right now. And they say, all right, fuck it, let's do it, freak. We go outside, right? And I shoot him. Everybody would think. All right, just let me finish. I'm almost done. This is my last one. I know you don't like aging, you don't like thinking. It's fine. It's cool. You can go back, play with crayons and everything. It's cool. But let me finish. So I shoot Nathan after the argument. We agreed to argue. I initiated a combat with him. Say, hey, we're going to go out and fight. I said that. Because clearly, if he wants to come outside with me, that would be the mutual engagement. I could have shot him inside the clubhouse, so hypothetically we was in the same room. But I take him to another space, and I already know what I'm going to do. I plan on shooting him. So when he's reaching the bag, he knows what he's going to do. He's not trying to fight him. He's trying to stab him. That's not a good sentiment for the situation at hand. Yes, the way he felt about it. You should feel like killing somebody because they touch you. You definitely can. Because by your logic, women will be bullshit. Because I know a lot of you don't believe men should hit women. No, stop. I know. He did it. Hold on. I tell you what, Fifi, I actually agree with you. I don't think he was trying to kill him. He was trying to do damage to him. And the damage led to his death. Because when he stabbed Noble, he was trying to hurt him to get some get back. And when you stab somebody, you don't know how bad it's going to be. But I know you guys don't believe this idea. Let me finish, guys. I'm almost done. Y'all make me longer than me. Y'all make me feel like concrete. I don't even like talking. I know. I got one last point. I promise you. Just let me finish. All right? When you do this type of stuff, right? Not mean proportionality, because again, I don't believe y'all believe what y'all say, because by y'all logic, y'all can't believe that man can't hit one. God damn it, Agent, just chill, Agent, chill. Just be alone, man. Thank you. Let me finish. I promise y'all I would have been done. You don't believe what you guys have said.
After this, you need a half an hour before you get free after this.
All right, ladies, some decorum. And Fifi, I've been nice to you all day. Let me say my spots and everything.
I'm nice to you too.
Okay, all right, let me finish. What I'm saying is you can't believe proportionality is not considered because you know a lot of y'all don't believe when that shit hit a woman, right? There's no circumstances. A lot of y'all don't even like the idea of that. So clearly if a woman hit a man and he breaks her neck, you're like, oh, that's disproportionate, let alone him hitting her back. So right now, if this boy punches him, the equal opposite would be him to punch him back. But he takes a knife out and shoves it in his chest. And then wonder, shit, how bad is the damage? Did I kill this nigga? Is he gonna recover? Because clearly, I might be facing murder. He's wise enough to know what the fuck is going on. I'll land.
Okay, thank you for landing, because that was like 8 hours of nothing. But my thing is that what I know
is partially your fault.
Yeah, it's not my fault. You just talked about it. So my thing is that one thing I know is true with you guys is that when it comes to black boys going to prison, for going to prison, you guys are the biggest cheerleaders. Black boys going to prison. We should never talk about cases where black people are murdered, black boys are murdered. Like in the Rick Chow case, how he shot a black boy who did not steal from his store, ran after him, chased him out the store, and shot him dead. You don't want to talk about that, right? And that man got off of murder charges. So you don't want to go into the intricacies of that case and talk about how that Asian man shot that black kid.
We actually did it yesterday.
Yo, get your tooth fixed, okay, before talking. Now, you lost your tooth. You still haven't fixed it.
Well,
it was back to gingivitis.
Right.
Bad teeth.
No, there's no gingivitis.
No, it was bad teeth. Anyway, so like I was saying, I was actually going back to what I was saying. Now
we're happy to talk about
eat your puree. Go eat your puree food. Thank you. So it sounds like it. So anyways, when we're talking about the Carmelo Anthony case, we're specifically talking about the legality of it, and you guys want to sit there and put your, emotional, trauma dump and emotional baggage on the case. What they're trying to prove is imminent danger when it comes to Carmelo Anthony case. And when someone is sitting down and you approach them and you look in their face, that is presenting a danger to someone. If they're sitting down, they did not get up. And that is what Carmelo was facing at that point. Austin Metcalf, he presented himself as the aggressor, started an argument with this kid, and then specifically responded. So that is what they're trying to prove in this case, is imminent danger, and that's what the conversation should be focusing on. Not how I feel, what should have been done, because you guys are all upstanding citizens and got it like that. That is what the problem is that Austin did present a danger to Carmela Anthony and Carmela.
But not deadly.
Yo, can you brush your teeth before talking to me? Okay, or resolve your teeth situation.
You guys sound like you're right, right?
I think it's embarrassing. I think it's embarrassing. I think it's embarrassing. I'm actually skinny. I weigh 130 pounds. What about your wife?
What about your other feet?
What about your piggy wife? What about your piggy wife and your missing tooth? I'm 130 pounds, 5'8". Okay, so don't try to use those racial tropes on me, bitch. Okay, because I could talk about your big nose. Okay, I could talk about that wrinkly skin and those missing teeth and how your wife left you. So how?
Agent, we don't do wives. Come on.
Oh, that's his ex-wife. That's his ex-wife. He doesn't have a wife anymore. But anyways, I think when we talk, we need to talk about, then don't use racial tropes on Black women, especially when they're not true. So my thing is that we're talking about imminent danger, and Austin Metcalf presented that to Carmela Anthony.
Hey, Louis. Hey, Louis.
I would love to hear concrete perspective.
Hey, Louis.
I'm Louis.
Whenever you hear people stuff like that, do you think they really know about
guys in high school? You know what I mean?
Louis?
I'm kicking over my bro right now. I'm like half paying attention.
I would love to hear your perspective.
Conquer got short.
Oh, you already said something about it?
Yeah, I didn't hear what was said. I just heard the wife part.
No, I was just asking what you thought as far as their analysis. I think it's okay for us to be able to examine all of the evidence instead of just jumping to a conclusion that makes people feel better. But I understand the gender likelihood of that being a reality, right? I'm just wondering if you feel the same way.
The gender of what?
No, we're trying just to examine the evidence. I'm just talking about the evidence, and if you're not aware of the evidence, then what you're saying doesn't really make sense to us. Agent talks about imminent threat and then says threat without the imminence, right? Just points out that she doesn't actually grasp the appreciation.
Explain the situation. You just don't listen.
Can I go after some more?
Retarded.
Respond to this.
You are retarded.
No problem.
You are one of the dumbest people on this
No, I just want to make sure this is clear,
You
right?
just like to say things and it doesn't make any sense.
Can somebody help?
And it's embarrassing.
Can somebody help her? You don't have to be so reactionary to everything.
Therapist, and you need to stop speaking. Speaking about things you know nothing about.
Wait, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
I will allow her to keep cooking.
Hey, yo. No, go ahead.
All right, thank you. Ms. Fifi, what you're dealing with in this case isn't objective, rational people. These are obviously biased people who have been conditioned to hate the Negro. They are leery of the Negro, suspicious of the Negro, exhausted.
Nobody remembers when it was my turn to talk earlier. It was I'm gonna do my thing. I'm gonna talk. I'm whose turn it is. Was anybody here for that? Yes, that happened today. I want to say about 3 hours. So yeah, it was my turn to He said I was going to stage. And you know what happened? Josh ended up cleaning it. I want to say
You can't turn the other butt cheek. Yeah, that nigga's gonna keep crying. It's okay though. I hope you feel better, homie.
So yeah, I was saying, so yeah, Trying to do it right after I did it, bro. It doesn't work the same. All you have to do is let me get 20 to 30 seconds. And the conversation would went straight through and guess what? A whole other conversation would have guess what? You said, you said, I want to I don't care what you want. I don't care about creation. And I know y'all hear what's like. I am going to be grown man, ladies and gentlemen. And as long as this is a grown man crying, but I don't care to overtalk everybody without being interrupted. Was it his turn? Who knows? And there was a lot of crying going on. And now niggas want to cry some more. So you want to look at this situation, you want to say about all the time, and then the niggas started crying about some other shit. I want to say, hey, stop getting crying. Hey, 15 minutes. Stop getting crying. 15 minutes? No, that's it. Every day. Every time every time anybody ever crashed out, he goes and cries. 15 minutes, man, cry. And he's going to do one of the problems. I'm okay with it. Hey, I'm okay with crying. It's not going to happen regularly. I don't care about the crying. Because they call it crying. This is the crying. I'll never care about crying. That's why I'll never get every time you'll never cry. Please continue to cry. You cry every single time. This is your weakness. When you're done crying, you know your weakness. When you're done crying, that's the problem. Look at this. I'm not telling everybody. Eastern time. It is 3:10 p.m. I'm telling everybody right now. I don't think you can run until 3:30 p.m. Eastern time. On the Johnson now. If you look at Marina I promise you, in every scenario, in every world, in everything that ever I've noticed the common good. And the common good is, right there. That's right there. If the ring around his name went away twice. Look. The ring around my name hasn't gone away once. And it went away twice for one. This isn't different. Look, that's what he did. That's somebody's name. Look at the ring around my name. It's 3 times. How do you able to actually do this consistently? Without stopping. 3 rings right there. Everyone is actually jumping in there. Let's see. Let's see if he's able to do it 4 times. Let me ring around his name. This is real big, bro. These are all big boys. Go to the gym. Cardio is gonna help you, my guy. The reason why I can do these long crash outs is because I go to the gym. It's because I actually go, I do cardio. Because I go into the freaking, into the sauna. My guy, I am giving you good advice. The reason why your name went away 5 times in the
It's a camera that we have. I'm giving you good advice. I'm not trying to be bad. Concrete. Go to the gym. Do some cardio. Do it daily, weekly, monthly, yearly, and you'll be able to be who I am right now. You'll be able to hold a long conversation without the ring around your name going away. The ring around your name went away already 7 times. You want to know and you know what the funniest thing about it is? You lost earlier. Everybody said, yo, we lost earlier. You know what you did? You muted it up, bro. I'll give you something. 39. I'll say 39. 39. You were going to try to use it. You were like, you know what? I don't give a fuck about beauty. I don't give a fuck about beauty. Yeah, don't be listen to nigga cry. You know what I'm going to do? You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to keep y'all see the nigga cry. We're going to see. You would do your history. And say it how to let your history last around. Once it's on things, and I say, what's right? The only thing I call it hard, you know, because it's hard for it. That's how I kind of work, you know, all the water. And I was thinking to myself, you know what? The shot, the shot messages help to it. And it's always easy. The days is why everybody comes to my direct. You are. When you pass it on the mic, and I get ready to be me. It comes to the cool shot. All you want over be me. That's the funny thing. Openly challenging you to be more long-winded. Every time I put it in this shit, you lose every earlier, you forward, you left, you see what the conversation with the top. For the Kellys, the people have to look at Mark. Is it? At least tell you know they said it was I'm okay with being biased. I want it to be biased. I'm reading it with the Philly down on this show. So we just Mr. Philly, we said Mr. Philly said it was the case. You gotta do Coach Clan member. I'm also on trial. Would you want everybody on trial to be a Coach Clan member? Because it was a very argument, you know what he thought? He said, yes, I want to buy a trial because under understanding, look at you, you're energy. Look at your energy. It's okay. Look at you trying to turn to somebody else. No, look at me. Don't look at Coco. Look at me. Don't look at Coco. No. It's okay. You can't have to stay around. It's me talking to you, Mr. Concrete. Focus on me, Mr. Concrete. Don't turn away from me, Mr. Concrete. I know you hear me talking to you, Mr. Concrete. Don't talk to Coco. Come on, focus on me. You ain't the energy. Look. It's okay, Concrete. Go to sleep, my concrete. Go to sleep. He has energy. Look, he keeps getting up. He's got energy. Look at the rewind. No, it's okay. I'm gonna do the damn game. Okay. I'm gonna talk in a little voice. We gonna fuck it up.
We're getting back to auction.
We gonna put it up. We gonna fuck it up. Thank you very much for giving us the party. Yeah, bitch ass nigga.
Has anyone suggested today that they just tell him don't kill any more people?
For the record, he left the room.
That doesn't count. Oh no, it does count because his phone could have died.
Hey, so here goes a couple of facts that are straight up the trial, bro. So one fact is that they did not know each other. This is from the defense and the prosecution, as far as Hunter and Carmelo Anthony. The other fact was that I guess.
Hunter okay?
What? Say it again? All right. So anyways, I guess Austin Metcalf got a text message from his coach.
On Clubhouse recently, they said that silent moderating is not effective. And I said that to you, acknowledge and silent moderate better.
Hello!
It's quite impressive. have a knack for it.
Can you not hear me, Monica?
Word knowledge. Can we
Monica,
start
can you-
having the conversation again, please, sir?
Monica, can you hear
Do
me?
you mind?
Monica?
On the phone?
Wait, I didn't do anything. I didn't crash out.
Knowledge, can you hear me?
Coco, I might be able to do tonight. Like,
Yeah, I can hear you
tomorrow
too.
afternoon.
That's not
Oh, you guys are ignoring me?
No, I can hear you.
2 p.m.
Bro.
Eastern, I think, for our January 6th room. Which
Alright, so you guys mind if I say
you
this?
can reply in the chat. You
That's
can
right,
break
sorry.
codes on that necessarily.
I can hear you.
Wait, are you telling me that the January 6th are gathering again?
Back to you. I just saw your question.
What's up? Okay, Dawn. Here we go, Dawn.
I see that some people need some ass whoopings up in here.
How you doing?
Yo, I don't whip this nigga's Conker's ass at least 3-4 times today.
Yo, you heard some of us handles, right? You said you could do.
5 years ago.
Alright, thank you very much. Alright,
We can hear you
just want to
now.
say this, right? Thank you, brother.
Yeah, me and my
Very good.
Very interesting. Yeah, that nigga knowledge is a weirdo. Alright, let me just point this out though. Like, this is straight from the, hey, can we mute her? She's on the hot mic.
But how you gonna call me? I'm celebrating my freaking winning, my third win.
Bro, you heard me? I was trying to get, can we mute her again? Can we mute her again? Alright, so this is from Austin.
Your shoulders in line.
Alright, can you be quiet now, Monica?
You're not stepping out.
I was trying to give an update about the Carmelo Anthony trial, right? So, they never knew each other.
How I packed people up today with my.
Can we just like mute her? Cause she's acting like a West Virginian.
Oh, Dawn, you can't hear Monica, Dawn?
Who was that arguing with this morning about what?
Alright, anyways, so they didn't know each other. The coach from Centennial High School did not have a tent. There was no tent for Carmelo Anthony's school. And the reason why he was in the tent was because a friend of his was on the team in the memorial and waved them over there, right? So these answer the questions that all of the pro Austin Metcalf people had. Why was he there? Because he had a friend there, right? And how come he wasn't underneath his own tent? Well, because he had his own tent, right? So because there was no Centennial tent.
He is guilty.
Hey, can we put her on mute? She's hot micing again.
34% believe he's not.
Yeah, she's not by her phone, Doc. So can we help her out? I don't want her to say anything incriminating.
No, I did it.
I was muted.
Oh, I thought you were out like you.
Yeah.
It sounded like you were out like
Yeah, so I think this actually helps out Carmelo Anthony's case right here, right? Is that he did not have his own tent. He did not know Austin Metcalf. And the defense says if Austin Metcalf and his brother was standing over Carmelo Anthony. So this is from the defense and the prosecution. This is from the actual trial. So that kind of changes a lot of things now, right? So did he have a tent? The answer is yes.
If knowledge would have been there, he's always pitched a tent for kids, so we would have been safe.
Stuck the landing a little bit better, but real quick.
Knowledge might still have got the pitch the tent.
Real quick. Knowledge. What's that mic that you got, nigga? Why don't you just send me the
link, bro?
Yeah, I can send you the link.
Oh, please. Yeah.
No, it's not. I bought a bunch of Amazon ones. They ain't
No, but like when this month's on
I only had one good one from Amazon, bro. I had one good one from Amazon. It was for the iPhone 16, bro. And then when I went to go buy a new one because I broke it at the gym, bro, they said, bro,
Small. I got like at least 4 or 6 from Amazon, and they don't have the same price.
Did you say you bought more than 6 years old from the Amazon?
Hey, that was good.
bro, the angle that you guys find is crazy. Hey, there was something that you said, Knowledge, that was hella funny.
How are you doing?
Hey, do you hear that a lot, Tim, about rape me?
I did.
That shit, or don't rape me, that shit.
You know what's crazy? I used to say, I need you.
Wait, yo, Samoa, were you here yesterday when my son knocked him out?
Nah, no.
Bro, so look. So yesterday was the last day of school, so I was taking the kids to school. And actually, it wasn't yesterday, it was the day before yesterday. Yo, Samoa was talking, Tim was talking so much shit while I was in the car with my daughter, while I was coming back from dropping her off with my son. Everyone was like, yo, you gotta fight back knowledge. Yo, as soon as I got to the crib, I put my son on the phone, and my son goes, hey, Mr. Tim, can you please let all the kids out of the basement? Yo, he's been trying. He's been trying to recover since that. It's been bad.
Not the basement.
Yeah, it was a knockout. Tim was like, who the fuck said that? What kid said that? I know where they're at, so I can kidnap them too.
Not to add them to my collection.
Right. That was I can kidnap them too.
Add them to my collection in the basement.
Yo, some more. I know you saw the Knicks do their thing last night. I know you saw.
Yeah, bro.
That's crazy.
Yeah, bro.
I ain't a lot. I thought the Spurs were gonna spank the Knicks, but Jalen Brunson is underrated, fam. He underrated.
You want to know who knows it even more than me, bro? Louis knows it even more than me.
What do you mean?
Who muted me? I've been talking this whole time.
Nah, he bet.
Oh, they got a bet? They got a bet?
Yeah.
Oh, like,
Well, they lost the dub on that one game.
Louis going with the Spurs?
Yep. Louis.
Wait, Louis paid up though. He paid up.
Yes, he did.
Oh, they only bet on that one game?
Yeah. They put money on that game.
And now Hagat has a bet out there. With Nathan's one of them for $20. And Puff is another one for $20.
Wait, hold on. You know what the crazy thing is? Yo, someone made a bet for me, and they owe me $2 billion right now. They're on stage.
Oh my goodness.
Johnson was $15,000 bet yesterday.
26.
I want that off the $2 million.
You want a $15,000 discount on the $2 billion?
How are the Democrats cheating in LA?
Yeah, you would have lost 15, bro. You would have that right there. Yeah, that shit was funny.
Yo, Tim, you know what I can't understand, fam? You from that blue, you cool as hell, you from a blue, true blue state, and you're a freaking Trumper fan. I don't like that state is super blue, fam.
Straight up.
Ain't you a Trumper too?
Trumper.
What? Oh man, I got the wrong person. My bad, my fault.
This is definitely racist. One white guy is
Yeah, they all look kind of translucent.
All y'all white dudes look the same to me, man. I'm sorry. My fault.
Yeah, they all look veiny, bluey, and ready. They're all translucent.
Yo, some more. And old. You forgot old.
Yes, and old. Hey man, so it looks like it's starting to look better for Carmelo right now. I'm hoping these dudes at the freaking county can shut the hell up. I'm looking at a lot of these videos of them protesting.
Are they?
Like they're out there calling every white person they see a cracker.
There's one. You said it's looking good for them?
Yeah, what do you mean? What do you mean it's looking good?
Yo, Simone, you know what's crazy? When I hung out with Nathan last weekend, I asked Nathan, I was like, yo, you met up with Mr. Finley, right? He was like, yeah, I met up with Mr. Finley. And I'm like, is he as tall as he says he is? He's like, he definitely can't dunk. Ain't no way Mr. Finley can dunk.
That's why he focused on that left hand so much, so he can get the reverse in there. Just saying.
And he's still dunking. I came at the perfect time,
I never had anybody over-emphasize on my layup.
You got
out jump shots, mid range, and layups. That's telling.
No kendo.
What up?
Yo, if you look at Mr. Billy's PTR, his wife in the picture is 4'8", so he's barely about 5 foot.
No, he ain't short, bro. Like he reasonably tall.
Kendall like 6'3", 6'4".
You're doing a great job too, Monica.
Kendall is tall.
You gotta spin the block on you.
So he come back.
But that's
And I done got a little lean.
Come out and play.
I got my footwork back. I do that lean, bro.
Come out and play. Chaos. The room is crazy right now.
Yo, Kendall,
I can't hear you, but the room is crazy right now.
Please don't. It's too loud.
Kendall, wait, hold on. Is the mic loud?
No, that's too loud, bro.
No. If it's loud, I'll change it. Hold on.
Nah, that shit low, bro. That shit.
Oh, y'all taking it.
Yo, Kendall.
No, I'm asking. If it's loud, I'll change it.
Yeah, make it louder, bro.
What up?
So my last time, 2 times, it was not the last time I was up there for a funeral, but the time before that, we played at Lincoln, and it was pretty much the OGs versus the YNs, fam.
Oh yeah, hey, look, we just had one of those games the other day.
Is it
Boy, them niggas.
Is it better?
We ran through that.
Is it better?
Yeah, some of them can't run because they be
I lost audio for 10 minutes.
So you know, like
I lost audio for 10 minutes.
we do the Rip Hamilton on.
Yeah, we go on that.
Philly.
That's all that.
That's okay. What's crazy is that every game we played 3 games, they were up every game and blew every game.
You know the value of the blacks?
And look, my putback game is serious. And you know, like, they don't expect, like, a nigga my height to, like,
That's too loud.
move. You know what I'm saying? So,
And they didn't expect me to be able to shoot like I could, though.
oh, yeah. Now,
I was killing with that beat. You know they're going to chase you on the 3-point line. That's all they know how to do is shoot threes.
Them black people lungs make y'all talk louder. Them black lungs make y'all talk louder. That's what it is.
that's what it is.
Yo, I apologize to everyone. I did not.
I don't accept apologies, Monica.
I apologize. I womanize.
I kept not only did I hear anyone, everyone looked like they were on mute.
Oh, for real?
Yeah.
Crazy, born to be a miracle.
You must have got the MAGA hack. The MAGA hack. It mutes every minority in the room on Clubhouse.
Yo, Kendall, why you think Monica has a seductive voice? But when you think she get that seductive voice? Why you think she does it?
I think it's a performance voice, and I think she's a Negro whisperer.
Like, she's so fucking fake. Why she put that seductive voice? So she could entice certain people and make us think she sound like that. You know Mike Tyson be putting a fake voice like Michael Jackson? She be doing that shit too, nigga.
Wait,
hold on. Jacobus, are you admitting that you've been enticed by Monica?
I think so.
Bro, I'm an honest nigga. I'm an honest Joe.
Keely, why you put that on my back?
You see how it came out? You put it on my back. You see what she did?
Come on, don't sexualize this old lady.
Why did you put it on my back? Oh, the visual is crazy.
You look up those 2 toys for your baby girl?
Monica has a crush.
I did. Don't be calling me that already crying. So if I feel like I'm too late for that, it's the ball.
No, not the ball. She rolls it when she
She
rolls.
wanted to talk to Huey about balls. She likes Huey, nigga.
That puppy was cute.
Oh, yeah, that puppy.
The roller puppy, yeah. But everyone who I've ever seen get it.
She's drooling over this nigga right now.
That's why I kind of want something that's like low investment, like like
out of there, bro.
like the best option. You know what I mean?
You
either.
Stop
No,
trying to
because they're more durable than baby toys. So I'd actually rather her if she's gonna like choose on
Now you want to have babies with you. I want to tell you crazy, bro.
I definitely give her a ball though, because she's so active.
Active balls. My nigga,
Oh,
listen,
they have that train with the dominoes. Have you
I
seen
hear
that?
it, but I don't. You know what I'm saying?
Bro,
Monica, the thing is, it needs to be automated like robo, like something that goes on it. To keep her in the playpen, because we just bought a playpen, like so it's like a 1 meter by 2, 1.6 meters by 2. And the problem is, if we leave her in there, she gonna cry. Like she wants to be out.
The ball.
I'm in there with her.
I think the ball would work.
You know what, Joe? I'm gonna tell y'all
because it's tactile. It has light and sound.
It's
the colors. If it was all black, maybe. Because the weird thing is like,
the worst is all black.
I'm telling you.
Well, let me go look and see if I can find one for you.
He's wondering why he's getting fingered and not understanding how. She's the wicked one. What the fuck?
You know what's interesting with consistency? So like, I feel like my kids play with the box. The toy comes in more than the toy.
Yeah.
Look, Chaos thought they were talking about something. Bro, I heard Huey say it's a meter long. Just saying.
Thank you, Jamal. You said
And then now Chaos talking about playing with the box.
Recognize us. We
That's wild.
Kind of crazy. I'm a heavy dove and I'm a skinny dove. But we recognize patterns, bro. And Jesus said, be like doves and wise as serpents. We recognize patterns and we gentle. But the serpent, they rough. They penetrate dogs with a bite. They penetrate with a bite. And she sunk her teeth into Huey. And on stage, Huey was getting masturbated by this demonic woman. And he let it happen. He didn't say no. Just like Adam didn't say no when it happened.
Hey, well, I didn't say to have my
This is your shame, brother.
You punk
I
ass.
will cover your shame.
That's why you blocked. And you stay blocked, Jacobus. Every time I say something, too hard on Jacobus. He's having a hard time. You should give him a break. You should give Jacobus a break. Every time. You pervert. You perverted. You perverted street.
I don't want that.
Come here.
I don't want that. No, I don't want it.
You can't like me.
Where's Nathan? Nathan, I don't consent. This is gross.
Implicit meanings are gross, yet the words that are stated are hidden. This is crazy. Tisk.
Hey, Huey, did you get the update?
Unlucky.
So he had a reason to be under the tent. Ooh. Carmelo. Oh, shit.
He had a reason to be under the tent?
Yeah.
What?
What was the reason?
So he had a friend that called him over, or like he was speaking to a friend of his underneath the memorial tent. And to answer the question that's asking, like, well, how come he wasn't underneath the Centennial High School tent? Because there wasn't one. They never knew each other, the brothers or anything. And from the defense, they're saying that he was both brothers standing over him while he was in a crouch position.
I'm not gonna lie. This will sound cold as fuck. But like, I don't give a fuck because I know for a fact you're going to jail. Even if it's manslaughter, they're gonna get him on manslaughter, right? I think he's been charged with manslaughter.
It'll be a miracle if that nigga get off.
Wait. What are the actual charges? Do you know? Or has that happened yet?
I think it's
premeditated murder.
But do they add manslaughter too?
Yeah.
What the fuck is that?
Yeah, he's definitely not getting away with manslaughter. There's no world in which that happens. Best case scenario is that he doesn't get hit with murder. Manslaughter is still what, 5 to 7, 5 to 8? Right? What does anybody know the manslaughter terms? I think they're gonna hit him with the max for manslaughter, so it's like it's kind of like a lose-lose scenario, really.
I don't know, man. It's like
you say that the process of how you came about with premeditated murder was this state of mind, and the jury doesn't believe you, and then you're like, oh, well, maybe it was kind of like an accident or whatever. But the defense Carmelo Anthony is, no, I was defending myself because the environment is that. I don't know how a jury would be able to go from so extreme left and right to like a middle position. Like what just to be like, well, he did something, we don't know, we should just give him the.
Now that you there, I'll go. I want to talk to you after these two brothers.
Hi, Anna Karen.
I'm trying to see how they get the manslaughter. My bad.
Anna Karen.
Yeah. Samoa. Let me tell you, what I think it is.
Oh shit, was I muted this entire time? Was I muted this? Fuck.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Yeah, that's crazy. I'm like, what the fuck's up with you, Jacoba?
Change the mood with that shit, bro. I know what the fuck's going on.
I was cussing Jacoba sauce and everything. I ain't about to.
That's so fucking shit.
I take all 19 boards back.
I hope y'all still wickedness up y'all way. I hope y'all still wicked.
Incredible amounts of stupidity. Let's litigate the case again for old time's sake.
I mean, this is almond milk. I'm like, motherfucker, that ain't milk. That's almond juice, right? And then they're gonna have a whole discrepancy on that. And then to prove them niggas wrong, I'm gonna say some deeper shit, and they're gonna say, you know what? We're gonna go back to that, and then we're gonna attack that. So basically, I'm saying this: look, a honeycomb is a nut, a vegetable, and a motherfucking fruit. And when you squeeze it, juice come out, or honey.
I'm not gonna lie, the almond juice thing kind of fucked me up.
You see what I'm saying, bro? So look, all I'm saying is, I was like the tiny little seed that fucking sprouted late. So my perception is a little late, but it's ahead of the time. So all I'm saying is this. Look, I'm listening again. I know, but remember, I gotta give you 1 and 2. 1 and 2.
Why do they call the stuff that comes out of the coconut milk?
See, I don't want y'all to get confused. Because this go happen.
Maybe because it's white.
Hold on. Let's not get confused, and let's respect who's bringing you the dinner. So now, my nigga Huey is on my side. He understands that almond milk is some funny bunny shit and it don't exist. But almond juice does. And that a honeycomb is also a nut, a fruit, and a vegetable. And when you squeeze it, you make some water. You make some juice. And when you add a little water, it becomes sweet water. And when Moses gave the Israelites sweet water, he gave them honey water. Now go back to the almond milk and the almond juice like I told you. And then you will attack the nut, vegetable, and the fruit, known as the honeycomb.
Yo, I can't think of any juice that's white.
My nigga.
Do you guys know what any?
Nigga.
Is there any juice that's white?
I could show you the seeds. Listen, I can show
Technically, coconut milk would be.
Nigga, no. You see? Now I'm about to hit you with some deep shit. Watch this, bro. Let's go deep. Because we ain't gonna go homo. Watch this. If you got 2 seeds, and you squeeze those 2 seeds, and some white liquid come out, that is a juice. Now, what it came out of was a fruit. And right now, that fruit is not forbidden. But a long time ago, it was forbidden.
Because people use it instead of dairy milk from cows as a replacement.
Oh my God! You listen to a woman, you're not gonna understand. Milking. Mikey, look at yourself before I finish it. So milking is. Oh my God! This is why I can't bring nothing out. All of these snakes is all the milk.
Why? Who's the pig? Who the fuck is the pig?
At least always got the same.
Wait, Samoa, are you here?
I had to lay it on him yesterday, bro.
Samoa, read the chat, Samoa. Samoa, bro. Samoa, they lied. Centennial had a 10. There were 8 teams on the track that day. There were 8 teams in Samoa, and each one had their own 10. Okay, Chad.
Why would you put that in your body? Mikey, look at himself. Mikey, look at himself. Mikey, look at himself.
He made me look at myself.
You said it.
I was a professional poser. I set up myself more than anything, bro. I was the one that declared me staring at my butthole.
Look at himself.
You didn't do anything.
Guess what Mikey saw?
That's the thing.
Mikey,
look at my butthole.
Now, guess what Mikey saw?
I look at my butthole.
Mikey, look at himself.
I did it on my own.
Guess what Mikey saw? Mikey, look at himself. Now, guess what Mikey saw? Mikey, look at himself. Now, guess what Mikey saw?
I'm going to keep you making you say that.
Mikey, look at himself. Now, guess what Mikey saw?
No. Don't stop now.
Look at himself.
I don't think you
Now,
can
guess
handle
what
it.
Mikey saw?
It's too much of a tongue twister.
Mikey, look at
Yeah,
himself.
you're already slowing down.
Mikey
You're slowing down. You're already slowing down.
I'm dancing with this song.
No, you're not. You're not dancing.
Now, guess
You
what
already
Mikey
broke
saw?
too. You just say I'm dancing. You already broke.
Their legs up in the women in
You're
the
looking
dresses.
for a way in now.
Mikey, look at himself. Now, guess what Mikey saw?
Nigga, you got
I'm trying. I know, that was a good part, right? Now, look, let me go back to the fruit and the vegetable. You would agree that ain't no way almonds got titties and they cannot produce milk. You would agree with that?
You're trying to change it now. Look, you're trying to change it.
Mikey, look at himself. Now, guess what Mikey saw?
See, it doesn't sound good. It doesn't sound good.
Look at himself. Now, guess what Mikey saw?
Nah, bro, it don't sound good.
Nah, everybody gonna look. Everybody gonna look at you and guess what you looking at? And you gonna have to tell us, Mikey. You gonna have to tell us what you
say it. Damn, why are you sounding your rhythm?
Because I want to tell them about the
You quit. You quit. Okay, go.
Wait. Jehovah, can you do the because it wasn't blood? That's my favorite.
Yo, I never knew singing was powerful. I thought it was just I forgot about that one blood show. That's crazy. That's scary. But look, let me just say this, Mikey. These niggas was telling me that almonds got titties and they produce milk. And I told them, no, that is juice. When you squeeze nuts and you squeeze vegetables and you squeeze fruits, you get juice. Now, when you squeeze
why isn't it an extract?
Oh my God! So now, when you squeeze, a honeycomb, you get some juice called honey, and that's a nut, that's a vegetable, and that's a fruit. Now, somebody asked about the white stuff. Now, if you got 2 seeds and you squeeze it and you shake it up, and some white stuff come out, that is juice. And therefore, you would say that now, therefore, you would say that is a fruit. Now, this fruit a man has. Now, this fruit is forbidden. No one is supposed to touch it. No one is supposed to eat it. You're not supposed to consume it. But a woman touched it and looked at it, and she consumed it. And now, yes, this meat for the forbidden fruit, I shall not say.
Yeah, I had a quick really quick question. Come on, I have a really quick question. Yo, She-Wolf, I just saw your PTR. Yo, did your man finally put a ring on it?
He bought me 2 rings, Knowledge.
What? I see 3 rings in there.
Okay, the middle one I bought, and I said I was gonna give that to a man one day. That's a man's wedding band in the middle. It don't fit him, and he don't really wear rings, so I never gave it to him. But that's a man's wedding band in the middle.
She-Wolf, that's your hand?
Hey, Monica.
Yeah, that's my ashy ass hand.
She-Wolf, congrats.
Oh, she can
Monica, you need to read better.
These are old.
Yo, She-Wolf, you can scratch a good back.
I've heard that many times before.
Yo, what about a backpack? Nigga, what about a backpack?
I do scratch a good back.
You scratch a good back.
I'm checking Samoa now.
You know what's funny? Have you ever heard the saying cats have like 9 lives?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you gotta read
I never believed in that saying.
Samoa, can you put it in the chat?
I saw Huey die at least 4 or 5. Yes,
It was bad.
I saw him die 4 times yesterday. 4 times today. I think he's on his last life.
You know what that means, bro? When they say
I'll be rooting for you. You're one of the better argument makers. But yesterday it wasn't good, Huey. I've seen you make some of the better arguments in the room, Huey. But I'm gonna be honest with you. Yesterday it wasn't good.
That's a fact.
Wait, can I tell you what the
Yeah, I've been trying to say something to Samoa for a minute.
Let him get that joke out.
What might go Samoa on it?
Throw that shit out like that.
It'd be really like in your Grok response here, it says typically this is what they do, and what I'm providing you is like what was testified to in the trial today. The Centennial on this day didn't happen. Okay, so like that's the difference.
I'm asking too, but the Grok also says Centennial's tent location was positioned on the far side or opposite side of the stadium from the Memorial High School tent. So
Why you guys use That's the worst.
Real quick, is the trial being televised?
no, he's underaged.
No, these are all reporters providing like 45 minutes, then they go out there, then they give you like the briefing of like what they. You know what I mean?
Rock is the worst.
Well, they could not show him and like record the trial, but I'm not too sure about how that
Oh
stadium.
no, there's no electronic devices allowed anywhere.
Damn.
Yeah, but like you can tell that Grok doesn't actually have the up-to-date information because it's really generalized.
Yeah.
Like in what is.
So I told you it sucks.
Right.
Well, it's just a prompt, right? It's like
bro, like if you use like chat reply, you're gonna get better results. You're gonna get better results.
Well, no, that might be true.
I don't think so.
But there is a way of prompting this better.
Test it.
Yeah, like there's a way of prompting this one better.
Put the same prompt into both and see which one you get.
No, but like they both have like different default settings, right? But like if you're asked
So
something
see
direct,
which one is more. My claim is based off of accuracy, and I'm saying in reference to what you guys are like looking into, Grok sucks.
I use the reason
Test it. Put it into something.
Oh, loving lunch.
Yo,
So Centennial High, according to Grok from my new prompt, Centennial High School was the only team without a tent set up that day.
Right.
And that's why Mike had defense attorney. He is a public defender. He's not a. They hired a.
Yeah, these are the people that are in the room. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like there's a lot of conjecture on like what the actual arguments are going to be. So I've learned 3 new things just from like watching these people. So.
What's the other things you learned?
Not just that they don't know each other. The coach asked Austin Metcalf to be more of a leader and kind of like controlling the dynamic at these types of track meets. And
there were some thefts at previous track meets.
And that Carmelo Anthony had a friend that was underneath this specific tent that called him over, and that's who he was engaging with.
Yo, so Samoa, forgive me, bro, nigga. No, I gotta tell you something, Samoa. Right? I'm not accusing no one. I'm just saying.
Backstabbing, two-faced motherfucker. Picking. Now, is it? You need a nut for it. And trust me, it has its perks. Like what? Because it's fucking tragic. Look at yourself. Don't be someone to fear. You've fallen a long way since you led the Black Dragon. Yeah, tell me about the Black Dragon. I am the Black Dragon. Which means you boss. Let me guess. The Lord. And I've got orders lined up. I don't take orders from the God. You know what to do with it. Hell, if you could turn this whole thing to a game of this, just make me price. And you'll see the whole thing here. What do you think for us? Do you actually want to do this or not? Do you actually want to do this or not? Because if you actually want to do it, what's going to stop you? Nothing. Let me see what you do when you're tired. Let me see how you push yourself. Come on, man. Get up. Get up again tomorrow. Get up again tomorrow. Get up again tomorrow.
I'm very excited. Bima, I was talking for 15 minutes thinking that nobody was talking, and then I changed the audio setting and realized that everybody was talking. I was scared myself.
Are you scared, Linda?
What was that?
I totally embarrassed myself.
Somebody text me. Nigga, do you have a Siemens phone? Was that the Siemens phone? No, it's not. Wait, she said Siemens. She ain't talking about the fucking Procreate. You nasty.
No, it's coming to you. Did you hear Hunter speak to
I don't believe it, but you just unlocked a phone.
I'm gonna go ahead and shower. The black sheep of the family. Always. If they keep getting back up again, turns out to be the goat. Period. Stop taking constructive criticism from people that have never constructed anything that you can use.
It was last year though. Like it doesn't really matter now that we're gonna find out the truth.
Let's talk about why they.
The truth about what? What are you
My
talking
husband.
about?
And his uncle.
Oh, is that finally happening?
Yeah, the trial's right now. Right, yeah. They just had an opening argument. The defense spoke as well, and they're going to
Not what's going on.
Why? I thought we had a trial for Luigi. Where's Luigi? Yeah, but it's going through. It's just they stopped cameras from going inside because obviously.
What trial for Luigi? He committed murder.
Like he still gets some trial. Yeah.
It's premeditated murder. He's going to be sentenced for a long, long time.
They disclosed his death penalties now.
No, I don't think they'll put him to death.
Does anyone think that this youngster that stabbed him is going to get off?
Or Luigi Mangione. They did a really good tango song about him. I'll put it in the chat.
It's called due process. We can't just adjudicate him guilty without a trial.
I agree.
Not working for him.
They're gonna, like, the guy openly admitted to doing what he did. Like, it's done. They're just gonna sentence the kid.
Alright, why do you keep calling him a kid? Kids are innocent. This wasn't an innocent man. This is somebody who murdered.
Carlos, a kid too. Being
I know what look. When we say
Yeah, but he's black, so
you
know.
when we
Black
say
boys aren't really kids.
look, when we say kids, we mean that there's a connotation that we have around it that makes us feel like a kid is innocent.
Upon you what?
Maybe.
Upon
But this
you
is not
what?
a kid. Relax.
A connotation? What word are you using so I can learn it? Oh, connotation.
Like maybe.
Connotation?
Look. Let's make it helpful.
Yeah, if it's connotation, I know what that is. I don't think he's using it correctly, but
Let's make it helpful. If you exercised this morning, you would have been out of breath and you would have did yourself a favor. But you didn't do that. So don't try to exercise your mouth down. Okay? So now all I was saying is this. When we have words like kids and babies, we think of connotations, things that make us look at it in another manner that's more polite.
bro, he did it again.
And when we, oh my God, and when we look at this individual, he was not innocent. He knew what he was doing. He also knew the consequences. And the fact he knew the consequences means he wasn't a baby. He was ignorant of what was going to happen. So he did this himself and he chose it. And you got people in this room saying, I will make the same mistake. So he is not wrong. And that doesn't make it right.
Or are you talking about Carmelo? Or Carmelo?
I was talking about both.
Oh, okay.
Simone, what do you think?
I think you like it all, bro. Like, does it matter to you guys that in court today it's been verified that this dude outweighed him 100 pounds?
See,
So you got a 230-pound guy.
I fucking told you guys. Go ahead, Simone. I fucking told you.
That kid's going to jail for the rest of his life, bro.
I think UOB and Asian college school making us go through all those gymnastics
Well,
This is the first day of the trial. That's how
they can't put him away for the rest of his life because he's a minor.
Yeah, they're not.
You can't get minors life without parole. Can't get minors L.
Damn, Sheila, that you? The sweetest queen of the show. I see you going full diva.
You know what I know? Interesting. I automatically assume that child, that minor white boy, was killed unjustly. Okay, whatever.
Austin Metcalf.
We're going to go way back.
You've already decided that child was killed. No, don't tell me.
No, he does not. I'm trying to help you. You got those fishes stuck on a whale.
You've already decided
You latched on to every ocean.
Starlight,
Sage, he pretends it's a guy, but he's not the guy. He's a joke. That smell in his breath is because he's been cloned us. On the clan. What? I have not done that. I have definitely never done that. Look, if you really want to do something, get me on stage for Easter. And then you can hear me, get my voice back, and then I'll fly. You know I can fly, right? That's so fucking stupid, bro. Well, I'm not back on that, but and honest to God, faith, that's like a 9.1 with Pentecostals right there. Got that.
And wait to make a judgment.
Yeah, you don't.
That's why we say you should not take over an entire jury's role. That's why we say that. Because someone like you will decide before they do Daddy was unjudged.
Austin Metcalf deserved to die.
He's a racist. Why is he be biased?
Do you think Austin Metcalf deserved to die?
Nobody deserves to die, but that's not what you're litigated.
I'd like to hear from Sheila. Is that a possibility?
What if he is a murderer?
Can I speak to Sheila?
We don't care. We don't care.
Like
Cyrus combat.
No, what?
And Austin
Talk about Cyrus crime.
And Austin caught that heat.
Sheila, do you think?
I'll burn down all South Carolina. Let's go.
Monica, wait, Monica, just wait.
Sheila, do you think Austin Metcalf deserves to die?
Yes.
I think that we should wait to see the evidence to decide if it was justified or unjustified. And we shouldn't decide before whether it was unjustified or justified.
That's a fact.
That's what I think.
That's what
You're not answering my question. Can you answer this one? Can you answer this one? Do you think Carmelo used excessive force?
You want me to make a decision before seeing the evidence, and I'm trying to tell you I can't do that.
Did Rick Floyd
I accept your answer. Thank you, Sheila.
Wait.
Thank
Can I
you, Sheila.
question again? We can ask you different questions. We're talking on. Wait, can we get one back? No.
Wait, you still alive? Okay. Welcome back.
Wait, hold on.
It's always going to be on the side of whiteness. Like, what hypotheticals are...
Yeah, no.
I'm asking after Huey's question. Okay.
My nigga's so predictable.
Wait, I have a general question to people in the States because I'm a bit confused because I did look over the arrest report, but what I'm confused about is why is it so short? Is it usually that short? Like,
all of the...
Yeah, but it's weird though. It's only a few, like, it's what, 2-3 pages.
What would you expect it to say?
No, I mean like.
It's 8 pages total.
No, but.
Well, I think
it's really short. Thank you. Sorry, I was just confused.
No, she don't.
My best report was.
Really, just shut the fuck up.
Can I have my question on?
No, yeah, I'm gonna finish in like 5 seconds. Yeah, I was just confused. But my investor report was like triple that size, and it was just like a tiny bit of like you know, like non-violent or whatever. So I was just confused why it's so short. It just.
That's a good point,
This is a narrative.
She just saying she was more gangster. I thought I heard a woman talking. I thought I heard a woman.
I got a question for you.
Oh, my God.
No, Miss Fifi, I'm sorry.
No, she knows what she did. She knows what she did.
I got some questions for you too.
Fucking skinny, Michael.
Mike as well, Fifi.
I thought you guys would find this question.
Yeah, that's very low. That's Fifi.
I know.
Disrespectful to be yelling like that.
I'll just turn up. You don't have to yell.
Yo, Free, shut the fuck up.
Shut up and call me a piece of shit.
Hey, Huey, bro, you gotta do your thing, bro.
It's me.
I'm so sorry, Scotty, because I actually cut Miss Fifi off to say that I apologize, Miss Fifi. I should have.
Come on, send me $30 so I can get a big mic.
Can you guys be quiet so Miss Fifi can say what she wants to say? Because I cut her off, and that was rude.
All right, cool. Moderate. Thank you very much, Mrs. V. Huey, go ahead.
No, it's not kind of moved past the point, but I just did want to ask Monica. Monica, hypothetically, if, let's say, a person like Candace Owens decides to investigate Austin Metcalf and finds out that Austin Metcalf was dealing drugs or doing a whole bunch of like shady shit on the side, would that change your opinion on whether or not we should talk about that, or do you feel it's like inappropriate to talk about that?
Or dealing relevant to his death, which is everything, all the information that's relevant to his death should be brought before the jury.
But would you think it's inappropriate to do a whole investigation without like his
Huey, that likely would be something that a judge would say that can't come into the jury.
Unless it was relevant to him. If it was relevant.
Okay, so the only reason I'm asking is that I always find it interesting that when it came to George Floyd's death and Candace Owens did what she did, nobody really had a problem with that. Nobody had a problem.
Fucking Indian fucker.
When it came to George Floyd's death, nobody took the weird sympathetic approach that you're like approaching Austin Metcalf. I don't remember hearing you or anybody on that side like have that same sympathy as Ben arm in arm with everybody else who's like it's fucked up that George Floyd died the way he did. Right? But it's just interesting that like nobody can really examine the circumstances. We can't like just I guess have any kind of empathy or sympathy for Carmelo Anthony because Austin Metcalf is the victim and like he's a poor white kid that it just feels that way. He's a poor white kid died and therefore, you know, we shouldn't look into it or XYZ. But like would you be comfortable if we decided, hey, lefties, let's band together and like look into fucking Austin
The
Metcalf?
third time your third time asking the question, my first answer wasn't good enough. I said if it's relevant to his death, she said if it's relevant. Hey, Bree, why don't I give you the mic and you repeat exactly what I said? Because maybe they'll hear you better. Because they're sure not listening.
She's saying that black boys should rot in jail. All black boys should.
So she passed it on to me.
I'm about to block you.
You can block me, Monica. I don't care. Like I gotta cry. I'm not.
So you I think the significant difference is the argument is, Huey, if you can hear me, the argument is that his fentanyl, his drug habits seem to have a role in it because I'm talking about George Floyd, that is because he was with his drug dealer at the time, and then we also found drugs in the system, and there was an open cap, in the car. So if that was irrelevant, you'd be 100% right. Like when they talked about him, having this robbery of this pregnant woman. I don't think that was relevant. So in that context, you're right on that. But the drug use in this particular case is really relevant.
So I was trying to answer that question in principle. Because obviously it's different cases, right? One's an adult, one's not. Right. One's from the streets, one's not. Like we understand the differences. I'm trying to discern a principle here, right? My question to you is, somebody said, Monica asked, did Austin Metcalf deserve to die? So I'm just going to ask it the other way around, right? Did George Floyd deserve to die?
No, he didn't deserve to die.
Any of the other shit, why did that matter?
That's not how you view the situation. If the fact that Metcalf off the line, then definitely be warranted. So just kind of get a temperature check of how you view the situation.
That's not ignoring the fact that they just selected an all-white jury for their trial.
I'm sorry, dude, I can hear
you. You can't point out that this is a manipulative tactic from the left as far as virtue signaling and guilting people into doing what they want. And then the person that's on the right pointing at the person on the left, deploying the thing back to them.
Trying to humanize
Just hold on.
and dehumanize.
Just hold on, lady.
I don't understand what you meant. Could you clarify that?
Yeah, so the question is, hey, do you think Austin deserved to die? This is a guilt trip. No. It's kind of being ding. It's a deployed trap to guilt somebody by saying, hey, you're a bad person, by avoiding the actual conversation and being of, is this going to be guilty or not guilty, and factoring in the evidence? That's the real conversation, right? So her doing that, but pointing at the left, hey, you guys are bad people for doing this type of a thing, and now she's doing that type of a thing. I think that's what Huey picked up on. Hold on, let's.
Yeah. And to be fair, Monica, I think you probably misworded, because I hate when people do that personally too. When people say you deserve to die, I think what she said was justified. She feels justified, but deserving to die is really a weird thing, because deserving to die is extreme, right? Most people don't deserve to die. Maybe pedophiles, rapists, yes, but just someone who had an argument or a fight, no. So yeah, I don't think anyone is entitled to death.
Except Louis made the argument that Austin deserved to die, and he's not sad he's dead, and he doesn't even remember his name. And Twerks for Nuggets just said yes, he deserved to die. So I was actually hoping, she would say no, he didn't deserve to die.
It's not about whether he deserved to die. It's about whether it was justified. I'm answering you, Monica. You're asking the wrong question. This is about whether this was justified or not. If this was self-defense or murder. So when you're asking if he deserved to die, that is not a question that is going to be fucking answered when this jury makes a decision. That is irrelevant. And I think you're asking that question to steer away from, right? It's an obfuscation from the fact that this could have likely been self-defense. So that's why I can't, and I will not answer that question.
Because you answered me, and I accepted your answer, and your answer was, I don't know yet.
Everything that's happening.
And I have to accept your answer whether I like it or not, because that's your answer, and I thank you.
Wait, Monica,
I'm not fighting you over it.
Monica, you don't feel like you did the Piers Morgan trip?
No, and I'll tell you why.
Let me describe the Piers Morgan trip for the audience. After October 7th, one of the things Piers Morgan perpetually found himself doing is anytime he had somebody who was coming to speak up on behalf of, let's say, Palestine, he'd do this weird thing where it's was October the 7th justified? And he forced this weird.
You condemn Hamas, yeah.
You condemn Hamas? Remember that shit? Where it's it's clearly the conversation is bigger and broader than let's say the atrocity of October the 7th, right? It's the Piers Morgan trip where you're trying to force people into, not committing to the broader conversation and an arbitrary sort of moral position such that it seemingly undermines the broader discussion that they're trying to have, right? It's a weird thing. It's like a weird moral gambit that you're putting people into that kind of situation by asking, did he deserve to die? That's such a weird question.
Huey, bro, what we're witnessing right now, Huey, what we're witnessing right now is.
Y'all gotta let news speakers talk.
This is what I'm saying because this is a beautiful conversation. I work for a black grassroots organization, and a lot of people don't pay attention to these things. What we're witnessing right now.
Are you Dominic Alexander?
What works for them?
Dominic Alexander?
Hold on. What doesn't work for us? Look, what works for them doesn't work for us. When kids were getting bullied in school and their people were killing themselves, they started movements and they were locking up people who were bullying their kids. When Carmelo Anthony's bully got killed by the person being bullied, they selected an all-white jury with no black people on that panel. The laws that work for them don't work for us. Look at what just happened with the Chinese man at the gas station where they chased this young boy 100 yards and he had his back turned when they cut him down.
130. That's a whole football field. Goalpost to goalpost.
Exactly. He wasn't a threat.
Plus 10 yards.
He wasn't a threat and they shot him down and he was found not guilty when that is actually indeed murder according to their laws. You understand what I'm saying? So when we look at what's in society, we have to understand and we have to start saying the fact that their laws are for them and they don't fucking work for us. Anytime something happens to one of their individuals, it works for them. But when it's happening to our people, it doesn't work for us. And this is exactly what we're going through in society at this time.
I agree.
I'm trying to be nice to you. I can't take it serious. No, you got to push it. That's fine. Cases, don't worry about it. Start at the
because they are very biased and they do not.
No, they're not. You just repeat what he said.
You know, I mean, you just mentioned everything. I understand where you're sitting and doesn't happen. That's why you're on stage talking to and interrupting and want to have your don't want to be heard.
Bro, we are grown. We can help each other.
Loneliness is because it's hard. I being that I'm the bigger person, obviously, I need to be coddled like the bitch you are. Keep being that you coddled like the bitch you are.
We can have this conversation.
Just calm down.
But if I get the lot line, y'all gonna cry, right?
Yeah, because okay, share knowledge. How much is it? How much you need, nigga? Like, cause fuck all this. Like, I'm tired. Like, how much you need, man? Okay.
It's just like Trump is trying to show me some. Show me some legs.
Yo, what the fuck? Bro, Trump is trying to actively change one of the 3 sections of the 14th Amendment, which was basically created to have slaves become. But he's trying to change the 14th Amendment, and that was basically created for the freedom of slaves and shit. You see what I'm saying? And there are 3 parts to it, but we all know how our president likes to act. He likes to pull people in by saying this about the immigrants, and then we fall for the shit, and then immediately after he attacks black people. Immediately after. No pass, go collect $200. Immediately. So if he's going to do this and put it on the network and on the mainstream, that is so that immigrants, children don't get birthright citizenship when birthright citizenship was created because of slaves and slavery. What does that mean for our people?
No, that means we're okay. Like, what are you talking about?
No, it doesn't mean that we're okay because he's also trying to change another thing to where if your last name is not the same name on your birth certificate, you lose the right to vote. So what does that mean for married people? See, it's a lot of shit that's changing, bro. I know what you're saying, but this is what he's doing.
No, I'm saying what you're saying is doesn't make sense.
But this is what he's doing.
You get married, you literally change your name for everything.
Didn't you just hear what I said? Hey, Free, did you hear what I said? Free, did you hear what I said? They're literally changing things for our people which is why they just changed the voting districts, which was changed because it was what it is now, which is what they just changed, and it was racist back then, which is why they changed up the districts. So more black voters voted counts, and they just changed it back to where our votes don't count in certain districts anymore, to where Republicans and the motherfuckers who don't believe and, being peaceful on this planet, I'll say that much, they get a majority vote at this
talking
point.
about the case anymore. We're going every fucking way. We just house on the road.
I'm speaking about everything that they're doing.
Yeah, but these are the people who claim they
Y'all should
want
leave
democracy, but when it pertains to black people, all of a sudden things are out the window. These people don't believe in a democracy. It's embarrassing. And what I noticed is that, they can go on and on, but when I see people want to go robble, or chicken head over there wants to come off mic and speak over me. But it's okay. I think you're absolutely right, Graham. I think that what you're saying is quite pertinent to the future of America. People want to talk about democracy and freedoms, but they're okay with limiting the freedoms of black people. I don't really understand the questions that are asked towards Monica, because we know she's a racist. And the thing is that when you ask Monica these questions, you expect a different answer, but her response is always going to be aligned with whiteness. She is fine with a black man going to jail. She is fine with black men.
She's a big
but as soon as
why do you think they never teach what the Declaration of Independence teaches in elementary school?
Go ahead, Agent.
Yeah. But as soon as a white person is in question, she wants to, these people like Chicken Head down there in Monaco, they want to humanize that individual, even though what they did was disgusting. It was dehumanizing to that individual. And then they want to create a monster out of that black person. And it's really sad, but like at the end of the day, we know Monica's character. We know if she's one of the 12 jurors, she's going to find that boy guilt. But Monica, you're not the chicken head, so you don't need to put that PTR.
Yeah, you don't got to body like that.
Yeah, exactly. I think that we're very aware of, Monica's sentiments towards black people. So I just think some of the questioning or her involvement in conversations, her responses are surprising.
When we think about what we learn in these areas, we can't forget about the Reagan boxes. We can't forget about what they did to those black men that had syphilis for 40 years. We can't forget about what they did with Black Wall Street. We can't forget about how Gaddafi tried to get their ass money to fund black education and black people, and they turned that money down. We can't forget about certain things that would have put us in a certain light of elevation to put us on the same level as these people, but they want us to die and they want us in prison because our bodies generate more money for their economy. You understand what I'm saying? There is a lot of things happening that you should. Yes. He's
Real quick, I just have one more question. I promise I'll be done with this, okay? Monica, I noticed that you have a PTR of a tweet from Austin Metcalf that says something like, faith that God got me and my work will pay off. And I'm guessing that tweet is somewhat like indicative of his character, in some sense that he's a God-fearing kid, he was a faithful kid. My question to you is, do you think when he told Carmelo to leave the tent, he was acting godly?
I think we should wait for the trial. Just
I
like
think
she
that we should wait.
Hold on. That's not going to be addressed in the trial, though, obviously. I'm just asking you in terms of his character. Do you think that was a godly thing to do? Do you think Jesus would have told Carmelo to leave the tent?
So in the Discord, there's 3 videos. I'm answering your question. I just need a minute to answer it. So, the interrupters can stay on mute. In the interviews by Hunter, they said they didn't notice Carmelo until he started shouting. And then he started talking reckless. So if you're protecting your area, like Hunter also said, the coach coaches said, hey, we've had some thefts at track meets. Be alert and aware of your belongings and your team's belongings and pay attention to your surroundings. Then he was honoring his neighbor, wasn't he?
Well, let me ask you a question. Wait. Hold on.
Okay, I'm not going to do anything racist. What questions are we asking?
Can you just move him down, Knowledge, instead of... No.
Why move me down when everything I'm stating is facts?
Graham, just chill. Graham, okay, so Monica, you don't think that it's likely the case that it was Jesus? You don't think that it's likely the case that if it was Jesus would probably, if he thought Carmelo was, like, let's say, a disturbed young man wilding out, he would have prayed for him rather than kick him out the tent? You don't think that's more likely?
Maybe performed an exorcism too.
So that would have been better than, like, manhandling him out the tent, right?
We correct. Depends on what you talk about manhandling. Could have been a push, could have been a touch, could have been shove. We'll see the testimony.
Witnesses already came out and said that he physically touched him.
When someone the U.S. Constitution and they talk about the amendments, we make sure that the verbiage is clear. We correct people when they say things that are wrong, and I'll stand a correction as well as anyone else should. Because when we are impeccable with our speech, it increases the chances that people actually hear us. Not always, but a lot.
Did that answer your question?
So what happened is, what happened in that situation is, hey, hold on, man, let me say this.
She wasn't done. Rabble. Y'all interrupted. Rabble.
I like to give the remaining of my time to Knowledge.
Yeah, so I disagree with everything that Dog is about to say. Go ahead, Dog.
No, so I mean, listen, right? You just witnessed the fake Christianity that gets oftentimes weaponized against me. And full display, the question wasn't answered. So the question still stands. Would Jesus cast Carmelo Anthony out of the tent, or would he bring him into the fold? What does Christ say about being the lost shepherd? That when the one goes astray, he will go seek the one that is lost. That specific one, he will go seek that one that is lost. Monica speaks about exorcisms, right? Last time I checked, when somebody's demon possessed, they get violent. You know, they want to put their hands on somebody, you know, and sometimes people who are demon possessed, they get shot. Right? So I think really the onus of the demon possession should have been on Metcalf for thinking that he had the authority to put his hands on someone over something that's not even his property. It wasn't his property.
Oh, he just registered the Bible.
He was just someone, he's like losing weight. So as I was saying, right?
Let's continue.
So we can hear the brother that Fleming's the most voice when he speaks. I think he needs to get a detox in his system. I recommend ginger, turmeric, with some pineapple. Good way to cleanse your system, brother.
Cayenne too.
And also, I do think that on the topic of exorcisms, right, we do need to cleanse the spirit of the room. Jesus definitely would have taken Carmelo Anthony. He would have de-armed Carmelo Anthony without even putting a hand on him. What did he tell Peter?
He told them.
Alright, when Peter was ready to pull out the sword, what did he tell him? The Christians don't know about that though, but I'll let you go.
Well, if we're gonna talk about Christianity,
I was next. Freeze next.
a lot of these Christians are
Freeze next. Come on, Graham. Y'all respond, bro. Thank you. Let's go ahead and address this question about the Christian thing. I don't like this idea that Christians are supposed to be pushovers and pussies, right? Like that's not, especially like back then. All right, we come from the crucible, this brimstone age where Christians were pretty much go to war and all types of shit for the beliefs. I'm saying we as humans. Anyhow, the bottom line is that Christ or his followers probably would have told him, hey, this ain't your space, could you please move? And we always try to interpret this in the worst faith possible, that Metcalf just walked up to him and said the most egregious shit. No one, especially for those who are trying to defend Anthony, no one's considering the possibility that he probably asked him nicely, hey man, everything's good? You over here for any reason?
There are witnesses and evidence to show that's not what happened.
I got you, but hold on. No, dude.
The white man is always good.
Everything
The
you
white
said
man
so
is
far,
always polite. The white man is full of love.
It's still on me.
Well, I'm just saying though, what you were saying is also let's give the people the truth.
Hey, let me finish.
I'll take it all right.
We don't do hypotheticals when we're speaking about something that's happening. It's not what happened.
Put his hand on his head.
He put his hands on it. He fucked around up and down. That man fucked around and found out.
One mic on free range, please.
Thank you. So no one is in reports suggest that this boy came up in a hostile way. And you got a bunch of lies that you think. There's a bunch of lies that you got from me. That you got. Hey, stop talking, bro. What's wrong with you?
Bro, it's an altercation.
Chill, man. Let me finish. You don't want me to talk, but you don't want to let me fucking stop and get my point out. What the fuck? Anyhow, let me finish. There's a lot of conspiracy theories you motherfuckers believe about this, that these boys tried to jump in, which is not true according to the police report. It just seemed to be one debate between these two boys, not the team. Nigga, shut up. Don't trip out. We can't disagree. Just shut the fuck up, nigga.
Look. Starting right now, any interruptions, you will get muted. No one.
Rabble.
According to the witnesses on the report from the people at the time of the scene, they said it was only between those two boys. They didn't say. Oh, we got a toddler time. So, between the people involved, those two boys, so this whole narrative about the two boys approached him, false. The boys tried to take his phone, false. They tried to jump him, false. They was bullying him, false. They knew him beforehand, false. So far, there's nothing to corroborate that bullshit. At the end of the day, he did touch him. That does not want you to get fucking stabbed or jumped or kicked or none of that shit. And these same people, I guarantee you, in any other scenario, they wouldn't have the same sentiment because, again, they're leaning to their bias. If a guy went to a women's gym, for whatever fucking reason, he's not supposed to be there. Not the clerk or the people that work there or the police. If just regular customers was, hey, did you leave, sir? And he said, hey, touch me. Just don't touch me. Just don't touch me. We cool. And one put their hands on him. Just literally touch him. He knocks him the fuck out or stab him or break their neck. None of y'all would say, well, she should have kept her hands to herself. You would think like, dude, that's not an appropriate fucking response. But in this situation, we're going to act like it's totally normal to reach around in your fucking bag. Mine is, I'll land on this point. You don't know what tone he came to this dude in, spirit he was operating in. It's not like because he's a fucking Christian, he's supposed to just not stand up for himself, or at least consider, I don't even say stand up, let me take that back, consider to address somebody who might be doing something wrong. Because he's probably thinking that, hey, you being here could cause a conflict amongst us, so I just want to ask you nicely to leave. Which, the bottom line is, yes. The bottom line is you're not operating in good faith to give any consideration to the white guy. I would do it for the same for fucking Anthony. But like I said, it just don't look likely that he had any justification to be there, let alone respond the way he responded. I'm just calling you guys out. You're full of shit. I'm glad you guys are in the fucking audience. I hope you said so logical way.
Hold on, I'm about to lead a room.
I think Samoa's next.
Okay, Samoa and then Bima. I think if no one was after Samoa,
Yes. One mic on Samoa. Any interruptions, you will get moved as of now.
I normally don't like entertain like the fleas and everything as far as like those that aren't even at a white those status, right? But like when people rent you the Bible, it's like this is in reference to this flock of 100. This is in Matthew and Luke, right? It talks about like being within the flock. So the flock here, on how you're able to apply this to the Carmelo Anthony thing is, there's a real high school flock. If one of them would stray away, would you not go retrieve the sheep of the flock? Is Carmelo a part of the memorial flock? Answer, no, absolutely not. people take Bible verses and try to like make a point. It's just so stupid, bro. Just to update your record. So just to update your for you, Free. So it says here that something that was said was that he did have a friend there that caught his attention that went over there underneath the tent. He was speaking to somebody there, and the defense is arguing now that it was that Hunter and Austin were standing over him is the wording that they use. So, hey man, new information every time.
Yeah, thank you, Small.
All right, next in the queue is
May I go after Bima?
Next in the queue is Bima. Any interruptions as of now, you will get moved starting.
Wait, hold on. Can I go after Bima?
Yes.
Grim said he wanted to leave also and he wanted to go, so let's get Grim in there.
Oh, Grim can go before me. He can go
All right, it's on Bima. Any interruptions as of now, you will get moved starting now.
Okay, thank you so much. So yeah, we could have gathered that the brother was there from just listening to the brother's statements. The original interview the day after with the mother, he was sitting there, he used the term, we got in an altercation. We got in an altercation. So I mean, like, that's coming directly from Hunter's mouth. He included himself even later on in the interview, and he said that he was there, right? He said it. He said, I was there. We were talking to him. I turned my back. I mean, when the actual stabbing, because he started to walk away, he didn't see the but basically the point is he admitted that he was there too. Okay, so
you can talk reckless as well. Sorry, specifically that the Carmelo was talking reckless, whatever that means.
Thank you. So we already knew that. Okay, that's the first thing. And the other thing is,
it took a while because someone turned off handwritten.
That's okay. So again, what we're litigating is whether Carmelo is guilty of murder. Is he guilty of murder? Versus, I want everybody to look up what is self-defense. If you feel like you're a statist and you can't look to and figure it out on a moral status, aren't you? Because we're going for Texas. Oh, so I'm going to tell you right now, I don't agree with a lot of what these states consider what I have the ability to do if I feel my life is threatened. If my life is if my life is threatened. So I ask you, we'll do a little bit of a test, right? We'll all look to see what self-defense, how you could, what qualifies as self-defense, right, in the state of Texas, and we're going to see, okay, well, what was Carmelo able to do? And I want you to remove a couple things. Well, we'll get there. Let's start there.
Who's next in the queue?
Because I'm finna go pick up my keys.
Oh, where the queue at? Is there a queue?
It's Brown,
Yeah, there's a queue.
the
There's
dog.
like 4 people.
Yeah, I'm back to the queue.
I said,
one mic on Graham.
I said, look, now,
One mic on Graham.
my baby, before we pull up.
One mic on Graham. Any interruptions, you will get moved as of now.
That was real quick. Can you post it?
All right, so this goes back to what I was saying about what self-defense is when it comes to what it means for them and what it means for us. Now, if we looking at it in the light of the situation of the way that they're trying to explain it to other people in the room, okay, say if Carmelo was an intent that he didn't belong, right? Okay, they asked him to move. He didn't. Go get the authorities. Instead, they approached this young man, and in the evidence and the witness statements, it says that Metcalf forcibly pushed Carmelo. That is an act of self. Once someone puts their hands on you, your life becomes in danger in that instance. Now, that's just like if someone punches you and you have a gun on you, you fear for your life and you shoot them, correct? Or am I incorrect? Just because they didn't have one doesn't mean anything. Your life was in danger. You felt for a threat for your life, so you took action in that moment. And his brother already said that he was a part of the situation as well. They tried to physically remove that young man from that tent as if though they were the authorities or the individuals, says the coaches, as if they were the coaches or the people who were hosting that event, even though they were the people who were a part of that event. They should have never put their hands on him. What Metcalf did is fuck around and find out. But the law only works for them, correct? Because if it was reversed and it was him sitting down and a black man approached him, they would give him life. And he's facing an all-white jurors. You feel what I'm saying? This is blasphemy. The law only works for them. And we see this time and time again. That if we find ourselves in the same situations that they find themselves in when it comes to us, when they murder us, we get the ultimate price and they get to walk away scot-free. And it's as simple as that. We can try to ignore what the fuck is going on in the world, but this is what's happening right now. The same way with the boy that they said stole 3 waters, but when they found his body, after they chased him down all of those yards, he didn't even have any fucking waters, but then they said he had a gun. Okay, that's fine as well. He had an unregistered weapon that he did not fire, and they chased him down. He was not a threat. How can you find him not guilty? That's murder. Fuck out of here, man. Get the fuck out of here, bro. Y'all ass gotta start understanding certain things. The law works for them, not for us. And that's as simple as it gets. How I land there?
I believe next in the queue is Agent. Oh my God.
Film called Hidden Colors. In Hidden Colors, they spoke about a thing called buck breaking, right? And I wanted to tell you about buck breaking. It's a brutal historical debative practice in which slave owners purposely subjected strong, defiant, enslaved black men to extreme public torture, including sexual assaults, to strip away their masculinity and assert total dominance, right? And what I have seen displayed from Chicken Head and Unibrow Samoa is the aftermath of buck breaking, right? How they feel as though the white man is God. And what they actually tried to do is humanize Austin. They said that Austin basically put prayer hands on Carmelo, that there was no altercation, that the white man can't be violent. The white man can't try to exert their dominance onto other people, right? This is what the 2 black men or the 2 Brooklyn men were trying to say, try to claim to. And I find it quite embarrassing. This is why I feel as though black men cannot lead, because of these buck-broken black men that we see on stage. Now, we know what altercation means, and oftentimes altercations lead to violence. That's the whole term of altercation. It's always a hostile engagement, right? When we talk about altercations. And that was reported several times. That's what occurred between Carmelo and Austin, yet they choose to ignore that and try to, like I said, romanticize, because that's what they dream about, sleeping with white men. Romanticize Austin. He was handsome. He was great. The black guy wasn't supposed to be there. It was raining. It was a tent. I think it was a sports event. If somebody goes underneath a tent for rain to cover from the rain, I don't see that as a big deal. I don't see that as a reason to approach someone. And I don't really understand why, simple humanity or simple politeness is omitted when it pertains to white men. But this is what happens when you're buck broken, right? You see the black man as a demon and the white man as God because he rammed his dick up your anus. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, thank goodness.
Alright, can you guys get you, please?
Dog was dog.
I was in the queue. I was in there. I was in there.
AK, and then
You should. That's a threat. That's cool. I'll take the shit.
Even though the queue, yeah, and actually queue.
it was AK.
Oh, what's up?
Dog was next.
That's cool.
I don't know who's next.
So
How you enforcing it?
me.
And you don't know shit.
I'm not. I'm enforcing people. We're talking.
I'm not
So how the fuck you know you're supposed to be talking?
Anybody besides Ak, if you
Let's go, baby.
No, dog was next. She said in the chat.
Yo, watch your mouth. You don't want to
Dog said it in the
just
chat. Dog said it in the chat.
No. Okay, who's next?
It was dog. Dog said it in the chat.
Okay, free.
Y'all okay with Dog?
Oh, you skipping over Hot Free?
No, but dog was next. Dog was next.
Samoa thinks, look, Samoa thinks he's next.
So I add me to the
You want to do that though, bro? Put it in the chat.
Oh my God. How about this? Look, I'm thinking of number 1 through 5. I'm thinking of number 1 through 5.
3.5. 3.5.
Four.
It's dog, AK, free, come on.
So it's dog. Okay. One mic on dog. Anybody who interrupts will get moved.
God bless the brothers tomorrow for that. Thank you, by the way. I just want to say that no matter how you flip it, I was partially trolling when I for that scripture, but I mean, we can redirect it what Christ says about this situation. If Christ already put in the situation. But Matthew 25, verse 34, actually verse 30, that's referring to when Christ comes back. It says, when I was hungry and you gave me something to eat. I was thirsty and you gave me something to drink. I was a stranger and you invited me in. I will answer him and say, Lord, when did we see you hungry and feed you, or thirsty and we gave you something to drink? When you as a stranger owed you? And he responds, the king will reply, truly I tell you, whatever you did for one of the least of these brothers and sisters of mine, you did me. Point is that if you did this, I think it could have been avoided if Austin was kind to the brother and let him in. Because at the end of the day, Austin didn't know who this boy was. Right? The Bible does say be kind to everybody, for you never know if you're going to be entertaining strangers. It says that for a reason. Be kind to the stranger is the whole purpose of it, right? And I think that's the thing that, like, that's the whole purpose of what I'm like getting at is that, like, if you want to take it, be honest, there's a blame on Austin too. He's not just this innocent victim. And I think we just got to be honest about that. So, I mean, that's all I got to say. But that would be
who's next in the Matrix? I mean, in the jury. Alright, one mic on free.
Well, firstly, dog, I was surprised you said that.
Wait, sorry. Also, any interruptions as of now, you will get.
Thank you so much. So, I'll say thanks to you because it's good to be objective as much as possible. I kind of want to have a back and forth with B, but I'm not going to do it, of course, because we have Q. But you hear a lot of these things, and I do know better because when you talk to people who have this very, very inconsistent mindset where they can't focus on one issue, they want to try to make this whole collective bullshit, historical racism and blood breaking, a lot of shit that is not true. Now, clearly, historical racism is true. Blood breaking is not. I know Asian wants to say something now, please don't. Matter of fact, say something and I want to see you get kicked in the audience. So if anybody doing a little research on blood breaking, it doesn't matter. No credible historian believes blood breaking was a thing. It's not. It's fake. It's a myth. But anyhow, to offer Metcalf in the situation, back to the thing, to what you said some more. I wasn't trying to make light. I don't think you were saying this. I think on the same page. We're trying to make light of Christianity. I think people like to misuse and weaponize it against actual Christians, which I think, no offense to you, I think that's what you're doing here. You're trying to say he should have took the higher approach, but the onus is always on the whites and not the blacks. Always. Like every scenario you go to, like the guy who just stole the shit and got chased down and killed or whatever, you should have been fucking stealing. But we don't want to address that. It's like almost every situation you dig into, we see that the blacks, in some of these cases, are in the wrong, but we can't call it out. But we'll go to the ends of the earth to make sure the white person is in the wrong, even though the black person has obviously done some wrong, like George Floyd with the drugs in the system, with the drug dealers. This guy, he was stealing drinks, which is on camera. He said, he ran off and he didn't have a warrant. Yeah, he probably ditched him. He like, what the fuck? Between the time he was there and to the next point, they probably were there. Somebody got shot. And then this guy, Metcalf, he has a knife on school campus. Right? But the onus goes on the white guy because anything they do wrong, it defines our scenario. And anything we do right defines our scenario. Like, hey, well, he's supposed to be there. Yeah, so so Dima, if you want to respond when we get a chance in the queue, I'm just curious, do you consider Metcalf? And I'm only addressing you because I think you're a little more reasonable. We already know everybody's on the fence. I already said I can't consider Austin's position, but it's really hard because it seems impossible to ignore all the shit that's wrong with his situation. But I want to ask you, is it possible that Austin just did what most of us would do? The reason why I gave the women and the women's gyms this scenario, because I think most people in that scenario, women, young, old, work there, who doesn't work there, etc., would see that scenario and address it the same way. And many people probably be nice about it because they want to get clarity why you out of position. Even a man at a park with kids and he has no children, people will even address that man in that space. Hey, how you doing? You got any kids here? What? It wouldn't matter, but I think we can all reason.
You're
No, it doesn't. It really doesn't. It really doesn't. I think human beings are equal. And I think we can all reason certain things. And wherever we lack, see, that's the thing. That's racism, right? It's weird that, things everybody's equal. Thank you. So, and I hate to do that because I like fucking Fifi. She's been nice, lady, but whatever. So the bottom line is that I think we can reason these things out, but I don't think to her point that she just brought it up, I don't supposed to consider the white dude. Austin Metcalf, I don't mean to keep calling white dude. I'm supposed to consider him. I'm black.
What about the white dude?
Can y'all kick somebody? Yes, kick him. Yes. Actually, kind of like this now. Thanks, knowledge. Yes. I got a partner crime. All right, so the bottom line is, y'all keep going off to stop doing that shit. The bottom line is, I'm supposed to consider the white male Austin Metcalf because I'm black. And the only logic I should have is that black people are victims of white people. And anytime there's a conflict, I should lean on my race and gender or some stupid shit like that. And this is why I think a lot of us are morally fucking bankrupt. Because we don't have an idea of what's right and wrong, what's good and bad. It's just my identity first and everything else. And I think it's fucking retarded. I think it's incredibly stupid. I'm gonna land on this because I think it's supposed to be the most voters. I had a friend ask me why do I care about these issues so much? Why do I try to be ejected, which is weird as fuck, to even ask somebody? But I told him, I said, hey, if we're going to just turn around and do what white people did, why would they stop? If we didn't like racism when it was used against us, why would we be okay with racism being used for us? Isn't it wrong? Like, if they used to rape us, is it okay for us to rape them? He's like, well, I mean, you got to think about it. I said, so you be okay being a fucking rapist? You be okay being a rapist? That's what you're telling me. So fuck all the bullshit about the history and the color and all that shit. Was he fucking wrong? Can he make sense of his actions? Can you make sense of his actions? I don't think any of you can. I think you guys are trying your best to ignore all the things involved in this case because you cannot see past your own fucking bias. Now, I think I said enough, so I'm going to land here and I ain't going to respond to pretty much anybody unless somebody asks me something directly. But I rest my case. I think you guys fucked up.
Is your anus still moist?
Thank God.
It's so gross.
That's ox turn. Go ahead and put that slogan out there. Say the PSA.
That's what you have. Powder milk.
Next in the queue. Alright, so next in the queue is going to be on. Any interruptions as of now, you will get moved down. I'm like, come on.
Yeah, free. I was going to cuss you out right now, right? But I'm going to take it a little easier because I like what you said, the last statement you said, because I truly believe in that, right? I believe that, if we bitch so much about the things that was wrongly done in the past, why recreate it? You get what I'm saying? I think a lot of chances we do recreate that fucking degeneracy that was done in the past. So I'm with you on that last part of your statement. But before that, I think that because you believe what you just said, because I believe what you just said too, but it's gonna make us react differently. You overcompensate, right? You overcompensate. You find the fucking fault in the black man too much because you found out that some people are displaying racist ways with dark skin. Right? So you're all here overcompensating, like, I found this out, so I'm gonna make sure that we're all black people accountable, But you doing too much. You feel me? Now you fucking on the side of the you on the side of the you're on the wrong side, bro. Too many times. When it comes to the fucking Central Park 5, when it comes to fucking George Floyd, when it comes to that, you're on the wrong side because look what you're saying, right? You like, we automatically think. We look at the good in the black guy, we look at the bad in the white dude. That don't make no fucking sense. When we looking at a situation, we looking at what's happened. First of all, we think you got a brain, right? That you've been in America, you know the history. That's first of all. So when you say, why do we look at it like this? Because, motherfucker, you know your mother got raped in the past, you're gonna treat her a certain way in the future. You get what I'm saying? So if you know history, when you look at a case, you're gonna be like, well, this was the case in the past, so let's be mindful when looking at this. That's the first thing. You try to go in a situation and just delete history out of your fucking out of what helps you weigh the options of what's right and wrong in a certain case, right? That's where you fucking up. That's one thing. Another thing is George Floyd. You say, he was this, he was that. Did he deserve to die?
right? That's the fucking question that you're not asking yourself. You're talking about, oh, he did something wrong. It's wrong to jaywalk. You feel what I'm saying? You will fucking hone in on the jaywalking, and the nigga's dead. You feel what I'm saying? That's your issue. You gotta fucking look inside yourself and fucking self-regulate, bro. Be your own judge. You feel what I'm saying? Because too many times you're on the wrong fucking side. And something gotta be wrong with you. You feel what I'm saying? But I like that shit you said last. One more thing. Nathan was talking about 50 Cent. 50 Cent baby mother had a fucking sex tape out, Diddy, all this or whatever. Her name is Daphne Joy. Right? We had a big argument in here. He's saying that 50 cares. 50 just released a video during an interview saying he don't give a dog shit about her. He ain't been intimate with her for 12 years. He don't care if she out back with a dog. So I wanted to state that I got the video, and he said a bunch of things surrounding that supported that he don't give a fuck about her. He said there's some idiots out there that think I care because it's my son's mother, but boom, bam, beam, bam, boom. And he said he wished that she was in the documentary or with Diddy because she would have been the only one that took part that wasn't a victim. And he went to describe there's women and then there's hoes. All the shit we were saying there. So I wanted to make sure that the people that was in this argument that they heard this and know that we got substantial evidence against the bitch ass nigga Nathan. Shout out to Knowledge, you the GOAT. And yo, take it easy, y'all. Right? We come on this app to give our opinion and to hear opinions. You scolding a motherfucker ain't gonna do shit. Nigga gonna swipe up and do the same shit he did yesterday. Alright, so keep that in mind when you think you're gonna change a motherfucker life on this app.
All right, thank you. It was me, and I don't know if maybe this was that. But I'll just highlight just a couple of things here. Like, you don't have to ignore history, okay? You can know history, but still treat every circumstance or every situation like as its own situation, so that you can objectively like evaluate it for what it is, right? You brought up George Floyd. The question is, are you familiar with like how he swallowed all these pills and he had about 11 times the amount of fatal fentanyl dosage like in his blood system? If you weren't, there you go. How about like 2 months prior to that, like being admitted in the hospital for overdosing? Like that's why like these things are relevant, right? So if people know that, and then they look at like how he passed, they're like, bro, that looks real similar to like an overdose. But the narrative is that we can't say what we are seeing. We can't be like, that looks like an overdose, because you're going against the broader narrative that is tied into this broader like historical thing, right? So then people look at you like when you think the other way. I think that Free is like on point, like when he wants to analyze all of the evidence, right? And like I think that that's the best thing to do. But I would say to Free, like when I'm speaking to Free about this specific case here, that there are physiological differences that are coming out in this trial that Austin Metcalf like outweighed this dude by 100 pounds. And then you got to start adding bodies around, Carmelo Anthony, right? And the question is, like, beyond a reasonable doubt, did he not perceive this as an imminent threat? And I think that's going to be, that's the struggle. Like, that's where the fight's going to be at. And the defense is going to say, hey, look at all these people that are over him. He's basically outnumbered, right? But then to kind of speak to the point about the 10, right? It's the only 10 up. Like, if you guys, like, the whole video that they're talking about is the only 10 up because it's early in the morning.
It's not the only 10 up.
Alright, but so the video that they're showing the reports are is the only 10 up because everybody else hasn't got their 10 up yet. It's early in the morning. Okay? So like they show him like in this gray suit. Everybody who's been talking about the tape so far is saying that you can't actually see anything. It's just a blob of people and there's this like expert that's breaking down the footage, the forensics person, right? He's breaking down the footage of like how he stabs, how everybody kind of moves, and then how he runs out of the stadium, right? And all I'm saying is that it's okay to have that conversation. But when Agent called this nigga Tyreek Nasheed a prophet, bro, I almost dropped my phone. I said, a prophet? Tyreek? What does that happen? This nigga got a ministry? That shit was freaking off. But anyways, like all these things are the same, AK, and there. And I don't think anybody that is willing to just concede that everything is the same could actually himself an intellectually curious person. I don't know who's next, but whoever wants to go ahead.
What the fuck are you talking about, Samal?
Yeah, like how often do you frequent Aurora Avenue to get broken by white men, Samoa? I would like to know.
The fact that you know about the blade is crazy.
I'm just saying.
Samoa, check your back channel. Samoa, check your back channel. Samoa, check your back channel and then officially recant.
It's so.
I just submitted you physical evidence, visual evidence that there was more than one tin up. Now, Centennial might not have had their tin up, but they were not the only. Memorial was not the only one with tin up.
He said at the time.
I'm showing you.
His pussy gets moist for white men. It's so weird. Like, how often do you frequent Aurora Avenue looking for white penis? Because, I mean, the way you establish for white men is so odd. You and Chicken Head over there love the white dick. Y'all love the white dick, and your pussies get moist for it.
He said they white people.
What channel did I turn on?
He on 50th and Aurora.
Moist pussies for white men.
Please stop telling us your Google.
Pussy moisture. Wipe your pussies for work.
Alright, are we done? Samoa, I'm going to ask how you interpreted my submission, because I was directing it directly at Free, right? Based on a lot of the submissions on other topics, right? And I don't see him falling on the side of black people a lot of times, right? So let me just say this: if someone you loved of the female gender was something was done to her bad by another male, right? I would say she was, let's say, sexually abused or something to that effect, right? If anything happens for her, let's say she gets in trouble for CPS coming to her house, right? She has unhabitable living quarters. I'm talking, right? She has unhabitable living quarters, right? You're gonna take in effect her history, right? In account her history, right? I'm connected to the Wi-Fi, so but you're gonna take into account the history. That's all I'm telling Free to do, right? When critiquing the climate of certain situations, he can't tell me that there's not asshole, racist, fucking white people that will go above and beyond to do fuck shit to people. He can't tell me that.
Okay, there's black people that racist too.
I think so, yes.
Since we're not in the queue, then I'll hop in. You mind if I respond to that? Again, okay.
Yeah,
so, I do too.
How you gonna ask me? I think you should let Samoa do it and then you Free, because I didn't speak to Samoa.
Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I just want to make sure this is clear. Like, you brought up a specific example that he was on the wrong side of, and this was the George Floyd case, right? I bring up two facts of the actual case with the history that's attached to his overdose, and you don't respond to any of it. Is there a reason why?
I'm responding to it now. Mainly, I didn't respond to it yet because what I said is what was important to me. But when the George Floyd thing, does he deserve to die? That's the first thing. Second was the procedures with cops enacted proper, right? One of those two questions, I'm on the side of George Floyd. Yeah, I'm not saying he's
let me give you two more questions.
Let me just finish real quick. I'm not saying he's a commendable, outstanding citizen, right? If the question was that, I would say no. But when it comes down to quality of life, deserves to continue, or if the cops follow procedure correctly to a T, right?
So here goes two of the
So then, where your 2 points don't matter to me.
These are the two questions that you should be asking. Okay. If a person massive amounts of drugs in their mouth and swallows it, and they overdose, do they deserve to die?
Is that an excuse when you leave white men's dick slips in your ass? I mean, is that what
white dick?
Because they love it. They're buck broken men. They love white dick. They're buck broken men. They love white dick. Samoa says they slip into his behind, you know? He loops up and heads over to Aurora Avenue.
That's one question.
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, so the question is, if a person, on their own accord, handful of pills in their mouth and swallows it, and they die of an overdose, do they deserve to die?
They didn't die of an
Can I speak to Samoa, please?
Sorry.
Just real quick, right? So somebody puts a bunch of pills, because I've seen this happen, right? Cops run down, you put a bunch of pills in your mouth, right? It's not necessarily that you're gonna overdose, you might get sick or whatever the case is. Cops leave, you can throw them back up, or you get locked up, they're gonna take you to the hospital, pump your stomach, right? That's usually how shit goes. Now, so yes, I'm saying you automatically down some pills don't mean you deserve to die. This is a tactic used to get away from the cops. Sometimes get our evidence. Hold on, sir.
Oh, come on, bro.
Oh, so you want me to do what you want me to do?
A person puts a handful of pills in
Yeah,
their
I'm
mouth.
answering that for you.
White man does.
Right.
That's what you gotta say.
I would like to finish answering the way I want to answer.
The question is, if you
I know
die
the
from an
question, sir.
overdose, right? If you die from an overdose, what you did was you started talking about.
Okay, so now you changed it to if you die from an overdose. Initially, you said,
Hey, free.
no, you see how you're not letting me finish? I just let you finish.
Free, you
Initially,
there,
said, sir,
I'm here.
initially, you said to me,
Yeah, you can go ahead, bro.
yo, don't play with me no more. Some more.
Damn. That was the question.
All right, I got something for you. I got something tucked right here for you, and you running. Before I pull it out.
Brother, the question was clear. If
Yeah, I heard the question, and you're gonna tell me again, and then when I try to answer, you're gonna cut me short.
Right.
Right. That's what I'm telling you. I'm about to fuck you up. Right? Initially, you said that someone who takes down a lot of pills deserves to die. Then you changed it to that someone who overdosed deserves to die. Which one you want me to answer?
So both of those are part of the question. If somebody put pills
Which
in
one? They're not the
they
same question.
die,
So which one do you want me to answer?
Well, there's only one question.
Listen, which one do you want me to answer? You want me to answer both?
Don't answer the nigga, yo. Listen, there's one question, okay? The one question is this.
One question.
If a person puts a handful of pills in their mouth and they overdose and die.
They overdose. Okay, there's a third question.
All right.
Okay.
And they overdose and die.
Yes.
Did they deserve to die?
I got one for you, guys.
I would say yes, yeah.
All right, thank you. Did you know that George Floyd put a handful of pills in his mouth and overdosed?
He did not. You're lying.
He did. That's a fact. Can I speak or not? Let me get there with the nigga. We dancing.
I'm listening to that. Go ahead.
Look, you threw a shot, made it, you think, and then walked off the court. The game not finished, nigga. Fuck wrong with you? Right? The pill thing with George, like I said, you get that pills and not overdose, right? It's a tactic used, right? When he was pills, right? Cops didn't follow procedure when dealing with him, right? Because this is in their procedure. There's a chance that someone could be on drugs or fucking whatever the case, unhealthy, right? There's a certain way you go about shit. There's a certain force you use. They did not follow procedure. We went through this already in the past meeting, right? They didn't follow procedure. So that does not give mission to kill the dude because he has a chance of overdose. I don't understand you. So if I'm a lifeguard and someone is drowning, do they deserve to die?
Yes.
What? You get what I'm saying? That's dumb. So it's
the word.
Go ahead. I'll get out of your way.
Should be changed with, is it foreseeable for someone who took 20 fentanyl pills to
right,
die
but then
while he's resisting arrest?
Oleg, okay, is that reasonable to think that that person would die? Yes, okay, I can understand that, but there's nuance there, right? And second, the question I'm asking it the way he posed it to me, because the nigga died and they're saying that it's justified, so he deserved to die is the question. Now, if you want to suffice Samoa, you're going to ask the way Oleg did. Is it foreseeable that some died under the hands of the law after taking a bunch of pills? Because you're saying he overdosed, but there's a scientific or there's a medical fucking definition for overdosing. Did he meet that?
But can I ask you back a question?
Did you know that there was 11 times the fentanyl level in his
We got a little ISO right now. Yeah, it could be 11 times, 20 times, whatever, right? At the end of the day, if the nigga did not encounter the cops, there was a chance he's still alive. We got a problem.
Wait,
If he didn't encounter the cops, he would have still been alive now. We got a problem. If the autopsy says, no, I'm talking. If the autopsy, listen, you got an issue, and I can't deal with it for you, right? For the autopsy, nigga died from asphyxiation. You got a problem. The autopsy didn't say he died from fucking overdose, dude. You're inserting that. No. You're inserting that. Right? There's trained medical people who are telling you, no, you don't want it to be heard. I know.
That's horrible, man. You're just talking to talk. We're just all shit. They get kicked out. We're to know the outcome.
Did he get kicked?
His phone died. His phone
died.
Yeah.
He didn't get kicked. It's not on the history.
Yeah, I was gonna respond to him, but it's over. Who's trying to get it back? Because I didn't want to respond while I'm there. And thank God Agent left. Yeah. You know, should have.
Yeah, that shit was horrible. I mean, look, man.
Yeah, that's Huey's girl.
That a lot of
never checks her.
bro.
Doesn't check her. She has an ugly voice, and apparently she's hot.
Look.
Oh yeah, that's what you said.
A lot of people like the outcome of these cases, so that's all they're gonna stand on. They don't want to.
Agent, you gotta check her.
Oh my gosh.
How's that girl?
You were raving about her the other day.
She's a piece of shit.
Nigga, how was I raving about her the other day?
Oh, you were like, she's great, she's fucking hot, she's this.
That wasn't
Huey, you care.
Because you get touched when people tell lies about you. Why would you say?
You were on that line. We were talking about chillism, and you were saying, I just want to make sure that.
Hold on, I've never even seen Agent. Mike's the one who said.
I just want to make sure that Louis. I just want to make sure that Louis is okay.
No, I'm not okay now. Man, what the fuck was that?
Bro, you lost back to back debates, and I'm feeling concerned. I just want to make sure you're okay.
I'm not okay now. I don't know why a nigga was like, what the fuck was that?
Go on,
wait. So someone sucks $3 grand in her room.
Can't even hear you, just like that.
Yeah, let's say zero.
That's some weird ass fucking shit.
Yeah, that's pretty bad that he attributed that to was Eric, bro.
Yeah, it was Eric and Mike who said it because I've never fucking seen Agent. It was what I actually said. If you remember what I said, low key, the person who's got the cutest voice is Jazzy. Remember, that's all I said. Yeah. The fuck?
Well, I here's somebody asked something else. So that's
yeah, Redrum just had a birthday, so you know, in his old age, he could make these types of mistakes, you know what I mean?
So I think with the George Floyd situation, it's so frustrating because not Huey, I'm always just thinking about Huey because he has a great mind. But Samoa.
Oh, hell no.
You got roasted yesterday with your buddies.
No, I don't believe it. Oh wait, no, I was gonna say Huey. Huey had mentioned explaining.
Samoa was the great mile.
No. Huey had mentioned earlier why we do these people deserve to die. What we're looking at is what was the crime, if any, committed onto these people, right? Like the deserve to die, a subjective, just entirely egotistical, vain, just it's such a crazy, unquantifiable metric. How can anyone hold on? Well, I mean, maybe not for you, but for a Christian that believes that everybody, even someone who has overdosed or has taken lethal amounts or even a lot, nobody deserves to die, okay? I'm sorry that you feel otherwise. I don't feel criminals, but
no, like you're using a different meaning to that.
I don't think, this is
like assisted suicide. Does that person deserve to die?
Hold on. Wait, there is no deserve. Did he want to is the point.
Is he entitled to?
Did he want to? No. You said, does he deserve entitled to, or if he wants, did he consent?
Listen to my question.
If he consented.
Listen to my question. If society, right, acknowledges that this person wants to do it, right, society is saying, let him do the thing. He deserves to make his own decisions.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Right. So then that's even worse because that's total who gives a fuck. Right? Who gives a shit about what society thinks somebody should? No, all you're talking about is just basically the momentum of environmentalism. This action caused this, cause and effect, cause and effect, cause and effect. Yeah, we could say that this could be an effect, but you can't put a quantifiable. Hold on. Listen, sorry, let me finish because I'm sorry that you were shut down. You had exposed this earlier. You don't, when someone do they deserve to die? No, and especially not under the law. You are innocent until proven guilty. George Floyd didn't even commit a crime. The cashier accidentally thought that it was he died over nothing. He died over a mistake that some fucked up person made, okay? Now, this is the whole situation. Did he want to die? Samoa, do you think George Floyd wanted to die?
I think when law did.
I just want a yes or no, and then I'm gonna
believes
No, I'm gonna hold my mic for a second because I'm gonna talk, but I just want to know yes or no.
No, I want to talk what you do.
Okay. Well, then I reclaim my time.
Well, you don't have a time.
Yes, I do. Because I was weak, so I wanted to get my shit off.
Let me answer the question.
No, I don't want to hear it.
For the audience. Right? Because I don't want you to misrepresent my position and it could be something I don't actually hold, right? That's pretty dishonest. I'm saying that if he decided to conceal his relationship with his drug dealer by hiding all the drugs in his mouth and then swallowing them, then it kind of changes the whole scenario on how we kind of evaluate this, right?
No, it doesn't. Only you would, Samoa. Do you know why? Because listen, it doesn't fucking matter. That is a circumstance that he had with his drug dealer. That's none of your fucking business. But people believe that it is for some odd reason. You feel that you should interfere with other people's lives. George Floyd wasn't hurting anybody. If he did take some drugs, right, that he doesn't, you don't think that that's a good thing. You don't think that he should be doing it, right? You think that he's committing some ultimate bigger crime into society. No, he's not. It's a consensual basis. He buys drugs, someone sells it to him. That's a transaction. If he decides to put him in his mouth, okay, that's a bad decision. Okay, that's a bad decision. Sure, that's a bad decision. But he did it because he was under the threat of violent force coercion. He was scared. You heard him while he was in that fucking vehicle. I'm scared. Before he even came out, they were pushing him, pressing him. I'm scared. Last time I couldn't breathe. I'm scared. He was saying that shit. He was scared. Okay, and the worst part is he didn't fucking even commit no fucking crime. He didn't deserve to die. He didn't deserve to die in any capacity. I don't give a shit. You're not going to tell me that somebody who takes drugs deserves to die. Fuck you. No, fuck you. Okay? Nobody deserves to die. People make bad decisions. And we all know that. We all know that we get depressive states. We all know that we have bad circumstances. We all know that we have lows and highs. That's the whole journey of life. What we have to assess is whether somebody else committed a circumstance or created a circumstance for which George Floyd met his maker long before his maker wanted him to. Okay? Long before it was up to him. This was up to somebody else. This was some police situation where they came over. You can't say deserve whether he deserved to die or not. That's a horrible take.
Last take enough of that.
But trying to quantify some other person's life, innocent to proven guilty. I don't care. Listen, I listen to your trash.
Do you care about anybody else on stage?
No, I do. I just don't want to allow dumbasses.
Alright, so if this wasn't a vacuum and this is one-off, I could be like, hey, Bima, I think you have a point here. People make mistakes. But because we actually have the body cam footage where he fucking did the same exact thing and got admitted to the hospital from overdosing in another police stop, swallowing all the fucking pills, you can say that this is a pattern of the guys. And finally, his body couldn't fucking take it. So if you just keep doing the same thing and you survive one overdose after another overdose and the third one catches you, I
I think like a fair person would say, if you keep doing the same fucking thing over and over, you can expect to get the exact same outcome, but you get a different one, and that's his consequence. So there you go.
Yeah, but that's different than saying that he deserves to die, right? Because in the other circumstance, in the same case, he's met by external forces, right, pressuring him about shit that he's not. He's minding his own business. Same scenario. He's not hurting anybody. He's doing drugs. Yeah, he's hurting himself. But guess what? Okay, hold on. All us nasty, disgusting, fat Americans, we're hurting ourselves. But even you skinny Americans, Tofi, thin on the outside, fat on the inside, fucking chronic liver disease, drinking yourselves to death. We all have our addictions. We all have our problems. Okay, we don't look at people like that. That's not what police are supposed to do. Police are supposed to serve and protect. They could have gone to him no problem. They shouldn't have created and manufactured an incident which caused him to have a fucking cardiac arrest and then die of asphyxiation, or however whichever coroner report they decided to accept. And the worst part is he didn't commit a crime. Now, if he committed a crime, I would have different opinion about that, because then I do believe that if he had, committed an actual crime, then yeah, detaining and physical force to detain him would have been justified. But this was just he died for nothing. He didn't even do anything, and he's dead. And everybody's like, let the guy.
All right, I got some important, muy importante information for you. Okay, so while we're on this subject, right, I've always been interested in the equivocation or the equivalence, right, in his blood fentanyl content, right? And so I looked it up, and it was 11 nanograms /ml. Could be considered a fatal dose in some contexts, but it depends on your, tolerance, right? However, when you look at people who take fentanyl for medical reasons like cancer, right? Start out like with patches, right? 25 micrograms patch, right? So take them for severe problems other than cancer, like severe back problems, right? That is just chronic pain that you can't get rid of, right? And they go up from there. 50 micrograms, right? Okay, so a person that takes 50, now listen to this, 50 micrograms patch is a patch that is a 3-day patch, right? And this 25 microgram is also a 3-day patch, right, Liz? And I was wondering, so this person with cancer takes this, usually you're on hospice, right? Or you're taking this for some severe pain, right? How does that equal to what Mr. Floyd had in his system, right? In his blood, right? So it translates to, we're looking at patches, right? If you're using it for medical use, at one time, 8 to 50 microgram patches on your body at once, at one time. That is absolutely unheard of. So, when you ask me, did he want to die? I don't think so. I don't think anyone wants to die, right? And I don't think he did. However, I think he knew the risks, because and he also had methamphetamine in his blood too. However, when you are taking these high-level drugs, for medical or as recreational use, right? And you decide to pop them all in your mouth at once, you do know the risks and what could happen. You do. Everyone does, right? So that's a hard, like, yeah, he knew the risks, right? That's an absolute respiratory suppressant, right? Even though the medical examiner expert they had said it was because of showing all this, on his neck and all that, I still argued that 8 to 9 patches on this dude at once, right? I'm having a hard time believing that it didn't suppress his ability to breathe. But go ahead, who's after?
Knowledge, Monica, and then Nathan, please.
And then
Go ahead.
No. The point that I have is a little bit. Go ahead, Monica.
Alright. So I was fussed because I said, did Alton Metcalf deserve to die? And then we spent an hour talking about if George Floyd deserved to die. I don't think innocent people deserve to die. I think sometimes they die. The police autopsy report I saw said heart attack for George Floyd. And even though there might have been some contributing factors, like COVID, the drugs, the pressure on one side of his neck, it seems to me there was reasonable doubt and that Derek Chauvin should likely not be in jail. When you look at the crime scene photos for Austin Metcalf, there was more than 110. I don't think Samoa got that right. I don't think it was deliberate. But there was testimony today that said the Centennial tent wasn't up, but there were other tents. The fact that that Carmelo was talking to a friend underneath the Memorial High School tent is valuable information. And it actually is good that it kind of lends to it not being premeditated. And that's good. We'll see.
Yes, sir. Just want to say this. I was trying to tell Samoa that don't jump on the bandwagon when that movie free. Free said that just because someone uses word doesn't mean that you have to escalate with physical force. Therefore, Austin Metcalf was wrongfully killed. Therefore, Carmelo Anthony can be charged with murder. If you read any of the statements, you'll see that Austin Metcalf was the one who responded or who reacted back at Carmelo Anthony because he used words. But he showed his black ass and that was big ass pinky toe off. And
Nate, there was 4 people talking. Norm said something, Free said something, and I was speaking to something. And what I was doing my regular, trying to clean up where the term escalation is appropriately applied, during the sequence of events, right? So when Free's talking and Norm's talking, they have different threads than what I'm talking about, right? But just to point this out to Monica, and this is a little weird for Monica, right? So we started off by me looking at her graph, right? And I'm like, oh shit, your comp is off. Generally, normally have our typical tracking or whatever this is, because it doesn't have the up-to-date information, right? So I say Centennial doesn't actually have a 10, so that she fought that one, right? Then I say specifically to the video, the reporters that are in the courtroom, when describing what the video is, there's 5 different frames, right? And in the frame that they're talking about, where the forensic person is doing his testimony, right? They're starting to highlight the gray sweater guy, which they're calling Carmelo Anthony, right? And when he comes to the tent, it's the only tent there. There's no other tents that are around the area. what she did was mistakenly think that I'm saying that there was no other tent in the stadium, which is like totally weird. So I'm only offering an analysis from journalists that are in the courtroom. I don't know what she's doing.
Samoa, the picture I sent you with the I don't remember that school team's name, but there was 2 tents next to the memorial that I sent you.
Totally fine.
What?
We're talking about the testimony of the video of the timeline. Maybe tents were erected like a little bit later or whenever the hell they took the damn picture. It doesn't go against anything that the reporters are reporting that they see in the video in the
If
trial.
there's a crime scene, they're not going to put up tents near the crime scene.
Monica. When the thing happens, right, it takes a while police and everybody are like being dispatched to the area to declare.
Look, I'm going to see what you see, because obviously I don't, and I'm missing stuff. So I'll look it up. Moa. If I'm wrong, I stand a correction. I always do.
Well, Monica, I'm just pointing out that what we're getting here, we don't actually have access to. It's reporters that are in the courtroom that are reporting it to us whenever they have breaks. So when you get the Texas, I forget the name of the newspaper, like when they're like releasing like their reporter, that's all we can go off of. Like we see what's all the information that we have. We don't know what's real or fake, right? So they're telling us, hey, this is what's actually
I remember when it happened, I watched the video footage. I watched the tarp that they used to cover the knife in the stands. And I saw more than one team's tent, Samoa. So I'm genuinely confused. I'm not being contrary or obstinate.
Have you seen the video that they're seeing?
I don't know. I need to see their videos to see if it matches what I saw.
If I'm telling you right now that the reporters are saying that this is the first time that they've seen the video in the trial, then I'm probably like betting that we haven't seen it yet.
What video are you referring to? You talking about the one where he's on the tent?
There's like 5 frames, the way that they're describing it, and then they circle him when he walks into the stadium, and the glob of people, and then after the stabbing, how he runs out of the stadium. So like they're using like this sequence to move through 5 different frames, and they got this forensic guy, right? I'm saying I've never seen this video. Like it's not in circulation for me to be.
Oh, that does happen, yeah.
Right. Yeah, and I do remember now that I'm talking about it that there were certain networks or certain like media sources that were able to view it, but like in a skiff or something.
Yeah, Newsweek saw it.
I remember there was something far away. It was an ugly video. Like you can't really see shit.
Yeah, very blurry.
Yeah.
Who was allegedly showing this video in the courtroom?
The state
prosecution. Yeah.
The prosecution.
Yeah. So the guy on Newsweek, and I got to link to him too. Like it seems like it. Yeah. But that's the thing about it, which I'm trying to get people to kind of make up a sound defense for. It's like people buying into the conspiracies of all this other shit in order to try to justify this case. It's like this is a hard case for this guy. You know, like just bringing the knife alone makes it bad, but let alone being in the area.
Was it a knife or a tool for a trap?
Oh, the knife. Yeah, I'm seeing people say that's another thing to another conspiracy. No, it's a real knife. It was not no trap tool or no shit like that. It was an actual knife. Yes, it's on a police report. Yeah, they found the knife the same day. Officer Schultz.
Knife?
No, actual knife, a black knife. It was a knife with a black handle. It's in the police report. Yeah, look at Officer Schultz. He recovered the knife. And they covered it with tar because it started raining.
And for some reason, look, I don't think that the guy should have been killed, but I can see why. I can see a justification. Just as a big fucking bully. And he found out what he tried to pick on something smaller. He tried to get involved with something he didn't have to. He's not a cop. He ain't shit. I don't think it had. And I don't think the kid wanted him. I think he just wanted to fucking be like, fuck you, man. You're gonna fucking do this to me. And fucking ran away.
Nathan, you there?
Yeah, I mean, it's probably a matter of embarrassment. He probably felt embarrassed or challenged.
I can see he feels threatened.
Well, no, here's why you did it, man. This way, like, so it seems like you're not familiar with it. It's like, hey, welcome back, AK motherfucker. I want to address you. Yeah, I can trace me. I can just be. So, you're in the matrix too, nigga. I'm right there. I got you. You're the Matrix. So, psych. So this is what happened. This is on page 4 of the post report. So, Metcalf at some point addressed him to leave the tent. We don't know how he did it. We don't know if it was hostile or not. But yes, he was yeah, he was under the tent, under their tent, their team's tent, right? The idea is that he knew someone at some point in time. He spoke to them, that maybe lingered around, and then they told him to move, or maybe he was in the middle talking to somebody and they told him to move. But it seemed that they just told him to move without him actually interacting with someone at that particular point in time. So, in between that back and forth, Anthony tells him to touch me, and Metcalf touches him. Now, presuming that wasn't enough for him to respond, so he said, punch me. After he said that, so the touch was there, then he says, punch me. And when he says punch me, he started reaching around in his bag, which is searching for the knife. So while he's saying that, Metcalf just grabs him and tries to move him according to the post report, and then he takes a knife out and punches him in his heart.
Yeah, I remember that. And there was something in the police report that said that.
You notice how he said he grabbed him and tried to move him. He didn't say the motherfucker shoved him or pushed him. He didn't put no negative. You know what I mean?
To me, look, the white guy walked up to him, and he tried to be the enforcer. And the kid stood his ground, like I'm paraphrasing, like, nah, fuck you, get away, don't fucking touch me, bitch, like, no.
Yeah, he started fucking.
Yeah, but after that, so imagine this, Mike. Imagine you in a car and you talk to a bunch of girls.
I don't think the kid. I don't think this justified death, but I do believe the big fucking white boy was probably a usual bully in life. So much to the point where yes, this is my look. You can dispute it. This is my intuition. This is my intuition, and I could be wrong, but I'm probably not. This fucking pig kid is used to being a fucking bully towards people and trying to tell people what to do. He walked around. Size was always the way he got away with certain things, and he tried to fucking punk somebody. And guess what? This kid fucking was a fuck you, bitch, and he fucking swung back, right? I'm a human being. I don't feel the fucking confidence, the arrogance, the authority to walk up to a person and say leave, and then try to remove it. Are you kidding? What kind of person does that? Especially if they're a smaller person. That's a bully. Those are indications of somebody that feels comfortable, that has got away with stuff like that before. And he's around his friends, so he has all that motivation. He has all that confidence, right? And he's going to be the guy that, I fucking got rid of, you know what, bro? Sorry, man. You fucking fucked with the wrong one this time. And the kid's probably going to go to jail. But the other kid could have lived if he just fucking minded his own business. Or if he fucking went and told somebody that actually had authority to do something, but he's just a weirdo. That's it. Fuck those kids, bro. I remember those kids.
Yeah, so
Fuck those kids. Fuck those kids. Fuck those kids. Huh, Mike? Fuck them. Fuck.
I would like to respond, Mike. Just like
I don't care. I don't feel bad.
All right, real quick.
Yeah.
Yo, who's disobeying? Okay. Now, real quick, we're gonna do a mini Q, okay? So we're gonna quickly say something. We're gonna have Free. Who wants to go next?
Monica.
Okay, Free, Monica, Bima, one more person. Free, Monica, Bima, 90 seconds apiece. We're doing the Q and Q. Real quick, Mike. I just wanted to.
Can I go after everyone else? Because I know they're gonna come after me. So
it's gonna be popcorn after that. But I just wanted to point your attention to something. If you read, I don't know if you're driving, but if you read Monica's PTR, that's like an alleged tweet from Austin, right? It's basically, I can read it to you. It says, faith that God got me and my work will pay off. And I think the point of these tweets that are surfacing to show that he was a good Christian boy in Austin to get got stabbed, right? Now, my theory is, if he was a Christian, he should have done the Christian thing and welcomed Carmelo into the tent and said, "How are you, my brother in Christ?" And did all of that shit. I don't think Jesus, from what you know of Jesus, I don't think Jesus would have kicked Carmelo out the tent or even tried to kick Carmelo out.
So it
So that was I just wanted to give you something to think when it's your turn to go. Okay, so right now we've got Free. Somebody remind me of Free, Monica, Dima.
I was after him.
Wait, hold on. It's a Huey Q, so it's only 4 at a time, and then popcorn. 90 seconds.
Wait, let me get
90 seconds each too.
Alright, go ahead. Okay. And then what? Okay.
Free Monica.
Yes. Alright, so real quickly so I won't forget because it's fresh on me. So, Huey, we don't know what type of Christian he is. When you talk about these Christians, you know if he's Calvinist. I don't know if I said something at the boss.
Add 30 seconds to a timer.
Thank you. So, we don't know what type of Christian he is. He could have been Calvinist.
Point of moderation. You know how many of you Google Keep goes? It's nice and short and it shouldn't be too long. At the same time, though, anybody who cuts Free off, one of the speakers off, I'm going to have to send just to keep it clean. All right, go ahead.
Thank you. You guys know pretty fast. So we don't know what type of Christian he is. He could have been Calvinist or these other type of Christians like West Baptist Church, where they don't take shit. They definitely will address you, especially if you're in the space. Especially these Hebrew Israelites on this app. They're very aggressive, so they will tell you straight the fuck up to not be on their property, and they consider themselves Christ-like. So again, I think we've been a little uncharitable to the idea of him being a Christian in general, let alone what type of Christian he is. Next point, I think. Mike and I hope we're not doing this interpreting more than bad faith. I don't think it's too much to ask someone to remove themselves from your area. I think there's a way you should do it because, of course, you want to be courteous. But at the same time, just to do it in itself is not a bad thing, especially coming from my demographic, which people hate that I talk about. We don't play that shit. Black people don't play shit. You don't know black person call you, so I push you in their space. We will tell you get the fuck up off stuff. We don't necessarily do it the best way. So the irony of this is that this boy can't particularly ask him anything, let alone in whatever capacity we want to interpret it in the worst spirit. But I don't think it's too much for him to just address him and be courteous to ask him that. And like I said, let's say worst case scenario, he did do it in a bad spirit. I don't think, which I think we both agree on, that it's not warranted for him to respond with a knife. And I hope you take into consideration what I was saying. They searched around for his knife to stab him while he was talking to him, which is really fucked up. Lastly, to AK, this is super brief. You said, thank you. You said that I don't dress, I guess I have this bias where I only dress black people, whatever. I think you guys pick shitty cases and they say it's bad. I don't think all bias makes you look bad and no bias. You guys pick the case that happened about black people just spoken and something like that. It didn't happen to look at the facts. And since I don't think you have your bias, it makes me seem like I'm biased. And that's not the case.
So I have so much resistance from people who are not listening along at this point. I'm not contracting. So we saw this with Nick Van. We saw this with the we saw this with city by parents. We see people a little bit of information about a situation and then they just know everything about it. Well, he's a big farm boy and that shit. Of course he's a white boy and he's a bully. He tried to lynch that poor skinny black kid. He wasn't doing nothing. Like, we sure? We sure. Because today is the first day of the trial, from what I understand. And there's a lot of evidence that I'm learning that I didn't know about. So instead of pronouncing the make sure we write about this stuff? How about we don't have to have an opinion on every goddamn thing? How about we don't know and be comfortable in not knowing? And then instead of making stuff as personally, from what I've gathered, Hello was 13 or 14 when the family moved from Baton Rouge, Louisiana to Texas for a better life, away from the urban environment. And then there's photos online we should consider. But I actually hope that Carmelo is innocent. Be nice to think that people aren't targeting white boys for death. Wouldn't that be a treat? Thank you for the mic time.
Who's throwing me?
Demo and then AK.
Be master of yourself. Go ahead.
You call my whole government out.
Hold on. I've got a question for you. I've always been meaning to ask you. Dance or Benji?
Be my best of Benji.
No, sorry, bro. I say that.
She's not black enough for that.
I don't know. Dang.
What about BMW?
So this is I agree with the
That's a big one.
let's see. You know, we gotta get some evidence. There are definitely some things that are still going to make me change my mind. You know, there's definitely things that I can imagine that are gonna change these. I think there were 3. I had thought about them, and I was like, there's 3 things, and if they come out, I think I can change my mind on Carmelo not being not guilty. But I have to also remind everybody that, and I want to know if this is true because I've only been able to gather this from evidence. Is it true that both Carmelo and Austin were captains of their football teams? Both of them. So you're talking about 2 captains of 2 rivalry schools, not just 2 players, but 2 football captains. I think you have them. I mean, like, we're not really looking into the psychology of that and understanding, and that could go 2 ways. That could go in Carmelo's favor, and that could go in Austin's favor. You know, I really, really want to know what the exchange was, and I'm really excited to know that Hunter's going to be able to give his side of what was said, but then Carmelo's also going to be able to give his side. So we could actually see what actually was said, what actually were they saying. I really hope he testifies. I don't know if he's going to, but I think that's huge.
Is it Michael?
It's AK.
Alright, thanks. So, I just want to give you my opinion. Monica, people want to talk about it, right? That's about the case. It's just gonna happen. So, but I agree with you. Oh, now I sound low. What about now?
Much better, thank you.
Alright. I'm at my kid's school. What up, Joey? Yeah. So when it comes to the Metcalf shit, right? I feel like Metcalf didn't deserve to die in the way he did, right? I also, part of me is like, he fucked around and found out. Sorry to say, but I tell my kids not to bother people, right? Now, we got, like Monica said, we don't know the facts, so we don't really know if he was being bothered or bothering Carmelo. But from face value, you know, it looks like he told him to get out from underneath the tent. You could act like that's him being a nice guy. Free said you would have done the same thing. No. Like, it's raining, motherfuckers under the tent. As far as how many tents, it's according to what time of the event it was, how many people put up their tents. But all in all, start raining, motherfucker go in your tent. It's fucking to get out the rain, right? Especially in these track events, people shit tents all the time. Rain comes out of nowhere. Same thing with soccer, right? At the end of the day, when the kid reacts the way he did, I'm all for proportional reaction, whatever the fucking term is. Proportional force. I'm for that, right? I'm gonna tell my kid, somebody do something to you, try to react in a certain way, right? Don't just jump to the most deadly force, right? And I think that's everybody. I think to me it's really clear cut. It's two kids that lost their life in this case. What you said? Who was that? You? What did you say? All right. I think that it's two kids that lost their life in a sense, right? One lost their life for real. The other one is most likely going to be locked up. If not, he's going to be, in the eyes of the law, he's going to be a problem, right? It's going to be attention, controversy surrounding him, right? So we should look at it like one kid, a teenager, made a rash decision. In my eyes, I think he didn't mean to kill the kid, right? But his actions were stupid. And that's what it boils down to. Thank you.
Thank you.
You fucking guys are all liars. Well, let's wait for the evidence. Look, you've been exposed to something. You don't control your thoughts. You have a position. You can call it tentative, but you have a fucking position. You can't say look but don't look, look but don't look. The kid's guilty of something. Okay? If I was a juror, it'd be at least manslaughter because you can't fucking just kill people, right? So that's the thing. But I just don't feel bad for the guy that died. And I don't know why I feel that way. Because he seems like a fucking bully. He seems like somebody that let this be known to all the fucking pigs out there in the fucking world. You can't just walk up to people and think you're gonna get away with it. The kid's done it before. I bet my life on it. He's a fucking punk ass bitch that's used to being the fucking big kid, the big fat guy that wants to fucking fuck around with little kids, and he found out, bro. Unfortunately, the fucking kid overreacted through his fucking life way. Let's wait for the evidence. Shut the fuck up. Evidence my fucking nuts. You have a position right now, okay? Can something change it? Yes. Guess what? It hasn't come yet. As far as it is right now, someone died, right? And someone died because someone tried to be a fucking punk-ass bitch bully. So all the bullies in the fucking world, be afraid, because hopefully there's more people like that. I fucking hate bullies, and this guy fucking found out. So fuck the guy that died, and the guy that fucking killed him, fuck him too then too. Fuck it. It's on me.
No, that was so valuable. Appreciate that brilliant insight.
Yours is. Let's not look but look. Let's not have a position but have a position. That's what the fuck you said. I saw pictures, but I don't have a position. You don't know shit. You're just sticking up.
I don't know shit. That's what you think. That's what you think. That I view the world through a racial lens. I view the world through a racial lens.
It's so weird.
Because you just said it. You mentioned it, Mike. You're just supporting your bullshit point. What a reductive caveman you are. You fucking asshole. Of course. Fuck Charlie Kirk too. It's nothing new. I know you don't. I know you don't. I know you don't. You probably got beat up by a guy like him when you were a kid. You probably projected. That's right. That's right. Because zero conflict resolution skills is the way to navigate the world.
Hey, you know what? He died to teach his brother a fucking lesson. There it is. Fuck it. Yeah,
Alright, this is what I'm like, it's gonna be what it's gonna be. But I hope no one ever treats you like you treat other people, Mike.
Good the way I've been treated. I know these kind of people. I remember these fucking kids in school.
You just said that I
was never fucking big in my life. I know
my logic and reason because of race. That's bullshit.
I know them. I know how they react. I fucking know them. Why be so I know their kind. What the fuck you talking about? I fucking know them. I hope. It's too late. It's already happened.
Is there anybody else?
All right. No. Real quick, guys. Look, good conversation. It don't need to go this way. Opinion is opinion. We ain't gotta take
these opinions fucking personally. As far as I know, nobody in this room is related to the niggas. So, let's just, enjoy the intellectual part of this, not the emotional part of
That
this.
he didn't want to make an impression. That he didn't want to be thought of as a thug. That he didn't want to be a thug for street credit and potentials. That's fine. You're not hurting me, Mike. All I said was, I hope he did. That's fine. That's fine.
Real quick, guys. Can we just hear from some voices?
Thanks for the rumors, I appreciate it.
Real quick, Casey, we haven't heard from Casey. He's new to the space as well as new to the conversation. So some way for him. What's good, Casey?
Make some noise for him.
I be in here every now and then, you know what I'm saying? I be in here every now and then, but it's funny because I grew up both of them. I grew up with Monica and Seth. Like, one, you fucked around and you found out. But the other side, too, is like, you don't know Carmelo's story. Like, at the end of the day, it's like, the fuck is the story gonna change anything? My man killed somebody because he tried to press them. And I understand, too, like, from a world perspective, I agree with, I forgot to speak before, but you gotta teach your kid, like, you can't try to be that enforcer type unless you shouldn't, because, like, you will get somebody out there that's gonna fucking press you or do some crazy shit for no reason. Like, some people out there literally have nothing to live for, so they'll deadass just crash out, and you might just be the victim. And it might have just been literally, just by fate, it was you. It might have been somebody else, but in this instance, it was you. So you can't try to press people and try to bully people and do certain things. And unfortunately, in this situation, this is where it ended up. It could have just been another, and I'm sure there's plenty of these situations out there. It's just this case in particular became a nationwide case, but bro, like, you can't be moving like that. Like, you can't press people. You can't try to be an enforcer if you know who you're dealing with. And at the same time, just because somebody presses you doesn't fucking mean you kill them. You know? So it's like, wait, you think you wanted to kill him? It's not about whether you wanted to kill him or not. It's not for you stabbing somebody.
Intent doesn't matter?
It's not that intent doesn't matter. What I'm trying to say is, okay, I'll go this far. I'll bring it back, right? Because obviously intent matters. But why are you stabbing people?
Why? Listen, bro, why are niggas getting bullied? You know people kill themselves off of getting bullied. You know that.
Okay, we're gonna wrap up this one. If you don't ask, you never get. Okay, we're gonna wrap up this part of the thing, this discussion by saying this. How many people are there in the United States of America? 330 million. Oh, 330 million. Okay, so I'm gonna say that I have to amend my argument that 330 million people, that no one believe there could be a conviction in the Senate. I have to reduce that to only 299 million of that. But thank you, William.
You're saying that nobody else thought that there might be a chance that the senators might fairly review the evidence?
The people who introduced the articles of impeachment knew that they weren't going to get a conviction. That's the point.
Or else they would have followed the process all the way.
That's right.
That's why there wouldn't have been complaining in the media about how Republican officials were allowed to dodge subpoenas. Because if they'd had a formal vote for impeachment inquiry, per the Justice Department, per people like Neil Gorsuch, it ups the seriousness of the subpoena. It allows Congress extra power. And they didn't take it seriously enough to take that vote and get the extra power.
That's exactly right. They weren't serious about it. William, you're the only person in the United States of America who was serious about it. None of the people involved in the process were serious about it. We just saw the evidence of it presented by Marshall. None of them. They didn't believe that they were going to get
a conviction. They were just trying to score political points and embarrass. Just like they tried to embarrass Clinton, for the blue stain dress. Okay, fine. So mission accomplished.
The number of independents.
I gotta get to you next. Thank you, our next. Thank you, William. Go ahead, Chelsea. You're up.
Yeah, the number of independents has surged in the U.S. The number of people that are more disillusioned with our form of government, and that is a number that has increased year after year. So I think we do have to take a step back. If we had good leadership, which is something that El Normo was trying to state, like there would be good reasons to be defensive against Iran, and if we had good leadership, it would have been a justified statement that would have been shared, and they would have shepherded everyone in, and we would have all been like united, and we would have felt like, yes, this is definitely a justified position to be in, but that didn't happen. So we're kind of stuck with like really poor leadership, really manipulative leadership, if anything. And I think it's something that can be understood based on the credentials of the man that we're looking at. Like his health is, surging, but he's clearly like, he's overweight by any shape or character. That isn't something
He is the healthiest president in the history of the United States. You went on a lie.
No, he's not too heavy. He doesn't drink too much Diet Coke.
Sorry, am I getting interrupted?
Sorry.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes, you are. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, if I'm going to get interrupted, maybe I shouldn't speak.
Okay, well, that's the answer you're going to take. Fine. Dr. Francine, followed by Old Raj. Dr. Francine.
I didn't realize my hand was up. I have nothing to say on this subject.
Not only did you not realize your hand was up, you didn't realize you were on the stage.
No, I had no idea that I was on the stage. And here's what I believe, since I am up here.
This is pretty funny. I like it.
You guys were yelling at each other so loudly that I could not understand what anybody was saying. And I guess my comment is, we aren't going to fix anything if we can't even talk to each other in a fairly decent tone of voice.
Okay, I'll help you with that. I apologize, and I'll help you with that. Marshall and I were correct, and William was wrong. That's all you need to know.
That's usually.
I mean, I'm just trying to codify it for you because you listened. But had you been able to hear what we were saying, you would say that Marshall and I were right and William was wrong, and then move on. So I'm just trying to make it easy for you.
Okay, so let me just add by saying that we have lots of things that are threatening us right now, and that they're not the only things are not oil reserves, gas prices, and midterms, but the whole idea of AI and what's happening to jobs and people and electric power connections is another huge issue. And if you want me to tell you whether Donald Trump will win in the midterms, I think the unfortunate thing is we are stuck with him. He's not on the ballot, so no one's going to get rid of him. And we're stuck with him. And you can see why I didn't raise my hand. I usually try to have something of substance.
That was fine. There was substance. There was substance and all that. Especially when you decided you agreed with Marshall and me. When there were words in your mouth, of course.
Marshall usually knows his stuff.
Marshall does, but I don't. I see what's going on here. Is there a mutiny?
Gary, you have been on laughing gas for the last 2 days.
I know, and you know what? I at least enjoy my humor. Nobody else may.
Too much fun.
Well, I at least am having fun. Now, if the rest of you come along and chuckle along with me, that's great. If you get frustrated like John did yesterday, well, that's your problem.
This question is Christy Brinkley taller than you?
Oh, yeah. Oh.
So could that be why she married Billy Joel?
He's not taller than me. He's not. She towers over Billy. Okay. Yeah, but
so it wasn't height.
Could have been another measurement. It could have been another measurement. I don't know. I'm not saying. Could have been another measurement, but it was not height. All right. Thank you, Dr. Francie. It's a very serious conversation we're having here, ladies and gentlemen.
You have totally relieved me of my dignity.
No, it's my dignity we're talking about here, not yours.
See, I told you, you are on laughing gas, and you were on laughing gas yesterday, too. What's the deal? You find everything funny.
Not everything, but, I think that we're under so much stress in our life that sometimes, this is what we do in the newsroom. We joke about things. I swear to God, if you walk into our newsroom, you would probably think that we are not serious about the job we're doing. Well, we are serious about the job we're doing, but we just make fun of everybody. We make fun of the Republicans, we make fun of the Democrats, and even more so, we make fun of one another.
Oh my gosh. Someone in the chat just wrote, I wish the world would end. Hurry up, God, and harvest your children.
Oh, listen, you can always leave the room. You can end this world by leaving the room. Don't worry about it. You always have an out from the world of the critical thinking forum. Don't worry about it. What? I'm saying, you leave the critical thinking forum. For sure.
Yeah. No, the group chat. It's on.
I don't know why it's on. It's not supposed to be on, but I can't seem to be able to control this environment like I did before. Maybe it's because I'm too busy wisecracking and I don't understand what we're doing.
Pay attention, Gary.
Yeah.
Attention.
Oh my God, you sound like my mother. Thank you.
Of course, I'm a Jewish mother.
There you go. Old Raj, you're up.
Thank you, guys. Good afternoon. Hey, Gary. Hey, Marshall. I came in late, so I don't know if I have the breadth of the whole topic. Yes, low gas prices are definitely up. I'm going to make a prediction, not too eventful, but the Dems will control the House. It'll be a tie, or Republicans will hold on to the Senate, and I'm assuming there will be some new impeachment hearings that'll come up. I would like to see it specifically pertaining to the emoluments clause, which he breaks every day in the Constitution. And I'd say right now that's all I got, because I don't know the genesis of anything else y'all are talking about. Thank you.
Thank you, Raj. We're going to Meryl, followed by Andrew.
I missed almost the entire show so far. I came in when you guys were talking about the difference between you and Billy Joel. So I think that's a little off topic, right?
Girl. See, I got it.
Okay. Okay. What are gas prices? Okay, oil reserves low, gas prices high. So is this about midterms? Is that what it's about? Is that what you're asking? What we think about what's going to happen?
It could be, sure. Sure.
Well, I can partially agree with me on this one. If the Democrats stay on the right message, in the middle, leaning a little left or a little right. Do not go far left at all. Don't go anywhere near the left. And just talk about the economy. And maybe don't even mention impeachment. I think that the Democrats have a chance at the House. I don't know, maybe the Senate, I don't know, but maybe the House. But I think Marsha would agree. Marsha will agree with me. They've got to stay on the right message. Is that where, am I close? Is that what we're talking about?
When we're not talking about Christy Brinkley and being my crashing and burning when I tried to steal her away from Billy Joel. Yeah.
He lost her anyways.
That's great, but not to me.
Well,
it doesn't matter if she didn't lose her to me.
Just look at your head. You still have more hair than he does. Okay?
That's true.
That's for you. Yeah, that's a big deal. Okay, so is that what you're talking about? Do we think that?
Yeah, that could be what we're talking about. I've lost the train of thought of the whole thing myself. We're talking about all these things coming together. It's like a perfect storm of problems. And how is the president dealing with them? How is the world dealing with them? How are we all individually dealing with them?
Well, individually, I can't speak. I can only speak about myself and the people I talk to. And it's very interesting. I talked to one of my family members who says that she and her husband do not want to talk anymore to people that are like-minded, that are just like them. Because it's depressing, because you're all talking about the same thing, you're all agreeing, and you wind up going, oh, gee. And maybe it'd be, not to talk about, maybe to see if there's somebody else that thinks differently, and maybe it gets you riled up. And I think that, look, the Trump lovers are the Trump lovers. That's that. But I do
and the
think
Trump
that
haters are the Trump haters. Right?
Yeah.
The Trump haters are the Trump haters, too.
But I don't think that everybody should just say haters. If we criticize them a lot, but can find something decent to say, that's not hating. I didn't give him an E yesterday. I wanted to, but I didn't.
Okay, tell me one good thing about Donald Trump.
One good thing about him. Well, I told you that I thought what he did with Bibi in June. I thought that was good. I thought that was a wake-up call. I thought that
the initial attack on Iran.
Right, and they didn't know. They couldn't know for certain how successful it would be because that's only been tested on computers and things like that. But it was excellent. It was executed perfectly, and I think that it woke people up. And I don't think that was bad. I think that was okay. I think it's a good decision that he made. I think that he did good to want to open up the border and to close the borders. I don't like how he executed it, but I'm not angry with him about that. I'm angry about how he executed it. So yeah, I can say that. About him personally, I think that he is a narcissist. He has personality defects, and they're closing in on him, and he's having when I read about this, is like what they call a narcissistic breakdown or a fallout. You've got somebody who's used to thinking that he's the best person in the whole wide world, and nothing he does is wrong. He's the best, the smartest, and he took those 4 cognitive tests, which I didn't need for. But anyways, and now everything is coming down, and he's not the best, and people are unhappy. And I don't think that he can handle that. I don't think he can handle that at all. And he's trying to hang on in different ways. I think you hear his speaking the other day, what he was supposed to be talking. I don't know who he was supposed to be talking to, but all of a sudden he's talking about all the wars that he wanted. Oh, he was rapping the CNN reporter. I thought that was disgusting. He's telling the CNN reporter she's full of crap, she's ugly, and she doesn't smile. Oh, she's beautiful but doesn't smile, and then starts talking all about how great he is. So that's somebody who's just not.
I think we all agree there's a personality defect when he does these kinds of things. Even his greatest supporters would agree with you on that, I think.
And they're staying up all night. And having no control. I said this the other day. We look at this and we think, oh my God, he's crazy. What we should be saying is, oh my God, he's telling us he's telling the truth. Now we know him. We know what this man thinks. Maybe that's not a bad thing after all, to know what he thinks. Instead of always going and saying, well, he probably didn't really mean that. Maybe he did. Maybe this is, in the middle of the night, this is what he thinks. And that's it. So now we know him. We know everything there is to know about him. And it's pretty bad, that stuff. I just think it's pretty bad. And the cognitive tests, which, by the way, I hope that he doesn't mention Joe Biden anymore, because Joe Biden is dying, so I think that is, let's give him some respect there. But Trump is Trump, and I do believe if the Democrats keep it together, don't just listen to the old Democrat sugar guy. And I happen to be very interested in what Rahm Emanuel has to say, because he won't take crap from anybody, pardon me. And I think he can direct them to stay on message. I think he can. And he's not going to say bad things about Israel. He can't. He just won't. And so I think that he can be a good voice for the Democrats, not necessarily the candidate, but I do think that he'd be a good person to help keep them on message. Is Marshall still there? Does he agree?
Who was the candidate?
No, I'm saying not a candidate, but that I think that his message not go all the way to the left, and that he's not gonna. He's gonna help them stay on message. He's gonna remind them. It's the.
Oh yeah, the more the message is Trump's a Nazi and he's shitty, the more people are gonna go like, okay, what else do you have to offer me? You've been saying that for 10 years, and he's still president. So what's the point, right? If they focus on the economy, at least special election results show that if they focus on affordability, they tend to win more elections than they lose. They start arguing about ancillary issues like Trump being evil or, essentially anything. Yeah, essentially anything ancillary. No, I don't think they should either. Anything ancillary to the economy and to making life better for people, I think does the Democrats a disservice, right? If the National Party and the candidates choose to wed themselves and do themselves a disservice, then they will lose the election to Republicans who shouldn't be in office.
And I think that you can get the young people that you were lost in New York, like the voters, like what you had in New York. You can get those young people back, or you can get young people interested. Once they realize, you know what? Nobody gave you anything. You're not doing much better. You don't have that $100,000 job that you wanted right out of college. So it is, I think that if they do this right, they'll get the young people back, younger voters. I think because they are very much affected, and I don't think they should keep talking about impeachment. I hate that. I don't care whether we want to impeach him or not. You just don't run on that.
Thank you, Bill. We'll go to Andrew, followed by Pirate Bear.
Good afternoon, Gary. I do have some hockey news for you.
Excellent.
Excuse me. My city here in Kitchener won the Memorial Cup first time since 2003. That's the junior championships between East and West, if you will. They beat Everett, Washington, actually 6-2 Sunday night. So that was cool, and my city was quite happy, proud of the Kitchener Rangers. Anyway, to the point of the room. Gas prices high. Food probably could be in jeopardy, perhaps. Other goods and services getting more expensive as we speak. So, this is long term. I don't think weeks is the word. I think it's months we're talking. Even if it were all to be reopened tomorrow, it would be months for this to filter back out of the calculation of the economy. But as far as the midterms are concerned, I don't have much faith in the American people at this point. in their decision-making process and critical thinking. And with regards to perhaps the fingers that are being inserted into the different states for the election in terms of gerrymandering, I think that bodes ill for the Democratic possibilities. It may backfire. Some have suggested that. I don't know. It'll be a wait and see thing. The thing that I think many people might be concerned about too is whether or not some of these ICE agents may be stationed at your booths, which can serve as very much
Yeah, they
intimidation.
claim that they're not going to do that, but who knows?
Well, who knows? And that's something that if you look at it broad, you wouldn't see in any of the purple democracies that I'm aware of, but maybe Hungary, well, I don't know, but and Poland perhaps during bad times. But these are concerning issues for sure. But I really, I don't know that it matters much to the average person. I suppose, I think the problem is more systemic than that. I've always been of the view that, when you put a politician in place, are they going to make my life better? It's not likely. And I think in the United States, it's exasperated to a large degree by the amount of money and special interest money that is involved in your politics. I think that skews results. They may say one thing while they're on the stump, humping the stumps or whatever they call it. But certainly when they get into office, that door is opened and there are people in there with suitcases of money. So it's very discouraging. But yeah.
They give checks. They're not allowed to give suitcases full of money, but not full.
It's
you're not. If they walk into your office and they try to give you a suitcase full of $100,000, you have to. The law says you have to immediately turn it down because you can't accept it. But if they write you an individual contribution check of $5,000, you can take that. I agree with you on the special interest, in particular, like PACs and super PACs, right? PACs do have to list where their money comes from, so you know who donated to what. A super PAC, however, you don't have to list your donors, so we don't know who's influencing American elections when super PACs did happen. And I think, to your point, that is greatly distorting of the actual process.
It's distorting of the process and it's distorting the result. So when that person is in office or those people are in office, the decisions that they make, the laws that they pass or that they don't pass are influenced by that. And I think that's where it really becomes evident and most destructive.
Thank you, Andrew. Pirate Fury, followed by Stephanie.
Thanks, Gary. How's my volume?
Loud and clear. How's mine?
Very good. I just wanted to say, number one, I'm a huge Billy Joel fan also. Number two, I got an alert on my phone that Trump accepted invitation to Game 3 of the NBA Finals in New York.
So we will see him in public.
That should be entertaining. And speaking of entertaining, you mentioned Joe Biden pardoning Hunter Biden. Hunter Biden activated his Twitter, and I would definitely recommend you going and checking out some of his tweets. It's definitely worth the price of admission.
More comedy, thank you. By the way, yesterday in front of Madison Square Garden, while the Knicks were playing in San Antonio, there was, of course, this big watch party outside the garden. And I don't know whether it really was officially a watch party or not, but there were a gazillion people out there cheering. And it was an exciting game and everything. But somebody came out with the dancing robots. And the robots dancing and dancing and dancing. And one of New York's finest walks up to the robot and slaps the cuffs on him. You're under arrest. It was hilarious. And he just did it, on a spur of the moment. So it was pretty funny to see. Don't worry, folks. No robots were harmed during the filming of the arrest. Stephanie, followed by Armin.
Hello. I am I don't know how I got up here, but I'm up here. So I'll just say, yeah, I don't think it's only about, it's not just the oil, petroleum, it's the fertilizer, it's everything else that the petroleum feeds and creates, plastics, etc. I think farmers in the United States and other parts of the world are getting a lot here. And gas prices, yeah, I think that I agree with Andrew. I don't think it's going to be so the orange tomorrow. I think now the gas price is going to go down. I'm sure. I don't
Stephanie, we're not. You got some problems with your modulation there. It's very muffled and low.
Can you hear me now? Is this better?
What?
Okay, sorry. Okay, anyway, gas prices, I think, even if the war ends tomorrow, or the non-war, whatever they seem to call it, I don't think we'll see gas prices come down quickly at all. I agree with Andrew. And I was saying earlier that I think it's more about, it's not just about oil. I think it's about fertilizers and farmers and supply chain all along the line, everything that petroleum feeds. And midterms. Well, I'm in California. We're still waiting for the results of our vote. I understand we're going to get a big vote drop tomorrow night. So hopefully a lot of some of these elections will be finalized. I'm thinking we probably will take the midterms. I think there's a lot of flux. I mean, there was in the news today what Trump is going to reopen 14 coal mines or something like that, an enormous amount of coal mines, and he's doing other bad environmental things, reversing, decades of U.S. progress in terms of environmental health, in terms of protecting the oceans, protecting our air, protecting our water. I mean, as far as I understand, the research has stopped on looking at plastics and PFAS in our water and all the studies on that to help us be healthier people. So I think besides that, and if the economy doesn't fix or get fixed, we are in for a flip on the midterms. I mean, one race in California in the Central Valley that I've been involved in against a many-term Republican congressperson who was running in this primary against a progressive Dem and a conservative Dem. And so far, the incumbent Republican is first, but the progressive Dem is second. This is in the Central Valley, red Central Valley. The conservative Dem came in low, and she was endorsed by the DCCC and other prominent Lefdrin endorsed her, other prominent Republicans endorsed her, and conservative Democrats endorsed her, and she is coming in third. So I'm not thinking this is going to be, necessarily indication of progressive sweep or anything, but I do think it's an indication of if the Dems play it smart, they're going to take it. And I don't know if they have the discipline to play it smart, but I think if they do, they can take it. So, and I agree with whoever it was that listens to Rahm Emanuel. I listen to him too, and I think he's very right on most of the time. I think he wants to run for president, but I don't know if he can make it either.
I don't know, but he certainly is right about focusing on kitchen table issues for Democrats.
Yeah.
Like a big, unless you're in a super blue or a super red state where you are in a district that you can afford to talk about stuff that's not the 1, 2, or 3 on people's agendas, then talking about how terrible Trump is and all that kind of stuff doesn't tend to win the day in competitive districts.
Yeah, I mean, what the studies show is that when you get into the voting booth or you're voting on your ballot at your kitchen table, that your emotion is really driving your vote, and secondarily, issues. So those two things have a kind of a complicated interplay.
Yes, ma'am.
And I think that Ron Emanuel is emotionally, he doesn't resonate super strong, you know.
No, he's got instincts like a hawk, but I agree with you.
Yeah.
The pool is not really big.
Yeah, but he's right on the issues, and so policy-wise, I don't know. I don't think he could probably swing it because of the emotional piece. But you know, I mean, you can just look at the candidates that ran for California governor. It just plays it right out there. You know, Katie Porter. Emotional issues, okay, we just can't deal with that, even if she has great policy. You know, but Sarah was, you know, he's easy you can emotionally handle his personality. Steyer is more of a firebrand, more strident. And then Steve, the Republican, he is easy too. He's easy to listen to. He's articulate. He's you know, kind of easygoing. So emotionally, people resonate with him. But anyway, I think it's entertaining at the least. Not always fun to live it out, but
I agree.
Entertaining from behind.
I agree with that. It's not always fun to be in the middle of a study. Sometimes it's really competitive.
Yeah, that's painful. I mean, a lot of this stuff is really painful in real life. So, you know, but I think that there's mounting bad things that are happening under the Trump administration. The list is getting longer and longer, and I think it's going to damage them in the midterms and probably next 2 years from now. Although I'm not trying to make that assumption. I'm ready to keep fighting. Anyway.
Thank you, Stephanie. Mace, I think you're going to get the last word today, buddy.
Alrighty. I wanted to talk about the oil reserves. And I can talk from experience because I worked for 4 of the big oil companies in the U.S. in the IT department. And my ex-wife did all the accounting for Enron, Chevron, and many others. So I will say this, that technically we don't need oil. We have I'm talking about the U.S., right? The U.S. has massive oil reserves. The problem is that we've always taken the position of why use our own oil if we can just buy somebody else's and use theirs, right?
It's not just that, it's the kind of oil that comes out of the ground too. Some of the oil has to be refined to a greater degree, and so it's not super useful in the United States.
And of course, you know, we buy from everyone, including Mexico, right? So when I see our oil prices go up, and it has a direct result or connected up with the wars that we participate in, it you know, I see reality where it's all about certain individuals, right? Just making money at our expense. And when I say our expense, I'm talking about the American citizens, right? So we're paying high oil prices, gas prices at the pump, simply because somebody at the top, including Trump, they, you know, don't think for a second that Trump is not getting, you know, a piece of the pie there. And I guess all presidents have to.
Oil companies are slipping behind a check.
Yeah, absolutely. It's called
lobbying.
lobbying.
What evidence do you have for that?
It's called lobbying.
That's not bribery. That's covered under the First Amendment, applying to your government for redress.
I didn't say it was bribery.
Yes, but you said he got a check. If you give a guy a check,
that doesn't mean bribery.
My point is, Exxon is not sending Donald Trump a check personally. They pay taxes to the U.S. government, but they're not sending checks to Donald Trump.
The only way that his argument would hold water, and I have no idea what the president or his family members or his associates' investments are, is if he is manipulating the oil prices and they're getting advance notice of it and investing or de-investing based on that. But that would be speculative as well. I don't think anybody has been able to show that, at least not to my knowledge. How about to yours, Hermes?
Well, I will tell you this, a lot of stuff that our government does is not going to be publicly known, right? We should know that. We can't be, what's the word I'm looking for? We can't be ignorant to the fact that, or pretend that stuff like that does not go on. And
Stuff like that may go on, but you made a direct accusation, and if you make the accusation, it's incumbent upon you to back it up with facts. And I'm giving you a third time to come up with some facts.
I don't have any facts at this moment.
And why would you say stuff like that? You do this a lot. I don't understand.
Just because I don't have the fact in front of me.
Yes, it means it's not true. That's exactly what it means. It means you're giving your opinion about it, and your opinion, while you're allowed to have it, is only valuable when matched with fact when you make declaratory statements about the way politics work. Like, you need to have facts for this stuff, bro. You can't just open your mouth and say that kind of stuff and expect people like me and Gary not to ask you where you got the information.
I'm not saying.
And then when you say I don't have the information, it's incumbent upon us then to say, okay, well that's just your opinion, man.
Yeah.
And kind of no, freedom of speech is about the government limiting your speech, not my opinion of your speech.
I don't believe that. I'm going to disagree.
Well, read the First Amendment. The First Amendment says the government shall make no rule abridging speech. It doesn't say that in private conversations I can't ask you to be factual.
That Gary doesn't have the right to kick him off the stage. Go sue me for kicking you off the stage. I'd like to see you win on that one. Marshall makes a good point, and it's important that people recognize this. You do have a tendency to make declarative statements without information, and then you claim, well, it's true, I just don't have the information in front of me. But then on the occasions where you have been fact-checked, such as the president of Mexico's position on nuclear weapons, you have been proven wrong. So all we're asking all we're asking is that when we invite you to the stage, which we will continue to do, you're a good contributor, that you do a little homework before you come. It's not that difficult today with the internet. Even in Mexico, I think you have access to the internet, right?
Of course.
Okay, because you're here. Because you're here with us now. So you could very well find something to substantiate the allegation that you just made against the president, at which point we're going to say, oh my, thank you for bringing that to our attention. Folks, we're here Monday through Friday at 5 o'clock New York time. So until 5 o'clock New York time tomorrow, for the next edition of the Critical Thinking Forum, everybody be safe, be well, and peace out.
to win this bet that we just made here, I just need one. Right? So that's why it's a good bet, and that's why I think the bet. I just need one.
Listen, I'm confident in white people with.
That's what I'm thinking. Like, Matt is confident that America is fucked, or at least Texas. Because what the hell? He just needs one little piece of something and he wins.
Yeah, all I
Probably won't be mayors. Haven't figured that out yet.
I don't even. I know that it is. Y'all making bets. Y'all don't know how many counts this nigga got.
Right.
But you know, we're making a bet on the verdict.
It's very
Right,
rare.
But you remember when we did the verdict,
Oh my God.
sentencing and the verdict for Diddy, right? We parsed it out to like what counts and who was more right. All right. So the bets on the indictment right now, right? Premeditated murder.
Yeah, let's do it on the murder.
Well, that's what we're going with.
Yeah, we'll do it on the murder.
So if you take the plea, you'll lose. Because it would have to be a murder or not, right?
No, but the plea deal, because I'm making my bet because white people are racist. So the plea deal would have nothing to do with the racist white people.
It's only now. First.
So you want count first degree murder?
Yeah.
Oh, he's gonna be fine. I'm taking
right.
it on there.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is like, but what I'm saying is like, if the is instructed to add like a lesser count, right? Let's say some sort of like an assault or whatever the hell they do. I don't know what the concept is, but like, let's say they do that, and then he's like, you know what? I'll just take the deal and I'm out of here. Like no time, no jail, no nothing, right?
Oh, you're not gonna get no.
Alright, but technically, I mean, you just heard him accept that, so it doesn't matter. But technically, when you take a deal, it is a statement that said, like, yeah. Right, guilty of a lesser, not guilty of the deal.
Alright, no, listen, I'm with you. I don't think they're gonna affirm anything with them.
They don't bust down the charge all the time.
Sometimes
you have to plead to that charge. Then they give you the lesser charge.
Oh, I did the what is it? The feminist shtick.
For real, sure.
Really?
Excuse me, why can't race have something to do with it? Well, what? Show us the evidence. Okay, making your story. Okay, I'm gonna go inside each of these teenagers' minds and pull it out. But no, like there's things. I get what you're saying. In the actual case, you're looking for him saying the N-word or black kids, like white boy. That's evidence of race in the case, right?
Well, you need some evidence or else there's no race.
I can't just make it up. You're looking for, right? No, I'm saying what you're saying to me. You're saying to me that if I don't present to you evidence, right, then there's no possible way that race could have been a factor, and that's just not true, right?
Not true. No, that's not what I'm saying.
So okay.
The law is
if I don't give you, let me just ask you, Norma, I'm just saying yes. If I don't give you any evidence, does that mean that no race was involved in the case, in the situation?
That means that there is
no
evidence.
Answer me yes or no, and then I will listen to you. Just for me.
Okay.
If I don't give you no evidence, does that mean that there's no race involved in the case or in the situation?
Under the law, 100%. You notice that Derek Chauvin was not accused of anything having to do with race. Did you notice that? You know why? Because there's no evidence that Derek Chauvin's murder had anything to do with race.
Okay, you know what we're talking about when we bring up race? We're talking about the system, right? You're talking about, hold on a second, let me get there. You're talking about the lawyers and the prosecutor bringing up race in the case. We're not saying that that's going to happen. We're critiquing the system and trying to make an educated guess about what the outcome will be based on the past and the present state of the system. Right? When you hear us bring up race and you want us to stop doing that, that's fucking far-fetched.
I didn't say stop doing it. I just said,
hold on. That's far-fetched for Roma niggas like us to do when a case like that.
You're going to have to learn to stop relying on that.
What's going on? I know where you're so scared of it. We can't even.
No, I'm not afraid at all.
You use anti-Semitism as a crutch.
My bad, bro. last day. He's so scared of race that he
I'm not afraid at
acknowledged it as
all.
a factor in a volatile case like this.
He's a dishonest cockroach. He's a dishonest cockroach.
Now you're making up another story.
The
That I'm
fact that
afraid.
race is gonna play a part in this thing of this case.
Show me the evidence of that.
The evidence is that there's race in the world and they may be in the jury.
Right. And then maybe
Exactly.
maybe concrete is racist.
Yes, maybe. Yeah, duh. That's how that works, dummy.
Right. So,
Fucking
but
what
without
an idiot.
evidence, you're just
What
making up a
do you know what evidence means? You fucking idiot. What is it? Define it. Define it, you dummy. Define evidence, dummy.
garbage.
Define evidence, you dummy.
Yeah.
You fucking nitwit.
You
You fucking brain dead fucking
do something, maggot.
weirdo.
So,
Define it. Define evidence. Define evidence.
Right.
Define evidence. Define it. Define it. Define it. Use your own words. Use your words, dum dum.
I know. Okay.
Use your words. You've been using the term this whole conversation. What does it mean? What does evidence mean, El Normo? What does evidence mean, El Normo? Evidence mean, El Normo. What does evidence mean, El Normo? Dum 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 no. Dum dum. What does evidence mean? What evidence mean, El Normo? El Normo. El Normo. Oh, he doesn't answer the question. El Normo.
What's that? Okay. Let's do this. Okay. Show us where.
El Normo. What is define evidence?
So show us
Define evidence.
racism.
El Normo. You can't keep moving forward until you define
We've already
evidence.
left you in the dust.
Define evidence. Here, I'll read it for you, dum dum. I'll read it for you.
Racism.
You're going to define evidence.
Hey, can we have some order and make arguments instead of insults? Can you address the arguments and not the ad hominem?
Legal define evidence. I'm almost define evidence. Define evidence. Do you want to help him out? Do you want to define evidence? Ben, do you want to define evidence? Do you have the definition, Ben? What evidence mean, Ben? Oh, do you know what evidence means? Do you know how the term is used? What is evidence, Ben? Ben, what is evidence? Do you have a definition?
Look it up.
Do you have a definition? Do you have a definition?
Yes, it's in the dictionary. If you want
Yeah, why don't you use it in your own words, El Normo? Are you too stupid to say what evidence is, El Normo?
Well, everybody.
Are you too stupid to put it in your own words?
Do you not know what it means?
Are you too stupid to put it in your own words,
Are
El
you
Normo?
so dumb that you don't know what
Are you
evidence means?
scared to say what evidence is, El Normo?
Well,
How do you qualify something as evidence? How does something qualify as evidence, El Normo?
Okay.
Are you too stupid to put it in your own words?
Why? Why do you
Put it in your own words, El Normo.
Why do you
Articulate the concept of evidence, you stupid man.
Why? You gotta look it up.
Articulate the concept of evidence, you stupid
You only got 3 syllables.
Articulate the concept of evidence,
Can you spell
stupid
evidence
man.
concrete?
Go ahead.
Spell
I'm
it.
waiting.
Look it up.
I'm waiting.
Okay.
I'm waiting.
So I think
You're
what you're
using
saying
terms that you
is that
don't
there
know.
is zero
Is that what's
evidence
happening?
of racism.
You're using it again. What is evidence?
If you disagree,
What is evidence, El
then
Normo?
zero evidence
El Normo, what's
of
evidence?
racism in this case.
El Normo.
I challenge you
El
to present
Normo.
the evidence of racism already. Go.
El Normo, what's evidence?
Show us the evidence.
El Normo, what is evidence?
Why do you ask?
Because you don't know what it is.
Okay.
You keep saying that it doesn't exist, but yeah, I don't think you know what it is. Yes.
You know what it is?
Yes, I do.
Okay, tell us.
It is facts or information that would increase the probability of a proposition being true.
What?
Do you know what that is?
So where's the evidence
Do you know what that
of
is?
racism?
Facts or
So
information
the evidence of racism in this
that would increase the probability of a proposition being true.
Great. So where's the evidence of racism in this case? Show us.
What do you think would be the evidence, you stupid man?
You're the one who made the claim.
With the fact that there are
The burden of
race,
proof is on
different race involved, you dumb? Would that be evidence of race being a factor, you dummy?
Absolutely not.
Why not? Why is that not a factor?
Because
Why would race being involved not be a possible factor in race being the motivation?
Because racism implies bias, and you show no bias.
No, I didn't say racism, dumb. I said race. Race. Oh, so you're changing the goalposts. Is that
Not
it?
at all, no.
Is race a factor, you dummy? He said yes. Thank you. We're done. Thank you. Is race a factor? Yes or no?
Show us the evidence.
Is race a factor? Yes or no?
Show us the evidence.
Is race a factor? Yes or no?
You'll have to show me the evidence.
Oh, okay, cool. So you don't know what evidence is. That's why you keep saying that. What is evidence, El Normo? What is evidence, El Normo?
Both schools have both races.
What is evidence, El Normo? You obviously don't know what race evidence is, you fucking idiot. Thank you.
I think you've proven pretty decisive racism.
What is evidence? What is evidence? What is evidence?
Evidence is fact. You got any?
And what else? What else? I don't know when I said the whole definition. You want me to say it again? Exactly. Race is not race, dum-dum.
Oh, so there's no racism. Good. We're making friends learn something.
Two different concepts, dum-dum. So is race a factor? Is race a factor? Is race a factor, you dummy?
In what way?
Is race a factor, yes or no?
How is race a factor?
Is race in people's decision making?
Show us.
Is it or not?
What people?
In people who appeal to race, obviously.
Well, who's appealing to race in this case?
Human beings. Human beings appeal to it. Oh, you don't appeal to race? Do you appeal to race?
No.
Do you appeal to race?
No.
You're a liar. You're a fucking liar. You're a cockroach liar.
No,
you're a cockroach liar.
You're a
you have no exact. Shut your fucking mouth.
No, stop squirming on the garbage. I've just blown you out of. Go take your loss. Go do the walk of shame. And if anybody thinks that race is a factor in this case, just bring the evidence and we'll look at it together. I rest my case.
Race will be a factor in this case. People racial bias. There's not going to be any proof that.
Oh, so you're making it up then?
Because people, the way people interact with the world based on their experience and based on their judgment, you can't provide evidence for that. But I would put money on it that race. If you were to question these people in a deceptive manner that they will not understand why they make the decision they make, you will see that race is a factor. The fact that this kid is black, a white kid, is going way on this white people mind.
Well, let's say the kid was white. Let's say the kid was white. You think he'd be convicted of murder?
If both of them were white?
Yes.
Yeah, he would have had a better chance. One, I understand.
But would he be convicted of murder?
I don't think he would.
I think he would.
The black, they said, oh, this was a mistake.
I think he would. No. Once you stick a knife in somebody's stick open and shut, man. That's the end of that. Game over. That's not ambiguous.
I think to say that race is inherent. I mean, is the schools homogenous? Do they not have these races and ethnicities? I mean, the kid would have been around them before. So to say that because of that, I think it's more so because they were maybe rivals and they escalated. Once again, back to century kids, they don't have the wherewithal to know that there's consequences because we protected them from them. But to inherently say that race is involved, I don't know if you could say.
Hold on. Part of the reason why the entire jury of the arguments is that 97% of the population that like come to Utah since point. So even if this isn't necessarily homogenous, the question is how much exposure does the average white person have to that person in their daily lives? And the second is would be if you're part of a minority of a town that's like more likely to be on the edge to some degree. So you could argue that Carmelo probably felt a little bit on edge because he's a minority, right? Like, I think these are fair questions to ask in terms of like how race would intersect with things. Exposure to the opposite where being a racist minority.
I was gonna say, couldn't the inverse be true though? Being a minority in an area where you are the minimum, like you have an expected air of entitlement. Oh well, nothing's gonna happen to me.
Yeah,
I mean, so there's one way you have that.
Absolutely, not in this country. I don't think there's a single country where the minorities, right, is racist toward the majority. I think that back. I don't know what race. I think that back.
Even
to ask though, right? Like, it could be the case that he was entitled because he was a minority and maybe he felt like some kind of protected status or privilege type thing. But I just don't necessarily, it doesn't make as much sense to me given the like context or how the way the story pans out. That doesn't seem like entitlement to me. But I mean, that's just me though.
Wait, what? I would argue that the interaction between the kids might not have been racial. We don't have the evidence for it. What I'm arguing is, I think the verdict would be the racial verdict. I think it's white people would not let a black kid get away with murder.
Let me ask you guys. Not for parents. So there's the substantive part of a case, right? And then there's the procedural part of the case, like, for instance, picking the jury, right? I'm going to claim that race is always a part of every single case when it comes to picking the jury. What do you guys think?
Wait, hold on.
I respect your opinion, your professional experience. I don't know if you're offering that as like a thought experiment, or do you have what I would want is like psychological statistical analysis that I can present as a study on how people make decisions and how race plays an influence, more so than like dealing with intuitions and experience. You know what I'm saying?
No, I do.
And I'm wondering if you have, which one are you operating on, if that is your true position. I'm not saying you're being dishonest. And I'm not saying you're being dishonest. I don't know if you're.
Am I breaking up or is it done?
Which more is the scientific study or a combination of both?
My bad, bro. You're breaking up. I just heard scientific study or a combination of both, but I kind of feel
Where have you been, girl?
I based this on
Yeah, I was out. Bob was in my room. I was like, where the fuck is she? Bob was in my room. Yeah.
What?
Yeah. They were talking. He was saying again that his grandmother is the only Persian one. I was like, where's Narcus?
So Daniel was telling Abby that the picture he has in his profile picture is his mom.
No, it's Fatima.
No, it's not.
That's Fatima, yeah.
So it's
Guys, I'm saying this from wrong. It's Fatima.
see the picture before that.
Oh no, I can't see that one.
Well, I just want to welcome back everybody to Find Islam in the Bible, Megatron's favorite way to spend his day, which is with you. And,
here we go.
And Abby witnessed earlier Tuna Boy. He made death threats against me.
I've been taking a shower with that ankle bracelet you got there. You had ran.
The projection alert system has been activated.
Is that like, do you put soap around it and shit, dude? Like when you're in the shower with that?
With what?
Nothing. He has a pretty little bracelet on his ankle.
Really?
Again, the projection alert system has been activated.
Brought back down to humanity. Just speak to this guy Aiden, and he'll make you feel like less.
Yeah, I know him for a long time.
I didn't ask you that, Abby.
I know how he is.
But I'm just saying, I didn't ask you.
Okay, abuse me. You want abuse?
No, I didn't want to abuse you. I'm just saying I didn't ask you.
Abby, she's nice to him.
She doesn't like me. I'm not gonna like her.
I didn't. I never said that.
She's never liked me.
I never said that.
Because I'm black.
I didn't know you were black.
He's not black.
He's black from the waist down.
If you were black, then I would have liked it.
Are you black from the waist down or?
Waist down, black.
No, I don't care about that shit.
Purple waist down.
Fuck, that's so disgusting.
Yo, look at those tents. Oh my god.
I love them.
everywhere.
Which one?
Baby,
Oh, that's so good.
Lord, took her away.
Wow. I didn't know you can sing.
She's gone to heaven, so I got to be good. So I can see my baby
No, I think he's fighting in here. I'm joking.
It's
You could break her
I
here.
swear she follows me. I don't pay her.
You could break her in here, and I would be so nice to her. I promise.
No, I don't want her to be here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because you don't
Because she's gonna do something, and I'm gonna get the blame.
No, I would protect you.
Oh, it's okay though. I don't care, but yeah.
But I really like you.
Oh, I thank you. I like you too.
I want you to suck my face.
You went in on her some hard jobs.
What year? What?
You went in on her so hard some jobs.
In Fatima?
She went after Fatima so.
No, it was not that bad.
I can't go in on somebody who's anorexic, you know.
I'm anorexic too.
I was told not to do that anymore, so I won't make fun of people who are anorexic. I mean, Fatima is anorexic. I won't make fun of her. I promise.
She probably doesn't care. She literally doesn't care.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I just don't think we should talk about food in front of her because it's probably really sensitive. And I feel like
Maybe she'll get hungry and she'll eat more.
Oh, that's true. Maybe she'll eat. Like, do you think she's bulimic? Like, she'll eat and she'll just like throw it up.
No, she's anorexic.
I'm totally interested.
She doesn't eat at all.
I hate her. I don't like her.
Don't fucking rob a bank with this fucking chick.
Me?
With me?
Yeah, Abby. Don't ever fucking rob a bank with this chick.
Yeah.
Why? Spend all her money and put you in jail to take yours.
She'd confess.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like you would confess.
No shit.
I would confess.
You would take the money and then say sorry.
No, I would not. I would just give the money back to bank.
Yeah, sure.
Yes, I swear.
Mm-hmm.
I found so much money on so many times I found money and I will just give it back to, or tell the neighbors like, hey, did you lose money?
Well, no, if it's your neighbor's money, yeah.
I mean, where else would I find money? I don't go somewhere else.
Isn't it crazy how much vacuuming can make a difference?
Oh, yeah.
Why?
100%.
I mean, we always vacuum every day.
You vacuum every day?
Yes.
That's wild.
So do I.
You do?
You have to when you if you have kids.
Yes.
But we don't even have animals, you know?
Yeah, I don't have animals.
Well, I even more like once in the morning, maybe once a day.
You guys have too much time on your hands.
How many vacuum cleaners do you have?
I have 3 or something.
I have 3. I have 1 for every floor.
I have
We have 2.
I have iRobot.
Yeah, I have a robot too.
I have a good one. I bought it during I have Dream. It's so good. Just does it itself. I also have it cleans the windows itself too. I bathtubs and stuff.
I have every kind of vacuum. I have the Dyson, I have the Shark, I have the...
Yeah, even I have Shark.
I have all of them.
Me too. Don't have to show off.
I'm not trying to show off, I'm just saying.
But you can. For me, these are like very important things.
Yeah, they're essential. Because I don't have carpets. I can't have carpet in my house. Yeah, fuck the carpet.
I mean, I have, but I don't have like, it's not carpet.
Yeah, I have carpets, but I have carpet floors.
I can't do carpets. I see carpet and I'm just like, oh.
It's horrible. It's horrible.
I like bush though.
The fucking odor that comes
It's
out
horrible.
of things.
Yeah, it's horrible.
You guys don't put like baking soda on it and stuff?
No. As for shine, it has to be super shiny all the time.
Yeah, but like put it on it so like it becomes over.
No matter. I use, you know what I have next one? That is like this little green thing. You know that machine that's super high suction?
Yeah.
So and the carpets, and I also use it. I I use it sometimes on the mattresses.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
I like it. Sucks it out like
So do I.
so much. There's not much dirt where I live at all.
It's the dust mites
It
that build up.
does. America
Dust
has a
mites.
certain kind of dust. You don't find, especially where I live, because there's desert on one side and there's beach on the other side. It's a kind of light white dust.
Yo, I have two covers over my mattress.
Yeah,
The first one is from the bottom
Yes.
coming
Yes.
up, and then the one on the top
Yeah,
goes over the one on the bottom.
Oh, I see. Okay. Mm-hmm.
You understand what I mean?
Yeah. So both are waterproof, right?
No. Those are for my kid. The kids have a what? That's uncomfortable to sleep on.
No, they're not. You don't know the newer ones they're making.
What are you doing with your bed that you need a waterproof? What is? I don't even want to know.
Because it should be just very immaculate.
No,
It's not. It's not water. It's dust-proof, waterproof. This little things, whatever. What are those called? Bed mites. I've never seen bed mites, but it's has
dust mites. The dust mites. Yeah.
What dust mites?
Oh my God! Look it up.
They're like little
microscopic mites. They eat
stem cells.
How do they look?
They eat the flakes that come off your skin.
Oh my God! You're bloody kidding me? This can't be real.
Bro. Yes.
I mean, they are innocent, but like you have to change your.
You have bugs, all things like that. Every day, all day.
Oh my God! Where are they?
They live on your skin. They live in your eyes. They live in
This is not real.
Yes.
Oh my God! I can't do it.
Hello? Hello?
I can't do this anymore. I can't live.
Hello?
You'll be fine. You have lived so far, so.
Just take your skin off. It would be an issue.
It's unbelievable. They can't be on.
Many of
They're
you,
in your eyelashes. They live in your eyelashes.
many of you are already altruistic
Kat, do you know what
parasites.
Ethan Moose looks like?
Yes.
No, I'm asking
Who?
Kat.
I don't
Remember Ethan,
know.
the one that was always talking in Andrew's room, the one obsessed with Andrew?
Yeah.
I'm gonna show you what he looks like. He's on YouTube, so it's not like I'm doxing him or anything.
You know what it looks like? In fact, they had like put money to get him. I think he had.
Oh, is he the one? He's the one that was debating.
Yeah, the very.
Yes, the one that talks about the bride. Remember the bride one? The bride thing?
Yeah.
Maybe you were around for that. This is him.
That's why there is no dementia in Israel. If you're a Christian and still don't know that the reversal of memory loss is in the Bible, read the scripture.
So it's kind of like clickbait age. I don't know. People, I think, are maybe justifiably really skeptical.
I always thought that.
So at the final operation she had scheduled on the first visit, in 3 months, I'm going to make everyone believe. I'm going to perform a sign that will make everyone believe. So on October 31st, around midday, which is when the schedule is for all of these apparitions, at this location, which is the Kitover. But okay, so then we keep going. And basically, what happens in September, and now this is when we're starting to deal with crowds in the tens of thousands who are gathered. And so the apparitions play out as they had before.
Total creep mode.
Oh my God.
Wow, that's amazing. Did you see how many views he got? It's fucking amazing. He's at 100,000 views.
Yeah. That's not on his channel, brother.
3.4 thousand likes. I know, but it's still pretty impressive. Ethan Muse. But yeah, that's what it looks like.
That's crazy.
I mean, honestly, with all the videos that I've combined of Tom Rabbits, I probably make up like 10,000 views.
Well, anyways, I mean, you could take this 5-hour dialogue with him and just do like a key extracts, and then you're like, wow, okay, great, we got the top 10 here, and then you're done with it. But Andrew will still keep coming here for the rest of his life until Mark Benioff decides to shut down this Parasite app. Oh, I'm about to go enjoy my best life.
I need information. I don't need you complaining. I need information from you. Yeah, stop projecting. I need information. I
want to learn
The
something.
projection alert system has been activated.
Conversations you don't care about.
Well, see, I believe that, essentially, you're wasting your time. I think you could confirm it if you were to be more aware of how you spend your time. But because I film all of my time, I'm well aware of how I spend my time.
Bro, you look at yourself. You have a TikTok where you're just fixing your face. You're looking into the camera, and you're doing absolutely nothing. Do you understand how, like, when I see you doing this, I'm like, he must be either peaking from his, what would I say, your controlled substance, your benzos. You're peaking on your benzos, and you want to share your peak moments of ecstasy. When you're jittery and you feel like you have this tickling sensation that's going up your ass, and then what you're doing is you're recording for everybody to see. That's exactly what's going on. I've been there too, Ian. I've been there. I know what the tickling sensation feels like. It's just better with a man. I'm just letting you know. So that's all you're missing is a boyfriend in your life. You should be doing this with another man. No offense. Maybe a younger man. Because you're like the old.
It would make a lot more sense if, like, there was a single viewer. Like, let's say there was two watching. Every time you go in, there's like nobody's watching it for hours. That's the creepy part. I'm sorry. Why would you do a live stream video with no fucking viewers? It's a little bit weird. Sorry. Are you doing a performance for yourself? Are you archiving them for them to later be discovered? Maybe after your death, they'll find it. You'll be heralded. As a great comedic genius. But right now, we're just left to question your sanity as you sit there and perform for
The
yourself.
projection alert system has been activated.
Honestly, like, I would have nothing to say to this guy if he didn't come in and was just telling us this bullshit. He's just projecting. Like, there's no way. I don't want to complain about John. Like, John, do you, bro? Like, I jerk off the granny porn.
I told him 1,000 times, listen, you should animate it.
I jerk off the granny porn.
I told him it's a prank call or an animated fucking thing. I mean, dude, there's times where he's funny, and you get some reactions out of people, and you should just fucking, like, just chop it up, dude, and fucking make, like, a cartoon out of it, dude, and sell it to, like, Cartoon Network. They'll probably take it. Just gets, fucking, it's Clown House, dude. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Bro, I'm blowing low to fucking 70, 80-year-old saggy fucking women online. You know what I'm saying? Like, I have my you know what I'm saying, John? I get it. It's cool. Not like I really do that. I'm just saying, everyone has their thing. I could care less how you spend your time. But you need to come in here and tell us that you're spending so much better time than us, but you're on the same fucking app, recording yourself doing the same shit we're doing. Ringing bells, playing your harmonica, sitting there breathing, doing breathing techniques. I mean, give me a fucking break, John. Go, at least do something. Fly a kite. Do me a favor. You know what? Be talented. Open your fucking window and fly a kite from your fucking window while you're streaming. That's fucking talent. Like, give me something.
Yeah, I tend to agree with Megatron here. I do think it doesn't take much talent to plug in the cell phone and point it at yourself, and just multiply that by like 10 or whatever, how many you have. But there is a liability for having documenting yourself this way. Because eventually you're just going to forget that you're now videoing yourself. And who knows what you could be engaging in. And you seem like the type that, wants to keep some of your behavior, behind closed doors, so to say. Because I can imagine that you have a drum, 55-gallon drum somewhere in that fucking creepy house here. Do you need to get help, John?
I just want to dedicate this song to all the losers on Clubhouse that won't shut the fuck up. Never had one lesson. Amen. 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 Ooh. Welcome back to Barth's miserable existence here on Clubhouse. We are live streaming from the bunker, listening to Barth and Narjas and Zabu and Nero and Regal do their thing, which is patterning. Let's start the show. Take it away, Daniel.
John, this isn't helping, man. You need to touch some grass. Maybe you'll get some ass. It's just like, this is no good for your mental health.
The projection alert system has been activated. The projection alert system has been activated. See, the craziest thing is like we're investing all this money in these data centers, and the whole world is pretty much video at this point. So I'm actually just ahead of the curve. You guys are still using a fucking retard app. You should be on other platforms, but you're not. I'm here extracting you, harvesting you. I am House Harkonnen, here to harvest and extract the spice from your meager existences.
You don't want the people.
You're watching too many movies over there.
Listen, that's oh my god. I gotta see this. Can you see these the parties looking at you?
It's like he can only hold the tip because there's nothing to hold. So he's just using this it's disgusting.
Oh no. Let me see if I can find this. Oh, master.
You don't like my little pan flute? Your projection alert system has been activated. Your projection alert system has been activated. Welcome back to Barth's Clubhouse pattern, known as let's get a fucking Muslim up here and talk to him. And then that's the show. It's like George and Jerry at NBC, and they're like, what's the show about? He's like, it's a show about nothing. And he's like, a show about nothing? He goes, Jerry, don't tell him everything. I tried to do that. It's very difficult. It's just.
I think it talks. You got to be creative to do it, though. You have to apply yourself and put the effort in.
It's tough. It's very tough. Very, very tough.
I understand that.
When, see, the thing is, when you guys say to me, hey, check out this video I made, and I click the link, I'll say, oh, awesome, you're creative now. But if you just create things to throw it in a mop bucket and then flush it down the toilet, which is what Clown House is, honestly, you're semi-retarded. And the truth is, you're never going to make any money doing this.
Like the fucking Cheech and Chong audio record tracks. Or
at least they made money.
The Jerky Boys.
Yeah, they made money.
Dude. And then you have like the whole fucking, prank fucking thing going on with the fucking the mic thing. And everybody's doing this blood sport debate shit on TikTok and fucking YouTube and everything else. And it's oversaturated now that it's boring. That it would actually be a breath of fresh air to see something that you could splice together creatively. And have some sort of a representative, whatever the case may be, to put the face to the voice to, and have it a little animated and wacky.
Yeah.
And you can even put yourself in there too, and it would be cool, dude. You know what I mean? Like that's an angle somebody didn't go with yet. If you get what I'm saying. But
well, I know people can't do
and the patience to fucking sit there and edit it yourself, or
I don't know.
Have the creativity for
projection alert detection system has been activated. So what I'm trying to say is that when you have an inflatable,
I don't really want to fucking. I'm tired of Andrew and everybody else and whatever the fuck. Like, talk about something positive, dude. What the fuck? Because I'm not gonna hang out on here if it's fucking negative every day.
Yeah, try reading a book, fat ass. The point is, homeless people, when you try to give them a tent, guess what? They reject it every time. And I'm like, how do you not want a free tent? You're homeless. And they go, no, I don't want it. I don't want it. I go, why don't you want a free tent? You're homeless. And they go, no, I'm good. And I'm like, well, your legs are puffy because, yikes, that's called diabetes. And, the pus flowing out of the lower bottom part of your legs onto your second chair, yikes, that's indication of a health problem. What would it be like if you just had your own bathroom or your own bed to sleep on, a place to take a shower and sleep and maybe heal a little bit? That'd be nice, right? Instead of being homeless, sitting on a chair, rejecting a tent, pus dripping out the bottom of your cankles. Hello?
Yeah, Regal, we're of one mind when it comes to like what John needs to do to improve. He needs an editor. He just needs someone to pick the good stuff. Because I don't think there are gems in there, but they're few and far between. So if you edit them into spent the time editing and you animated it, I think it will be a sensation. Absolutely. But there's so much just garbage that he dumps out there. And it's not good.
You can't have the good without the bad. It's impossible. It's yin and yang, black and white.
Why don't you edit them so that it's where you can have a storyline or a story arc of different characters, and if you're just dumping it out there, dude.
Yeah, it's just dumping. Dumping. What do you think of creating content for like Viacom or something, or news? Like, don't you understand that this is just a live stream in an office, listening to conversations? And I'm sitting here wondering, why am I listening to this? But then I also ask myself, why are these people talking about this for hours on a Tuesday at 9 or 10 a.m. in the morning? Don't they have anything better to do? I guess not.
Like too many Deadpool comics. What are you, the character in your own story here, and you're the only one allowed to break the fourth wall or something in John's world?
concept is man forgets that he's live streaming. And he just starts doing these absurd things like, I think that would be a hit. You just completely forget that you're being recorded and just do what you normally do. Well, that'll get people's attention. What do you think? What do you think, John?
Well, I've just refreshed my beverage, and I am getting very far in Ayn Rand's Virtue of Selfishness. We're on page 84. And it turns out that this book proves my theory about clown world and R-word syndrome. And until people on this app decide, you know what, I'm going to shut the fuck up and stop automatically talking all the time and responding in gibberish, basically. And maybe I'll try to read a book for 15 minutes a day on this app. Oh my God. I would come to your room and listen to you reading a book. I would come to your room and listen to you reading a book.
So could you imagine being John, but not having medical benefits? To like, to get be so nervous. Like I would be a nervous wreck on a daily basis, not being medicated.
Ooh.
I didn't have medical insurance. I see why you went to get the medical insurance.
Okay, Barb. Here we go again.
Yeah.
Another exciting
I wonder if
episode.
anyone in his life knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
Like sitting at a desk with like 15 cell phones pointed at himself, broadcasting into the ether. I mean, no one's listening.
Nobody.
I mean, unless this is just traveling. He has.
Nobody's listening.
Like
I'm cutting down all these trees and there's nobody here.
Strike at this civilization that will be a success. I mean, that's about how low the probability is that you will be successful or whatever it is he's doing.
Hello?
But as far as his medication, yeah, if you were medicated, I think you would have a better chance. And I think this explains why he is as nervous as he is. He doesn't have that sort of medical blood. He's just sinking. Bro, you're sinking. Now he's posting the live stream.
Projection alert system detected.
Let's look out into it.
Projection alert.
Alright, let's look at something. How do I copy this? Oh, fuck. Okay, I got it. How do I copy this? Alright, I'm gonna. Oh my god, the guy is just so mentally ill. John, he's live streaming a black screen. It's not even, there's nothing, no noise. It says John Kitover, Chicago mayoral candidate, 2027, podcast, news, philosophy, psychology, politics, culture, yoga.
Mm-hmm.
It has one view. I'm the only person viewing it. And it has links to his. Now he's the mayor. And it has links to his. The mayor that was like convicted was alleged of fucking election fraud publicly. And by the way, let me pin that link up there. Fucking doozy. So you just have his name in.
It's a doozy!
Degrees tomorrow. 90. Wow.
Let's talk about the weather, baby.
Yo, fuck that. That's terrible. Alright, this is the document that pretty much shows that John was involved in election fraud. And where there's smoke, there is certainly fire. There we go. Let's have a little read here. Board of Elections begins candidate removals. Congressman Darren LaHood will not have a primary challenge as Republican John Kitover was removed from the ballot. Kitover was found to have only 266 signatures. It was alleged the candidate committed widespread fraud and voted for the petitions of the Attorney General and State's Attorney. So, John, I think that maybe you should be spending your time in a better way than committing election fraud and just smearing shit on your reputation, reputationally. So reputationally, it's like literally smearing human shit on your face. On your face.
Oh boy, projection system.
And you're only able to get 266 fucking valid signatures. It's no good, John. Can someone invite John up? It's not letting me do it.
Yeah, I just want to say that Illinois.com is not a credible news website. The founder of that piece of shit website, his name is Finkston. He's a Republican operative working on behalf of the Darren LaHood campaign to besmirch my good name. I committed no fraud. There's been no investigation. There's been no arrest. There's been no charges other than a news blurb by a big fat turd with a huge herpes sore right in the middle of his lip. That is who published this. It's all a lie. The lawyer who represented Darren LaHood is a punk who wore a Bears hat to the trial. And on top of that, I accused Darren LaHood of committing fraud 1,000 times. He only accused me of it once in a third-party news source, so he's a classy guy. But why would he ruin his 10-year career in Congress by even mentioning my name? It just makes no sense. So this was just a way to besmirch me, defame me, because the truth is I actually got over 100 votes in the actual election. People hate my opponent, Darren LaHood. He has created $20 trillion in debt in 10 years. Because every year we create $2 trillion in debt. He's been there 10 years. That's over $20 trillion in debt. He lied to everybody about the COVID-19 vaccinations. He took millions of dollars from Pfizer, Big Pharma. He owns law firms throughout the country with his father. They're worth hundreds of millions of dollars. And, it's just politics. And until you actually enter the fray and put your name on a ballot or a petition, you will have no idea what you are talking about, sir. It is a game. I committed no fraud. My soul is crystal clear as Jesus' heart. Amen.
Yeah, but John, when you type your name into Google, it's on there. So the bottom line is that people are going to get the wrong impression if this is a type of libel, and you can have it removed easily. So the question now remains, why aren't you having it removed?
Well, I requested Google remove it from the search results. They said no. I haven't contacted the publisher.
They're saying
He's reporting. No, you don't understand where the actual news source came from. It came from Darren LaHood's attorney, who gave a speech at the Election Commission, and he was quoting my website, quoting my YouTube. It's on video. And then he took that video clip of that lawyer defaming me and put it into a little paragraph on his website. That's it. I don't care if some fucking fat pig who ain't going to make it a couple more years because he's a disgusting fat pig. I don't care if his website's going to go away. It's a know-nothing website. I'm not worried about my character, reputation online. I've done my work. I've played my games. and I am complete and I'm satisfied. I'm happy with what I've done. You know, this has been a lot of work. You have no idea how much effort and time and money I've put into politics. It's been a great joy. It gets you very high shitting on the biggest pieces of shit. Because you think I like coming here and making fun of Megatron, who's got a wife and kids and no pension, no retirement. He's going to be indebted the rest of his life, probably croak out, never get to enjoy a good life of retirement. You know, I'm just trying to say that at the end of the day, you always have to ask yourself, was it worth it? Was your experience doing what you're doing worth it? Hello?
Yeah. I mean, the only problem is that it very well may be the case that this is just a false claim. So the claim is that there was an allegation. It says you has 266 valid signatures. It was alleged the candidate committed widespread fraud, and the board this is the allegation. Even the board even voted to forward the petitions to the Attorney General and State's Attorney. So that's a claim that can be proven or disproven by contacting the board.
You know what's so funny?
See if that's true.
Is
it was a candidate committed widespread fraud, and the board even voted to forward the petitions. Okay, so the board did it.
Under the recommendation of Darren LaHood's lawyer.
John, the board decided to forward it.
I know. And here I am talking to you. I guess their forward to the Attorney General here in Illinois resulted in no merit. You know, because honestly, if there was intent or there was actual operations, it's not there, my friend. It didn't commit any election fraud. And the irony is, the people who are accusing me of this, they just recently accused a governor candidate of the same bullshit. It's just politics, bro. They put this shit in the news to try to defame you, to prevent voters from flipping on the pre-elected politicians. Try to do something with your life instead of analyzing a little defamation of John Kitover on the internet. I sit here and record you guys for months now. Sometimes I create recording studios dedicated just to your room, just to record you independently of other rooms throughout the whole day. That's a lot of work, you know? You never go to my YouTube and actually go through the lives and say, Jesus Christ, this guy's got 100,000 Clubhouse rooms live on YouTube. That's a lot of work. You know, oh my God, I really enjoy his work. He's a great artist. He puts out so much content. It's unbelievable. Magnanimous.
Well, how can we do? So is the objective or is the objective just to create an archive of these conversations, unedited? I don't see the vision of it. I don't get what can you help me out, just understand a little bit more of your vision of it? So the idea is just having if you go to John's channel, you have on offer like hundreds of different conversations. Is that the idea? But they don't have to, no one's viewing it, man. No one's viewing them, man. Is that problematic for you, or is that part of the... I presume you want people viewing it. John.
No, it's not problematic because I'm actually just doing what you're doing, but I'm just filming myself doing what I do. And my opponent, Darren LaHood, he's going up against a Democrat candidate. Now, I challenged both of their petitions. They audited my petitions. You saw that I had over 200 plus confirmed signatures, but they did not audit my opponent's signatures. And he only had 1,600 plus signatures. He wasn't expecting anybody to challenge him. And guess what they did? They rejected my challenge and did not audit his petitions. And guess why? Because he probably didn't have the required number of signatures, which is 1,550, to actually get on the ballot. He was that close. And so politics is dirty. And the people at the election board, they know people, they know the candidate. He's been there 10 years. They have favored candidates. They persecute and prosecute. There's no no equality underneath the law in these election courts. It's strictly lawyers and judges. And until you actually get into politics, you will not realize that the vote is rigged. Your average citizen cannot get on the ballot because lawyers and judges control who goes on. And really, our democracy or our representative republic, it's a joke. And you might be a part of that joke. Hello?
Hold on. We're not all doing what you're doing. We're not just sitting there. You literally just sit there watching yourself. So you're claiming that you're doing what we're doing. No, like I have a whole life. What are you talking about? I'm like cooking, I'm working out, I'm doing my chores, I'm addressing emails. I'm not just sitting there fucking watching myself.
Great. Do you know anyone in here? Honestly. And also, John, so 266 of them were valid. How many did you submit? So then we can see how many of them were rejected. Did you submit at least 2,000? That means of the 2,000 submissions, only 266 were valid.
No, that's not true. You've never actually reviewed the audit. I have the audit paperwork. Hundreds of signatures were determined to be out of district. This has to do with the redistricting in those towns. It's such a scam, my friend. Plus, 250 confirmed signatures out of 1,600 is actually pretty good for a first run when they just automated.
You submitted 1,600 signatures.
Yeah, and I didn't actually get to contest their contestations. So, listen,
So of the 1,600
we've litigated this.
166 were considered valid. Really? And you don't think that that's suspicious?
My friend, 266 guaranteed confirmed voters signed for me. Hundreds more that lived across the street that were out of district were negated from being on my petition. The point of the matter is that I was audited. My opponent was not, despite my legal challenge. So there's a double standard. I'm exposing political corruption. Do you have any idea what the government is getting away with every single month? Every single year? You don't care. You're just a fucking car insurance salesman who sits here and talks shit to Muslims all day. Who the fuck are you? I'm a public, politician. I'm a musician and a magician. Who the fuck are you? Hello?
I'm not putting myself out there like that. I'm not running for public office. That's the difference. But I think that there should be some degree of scrutiny applied in this instance. Though there's 266 valid, you say that the remaining of that 1,600 voting.
If you wanted to talk to the employee that I had generate the signatures, you could do that. Listen, courtroom Daniel, you've already litigated this a gazillion times against me. It's pathetic.
Please, I want to ask a specific question. How many? So you say that you submitted 1,600, 266 were valid. How many of them were not out of district? They were just fake signatures. It just weren't. There was no person attached to them.
Well, I didn't generate any of these signatures, so that question is a great question. But you'd actually have to look at the audit paperwork, because when they audit your petitions, what they do is they scan it in, they give you a PDF, and then there's a secondary sheet, which is what you're challenging specifically on that petition. So I have the audit sheet. It's like 300 pages long. Do you want to see it? And you can actually review what they put together in the audit. Is that how you want to take this? Is that how interested you are?
In the audit, how many signatures were fake?
It doesn't state that. You have to review the paperwork and actually see what was challenged.
Why did the 1,400 were rejected?
Every single signature was individually scrutinized against the database.
John, you couldn't all be out of district. What were the other reasons why these signatures were rejected?
Well, you've never actually challenged a petition. You probably don't even sign petitions, so you wouldn't know. That's why you have to ask a subject matter expert like politician John.
They pay college students to collect signatures. I know exactly what you do.
All right, well then great. I'm happy you know. So happy you know. That's right. You've probably done it yourself, so you can get yourself a Subway sandwich in that afternoon. I'm very relaxed. This conversation is already a redundancy, and unfortunately, yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm moving myself to the audience. I'm sick of this conversation with you. Have a great day.
What the hell is your problem? What the fuck is his problem? He had 1,600 signatures, 266 were valid, and then he claims the remaining 1,300 or 1,400 signatures were out of district, which I find that very difficult to believe. What kind of a blunder would you make that you're having people sign signatures for your congressional run that aren't in your fucking district? The whole point is that they're in the district. That's just a lie. So presumably, a good deal of these are fucking just fakes, fake signatures. Not even attached to anybody. And you could get in trouble for this shit, man. It's not just a joke. That's the whole point I'm trying to make to you. It's yucks on here, and you can have fun. But what you did was something that you crossed. You weren't using proper judgment. You crossed a line that you shouldn't have done. Being a lunatic.
This is so funny.
And you being called out on this is going to prevent you from fucking doing it in the future. So you don't have something on your record like this. You did something stupid. And I want to make sure that you know that so you don't do it again. It's not just a joke, dude. What you did wasn't just a joke anymore. Like, you fucked up. And I've notarized the forms. I've even notarized congressional applications. So what they do is they'll pay people, homeless people, they'll go to low. Someone that has a job is obviously not going to be going around collecting signatures. So a typical petition will have like 10 or 15 signatures on it. It's not just one at a time. And they pay these people, I think it's $5 for each signature that they get. And of course, these people go in because they want the money and don't want to do the work of getting signatures. They just write in there fake names and shit. You can even see it. That the signature is the same handwriting on the same petition. And there's a lot of money involved in this, and that's why when John was fucking around in there, that's why they actually took action against him. Because it cost them a ton of money to get these signatures. Now I'm going to have to contact the board to the Illinois Board of Elections and get some of the publicly available information. Let me see if I can find any. See if we can find any contact from the Illinois State Board of Elections.
He's still going at it.
I'm just in here testing club deck. What up, bro? Oh, that's it.
Oh, is it? Okay. Yeah, but he's just testing some on club deck.
I've never used it. I should try it.
You would have a lot better, it would definitely work better for what you try to do.
Do you like it, Joe?
I mean, I don't know. Like is subjective.
Do you?
Isn't it crazy though that it's not a Clubhouse product? It's like what?
That is weird.
Y'all don't hear anything.
No, I just hear your voice. Are you playing something? If you're playing something, I can't hear it.
Yeah, I'm playing off YouTube. I wonder I gotta figure out how they get the YouTube clips.
Well, how did you play it before? What was playing? Oh, that was just on the soundboard.
Yeah, they just have those already built in.
Yeah.
Oh.
There's a lot of features. You've used club deck before, right?
No.
Really?
Nope. I just get a new burner phone when I need one.
Oh. Gosh, I only used it like a few times for my laptop.
Let me ask AI.
What should be the room title tonight? Is Carmelo Anthony a murderer, or is he innocent of self-defense by sticking a knife in somebody's chest? Hello?
Yeah, no.
Did you get a new job, or are you still looking for a job, man?
Yeah, I'm still looking.
Damn, you'll be ready to retire by the time you start working.
What'd you say?
You'll be ready to retire by the time you start working.
Shut up. You're telling me. You're telling me, sir.
Why don't you just come on Clubhouse and do tarot cards or psychic readings or natal charts?
Come on. Do you know who you're talking to?
Or prayer circle. I don't know. There's so many ways to make money on the internet. You just have to be, you have to have fun with it and be creative. But even Kalshi, I mean, you could do Kalshi analysis. I mean, you need to get people to buy you a cup of coffee and find value in what you're creating.
Yeah, people. Do you know how much money people make on TikTok?
I mean, on all platforms. Like, you could be a fucking Facebook publisher. There's just people out there that are really good with aggregating content.
Yeah.
But there's so much competition. I mean, the thing is, like, if you're not I mean, if you want to get into the mortgage industry or financial services, like fuck, like you should have an Instagram about it at least, you know, to show you're interested in it. Because there's industry news, there's like state organizations, like there's in Illinois, there's the Illinois State Bankers Association, and they have a periodical, you know. So it's like you should be creating content about your industry.
Like Jonathan Bing.
Basically, I mean, I hate that guy, but I mean, I don't hate him. I'm just saying, like, you know, at least he's fucking creating content about, you know, what he does. He has a license. He puts his NLMS whatever number in his bullshit, so he can actually get you a mortgage.
Yeah, he wanted me to sign up for one of his classes.
Oh God.
And then when you are, yeah, it's $10,000. And then
my God.
when you're done, you get like all these leads and stuff like that.
Yeah, right. It's very difficult business, but you know, it is a business.
Yeah, for sure.
Why don't you just like look for a state, you know, or federal job, or I mean, how's your career search going? Are you like, are you experimenting, or are you just like specific?
No, I'm like, I essentially have like gotten to the point where, I've been applying for like everything now because I'm not like too good for any job now. Like I need income.
Do you have a casino by your house?
What?
Is
like
there
30 minutes?
Well, that's doable. Why don't you look at their website and look at a dealer position, and you could deal blackjack, be a cocktail waitress, or just deal cards. I mean,
I've applied to waitress there like many times at like all three of the casinos, and I never got a call, and I had experience. Like I did bartend for like 10 years. So,
we'll try to follow them because they post the days when they do interviews, and then they'll send you to their like casino operations school, and they'll actually like teach you how to be a dealer.
Yeah, my dad, he worked at Chrysler, but then he did like he got his like dealer certifications because when he was retired, he wanted to like just deal, you know, blackjack or whatever. It's only like a 2-week course.
Well, you could also. What about the post office?
Yeah, I can try that. It's really hard to get in there, but I can try. It doesn't hurt to try.
Yeah, I interviewed with the Social Security Administration once, and as I was leaving Los Angeles to my mom's house in Colorado, they called me. They're like, "We got you the position." I was like, I'm moving. I'm in the process. I am not coming back, but I thank you for the offer." And it was a federal position, which is like they're never, unless there's a riff, it's not going away, or you can come back. But those federal positions are like gravy because those positions just never end.
Right. My friend works for the postal service. Like she is the one that delivers mail and stuff.
Yeah, my mom did it 30 years. It's hard work. That's what I say. If you were smart, you could find a way on your cell phone and do it in your PJs at home. But you got to offer real value,
I literally just applied to go on the district, like the district of where my daughter's like school district, to see if there's any job openings, and I just applied to be a bus driver. They be a your chauffeur's license. I'm like anything, but yeah, the postal office. I should look into that. That's a good idea.
What about realtor? Do you have a realtor's office near you?
Yeah,
That's definitely a thing you could do because basically it's just admin work and showings. You don't have to know shit. It's just open this door, process this paperwork. Congrats. You just process the transaction and here's your commission. There's nothing to it. There's nothing to it. You could pass that realtor's exam. It's written for children.
I know, I'm like, that exam I heard is really, really hard. And
It
I've
is
like
not.
worked in the industry for so long.
It's not hard. You will pass it. You will pass it. It is not that hard. Just trust me. The questions are like common sense questions. You could pass that test. But that's if you want to work in a realtor's office. You know, love your love life and your job is like geographic proximity. So
yeah,
look in your immediate area and look. Maybe you could. There's just so many options. But anyways, good luck. Don't retire before you start working.
I appreciate that.
And I got to restart my computer from what I just installed.
Okay.
So then I'll come back and test again. But I'll get this set up. So give me just a minute. I got to end this room.
Okay.
Good evening, Dr. Heronstone.
Heron will do.
Is it Heron or Heron?
Are we going to start playing games?
Well, I got one question for you, and only one question.
Okay, let's hear it.
Is your
This is going to be good.
is your title a projection?
Well, of course, we've all been high. Yeah, I'm in rehab. We're all brain damaged language monkeys. The only question is whether you're in rehab or not.
Well, there's that saying, those who know do not know. Those who say do not know. Those who know do not say. So it's like everything is a projection. All communication is projection. But if you're aware of it, that's the spice. So when people are projecting, I like to say the projection alert detection system has been activated. The projection alert detection system has been, and hopefully they see that they're projecting on you. But many times they do not.
Almost never. Can you recall one instance when it ever worked?
Yeah, I mean, I guess with myself, but not with other people.
Yeah, it does work with yourself. It works great with yourself.
It's just so obvious, though. I mean, that's why Alan Watts and other books, they say a sage never criticizes anyone, because if a sage is going around pretending to be a sage and he starts ad hominem other people and criticizing people, well, that just won't work. You can't be a sage.
It's not about criticizing people, but you sure as hell can criticize their behavior.
Yes and no. I mean, Ayn Rand and objective ethics would say, yes, make moral pronouncements, but a sage flying in the sky isn't going to bother criticizing this or that. That's the point.
Well, who cares about a sage flying in the sky?
Well, I mean, you know, Alan Watts and D.T. Suzuki, they say enlightenment is just like ordinary life, except 2 inches off the ground. And so, well, you got these retards that say they're doing yogic flying. And maybe they're right. Maybe they really are.
Well, the thing is, see, I just don't understand why you spend so much of your energy and intellectual stuff on issues like this. Who cares?
It's not issues like this. It all has to do with your room title, because what you're doing is it seems to me like you're unaware of what you're even doing.
Is that what it seems like to you?
Yeah, it seems to me like you're projecting that your own brain is fucked up onto other people, and you're unaware of that. Is that projection about your projection or my projection?
I'm sorry, I missed that. Say it again.
Is that my projection about your projection or my projection about my projection?
You know, I don't really care. You figure that out.
Well, it's not up to me to figure out. It's up to the viewers, the listeners, because you know I'm gonna jump in a.
Listeners here. It's just you and me and a robot.
We talking about it. You're live on 30 different YouTubes. 300 people are watching this conversation right now, all across the world. We got little.
Because you're on that right now. That's it. So you brought me into your thing. So now a bunch of people are listening to me.
Yeah, I mean, it's one huge network. And
so you're saying there are other people on here live right now listening to this?
On multiple platforms, on multiple accounts.
How many people would you imagine are actually listening?
Wait, let me total it up. 1, 2, 3, 4. What is 0 plus 0 plus 0 plus 0 plus 0 plus 0? How many zeros till you get past the 0? Oh, we got a 1. We got one.
Listen. You and I are here. That's enough.
This is a joke, meaning that, like, you know, this app, I think this app will shut down, personally, because
of course it'll shut down. It's just a matter of when.
Yeah, exactly. But I went to the town hall, and they had a town hall here 2 days ago, and the people running this app are just so clueless.
Listen, I don't want to even hear about it. I know that. I've been here for, I don't know, 5-6 years, whatever. I've been around since the beginning. I don't want to hear about how lame they are. I know they are. I'm disconnected from that bullshit. I come here and start my room, and that's my interaction.
Well, what's great is it really won't matter if the app shuts down, because there's just other replacements out there for what you're doing.
Well, I haven't found a better one yet, but
you're not using X Spaces?
I've heard about it, and I've gone there, and I haven't seen exactly. This satisfies me for now. No, if I have to, that's certainly one place I'll check out.
What other thing I wanted to tell you was on Amazon, I bought a memory foam meditation cushion, which is ergonomic, memory foam. So it supports your legs and your sacral and all that. It supports it perfectly, ergonomically with the memory foam. So that is exciting, you know, because the sleeping leg syndrome and the pain of sitting, you know, now you can ergonomically sit into memory foam and offer a much better experience.
You're talking about for meditation?
Yeah.
What posture do you use? I mean, are you sitting with a full lotus or half lotus or just cross-legged or?
Just cross-legged. Just cross-legged.
Oh, okay. Well, that's why you need special stuff. That doesn't work very well.
Well, I have other meditation cushions that if I sit there, I've been getting a
You
little.
don't need a cushion if you know how to sit.
I know, but it's like a ritual practice of using a specific tool to, you know.
Listen, I'm not going to criticize. Listen, I don't even do any, real meditation anymore. I mean, where I sit and do it properly. It's been ages.
Well, I have found that the best meditation is just chanting books, like Lao Tzu's Tao Te Ching or Bhagavad Gita or Dhammapada.
Well, yeah, the best for you. What works for you. That's good. Yeah.
Well, what I don't think people are aware of is that, the concept of meditation is just focused attention. So when you chant a book, you have to focus your attention to do that. So it puts you in a very focused state of mind, unlike, these casual conversation state of minds. It's very unique. It's transcendental.
Your idea about meditation, that's completely different than my whole approach to meditation. And I don't know. You come here with all these statements that are so broad, and you're really talking about your own personal experience. You're not talking about the way the world is. You're talking about the way you like to do things, which is perfectly valid. But
yeah.
You put it out there like this is the way the world is.
Well, I'm just saying that I record myself doing it, so hopefully other people can also experience my joy and maybe imitate what I'm doing.
Doing what?
Reading books.
Well, yeah, good luck.
It's futile, but because I know on YouTube, have you ever seen what is it called, Audiovox or what do you call it? Anyways, there's just YouTube channels that are dedicated to recording books that are out of copyright. And LibriVox. Have you heard of LibriVox? It's a nonprofit.
Yeah. You can listen. There are plenty of recordings that you can get. Yeah, recordings of just about every book probably nowadays. It's trivial. Use AI to generate it.
Yeah, that was one thing I was talking about yesterday. Is just photographing a page from a book and then doing photo to audio.
Yeah.
I haven't figured
That's
that
all
one out.
trivial these days. It's easy.
I did take a photo of a book, of a page from a book, and said, "Create me a political flyer based off of this page." That was pretty cool.
Yeah, it's good for all sorts of shit like that.
Yeah. Anyways, I got a hot bubble bath percolating, and
bubble bath.
Yeah, bubble bath. A bubble bath. I was listening to Alan Watts yesterday, and God, he was saying something so remarkable and just so it seems like he's here right now, giving the analysis of the situation accurately back then. It's just remarkable. The guy was like next level intelligence. Yeah, I would. Have you ever used that app Meetup?
Oh yeah, I've done a lot of that over the years.
I always thought about just creating an Alan Watts Meetup where you just play.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah.
Yeah.
You probably find some interesting people, and you'll probably attract some people if you do that.
Yep.
That would be a good thing to do.
Yeah, that's always on my to-do list because I just.
Well, so that's easy to do. Take it off your to-do list. Do it tomorrow.
Well, I don't know if I would use Meetup. I guess I would. I guess I could.
If you want to have physical meetups, that's the place that's there to set that kind of shit up. That's what it's for.
I actually wouldn't do a meetup. I would organize it, but make it a virtual event where people can come to the Zoom and listen to an anonymous lecture.
That way too. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, a friend of mine does that. I like meetups for actual meetups, though.
The best.
But no, it works good online. Yeah.
The other meetup group idea I had was just an SEO meetup group to meet with other creatives in your city, because if you can network with other web publishers and you're trying to optimize your business for keywords, networking with those webmasters to give you juice, you know, in a reciprocal way would be beneficial for your business too.
Well, it's always good to know people who have skills that are valuable.
But I was on eBay and I type in, you know, like Alan Watts antique book, Alan Watts recordings, Alan Watts tapes. And so I just recently bought a lecture for $60, 4-tape part series. And that's kind of a cool artistic idea, is to like buy old kind of antique Enlightenment material like that. It's not really antique, but then just republishing it. Using AI, creating a new image of the book, of the tapes, you know, and then republishing it. It's a lot of fun. And
yeah, and it's good if you can get it out. If you can find people to buy it and put it in their hands so they can read it or listen to it or whatever. Yeah, that would be great.
Well, I'm not trying to sell it because I don't think I would have that right. It's probably underneath the copyright of his son, but.
Well, Alan Watts stuff is, sure. Yeah. And so then what can you do with it?
It's just for social media. What do they call that? Self-promotion.
Okay, well, whatever.
Yeah, it's like clout chasing, basically. You're trying to get likes and subscribers by republishing content. But anyways, it's all off of tapes. Like I'm going on eBay and I'm buying tape collections, like actual cassette tapes of classical music, classic rock, jazz, and then
you're doing what with these things? You're actually going out and buying this stuff?
Yeah, I'm buying it.
In your garage or something?
No, just storing it in my house.
What do you intend to do with it?
To clone it, to rebrand it, to republish it.
But electronically, you're not going to actually sell because that you're
Correct.
Going to turn the cassettes into MP3s or something, right?
Yeah, YouTube videos.
Well, okay, okay. No, these are video cassettes, you mean, or what?
Audio cassette tapes.
Okay, yeah. So they're MP3s or whatever you want to make out of them. So yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's just the publishing business to try to make money, hopefully within the, you know, terms of service and guidelines and not violate copyright law. Because YouTube lets you publish stuff up to 15 seconds or up to 1 minute of copyrighted material. You have 59 seconds. Good. So you can monetize copyrighted material, but only up to 59 seconds.
Really? Okay, so 1 minute you can use anything as long. What if you have like different? Is that just for one clip? But what if you had 10 1-minute segments that they were published?
Yeah, it works. Anything over 60 seconds is a violation, and they automatically delete
it. If you have multiple things under 60 seconds, you can do that.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah. Well, that's good news. That's a challenge. What can you do with 1 minute of copyrighted material?
It's not a challenge because the average attention span is 0.03 seconds.
Well, nobody gives a shit about the average attention span. They're not worth talking to. Fuck them.
No, it's not about talking to them. It's really called, I have a book on film and picture theory. And so I've published over 100,000 videos on YouTube. And so the game is, how do I create content that the algorithm and thus users are hypnotized by and don't click away? And then the algorithm keeps showing it more and more because it's looking at the data and saying, okay, this is engaging content. So really it's just the theory of how to create engagement.
Interested in how to wake people up.
But it's the same.
That's helpful. That's for sure. It's just that most people don't have enough attention that it's worth getting it.
Well, like, you know, Jordan Gruber on here, he owns enlightenment.com. There's nothing on that website. And Why wait? Why waste it? Like, read the Dhammapada by the Buddha and just publish that. Like, at least give people something.
We're telling that.
He's too busy talking about his lower back pain.
So write him a message.
I told him the other day, I was like, part of your problem is that you're talking too much. Going back to.
I bet that went over real well.
Well, no, he agreed with me. I said the solution is to just read a book for 15 minutes on this stupid app and stop engaging with people. Because it's basically they're hypnotizing you, and then your emotional response system is being activated by the conversation, and it gives you more inflammation. You have to try to control your environment to control your body, and what you're listening to is it actually has medical ramifications in your biological central nervous system. So, you are your own worst enemy if you. But coming here and engaging in vigorous political debate with people that, you don't like talking about this shit. You like talking more about what's interesting or what's enlightening or anything to do with maybe those types of topics, so to speak. Linguistics, language, communication. But this app is ideologically polarized, and it causes people, in my opinion, to be neurotic. Psychotic.
They wouldn't subject themselves to this bullshit here if they weren't neurotic to begin with.
Yeah, but I think it just amplifies.
A normal person would get in most of these rooms and in 5 seconds they'd realize it's a madhouse, and they'd leave.
I will.
Stay in one of those rooms is either stay because they want to study the people there, or they're just as crazy as another asshole.
Difficult compared to working with paper. So I'm wondering, what businesses have you found to be rewarding and not taxing on, activity?
I'm not interested in business. I don't give a shit about business like that now.
It's a business.
The transformation of the planet here. That's what I'm interested in. I'm interested in participating in the transformation of this planet.
Well, you might not call it business, but it is still a little bit like business.
Well, there is business. That has to be dealt with. And that's Alzheimer's. All that bullshit. I'm not interested in that.
I have this one book called The Nectars of Chanting, and it's all in Sanskrit and in English, but it's talking about the guru being the highest form of enlightenment, and how the guru, abolishes and banishes this God and that, this and that, but it's trying to emphasize what a guru is. So I look at it as like a business in a way, because Ram Dass and Alan Watts and Eckhart Tolle and even Oprah and so many other people, they're really espousing self-help and personal development material, which is all interesting and highly valuable. And in fact, it's far more valuable than 99% of the bullshit that people encounter in the media content space. So when you say it's not a business, and I say it is a business because it's a publishing industry dedicated to waking people up. But the question is, how do you go about, how do you get people to pay you to wake them up? It's marketing, you know?
It's also, I think, the world is changing too. People are, it couldn't have been done any other time in history. People are ready now. The time is now. 10 years ago, it wasn't ready. It's still not quite ready. Time for change.
Sorry about that.
Writing process like?
Well, if I'm not mistaken, he said last time it was on a panel, and this was an actual conversation.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear him when he came in here before. I wasn't here. Okay, I'm sorry.
So they had, much like Dahida, when he did his famous speech at the Johns Hopkins conference in, I believe it was 73 or 76 in Signature Event Context, a very important essay. They, much like Dahida, they published proceedings from the conference.
That's wonderful.
That was wonderful. I have a question from like the analogy of the book. If someone has a great quality of taste but can only afford McDonald's, what do you do then?
Oh, that's a good question, I'm not
My favorite is the recitation before eating.
Oh, me too. It's so beautiful. I forget when I was in Tibet, they would take about a couple of hours.
You got the appetite for it, it works.
I think that's part of it. I mean, I think that's a good answer. I certainly agree. I think another thing is this is what like budding chefs do. If you know a kid who wants to be a chef, they'll take the ingredients they have and they'll do, watch this analogy, like Chopped. Y'all know the show Chopped on Food Network? Skittles, egg yolks, poppets, and so-and-so make an entree. So you take what you have and you make do. Take the French fries, open it up, take out the potatoes. Guess what you have there? You have potatoes there for you to make your Gruyere mash. Now you couldn't afford Gruyere mash or the potatoes, but you could afford a little bit of Gruyere, right? You got the potatoes. You can take your beef. There you go, beef. Right? Get some butter. Put mustard on there. Piece of bacon. Put it in the bread. Bacon. Beef Wellington. It's called improvisation, innovation, renovation. It's called the Black experience in America. What have Black people done other than making brilliant things out of things they weren't allowed to have or couldn't afford? I'm dead ass serious. That's what you do. And that's what many people do with their partners. Look at Rhombus's wife. I'm sure she didn't want to have a 50-year-old man who didn't clean up after himself. But she found a way to make do. I'm sure she didn't want to have a 50-year-old man who has a dog with children, but he doesn't take care of the dog. But she found a way to make do. I'm sure she didn't want to have a man who sits out in the garage with the car running. But she found a way to make do. I'm sure she didn't want to have a man who's 50 years old who charges their neighbors so they have to see while getting mail and at dinner parties, etc., charging the neighbors for shoveling. But she made do. So when she showed up at the McDonald's, she wanted something from Le Cirque. But all she got was an Arch Deluxe and a Diet Coke. So she made do.
Do you guys feel like the author gives men advice in regards to them dating
as opposed of like informing women to have standards. Like, is it advice towards the men dating women, or is it the advice towards the women? So like, you know, like with the women, it's like obviously if you don't want a happy meal, just, you know, have standards of where you would like to eat and what you want and what your needs are. But when it comes to the men dating these women, is there much advice around how they approach the dating scene? I feel like this is there's certain parts where I feel like he's talking to the woman, but then no, I take it back. I think this is totally for the woman. This is the woman's guide. But there are pieces. There are pieces because when they were discussing about the tangibles that the guy has, and if he doesn't have tangibles, then what he can gain market. So I do feel like it does, but not as much as a woman. So I will say that. So although it's geared towards women, there's a little bit. I would say, I would imagine that, I'm not a man, but I imagine that a man would be able to glean a lot from this book about dating, because it's also pinpointing the type of woman that he's dealing with. So if he knows that this woman is not setting any standards, he gonna be doing what he calls a flop. He gonna be doing that flop. The Salisbury flop. Yeah, he gonna be doing that flop. But if he sets the bar high, he understands that he is dealing with someone who is serious and takes and is taking their engagement and the dating serious, and that will give him a sense of the type of woman he's choosing. But then wouldn't that be contradicting in the sense of a man could have the quality but not have the finances to match at that point? But then as a woman, the book informing you to have standards, you could overlook someone's quality because they just don't have the money to give you. What does the money have to do with it? That was only one part. The money is not the central part. And in fact, he started off by saying, and correct me, Johnny, if I'm misreading this or just listening to you, but I thought there was one part where he talks about, you know, someone may be in need, and it said that the man's finances may not be at the place. Like I'm not sure. I'm not understanding why we're focused on the menu though, because the menu highlights finances in terms of its analogy. Not all the way. That was one part of it. That wasn't the central part. Am I misunderstanding? I thought that the analogy, even of the restaurants, McDonald's and Ruth Chris, was not to say about necessarily the money part, but the quality of the meal. You're not gonna get a filet mignon, medium rare, from McDonald's. I thought that's what it was about. I didn't think it was just about the money. I'm just that, you know, I'm not centered on the money, but maybe other people were. I'm listening because I wasn't here. I wasn't listening at the very start, so I've come into it during the menu and the interface. Can we go back to that part, Johnny, if you don't mind? To the finances? You want me to read that again? Yes, because was that a short part? No, it's only like a page and a half. Yeah, I can read it. Y'all ready? Yes, thank you so much. No problem. Jamal says, finances are always a funny thing. Finances could come first for some people. You place finances.
Jamal the AI. Have you used the black AI, Jamal?
Then the last thing they may be thinking about is the finances. The more stable a male or female is, the more valuable they become in the dating scene. It then transfers from a need to a want. Many daters may be happy that the person has his or her own place, which could actually be the benchmark for some people. The guy who is going in from a want may not give a damn about the finances, whereas the guy who is in need, the finances are going to be according to where he is at where he is at in his own life. He may feel like if he has his own car or place, he deems himself as doing something. But will she? If they are in a need
What is this shit?
then
Time to take a
the
bath.
finances may start as a number one on the list. It depends on the man or woman you're dealing with and where they are at. Finances are important, such as asking, does the person even have a 401k plan? Those things begin to matter as you get higher up the scale and the type of man or woman you're dealing with. If you're dealing with a man that wants that co-partner or someone on his same level, then those guys may still consider finance low on the menu. If you have a guy who can provide for himself and you as the woman have a small job to just contribute, then he really is not going to trip about that. Sometimes when the man has money, there are women who feel like a job is not necessary for them because he is bringing in the money. She feels like her only job is to give him a blowjob. If the man is able to handle the finances, then that's just what it is. So in case such as this, finances just become less of an issue. That rich guy really wouldn't care about whether or not that chick has a PhD or making 70 grand a year. He has loot. Now the average man will be the one that wants someone on his level. But even the average guy will decide that the pussy is more important to him. If you make him chase the pussy, then he wants you. If he wants you and he is an engineer, then ladies, your financial situation really doesn't matter as much. That's it.
So what I gathered is financial stability in a relationship is transactional. Am I wrong in understanding that?
It might say that. I don't know. This is the hardest for me to get because I'm not a woman. And notwithstanding my food stamps and being unemployed and a slave, I don't really think about it for various reasons. But I think I disagree. Was that Jamal or Asia at the end? Janice, who were you reading at the end, Jamal or Asia?
About the finances?
About the rich guy.
Yeah, that was Jamal.
Yeah, so this I think this is wrong actually.
So
I actually think this is
not to be political, right? Or actually fuck it. So in the current times that we live in, statistics have highlighted that when we look at predominantly black women tend to be the breadwinners in their household. So if a man isn't earning as much, and like in the book it said that, whether she had her accolades or a PhD, it doesn't matter if the guy had money. But if the guy didn't have money and she had money, would he be offering dick on a plate every night and eating cookies?
two things. One, I'm slightly uncomfortable with you saying dick and pussy in that accent. I'm just gonna be honest with you. It makes me very uncomfortable, and I'm gonna ask you to refrain from using those words in that accent.
Don't worry, man. I'm about to be in the middle of a session right now.
I literally just threw my phone across the room. This is insane.
Lisa is bad and this thread is crazy.
This is insane.
Think about
was trying to. I really want to think about this because even though I think she's here, Kimberly Foster used to talk about this. I think she is in here. Let me. I mean, it's all due respect. I know everybody on Clubhouse is rich. Nobody, no black people. There's like 10 of us that have money, and I'm not one of them. Nobody has any money. There's no bread. Black lady making $75,000, $80,000, and her husband has odd jobs, or his odd job making $30,000. There's no money. That's not money. And sometimes I feel like the money conversation is covering up something else, and I don't know what it is. I was watching clips from a show called Tonight's Conversation, and I don't know if you all know there's a group of people who go around giving dating and marriage advice, even though none of them are dating and none of them are married. And just because they look very good and can buck and jive, people go, and they're young and attractive and black. People will go and spend anywhere, as I look today, from $65 a seat to $600 a seat. And they have people come and ask questions, sort of like Clubhouse in person. Not Clubhouse. And some of the stories there suggest to me that the money thing is not the actual thing. Let me give an example. Sorry for being long-winded, but I just watched it today. There was a woman who said that, I've seen this on the show, this is anecdotes, but this is dating, so. There's a woman who said and I've seen this at least 7 times, watching these clips in the past couple of weeks. Their husband pays for everything. They don't know how much the bill costs. They don't know how much the rent or mortgage costs. They don't know where the Wi-Fi. They don't know anything. And it's not enough. It's not enough. One lady said her husband pays for everything and she makes more money than he does. And it's not enough. And so sometimes I feel like the conversations around finance is a pretext or a screen for something else. And I have ideas about what it is. I can go there. But that's something. I want to say why I disagree with Jamal. Not Jamal here, but Jamal in the book. Wealthy men, unless they're psychopaths like Elon Musk, they're not looking for a woman to match them financially. And I think a lot of times sociologically, when people think class, they think finance. That's not what class is. It's about a set of shared beliefs, creeds, sentiments, etc. So you may be worth, I know somebody that's very, very, very rich. You know who his wife is? She was a concert pianist. She didn't make no money playing piano. She made no money playing piano. He wasn't going to find a woman. The odds of him finding anybody as rich as he ended up being was 0%. But he cared that she was a concert pianist. That has all kinds of meanings culturally, socially, educationally. And I actually think that's where I disagreed with the author. They want educated women, smart women. That's not this whole thing about men not caring, like high achieving men not caring about the woman they marry, is not true. It's just not true. That was what I was saying. It's not true. Anyway, you guys can hear that.
So, but if financial stability is transactional, would it still be the same for a woman that is a high earner then?
I don't know what you mean. What do you mean?
You mean that like
financial stability transaction?
He was talking I could be wrong in how I'm paraphrasing, I'll put that out there, but it was something about, if he was earning a lot, then her only thing would be to give a blowjob, right? That's what was stated. So if she was the one that was earning and had the financial stability for both of them, would he be the one that's eating? in the author's analogy?
Oh, I think I kind of know what you mean. Probably so, but that's where I disagree with the author. I don't think that if the man has the financial wherewithal, her only job is the blowjob. I think maybe when they're young, and that's probably true for like athletes, but that's a very small. That's a kind of selection bias. You know, it's a very small subset. But I think, quote unquote, what did Kevin Samuels on high value men? I think Kevin Samuels, I'm using him as an example, and I'm cheating, he's gonna call it nuts, call me misogynist for citing. I think he was totally wrong. It was totally wrong. One of the first crashes I had on this app, that lady they called Miss Nicole and her crew before they broke up were trying to tell people about what high value blacks did. And they were like, oh, high value blacks go to the cigar bar or they hang out this also. I was like, no, they don't. They don't hang out to high value blacks don't hang out at no fucking cigar bar. Are you insane? Then I started mentioning places on the Outer Banks. I mentioned places in the Hamptons. I mentioned places that she hadn't heard of any of them. And so I think when people project, especially blacks, when they project, I said, what schools did they go to? What organizations did they go to? She had no idea. It's because they project on, because their idea of a rich person or a high value person is like an athlete or an actor. Those guys are birds. They're dumb, respectfully. Not all of them, but they're generally dumb birds. They want ass. They want racially ambiguous, fat but not too fat, ass, titty, thighs. Some we're finding out want dick, balls, and vagina. After all that, some do want that. That's a different discussion, right? So that's why I think it's wrong, because it's not just a blowjob. Imagine being a 50-year-old, imagine being a 43-year-old man, and you want a woman to raise your children, and all she can do is give sloppy top. We know that's not the case, because where do most high value men and black and otherwise meet their spouses? In graduate school, in college, in residency. One of my brothers met his wife, they got several kids now. Met her in residency. So they're fucking her in the weight room. They got ding, they got married a year and a half later. They were smashing on breaks in between rounds. Can I get another round? You thought they were singing about round in the hospital. He was rounding off in the motherfucking break room. Now they got kids. So that's people just don't understand. And no one will guess what he did. So, well-respected surgeon, and she's an anesthesiologist, and they make millions of dollars, and the kids are this and everywhere. He was cracking it from here to kingdom come. Took another round, just like Fat Joe and Breezy said. So that's where I disagree with the author on it. I like the book, but I disagree with the author. And how they don't. It's not just giving the blowjob, and that's why the whole transactional thing. And I'm talking a lot. Then I'm in here. I also will say that I think working class women want respect and calm from the chaos of the world. If the man makes a little bit less, if the man makes a little bit more, I think it's true for working class Negroes as well. I think all this discourse around finances, and you can get K Dusty in here. Well, actually, the man makes $53,000 a year, and the woman makes $51,000 a year. So yeah, she makes more. So he's different. I think all that is online stuff for the birds. I've talked way too much. I'm now at this point avoiding the work I'm trying to do, which is not an expert work. It's a slave work.
Do we feel like the author had a target audience in mind when writing it?
Yeah, niggas. But actually, let me refine that. But of a certain age, though, I don't think it's for 23, 24. I think it's for early 30s through 50. I think that's the main demographic.
Like older single men that are online dating still.
Yeah.
Or maybe for the first time.
Yeah. That's what I think. Yeah, that's what I think.
Anybody else from book club that has questions?
I missed most of the reading, Auntie. You didn't ping me, but
Oh, I'm sorry.
it didn't sound like this had anything on chapter.
I mean, you know,
But I missed
we
the
read
math.
the 4
So
categories. You did miss the math. We did do the categories, but I think what was one of the most appealing parts of tonight's reading was his analogy in the love menu section. We got to the love menu section, and he good examples of how women should value themselves and compare it to the different types of restaurants, and whether you're an appetizer, an entree, a dessert. So I can really appreciate that. I'm sorry you missed it.
Ironically enough, I think my favorite section was the love score part. Even though, you know, the silly moment of it being 40, I do think that having the categories that you value, being able to rate how you value them and evaluate how you value them, and then in looking at a potential partner, especially for a long-term partnership, being able to evaluate where they sit with that and see if there's alignment there. I think that is very important. But that was a very nice section.
You know, like halfway into listening, I wondered if the author ended up finding love.
Well, I mean, they have been married, so yes.
Before the book or after the book?
Before, for sure. I don't know his relationship status currently, but I'm assuming he talks to the ladies.
Was the marriage before the book? Did the marriage inspire the book, or did divorce inspire the book?
That's a good question. Don't know.
Can I please come off mute? I love the discussion is fat. Man, you don't know how. I've never had this experience with the book. It was published 2018, and I've never had a group read the book like this. And it is very insightful in a lot of ways on how the ladies have taken it. It is for women. It's for Black women. And Ben, you have been right on point with a lot of things that you've said. I think that the love number for me, the personal grading system, and that's why I was saying that you really have to be honest with yourself, because you're really kind of assessing self first. So you know if you're just a 25, you know, and then because of it being 40, you know, the 40 really doesn't matter, because if you're a 25 or a 30 or whatever you are, you're not going to be all 10s, or you're not being honest with yourself. But whatever your number works out to be, you want to find somebody that goes out to about that number. You know, we're not all 40s across the board. You know, I think I was like a 25 or 27. I don't know. So it wasn't 10 straight across the board. And then when you evaluate yourself, then it's a fun time for you, or you can do it secretly. Evaluate your partner, because your potential partner you want them to be kind of equal. That's where you're getting to the equally yoked part of it, because you're using the actual formula to figure out if you're equally yoked. Somebody said something about spirituality. The spirituality, there again, it's all based on you. And then when you give it to your potential partner, see where they rank and the importance of it for themselves. And then you start to line it up that way. How that works. I've never heard a group assess it, and it really makes me feel really good. I'm so happy that you all are enjoying it the way that you are, because
We've been doing it for about a week or so. It's nice. I've enjoyed it. Spinoza put a thing in the chat. It'd be interesting if you Miss Asia. Is she still living, Miss Asia?
She is living. I was thinking about calling her. Yes. Asia's married. I think she might be married now.
That'd be nice. It'd be interesting if you guys updated it, because post-pandemic, post-manosphere, a lot of it feels ancient. But because it feels ancient, but watch this. Because it feels ancient, it feels new. So it'd be kind of nice. It feels real. Definitely, because the manosphere stuff is so not real. But it's nice. It's in that post Steve Harvey '80s, pre-COVID. It's nice. I just think that a lot of the day, whether it's the manosphere stuff, that tonight's conversation and everything else, I think a lot of it is anywhere from a rad cultural moment to something that has fueled people in the Negro division of the CIA and Black. Because I swear, because when I watched this tonight's conversation, I watched one tonight where a woman got up and said she was a young woman, and she was maybe 20. I said married. Oh my God, it was like 1995 again. I was back in Baltimore. She had got married, and she had brain cancer, and she was now 24, so she was married younger. She had brain cancer, and her husband was also a young man. These are all Negroes. He was there every day. He took care of her. He nursed her through the convalescence. He wiped her ass every day. He wiped her ass and did all the things that they say black men would not do. Only a white man who reads Sonny Morrison would do. He did all the things. Her question was, when was he going to plan more romantic dates so she could feel like he thought she was valuable? I picked my computer up, I threw it out the window, and then I took my gun and shot myself. There's no way you can tell me that is not a government agent that is putting that in the atmosphere. You don't think that you're valued because he doesn't plan spontaneous beach dates, but he wiped your funky ass while you were going? Like, what are we doing here? She didn't work, or he paid all that. So all this is to say, it'd be interesting if you updated this to the moment.
But
I think that.
Sorry, illnesses causes insecurities in people, though, like their ill health and them being weaker and their independence. Not that I'm saying that he's right on everything in him not planning spontaneous dates, but maybe she lost her sense of self, her individuality outside of her illness.
Look, I want to just say this. The mindset of the book in 2018, I think the times have actually caught up with where the mindset was, and the feeling of it being a little bit old is actually good, because it does validate it. This is not AI generated. This is not something that someone just created from AI. This was created from 8, maybe 10 hours of interviews that were live recorded interviews that were given to me. And after we did the interviews, then we just transcribed it into the book. And so, like I said, I think that it's something for Black women, and I think that Black women can get a lot out of it. And I hear Black women discussing it and getting something out of it, because it was for them. If you look at that book cover,
the book cover says a lot too, and I had that put together the way that I did because I saw that in my mind. Whereas you see the educated business black woman with the briefcase, and you see the hood dude with the condoms and the Tim boots and the wife beater. And so, yes, and so if you look at the cover of the book, I'm saying a lot with that cover. I'm telling you, this was for professional black women, and it was written with black women in mind. And so to see you guys really kind of feel what I was putting out there, it just really makes me feel good. And I just thank you guys. I'm so humbled by it.
Can I ask you a question? Total.
Yes.
Was the book inspired prior to you being married or post divorcee?
I was divorced. This book came to me. I have, like I said, my experience is I've been a millionaire. I've lost money, and because I've taken a
status, Jamal.
Can I have the right to explain where all this came from?
Yeah, we're talking to the author, Brooklyn, not Jamal.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Brooklyn, and I love you. But the reason why I wrote the book, I homeless, and I had just lost my business, and I was sleeping in my, and I started to get on the internet, and I said to myself, I gotta find a woman because I'm in a tight spot. So I was in that need. I was the dude in that need position that I talk about in the book. And so as I started to talk to women online, I started to come to my mind. I was like, man, I gotta write a book. These women don't. And then I just had a list of things that I seen a lot of women responding in a real negative way with online. And so when I met Asia, me and her, she was talking about stuff that she was having problems with because she was making, Asia's a PhD, so she was making a lot of money. And she didn't have nobody that she could go out of the country with, nobody she could travel. She had her own list of things that she wasn't happy with the dating. And I said, we should write a book. And so that came from that. So I was single when I wrote this book, and I was homeless.
You were divorced
when I wrote this book.
I
was divorced. I've had 2 wives, and I was divorced. This didn't come from a result of being divorced. This came from a result of me losing a lot of money, and I was in a desperate place in my life, and I was blessed with the idea to do this. And when it came to me, it just came to me, and 9 months later, after I met her, we were finished with this book, and we worked we worked, and we got it done, and it was just something that I just manifested into my life. And so once I manifested it, I've got other stuff working as far as this book is concerned, and that's why I can't share it all with you right now. But the truck driving, all that is around this book. I've been driving this truck for 2 years. I haven't been home, and my house is still where it's at. My car, I haven't even driven my car or nothing. I'm just it's all there, and I'm just paying my bills and stacking my money and working on what I'm doing next with this book. And I'm really excited to share it with you guys, but I'm not, I'm not there yet. About 12 weeks, and I'll be done, and I'll reveal the next piece to the book, and it's all based around Black women. And so, it's just a really exciting experience, but it had nothing to do with me being married at all.
Would you say it's interesting Sorry, your mama. Go for it. Cause
No, it's okay. Go ahead.
No. I'll go after you. Please go. I was going to say, sorry, I'm stuttering. It seems like a paradox, right? Because the book is very inspirational in encouraging women to have standards. But when, men are not in a place and having it all, where does that leave them in the dating world?
Well, the woman, I think a lot of women don't understand that they are the actual barometer for the way men act. And that's why I think the book was so important, because it's important for when you set your value. And that's where you keep seeing that trend all throughout the book about value. Understanding your value, value in your vagina, value in your pussy. This is all throughout the book. And the reason why it's like that is because women can make men do right. Because a man is like driven off of, that men are driven off of this vagina, this pussy. They're driven off of it. And now you get guys in here to lie. They might say, "Oh no, I'm a player." You hear them in here on Clubhouse all the time. But the truth is, when you start to place a higher value on the vagina, men will act right. You can force them to act right. But the problem right now in this day and age is women have basically taken the bar, and you don't even have to Salisbury flop anymore, like in the book. You're not meant to jump at all. There's no jump. It's just lay down. You know what I mean? And so that value, if you place,
I don't know.
I'm sorry.
I don't understand what that means.
Can you explain the lay down part, please?
Yeah, they just lay down.
When I say lay down, I'm just saying there's no obstacle there. If you ever seen the Olympics,
are you saying the men are easy or the women easy? Which one?
The women are easy.
Oh, okay.
And there's no obstacle there. If you don't put an obstacle, like think about in the Olympics, you see how they do the high jump and they run and they jump as high as they can without touching the bar and try to get onto the other side, right? And that should be the effort that a man gets to be able to get to you. You follow me? And if you don't make that man jump, you don't make them work for it. You're just a Happy Meal. You feel me?
What do you mean?
Now there are some.
Well,
you didn't hear the. I love you, Jim. Well, you didn't hear the reading of the love menu. They understand what I'm saying, but you didn't hear it in the book. But it's talking about the love menu, and so you're just it's really cheap. It's real easy. You can, you might just be an entree. I mean, not an entree, but an appetizer. You follow me? And so you want to see yourself on the menu as a full course meal, right? That's where you ideally want to. And you just don't get a full course meal for McDonald's. You follow me?
But don't people have 3 full course meals or multiple full course meals a day?
I mean, that's not where this analogy is. You didn't hear it. So I don't.
Okay, yeah, I'm late to class. You're right, bro.
You're late because you're kind of not on it. But yeah, that's the point of what I'm saying to the women is that there is a value inherent, and when you move like men shape the hell up, and they shape up that because think about the 20s. Men was wearing suits, 3-piece suits. Why do you think men were dressed like that? And why do you think they had those those Daffy Duck shoes and those 3-piece suits that they would wear every day with a top hat. They weren't doing that because they wanted to look like that. That was what the women required. That's what your great-great-grandmother required. He had to be clean. He had to be sharp. His shoes had to be shined. He had to come at a woman at a certain level to even get anywhere. She held up a standard. It was a high bar. He had to do it. If he didn't do it, then he couldn't get close to it. And that's the most important thing out of this book that I keep pushing. And as you guys read it, you see it. You see what I'm saying. I know you are because you said it. I said it a couple of times.
Can I ask a question, Jamal? So you're pushing the line of a woman needs to establish her value via the difficulty or the expectations that she establishes before being willing to be physical with men, correct?
That's right.
Okay, so how does that align with your thoughts that if a woman comes to party with me, she has to party, right? So that means she doesn't have money.
Not today. I'm not going there with you tonight because this is something. Hold on. This is something that has nothing to do with. I don't want to answer. Can you accept that answer?
Well, I'm trying to understand how that aligns with.
I don't want to answer it. This is not about my clubhouse. You're not talking to Totem Pole tonight.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Separate set of virtues, separate set of morals.
That's right. Whole different.
We're talking to the author tonight,
Right. You're not talking to Totem Pole.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah. But anyways, the point of the book is what it is, and I think the women are getting it. I think they're getting the gist of it.
So can I just interject one thing? To the room, Johnny? When I did my rooms and we read books, people who were not there for the reading did not get to engage in the Q&A.
That's a fact.
That's a fact.
That's true. That should be right because you don't know what you're talking about. Yeah. You don't know what we're talking about.
But see, let me explain where that doesn't apply. That's a valid attempt.
It wasn't just you. It wasn't just you.
You're not the only one. There's a few of them that haven't. You didn't hear the book. You didn't hear the reading.
Jamal.
You didn't hear the reading.
Jamal.
Have you been drinking?
Please remember, sir, we heard a great portion of the book in the woods, so I am familiar with the book. You forgot?
I don't know what you heard.
So I am familiar with it.
I wasn't present. I don't think I was present.
We heard the love menu. We heard about the
When did you guys read it? I know.
You were there. Ask me. You were there.
I don't think I was. Out of my mind. I was never there. I never heard who was reading it.
I forget who was reading. I think Penny.
Okay, so even if it was there, the angle and lens that we are evaluating and processing this book is probably different from what y'all did in the wood.
Well, that's the assumption.
We were having a very good conversation. I really hate this. I'm sorry. I really hate it. Jamal, I don't really know you like that. I don't really engage, but it takes a lot to. I write all the time, and the fact that you were able to do this, no matter what the content and people think the content is, and they could disagree with the content, I'm really impressed that you were able to do this.
Thank you.
And I hope that when you do the second part of it, that you actually think about the whole process, not just the writing of the book and publishing it, but you think about how to really get it in front of the right people and have these conversations with people who are actually reading the book in the wild.
Right. I really appreciate you saying that, and I appreciate all of you ladies tonight, and the listeners too that have listened to us. It means a lot to me and this is not just me from a house perspective speaking to you, but this is me from like I have a persona on Clubhouse, and Gemini knows me from my persona, and a lot of you know me from my persona, but who I am as a real person, that's in this book, and I'm really a serious businessman too, and like I said, I've suffered my losses, and as you know me, you're seeing me, you're witnessing me rebuild myself. And I have that within myself, that moxie, and I'm able to do that. And so you guys are pleasure of knowing me from different angles and seeing me from different angles. This is really me, and the Jamal in that book is really who I am, and I did this for Black women, and because I love Black women, and because I love Black love, and I want Black people to be at their best, and that's really what it's all about. And so yeah, any questions that you have on anything that you read, I'm willing to answer if you have a question. If not, I really appreciate you, and I just think I'm so humbled. You don't know how humble. First Lady.
Yes, sir.
Patty. Janice, I love you. Wow, you have made this sound like gold. And I just want to thank you so much, Janice, because you have read this thing and made it sound so beautiful in the way that you read it. And First Lady, and Van, they told me that you came up with the idea to do it. And I just want to say thank you to Van, Ambassador. Ambassador, you have been pushing this book more than anybody on the app. And I just want to thank you. You actually bought the book for one of your girlfriends, I think, Ambassador, and I appreciate you. We've had conversations, quiet ones, and I just appreciate the ones
real quick,
who have supported me. I appreciate
hate to cut you off, but I gotta run. First, let me know what time you want to do it. I know tomorrow's game night, and I got something to go to as well. But maybe Saturday or Sunday we do another pages. Just let me know.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good night. Okay, you going. Okay. Good night.
Well, yeah, this has just been very real, and I love you guys. I really appreciate you. I can't wait to introduce y'all to what my next level that I take this to, because it's going to be really big. And so, I've invested money for 2 years into what I'm doing, and I'm weeks away from being done with it and bringing everything to the public. And it's all built around the book. And so, this book has meant a lot to me. Like I said, I started to do this when I was homeless in my car, and I was really broken, but I was blessed because I got an idea, and now I get an idea, I acted on it, and I brought it to life and manifested it. And I'm doing the same thing as we speak now. And so I just thank you. I really thank you so much. I really do. Thank you, guys.
I guess I can save my question for later this week. Or on a weekend, Saturday or Sunday. But I just wanted to go back to a couple chapters in regards to, this virtuous woman who kept her cell phone so nice and clean and waited. How did you end up letting it go? But, think of
Wow. Oh man, wow. We'll save that one. But
that's what I said. Think about it.
You guys, you know what? People really took to that first chapter. I've gotten a lot of really resonate with you, and it all makes sense too. You know what I mean? And ladies, you do need to put face protector plates on it. Put a protector plate on. be a community phone. If you know, you know. I'll land right there.
Just you. Just.
Say, is a book club over?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So this follows up, but it comes up with a bit. So, it's 8:45 my time. So, really think something foot with just dating stuff, because I watch these videos and I see Manosphere and I see the Blackistan people. What are those people called? The divestors. Something, it feels coordinated somewhere. And I can't believe a person said she didn't feel valued because her husband didn't do spontaneous dates when he nursed her back from brain cancer and wiped her shitty ass constantly. I can't believe that it's not coordinated. When somebody makes more money than her husband, she doesn't pay a bill. I can't believe it's not coordinated when a woman says she's wondering if her husband still loves her because her boyfriend certainly does. I can't believe that somebody at the CIA is paying for the extra tickets. I now believe that these movements are, in fact, part of some sort of coordinated effort with the weed stores, a kind of MK Ultra for the 21st century. You cannot tell me that there are black women who honestly believe that their husband doesn't. Random niggas online who fucked 3 of the women at the show that night. Why are you asking them? Because he has a moist beard and a skull cap, and he's wearing loose pants, and he's light-skinned with thin-rimmed glasses? Why are you asking him? Nobody can tell me this stuff is not coordinated, because I think what they realize, not with the welfare and the home and family thing, I think they realize that at this point, you can't use the law anymore like you used to be able to use it. You can't use lynching anymore like you used to be able to use it. You can't do any of that stuff. But what you can do is you can get the people to hate each other. There's a man here, not his name, but he's a half-breather. He hates black women for no reason. A Christian. But it makes sense. You have another person who is a healthcare professional and constantly citing, was it HPV-2 on, not herpes simplex, but women and black women have higher, the highest herpes rate, but never deals with the physiology and biology of herpes transmission. What is getting in his mind? The old Donahues and the stuff in the 80s. They didn't talk like that. And versus that, obviously the rhetoric, the diction will be different. They didn't talk like that. Something's got to be off. Everybody knows that it is much harder for a man to contract herpes through intercourse than it is for a woman. Who's spreading it around if it's not men? You think you're spreading herpes around from scissoring? Huh? Come on, man. Something is going on. I think it's the government. I really do. I know this sounds so spiritual. Have you seen that First Lady, tonight's conversation? Have you seen that show? She might not be here.
Oh.
Have you guys seen that show?
I have. It's with Ace Metaphor. Trip Fontaine,
Exactly.
Kitty Rose, Cheyenne Bryan is on there sometimes.
Yeah. You can't tell me that it is not the men, the U.S. government, the Russian government, or some government, or government adjacent girls that care about Cheyenne Bryan with them plump titties and peanut butter skin? Oh, sorry, that's Joy Taylor. I apologize. All of a sudden, she comes out of nowhere. All of a sudden, her fight with Torque from 5 years ago is trending again. It's a coincidence. It's just an algorithm. And I should play some of these clips. The tickets for tonight's conversation, I said it before, they range. Anybody can interrupt me at this point. They range from $64 to $599. Who is paying $600 to listen to a bunch of single, attractive blacks give advice to people who've been married for 10 years? And the closest they got to marriage is when they stumbled upon a ceremony while they were trying to get to the bar at a hotel they were staying in.
It is so funny to me that Van is mentioning this and asking this question, because I remember when my aunt asked me about that program because there were tickets and so smart, and she asked me if I wanted to go, and I said, oh no, madam. But that was before they had that big breakup where Kita was telling all their business and talking about how two of the panelists dating each other, even though one of the panelists were married and something. But to your point, the clips come across my feed, and every time I listen to the clips, it's just, I don't really know how to describe it outside of I see why people like that content. It's not anything new, and I do not know who in their mind would spend $600 to sit in a cheap seat in an auditorium to listen to listener letters, shout out the read, for what, an hour, 2 hours? That's crazy.
Yeah, I feel like the way it works, well, a couple things. People on the panel in the audience, let me say this. If you want to have sex and you want the person to be really attractive, you go there. I've never seen anybody in there not attractive, like super duper attractive. They are all there, everybody. Like, it is a real meat market. I'll give it that. But it seems to me that what happens is now, instead of carrying on the psyops, it's like they started and get it going, and Negroes and Negresses do the work. They're like, thanks, I got it from here. That's what it feels like. This all feels very intentional. And when you watch these clips, they just don't seem like real life. You're telling me there are women out there who are basing their value on spontaneous things, and you just had brain.
Is it just that clip, or like in general, like a patient and their spouse? Because it is quite common for people with chronic illnesses to have severe depression and lost sense of identity, to where it causes a strain in a relationship.
Was one where the guy had literally cheated on the girl like a bunch of times, and he was like, she was the perfect woman, she had a great career, this and that, blah blah blah, da 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 da. So then they said, well, is she here? She was like, they were like, yeah. She came up, and then somebody else came up to date her. So it's like literally all clips. Let me find one.
So I missed a lot of that.
Who was on the woman he was dating. She had a great career, made a lot of money, was faithful, and just kind of kept taking him back. Well, in the middle of all this, she ended up getting a date and leaving with a whole different relationship. So it is a consistent theme. Like, either people complain about good relationships or have bad relationships and then get into new relationships within the span of the show.
They going to meet people. Get together.
Hey, we can't go to the club. You mean to tell me that our third spaces are now tonight's conversation and not the club? Brooklyn, if you had said that our third spaces were now the strip club, I would grimace. But you know what? Sometimes they have good wings. They might have all right pasta. You know, they might have a drink special. The music hitting, depending on what market you're in, you might hear like new music as it breaks before it gets national. But tonight's conversation, child. Imagine that $600 being your VIP. Does that get you like a drink ticket or something?
Yeah, I think.
Do you get a high touch?
I think
where you get to meet the cast and take pictures and stuff as well?
A day.
Yeah.
Like, it's crazy. Okay, I found a clip of a woman who's
hold on, before you go to the clip, TT, real quick, just so you guys know, Lance Bass is now doing it with them.
You mean Goss? Lance Goss? Black actor?
Lance Goss. Sorry. He's now doing it with them. Next week, they'll be in Phoenix. They'll be in this weekend. They're in Fort Worth. Then they'll be in Austin. I'm sorry. This week, they're in they're in the West Coast. Phoenix, LA, Las Vegas next week. But I wanted to say, I went to the website. Watch this. You can buy tickets with Afterpay.
It's
4 interest-free installments. I don't think you have to be Horkheimer and Adorno to see what's going on here. Like, free play, like, the comments on these dating boards, core boards, Reddit boards, underneath also, are fake AI-generated, Russian, whatever comments. And then people respond to them and they get worked up on them. So for a super VIP ticket, the VIP uncut experience, you get, for the VIP uncut front row seating, this is what you get for $600. A backstage meet and greet, a stage photo opportunity. You can take a photo on the stage. Priority group photo access for you and your group. Priority selfie. Priority merchandise access. Well, it's not to get the merchandise, you get priority merchandise. You get a swag bag and a concierge service to help you through your seat and throughout your experience. That's what you get. All right.
Okay. So let me go back.
But is willing to risk it all.
I would be quick. Because you had the wrong podcast.
I would absolutely hate to be your husband. That's just wild work to me. Like, you're willing to leave your husband for another that got a baby on the way. That's crazy work.
No, let me correct it. That is not why I'm leaving my husband. What I left him for, because he was not able to provide for me. This was something that has been going on for a year and a half. Never able to provide.
That's a season.
So yes, I married him because he was able to provide. He was there to secure. He was able to.
Out of here. You said a year and a half. That's a season. You ain't even giving him a chance to overcome whatever he was going through. You're supposed to help him through that. You know what I'm saying?
How long? Okay, I understand that.
Till death do you part. Till death do you part. Till death do you part.
Okay.
Okay.
I think you would be doing him a huge service by leaving him. Because you're horrible to have even married him. Not as a person, I don't know you as a person, but to have even married somebody out of convenience and out of obligation because you probably just wanted to be married. I think you guys should both go your separate ways so that you can find people who love you and who you love.
Let me just add this point. If you love someone based on conditions, when they do not meet those conditions, you are going to try to find a way out. If God loved us based on conditions,
you
have to make a decision to love someone. You may have moments to where you fall out of love, but you gotta make that decision every day. We talking about it may be some situational stuff. What if she go through menopause and then he just say, I don't love her no more, and I'm gonna deal with my ex and stuff like that? We'll be beating him down. So before people choose to get married, make sure that you're not a conditional lover because it is doomed to fail. That's the wrong foundation to create to begin with.
My biggest concern is not necessarily her, but it's that ripple effect that relationship can make happen. Because if she decides to go back to the ex, she's affecting her husband, she's affecting her ex, she's affecting her ex's baby mom who was pregnant with this guy's kid, and she's affecting that child. So your poor decision making is going to affect 5 other lives.
Okay, that was the end of the clip.
It reminds me of Clubhouse so much. I think that's also part of the reason why I was never very interested in that shit on TikTok. Because if you were on season 1 relationship rooms, even season 2, the hot era, season 2 of this app, I think, was by far one of the best seasons. Best time by far none. But if you were on, season 2 of this app with the relationship rooms, like, you've heard these conversations. You've heard the conviction and the Christ and the this and the that. Like, in 2026, y'all all sound crazy. She sound crazy for offering that situation up, and y'all all sound crazy to entertain that shit. My God. Did you have another clip?
Yes. I have one of the guys. Hold on, let me go back. We got to keep it equal. God bless.
God bless.
When your wife, she here, and all the people I'm talking about, respects and appreciates her friends more than she does her husband who pays the bills for her.
Please define for me respect.
If I call her and she on the phone with one of those friends that's back there,
Paying attention to how you're even referring to your wife right now. Like, I'm paying attention to the fact that you're willing to humiliate your wife in front of thousands of people also. So what is it that you do inside of the house that will make it to where she can actually respect you? Because just because you pay bills and things like that doesn't mean that you will be able to get fully that level of respect. Hold on. Because if you say you pay bills, but if I'm coming to you about a concern, if I'm coming to you about something I'm grieving, something you hurt me on, something that I feel abandoned on, will you give me the safety to be able to talk about it? Can I trust you emotionally? Can I trust you spiritually? Can I trust you financially? Can I trust you in all of these aspects to prove that you give me a level of emotional security? Do we actually have a partnership? Because just because you're married does not mean that you have entered into an actual partnership. Are we truly aligned? Because I hear you and I understand that a wife is supposed to respect you, but a husband is supposed to love a wife as well. So how are you loving your wife? Because a lot of times her lack of respect of you is a reflection of your lack of love for her, your broken love. So that's my question to you. What are you actually doing that will allow her to come up to that level to where she can respect you as the head of household?
And this is to the men in the room. We got to stop reducing ourselves to a paycheck and paying a bill. You added that as if that replaces you being a person.
she pays most of the bills. I manage the bills.
We gonna quit while we ahead with some power. We talk after the show, Mr. All right, let's talk after the show.
That was insane. That was literally insanity. I cannot. What?
Y'all can't tell me that as a font or wellspring of rhetoric and discourse, and then it unfolds and evolves. You can't tell me that this is not a coordinated That man says she makes the money, he manages it at home. Mr. Paul sound like he was 50 years old. Y'all can't tell me that's not the government.
Almost crashed,
It's absolutely insane. Why is a young Manzan doing that?
She be on there?
Yeah, she does the panel from time to time. That's how much money they make. They probably pay her 5 feet. She probably does 2 or 3, every quarter or whatever. They probably pay her $20,000 every night. She probably show up getting between $5,000 and $10,000. They make serious money on that thing. They're making serious money.
This is
Nobody can tell me, huh?
I was gonna say a lot of people, especially people in the single market, they are really taking this advice and operating from the standpoint of the people that are giving this advice. It's crazy. It's crazy.
It is. But then, why do smart people? I want to continue placing blame. Why are smart people then jumping on the bandwagon who say they're in it for the community, but it's a money grab? And I'm gonna go ahead and say his name and his wife, Mark Lamont Hill and his wife. Have y'all seen that show before?
No. Are they on YouTube?
Maybe on his channel. It's a mess.
What they be talking about?
It's an absolute mess. They're doing their version of relationship content. Talking about their relationship. They're old.
Relationship
they have
content.
PhDs. They have money. You can't use them as a model. She's like, I heard it the other day. She's like, something, it was a little different from me. I didn't start my PhD till my mid to late 30s. Hey, the cash app's just rolling in.
I think their audience though is me, right? Like my age group. That's their audience, I think, for that.
I hope so.
Which is different, I think, than maybe what we just heard.
But I'm not sure. They audience is us too. Yeah, mama. They like the tonight's conversation. That's an older crowd. That's not young people.
I'm talking about Mark Lamont Hill and his wife. They're like, I think they're looking for a very specific person, and it's like it's so. I don't know if you know Jeff Johnson, but he went on a similar kick for a while. He's bald now. Yeah, he's bald. It's crazy because he had them lovely looking locks. But yeah, he went through a similar click one time, and he might be. I don't think he's MAGA because I saw him at an event like about a year ago. But he used to be on a similar quick kick when he first got married. So I don't know if it's like, these black men who were kind of out there, professional black men who were kind of like known in their like circles, who then found someone who want to like share. They figured it. So it might be a grift, but they figure out a way that they could spotlight how they did it. But he stopped it. I think relatively soon. But that's how I feel with Mark Lamont Hill because he started.
Seeing the one with the wife, he did the new version with her. I forget her name. I forget when it started. Oh my now, this is a nice conversation. She wants advice because her partner gets upset when she asks her baby daddy for help and not with the kids for her personally. This can't be real life.
Relationship.
What do I do? She said, what do I do? Hold on, I'll tell you what she said. She said, my partner gets upset. I would say my current partner gets upset when I call my kids help with certain things. And they said just for the kids. And she said no. And now she's saying that the new dad, the old has significant more money than So not only is he calling on the dad for help, the baby's dad for help, behind his back, he knows about it. And then my question becomes on the other end, why is the new partner okay with that and staying there? You want to know why? else to go. And this is the sad part. The baby daddy is also paying for the new boyfriend. Because the baby daddy is probably paying rent and for food that the new guy comes in. And that's what he's upset about. Where's the self-respect? Why are black relationship combos constantly about resources for basic human survival? It just sounds like people need roommates and sex. Just use your roommates and having sex. Don't call them your partner or your boyfriend. Imagine being a man living in a house like this, and the baby's daddy is paying the rent where you're in, and you fall asleep at 10 every night. These men have no self-respect. I've never lived in a house that somebody else has paid rent or mortgage on. Ever. I would kill myself. Hurricane message the other day. I'm gonna tell y'all a message on hold on a second.
You always want to blame black parents with
the hurricane sent me this the other day. This is PTR. I don't know if he did. This is what he sent me the other day. This man.
oh, with the high waters.
Yeah.
He said he worked at a plant and he was a personal trainer. 5 of the 8 women popped right after. He also shared that he doesn't want a lady who doesn't smoke weed and is fitness minded.
Does that pop the balloon?
Yeah. I mean that's a silly one, but it's part of the same die-out. I'm sorry, you know what? And then once it's set in motion, just pass it down to the kids. And then we get grown-ass men in here saying about kids, because I see that growing up, so I don't know what to do. You don't know you're supposed to take care of your kids. You need to see a model of parenting to be a parent. I'll never understand that. You haven't seen a movie, read a book, you don't know what. Or do the opposite. If you had bad parenting, you would know. Between this and the weed, I'm convinced it's government. But
Wait, what about the weed?
oh, I think that black people who, for 300 and some years in British North America, turned United States, believe that all of a sudden the government is allowing them to smoke weed through their regulations, and they're doing it and not realizing that the government is putting something in that fucking weed is insane to me. So one day, I'm getting arrested. I'll tell you a story. I was in Denver. I went to a dispensary. There was a brother in there from New York. In the middle of his transaction, he flipped out. He flipped out because he thought it was entrapment. He couldn't believe that he was being treated like it was Starbucks. Because he'd been jacked up for so long for having a little bit of weed. Now there was a white boy in skinny jeans and a Hawaiian shirt with a man bun and wire rim glasses asking him